One day, I found myself transported to the realm of cultivation. Initially intending to pursue cultivation earnestly, I discovered that my testing results revealed I possessed the utterly worthless 5 spiritual roots. I became a mere servant disciple in the sect, yet with the aid of a signing-in system, I began to soar to unimaginable heights. Sign in Chaos Sacred Body. Sign in Imperial Level Cultivation Technique. Sign in Divine Beast Egg. Chapter 1. I am a good for nothing. Ouch, my entire body aches. Why does this body hurt so much? Xianxiaaudiobooks struggled to open his eyes. Before he could survey his surroundings, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. It turns out that my late-night escapade had led to this transmigration, and the body I now inhabited belonged to a beggar. With no knowledge of my parents, I had begun my existence as a wanderer. Moreover, this world is one of cultivation, and this beggar had come to participate in the sect's grand selection, the first step of which is to ascend the immortal gate based on one's innate qualities. The poor beggar had trudged through hunger and cold, utterly exhausted, and was on the verge of collapse on this path to ascension. A glance at my hands and feet revealed that this body appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Sigh. I suppose I must crawl. What other choice do I have? Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed deeply, recognizing that in this realm of cultivation, mortals are as insignificant as ants, particularly someone like him, a destitute beggar, the lowest of the low. This ascension was a rare opportunity for turnaround. Licking his already cracked lips, Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled as he stood up, his body aching and his head spinning. Drawing upon sheer willpower, Xianxiaaudiobooks inched forward, with a considerable number of individuals ahead of him. It seemed he had around 50 steps left to the finish line. Drip! A bead of sweat fell from his chin to the ground as Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched his jaw, the veins on his neck bulging. With only a final 10 steps remaining, he knew he could not stop, otherwise he would not rise again. Silently, he initiated a countdown for himself. 10, 9, 8.3, 2, 1. Finally, he arrived, yet Xianxiaaudiobooks dared not relax. Collapsing here would not qualify him as a disciple of the sect. He slowly squatted down, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally had the energy to survey his surroundings. The expansive square was predominantly occupied by youths sprawled on the ground, while a few with robust physiques stood in small groups, engaging in casual conversation. After approximately half an hour of waiting, it was time to test for spiritual roots. The youths in the square stood up to form a line. Xianxiaaudiobooks had long since exhausted his concern for others, wishing only for the process to conclude swiftly so he could rest. Suchong, water, fire, and earth, 3 spiritual roots, outer sect disciple. Qi Jiao, gold and fire, dual spiritual roots, inner sect disciple. As the individuals before him dwindled, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to feel anxious. Name, place your hand on the spirit testing orb, the handsome youth said with a serious expression. Xianxiaaudiobooks, he declared, placing his hand on the orb with hopeful anticipation. The previously transparent sphere instantaneously filled with 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Xianxiaaudiobooks, 5 spiritual roots. The youth glanced at him indifferently. Are you willing to be a servant disciple? I am willing, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied hastily. Given his circumstances, even being a servant disciple would at least ensure he had food to eat. Standing aside, he overheard the whispers around him. A servant disciple? What more can you cultivate? You might as well remain in the mortal realm. Look at him. At least as a servant disciple, he can have a meal. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood among the crowd, appearing dazed, and everyone assumed he was overwhelmed with sorrow. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Signing in system successfully bound. Detection of the check-in location has been established. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? System? Goodness gracious, I'm almost resigned to my fate. What are the stipulations for this check-in? The system permits 1 check-in per day, and it can only be executed in places infused with Taoist resonance. The initial check-in yields the most bountiful rewards, while subsequent ones are randomized. Taoist resonance? Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a glance at the square, which was evidently a venue for events. There should be no shortage of Taoist resonance here. Check-in. Check-in successful. You have been awarded the chaotic sacred body, which has been deposited into the system space. Chapter 2. Commencing cultivation. Greetings, everyone. I am the steward of the miscellaneous disciples. You may call me Uncle Wu, a jovial, portly middle-aged man announced with a smile. He distributed storage bags to Xiang Tunin and another young girl. This is a storage bag containing your cultivation supplies. As you have yet to embark on your cultivation journey, simply use your blood to activate it. Since you are newcomers, you have 2 tasks to choose from. One is to clean the library, and the other is to guard the spiritual field. Which will you choose? Xiang Tunin glanced at the nearby Huaiwe, who appeared equally perplexed about the distinction between the 2 tasks. Huaiwe blinked innocently and remarked, guarding the spiritual field is more arduous. Since I am older, I shall tend to the field. Junior sister, you should take care of the library. Before Xiang Tunin could respond, she nodded in agreement, sensing something amiss but attributing it to the presence of the system. Cleaning the library would allow her some peace and a chance to cultivate discreetly. Under Uncle Wu's guidance, Xiang Tunin arrived at a secluded, tranquil staircase leading to the library. She squinted, taken aback by how understated the library appeared. Uncle Wu, in a rare moment of kindness, explained, the library contains only ordinary books. The scripture pavilion houses the cultivation techniques. With Uncle Wu as a witness, Xiang Tunin completed her task exchange with the previous miscellaneous disciple and settled in. Her quarters lay in a small house not far from the library. Eagerly, Xiang Tunin sat down to rest and rummaged through her storage bag, which contained 3 sets of gray miscellaneous disciple attire. 2 books, one detailing the Tianyuan sect and common cultivation knowledge, and the other outlining introductory techniques, along with an identity token, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 bottles of elixirs. After a thorough examination, she learned that the cultivation system in this realm consisted of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit division, tribulation crossing, and ascension to higher realms, each stage divided into 9 levels. Given the abundant spiritual energy in this world, prodigies of various constitutions emerged continually, and formidable cultivators frequently crossed tribulations, with someone ascending nearly every millennium. Moreover, this realm not only harbored humans but also demon and devil races, and conflicts raged among the 3 factions. In the grand scheme of the cultivation world, it was perilous, especially for disciples like Xiang Tunin, who had no backing and were at a low level of cultivation. She resolved to cultivate diligently and avoid reckless behavior. The Tianyuan sect, being a prominent sect with a long lineage, offered a degree of safety. She set a modest goal for herself, not to leave the sect until she reached tribulation crossing. The reason behind Xiang Tunin's cautiousness stemmed from her previous life, where she endured an inordinate amount of misfortune that brought calamity at the slightest oversight. For instance, while others casually jaywalked without consequence, she would be struck by a vehicle even if she crossed for just a moment. While others could pull all-nighters without issue, she would exhaust herself to the point of collapse. Having narrowly escaped death once, she felt compelled to cherish her life. With a determination to begin her cultivation, Xiang Tunin consumed a fasting elixir to stave off hunger. System, integrate the chaotic sacred body, she commanded coolly. A haze of iridescent light enveloped her, akin to being submerged in warm water, leaving her feeling pleasantly tinged with relaxation. Ah, how delightful. But what's that foul odor? Xiang Tunin observed her previously dirty body now coated in grime. She hurriedly fetched water to cleanse herself. After changing into fresh attire and stretching her limbs, she felt the weariness dissipate. Even her wounds had vanished. At that moment, she took the opportunity to scrutinize her reflection. Her skin was fair and delicate, with perfectly youthful features. Not bad. Quite the beauty, Xiang Tunin remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Returning to her room, she followed the instructions in the book to guide Qi into her body. In an instant, a myriad of colorful light particles flooded into her being. She diligently practiced the cultivation technique, and with a crack, she achieved the first layer of Qi refinement. Xiang Tunin did not pause, but continued to circulate her technique. After a night of cultivation, she had reached the second layer of Qi refinement. Fortunately, with the chaotic sacred body, otherwise, it would have taken her half a month just to draw Qi into her body, due to her 5 spiritual roots. After tidying up, she suddenly inquired of the system, "Can I conceal my cultivation level?" The system responded affirmatively, stating it could automatically obscure her cultivation prowess. "Very well, then I shall appear as though I possess no cultivation," she confirmed. Once assured, Xiang Tunin commenced her daily cleaning duties. As she approached the library entrance, she noticed an old Taoist dozing off, and she respectfully greeted him. "Uncle, I am the new miscellaneous disciple, Xiang Tunin. I will be responsible for cleaning the library from today." Zhang Tianqing opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, a new disciple. And a female one at that. Pray tell, who did you offend to end up here?" Observing Xiang Tunin's bewildered expression, Zhang Tianqing proceeded to elaborate unbidden. "Cleaning the library offers us no benefits. Unlike those tending to the spiritual fields, who can keep a portion of their harvest, we gain nothing here. No matter how hard you clean, you won't uncover any spirit stones. Xiang Tunin understood, the library bore no rewards. Huaiwe, that little rascal, evidently had a better grasp of the situation and was more astute than she initially perceived, realizing that Zhang Tianqing was quite the chatterbox. Unlike our library, no matter how thoroughly you clean, you won't find spirit stones. Sensing Zhang Tianqing's incessant rambling, Xiang Tunin hastily interjected, "Thank you for your enlightening words, uncle. I have decided that the library is indeed a fine task. I shall commence my cleaning now." Perhaps due to the early hour, the library was devoid of any visitors. As Xiang Tunin swept, she wandered around a corner. Mentally invoking the system, she thought, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, sacred level technique, chaos art. How thoughtful of the system to provide a matching technique. Xiang Tunin dared not delve into the details of the technique, opting to wait until her cleaning was complete before returning to her cultivation. Chapter 3. Encountering a green tea after finishing her cleaning. Xiang Tunin was about to depart when Zhang Tianqing called out to her, "Little girl, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." "Uncle, do you know what level of technique our sect provides?" Xiang Tunin was determined to learn as much as she could, otherwise, there was much knowledge she would remain ignorant of. Zhang Tianqing raised an eyebrow, skipping any superfluous chatter and directly stating, "It is of the earth level. Our sect is not as stingy as those lesser factions." "Is the earth level powerful? What is the highest level?" Zhang Tianqing, undeterred by her interruption, patiently explained. Techniques are categorized into human level, earth level, heaven level, and sacred level. Among these, human level techniques are the most inferior, and only a few major sects possess sacred level techniques. Oh, so sacred level techniques are only available in major sections. How many disciples must there be in such a sect? I must cultivate diligently and not slack off. Unbeknownst to Xiang Tunin, in major sects, sacred level techniques are reserved for a select few core disciples who possess the requisite spiritual roots. Suddenly, Xiang Tunin's expression grew serious as she said, "Uncle, I need to return to my cultivation. The heavens reward the diligent, and given my poor aptitude, I cannot afford to be lazy." With that, she left with an air of nonchalance. System, begin learning chaos art. A surge of memories flooded her mind, as if she had already memorized this cultivation technique. Her theoretical knowledge reached its zenith, leaving only practice to be desired. Without hesitation, Xiang Tunin commenced her cultivation according to the new technique's rhythm. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flowed into her body, converging from all corners of the room. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqing, drowsily napping in the library, suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing the spiritual energy flowing towards a specific direction. With a crack, she advanced to the third layer of qi refinement. Xiang Tunin promptly ceased her cultivation. Astonished by the exaggerated speed of the sacred level technique, it was akin to swapping a bicycle for a motorcycle. Feeling the noticeably rich spiritual energy in the room, Xiang Tunin nervously asked the system, "Can you adjust the speed of the surrounding spiritual energy flow? If this concentration is evident, won't it reveal that I possess a sacred level cultivation technique?" The system assured her it could obscure the traces of her cultivation. All right then, Xiang Tunin obediently resumed her cultivation. In the library, Zhang Tianqing sensed no flow of spiritual energy and, smacking his lips, muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've fallen into a stupor?" He decided to continue his slumber. After a night of cultivation, Xiang Tunin had successfully advanced to the fourth layer of qi refinement and was now focused on solidifying his foundation. Qi refinement is the bedrock of cultivation. Haste could lead to difficulties in the future. Satisfied with his progress, Xiang Tunin nodded approvingly, welcoming another beautiful day. Armed with a broom, he made his way to the library, where he spotted a disciple in white conversing with Zhang Tianqing. Strangely, the disciple appeared remarkably familiar. Suddenly, the young man seemed to sense something, turning around to meet Xiang Tunin's gaze. Their eyes locked, revealing a familiar handsome face. Wasn't he the disciple who had tested his spiritual roots? "Good morning, senior brother, master uncle," Xiang Tunin greeted cheerfully. Zhang Tianqing stroked his beard. Puzzled, "Lu Yu, do you know this girl?" Lu Yu scrutinized Xiang Tunin for a moment, seemingly unable to recall who he was, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A hint of perplexity crossed his indifferent face. Xiang Tunin stepped forward to clarify, "Senior brother, I am Xiang Tunin. Just a few days ago, you helped me test my spiritual roots and guided me into the sect." Lu Yu responded nonchalantly, "Ah, you are that miscellaneous disciple with 5 spiritual roots." Xiang Tunin couldn't help but grimace. Such a handsome senior brother, yet he possessed a rather blunt demeanor. Not wishing to linger on the conversation, Zhang Tianqing dismissed Lu Yu with a wave, saying, "Be careful, you don't need to worry about me." Lu Yu bowed respectfully and departed. Tunin then diligently resumed his sweeping duties, moving through the outer area before entering the library. Today, several familiar faces were present, indicating that the newly admitted disciples had gathered here. Among the crowd, Huayu spotted Tunin and greeted him warmly, as if nothing had transpired. Junior sister, are you getting accustomed to the library? Feigning seriousness, Tunin replied, everything is well. Except Master Uncle always mocks me for not being able to sweep up any spiritual stones. How is your spiritual field this year? Will it yield a good harvest? A flicker of displeasure crossed Huayu's round eyes, yet she maintained her smile. The spiritual field is challenging to tend. It requires rain and pest control. I've come to find agricultural books to see if I can increase the yield. Tunin chuckled awkwardly and moved on. Feeling no desire to engage further with such a green tea personality, he found a secluded corner and silently completed his check-in. Upon successful completion, he received a bottle of high-grade Peiyuandan. Although he already possessed a bottle of low-grade elixirs issued by the sect, he refrained from consuming them due to the high levels of impurities that could hinder his future cultivation. To his surprise, the system had granted him a high-grade Peiyuandan, which would be beneficial even at the foundation establishment stage. After finishing his cleaning, Tunin engaged in a few casual conversations with Zhang Tianqing before preparing to return to his cultivation. Just a few steps away, he heard a familiar voice. Girl, if nothing important arises tonight, do not venture out. Frowning, Tunin nodded and continued on. Sensing from the reactions of Lu Yu and Zhang Tianqing that another conflict in the cultivation world was imminent. After all, skirmishes between humans and demons typically occurred every 3 to 5 years, while major wars erupted every 50 to 60 years. Truly, there was no era of genuine peace. Chapter 4, Fifth Layer of Qi Refinement. It appeared that another conflict was brewing. Whether it would be a minor skirmish or a full-scale war remained uncertain. Regardless, he concluded that enhancing his cultivation was the only source of security. Regrettably, he lacked offensive spells and hoped for some luck the following day. Tunin swallowed a Peiyuandan, which melted instantly, filling his body with spiritual energy, causing a slight pressure in his meridians. Without hesitation, he activated his cultivation technique to absorb the energy. After a night of diligent practice, he reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Each day, he checked in on the 1st floor of the library. Today, he decided to venture to the 2nd floor to perhaps find some luck. System, check-in. Upon successful registration, he was rewarded with the holy level technique, Flames of Cataclysm. Unable to contain his smile, Tunin rejoiced at his fortune. The name suggested an offensive spell, and fortunately, with his 5 spiritual roots, he could indeed utilize this fire-based technique. He hurriedly finished cleaning and rushed back to his cultivation. System. Learn Flames of Cataclysm. After organizing the memories in his mind, he discovered that this technique was created by a genius with a single fire spiritual root named Taotian, who had presumably ascended. It was said that this esteemed individual had vanquished numerous demon clans using this fire technique. The skill comprised 6 layers, with the 1st layer corresponding to the Qi refinement stage, featuring 2 spells, Scarlet Flame and Fire Shield. Scarlet Flame served as an offensive means, while Fire Shield provided defense by forming a protective barrier of flame before oneself. As he executed the technique, a fist-sized fireball coalesced at the tip of his delicate fingers, radiating a menacing aura. Truly, the prowess of this technique was formidable. After a night of rigorous practice, once his spiritual energy was depleted, he meditated, concluding with spell practice, becoming quite adept with the technique. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the room, Tunin stretched luxuriously, welcoming another splendid day. Check-in, check-in. Tunin commenced his daily routine of check-ins, though today the library felt notably different. The change was marked by the presence of Lu Yu and the absence of Zhang Tianqing, lending an air of tranquility to the entire library. Female disciples passing by would exchange knowing smiles with Lu Yu, hurrying off, while the male disciples approached him with a respectful demeanor, diligently seeking books. Tunin smirked slightly. The charm of a handsome man was undeniable, yet their bashful reactions were evident to all. Lu Yu, however, seemed entirely unfazed, maintaining his focus. Good morning, Senior Brother Lu. Why isn't Master Uncle Zhang here today? Is he unwell? Tunin inquired with a polite smile. Lu Yu finally lifted his gaze, his striking features knitting slightly with confusion. Junior sister, why do you speak so loudly? You are nothing like the other female disciples. Tunin felt her smile shatter at his words. MD, a quintessentially oblivious man. If you have no further matters, I shall return to my cleaning. Lu Yu, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor, replied, Master has summoned the sect leader. Oh, then I shall trouble you today, Senior Brother. I'm off to clean, she said, swiftly departing. System, check-in. Successful registration awarded her the holy level technique, Emperor's Sword Art. Xiang Tunin expressed gratitude for her 5 spiritual roots, recognizing that with the golden root, mastering the sword would be advantageous, though she regrettably lacked a weapon and would have to wait for a better opportunity. While Xiang Tunin reveled in her newfound techniques, Zhang Tianqing faced a far more pressing situation. Chapter 5, Ninth Layer of Qi Refinement. Deep within the Tianyuan sect, a building resembling a sharp sword lay concealed amidst dense foliage, suffused with rich spiritual energy. On the top floor, 2 ethereal figures were engaged in a tea ceremony. One was a handsome middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, the sect leader, Luo Mingyu. The other was none other than Zhang Tianqing, who presently bore a serious demeanor, devoid of his usual disheveled air. "Senior brother, is it the demon race or the monster race this time?" Zhang Tianqing inquired gravely. Luo Mingyu sighed. "It is the demon race, likely targeting the demon suppression tower. Junior brother, you must remain vigilant in the coming days." Zhang Tianqing nodded, expressing his intention to have Lu Yu oversee the library while he devoted himself to guarding the demon suppression tower. The world believed that Luo Mingyu and Zhang Tianqing had a strained relationship, which led to Zhang's punishment of watching over the library, unaware that it was the closest location to the demon suppression tower. In truth, assigning Zhang Tianqing to the library was a strategic move to monitor the tower. Luo Mingyu gazed into the distance, shrouded in mist, murmuring, "I wonder how long this will last this time." The following day, Xiang Tunin encountered Lu Yu once more at the library entrance, indicating that Zhang Tianqing would not be returning anytime soon. "Good morning, senior brother Lu," Xiang Tunin greeted, maintaining a professional demeanor. Lu Yu's eyes were fixed on the book in his hands, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon his porcelain-like skin. He responded in a low voice, "MHM. Ah, he possesses quite a striking appearance. Too bad he is a man. Such beauty only serves to hinder my swordsmanship." Xiang Tunin pondered earnestly to himself. His eyes admired the figure, yet his heart remained as placid as water, merely appreciating beauty for its own sake. After diligently tidying up the library, Xiang Tunin found himself at the corner of the 3rd floor, inhaling deeply. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, high-grade spirit weapon. The Jinghong sword. In the system space, Xiang Tunin beheld a slender longsword shimmering with a silvery glow, clearly crafted for a woman-esque grasp. What a fine sword, he thought, suppressing the urge to wield it immediately. He hastily returned to his room, gently retrieving the longsword, its blade chilling to the touch, glinting with a frosty radiance. The hilt inscribed with the words Jinghong. With the sword in hand, Xiang Tunin stood at the doorway, practicing the sword techniques from the Great Emperor's sword technique. Initially, his movements were halting, but they gradually became fluid. As the sun set, he sheathed the sword, surveying the uneven marks it left on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. "This is still me holding back. Imagine the damage I could inflict if I unleashed my full strength." As night fell, Xiang Tunin immersed himself in his training. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One morning, upon concluding his practice, he inhaled deeply, achieving a flawless foundation without relying on foundation-building pills, feeling the spiritual energy within him compressed to its utmost limit. In recent days, bolstered by numerous foundation-enhancing pills earned through sign-ins, Xiang Tunin had advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearing the threshold of foundation establishment. Of course, he had also acquired other techniques, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, alongside several formation and alchemical texts. Fearing the pitfalls of greed, he decided to master the Great Emperor's sword technique and blazing firestorm before pursuing additional skills post-foundation establishment. Time flies. It has been half a month since I began my journey. It is nearly time to draw in Qi, Xiang Tunin mused, adjusting his cultivation level to the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, the monthly supply of fasting pills from the sect had been depleted. "I wonder where I can exchange for more. Perhaps I should inquire with Lu Yu," he contemplated, stroking his chin. Within the vast sect, he felt most familiar with Zhang Tianqing and Lu Yu. "Good morning, senior brother Lu," Xiang Tunin greeted with a wide smile. Lu Yu merely nodded indifferently. However, the figure before him did not depart as usual. Instead, she raised her head, realizing that the girl had broken through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Seeing her look up, Xiang Tunin quickly added, "Senior brother Lu, may I ask what I should do now that I have finished my fasting pills? The sect distributes 1 bottle monthly. It appears you have exhausted yours. You can only purchase more with spirit stones." "Fortunately, I have an extra bottle," Lu Yu replied, flipping his palm to reveal a white porcelain vial. Xiang Tunin raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence as he asked, "Senior brother, have you yet to establish your foundation?" "Of course I have," Lu Yu responded bluntly, "but a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement cannot sense the cultivation of others. Foundation establishment cultivators do not require fasting pills." "Oh, I've recently been studying pill refining. This batch is my own creation," Lu stated straightforwardly. Senior brother can refine pills? That is impressive. Xiang Tunin exclaimed, smiling as he accepted the medicinal pill. That will be 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lu extended his hand expectantly. Without hesitation, Xiang Tunin produced the 10 spirit stones. Their camaraderie was not yet strong enough for him to expect freebies. Thank you, senior brother. I shall now return to my cleaning duties, he said before heading off to tidy the space. Lu withdrew the spirit stones. Noting how swift and resolute this girl was in her actions. Chapter 6. Foundation established in the library. Xiang Tunin activated the system. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward. High-grade medicinal pill, blood condensation pill. The blood condensation pill appeared to be a healing remedy, a valuable item that Xiang Tunin nonchalantly stored in his system space. After completing his cleaning, he returned to his room, calming his mind as he consumed the fasting pill. Smacking his lips, he noted that its flavor was superior to that of the sect's offerings. As he delved into his training, a profound sense enveloped him. He felt the time for foundation establishment was imminent. That night, in his small room, the spiritual energy surged abundantly, continuously flowing into Xiang Tunin's body, circulating in rhythmic patterns. The vast influx of energy filled his meridians, his dantian bursting with energy, compacted to its utmost capacity, leaving no room for further compression. Sensing the moment had arrived, he calmly declared, condense, transforming the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian into liquid form. At that instant, the spiritual energy coursing through him felt dense, akin to traversing a quagmire. Each step required effort, as the energy moved slowly yet methodically. With a soft drip, the first drop of spiritual liquid formed, and subsequently, the surrounding energy seemed to find its source, coalescing into successive droplets. An hour later, a small pool of spiritual liquid had gathered in his dantian. Oh, I have finally established my foundation. It appears to be less daunting than described in the texts, Xiang Tunin mused, feeling as though he had transcended from a mere mortal to an immortal being. First, the surge of spiritual energy within him had doubled compared to before. And with foundation establishment came spiritual awareness, granting him clarity of perception. As if exploring a map, Xiang Tunin extended his spiritual awareness beyond the confines of his room, spreading outward to observe surroundings he had previously overlooked. Suddenly, his awareness caught sight of two shadowy figures clad in black. One at the 9th layer of chi refinement and the other at the 8th. Why do villains always wear black? Can't they choose other colors? Xiang Tunin scoffed internally, continuing to monitor their movements. The taller figure in black remarked, is the intel accurate? This place is so desolate. It shouldn't be where we need to go. If it weren't for the low probability of this being the right location, we wouldn't be dispatched to investigate, the shorter figure replied. Sure, look ahead. The taller one urged. It's fine, I've inquired. There's only one newly initiated servant disciple here, likely still hasn't drawn in chi. That room is where the servant lives. With our cultivation levels, we have nothing to fear, the shorter figure assured. The taller one gestured to his neck, mimicking a slicing motion. The shorter figure chuckled. Yes, we need to stir up some trouble for Tianyuan's sect. A little annoyance like this is still a nuisance. Completing today's task means a few days of rest. The taller one nodded in agreement. You have a good eye. We've landed a rather advantageous assignment. Damn. I've gone to such lengths to conceal myself, and yet someone still wants to kill me. I wonder if it's appropriate to curse, Xiang Tunin lamented inwardly, quickly stifling his own aura. Gripping the Jinghong sword firmly, he pushed open his door, lightly touching his toes to land silently atop the adjacent tree. His gray servant robes blending seamlessly into the inky night. As the two shadowy figures drew ever closer, Xiang Tunin tightened his grip on the longsword. His expression growing increasingly indifferent, his gaze fixed intently on the two cloaked individuals. At last, the pair reached the front of the house and exchanged glances at the wide-open door before them. The taller of the two gestured for the shorter one to step forward and investigate. Just as the diminutive figure prepared to advance, a sudden flash of light appeared behind them, silent yet deadly. With two sharp sounds, two heads rolled onto the ground. Swallowing hard, Xiang Tunin felt a wave of inexplicable emotions wash over him, his tension dissipating slightly as he gazed downward at the leaves swaying gently in the wind. 2 lives extinguished with a mere stroke of the sword, a stark reminder that in tumultuous times, human life is as fragile as grass. Blinking rapidly, he whispered to himself, almost as if offering comfort, perhaps it is best not to look at this for the first time. With a swift motion, he retrieved the storage bags of the two individuals, hastily combining their contents into one bag while placing the bodies into another. Surveying the bloodied ground, Xiang Tunin began to dig up the soil, placing it into the storage bag, and then gathered some earth from the nearby woods to cover the scene. Having completed this task, he contemplated the storage bag in his hand for a moment before devising a plan to eliminate any trace of the incident. He decided on the Sword Cliff, a towering precipice belonging to the Tianyuan sect, shrouded in mist year-round, with a steep abyss below. This location had been marked by the sword marks left by masters of the sword, attracting many novice disciples to observe and learn, hence its name. Without waiting for dawn, Xianxiaaudiobooks swiftly made his way to the Sword Cliff, grateful for the secluded location of the library, which was conveniently close. After half an hour, he arrived at the cliff, scanning the area for any signs of life. Seeing no one, he discarded the storage bag, turning to flee back. To be cautious, he left behind only the spirit stones, discarding the storage bag along with its contents, for the artifacts within were unmistakably weapons of murder, and their presence felt ominous. Indeed, it was his first endeavor of this nature, and he felt a twinge of cowardice. Keeping the items felt unsettling, and disposing of them seemed fraught with potential complications. As he raced back to the house, Xianxiaaudiobooks, for once, set aside his training and instead picked up the compendium of pills. System, Initiate Learning. This was partly due to his restless mind that night, fearing that his cultivation might lead him astray, and partly because he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacy, yearning for knowledge to bolster his safety. Next time, perhaps he could resort to poison, which appeared less bloody. Chapter 7. Senior Brother, Senior Brother. After a night spent engrossed in study, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Xianxiaaudiobooks stretched his stiff limbs. With the system's relentless infusion of knowledge, he had memorized the theoretical aspects of the compendium, though his practical skills remained non-existent. Now that he had established his foundation, his rate of cultivation had slowed, allowing time to acquire new skills. He could not simply wield a sword and take lives. It was too brutal. Xianxiaaudiobooks resumed his daily cleaning duties, yet the library felt unusually quiet today. Although it was a remote location filled with fundamental knowledge, the library was still vital for newly initiated disciples. Previously bustling with 2 to 3 dozen individuals, this morning it was eerily deserted, with only 4 or 5 souls perusing texts. He cast a glance at Lu Yu, noting that he still could not discern the depth of Lu Yu's cultivation. Senior Brother. Why are there so few people in the library today? Lu Yu reluctantly tore his gaze from the book, his indifferent eyes settling on Xianxiaaudiobooks. His demeanor serious as he replied, Recently, the sect has been unsettled, and most disciples are focused on their cultivation. After a brief pause, he added, Last night. You should refrain from going out in the evenings. If you need anything, you can contact me. With a flick of his wrist, he discreetly passed a communication talisman to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Oh, Xianxiaaudiobooks thought back to the events of last night, his expression stiffening momentarily before he regained his composure. Surely, he had not been discovered. Otherwise, Lu Yu would not have been so nonchalant. Thank you, Senior Brother. A cheerful voice interrupted him. Senior Brother, I've come to see you. A girl clad in sect robes approached, her youthful visage adorned with round eyes and fair skin, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. She was utterly delightful. As she bounced along, it was astonishing to note that this girl was also a Foundation establishment practitioner, albeit at the first layer. She was nonetheless a genuine cultivator, a prodigy in her own right. Senior Brother, I've established my foundation. Look, she exclaimed. Where's Master? I haven't seen him lately. Can I go down the mountain to play now? I heard that last night there were infiltrators from the demon clan. Are you all right? Xianxiaaudiobooks observed Lu Yu's expression, which gradually morphed into an irritable frown, his brows knitting tighter with impatience. Lo Miao, be quiet, Lu Yu said coldly. Lo Miao pouted. Senior Brother, I haven't seen you in half a month. It's only natural I have a bit more to say. Lu Yu's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he sighed. Recently, there have been movements from the demon clan again. You should remain in the sect and cultivate. You've just broken through to Foundation establishment, so be cautious not to let your cultivation wane. Lo Miao nodded obediently, her eyes blinking as she softly said, Senior Brother, I've been so bored alone on Minghua Peak without Master. Can I come to find you to play? Lu Yu's expression softened as he replied, You can. Just ensure you consolidate your cultivation first. I happen to have some time to guide you as well. Upon hearing this, Lo Miao's eyes sparkled as she suddenly noticed Xianxiaaudiobooks. Hey, you're quite good looking. What is your name? What are you doing here? Recalling Lo Miao's mention of demon infiltrators, Xianxiaaudiobooks decided to answer honestly. Hello, senior sister. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, a menial disciple tasked with cleaning the library. Xianxiaaudiobooks, did your parents name you that because they wanted a son? Lo Miao remarked innocently, seemingly oblivious to the implications. Chapter 8. And so it is now that I am Tunin. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled and explained, in the North Sea, there is a fish known as kuan. The kuan is so massive that its size is beyond measure. It transforms into a bird called pong. Thus, when it travels 90,000 miles, the winds arise beneath it, and it soars into the sky. It bears the azure heavens, unrestrained by fate. This is how I came to be known as Tunin. The name Tunin symbolizes lofty aspirations. My parents hoped I would be someone with great ambitions, even if I am just a girl, alas. Having traversed this world for half a month. It was not that I had forgotten the past, but rather that I dared not think of it. The thought of my beloved parents learning of my demise was unbearable. I could only imagine how they would cope with such sorrow. In my previous life, I had family, relatives, friends, and a familiar environment. Now, in this world, I am utterly alone and the dangers are ever present, with death lurking around every corner. My desperation to cultivate stems from a desire for self-preservation and the hope of one day returning to see my family. Observing Xiang Tunin's sudden despondence, Lo Miao remembered that menial disciples often had limited potential, and the path of immortality was fraught with hardship. She offered a dry consolation. There is nothing to regret. Perhaps you will find your own destiny one day, and achieving ascension is not impossible. Lo Miao's voice dwindled, lacking conviction. Xiang Tunin suddenly realized that the young girl before him was indeed quite innocent. Although her speech was direct, it still emanated kindness. Suppressing his emotions, he donned a smile and said, "It's all right. I will strive to improve. By the way, senior sister, what was it you mentioned about the infiltration of demonic beings into our sect last night?" Luo Miao observed Xiang Tunin's obedient demeanor and, puffing out her nascent bosom, immediately adopted an air of superiority. "Last night, traces of disciples from the demonic sect were detected within our sect, and they even killed several of our less experienced disciples. However, all of them were captured by the elders of our sect. And then, did this matter simply end there?" Xiang Tunin inquired tentatively, wondering if such a grave incident could just pass quietly. "Well, in recent years, skirmishes in the realm of cultivation occur every few years, and clandestine infiltrations into opposing camps are quite common. There is no need to dwell on it. Everyone should focus on their cultivation, which is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Luo Miao's explanation, Xiang Tunin felt a sense of relief, yet an inexplicable tension lingered within him. Such occurrences were all too frequent, and it appeared that a peaceful life was not in his immediate future. As their conversation unfolded, Luo Miao glanced at Xiang Tunin's first-tier cultivation level and, with concern, remarked, "Junior sister, your cultivation is rather low. Why not come with me to Minghua Peak? I can protect you." Xiang Tunin shook his head, grateful for her kindness. "Thank you, senior sister, but I must clean here. Minghua Peak is not far, but it's inconvenient. Besides, the demonic beings just came last night, and they likely want to return soon. Moreover, with senior brother here, the library pavilion remains quite safe." Fearing that Luo Miao would insist, Xiang Tunin made an excuse to clean the library pavilion and hurried inside. After all, how could Luo Miao let slip the chance to engage with a sweet and adorable and eager-to-listen disciple? Inside the library pavilion, Lu Yu, resembling a cold celestial being, was reading, while Xiang Tunin diligently cleaned. Luo Miao buzzed around Xiang Tunin like a little bee, chattering away. "Junior sister, are you really going to clean the entire library pavilion by yourself?" "Yes, senior sister. Won't you feel lonely living here all alone? If you're unwilling to accompany me to Minghua Peak, how about I gift you a spiritual beast for companionship?" Xiang Tunin tucked away her cleaning tools into her storage pouch, sighing inwardly at the incessant chatter of this girl. Perhaps due to her recent solitude, she found the noise somewhat endearing, albeit still a bit overwhelming. "All right," Xiang Tunin readily agreed, not out of greed, but primarily because she was unfamiliar with the area and hoped to sign in at a different location, potentially yielding different rewards. With excitement, Luo Miao took Xiang Tunin to the spiritual beast peak, while Lu Yu, observing from behind, displayed a rare glimmer of sympathy for the poor little junior sister, stuck with a loquacious companion. Chapter 9. The Divine Beast at Spiritual Beast Peak. Luo Miao eagerly guided Xiang Tunin in selecting spiritual beasts, as if they were her own. "Nan, look at this golden devourer mouse. Though it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, it's small in stature and possesses indomitable teeth, making it an expert in ambushes. And take a look at this lovely white rabbit. Beautiful, but alas, its attack power is somewhat lacking, making it a favorite among the female disciples." Amidst Luo Miao's detailed explanations, Xiang Tunin feigned attentiveness. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 divine beast egg. A smile crept onto Xiang Tunin's lips. This trip was indeed worthwhile. It seemed that changing locations could indeed alter one's fortune, and she resolved to wander the sect more often. "Junior sister, you don't fancy this snake, do you?" Xiang Tunin glanced at the emerald serpent and immediately retorted, "What? No. Then why do you wear such a satisfied smile?" "Not at all. I merely think you provide excellent and detailed explanations." "Oh, in that case, which spiritual beast would you like? Sister will gift it to you," Luo Miao proclaimed grandly, patting her chest. Xiang Tunin felt their friendship had not yet reached such a depth. Sister, there's no need. I'm merely here to broaden my horizons. My primary focus now is to enhance my cultivation. I don't have time to raise a spiritual beast. Upon hearing this, Luo Miao's eyes brightened. Most of her previous friends had only been interested in her gifts, and she understood they were drawn to her spiritual stones and status. Initially, she had merely found the young girl appealing. She had not anticipated that the girl's character would be equally delightful, devoid of any naive expectations. I seem to have made a true friend. How wonderful. Are you truly certain you do not wish for one? Then again, you are right. Your cultivation is rather low. You should concentrate on your training and not be distracted by other matters. Yes, senior sister, let us return. I need to resume my cultivation. Upon returning, they exchanged communication talismans, planning to reconnect once Luo Miao had solidified her cultivation. Before resuming her training, Xiang Tunin resolved to research how to form contracts with spiritual beasts. Recalling that the library pavilion had relevant texts, after studying, she hurried back, setting up a barrier outside her dwelling. Indeed, I must also find time to learn about formations. At the very least, I should set up a formation for my residence. It would be convenient when I am out. Time is of the essence. I have yet to schedule my alchemy studies. Tomorrow, I will first acquire an alchemy furnace and gather some spiritual herbs. Xiang Tunin mused about her future studies. Taking out the divine beast egg, she observed its dark green exterior adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility. She was unsure of what kind of egg it was, but the system had declared it a divine beast egg, implying it would yield a remarkable creature. With a decisive bite, she drew blood from her finger and let a drop fall onto the egg. The blood rapidly seeped into the shell, causing the golden patterns to flicker momentarily. The egg seemed to respond, gently rocking as if acknowledging her. Xiang Tunin, in a soothing manner, channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into the egg, which gradually settled down. Sensing a faint connection with the egg, she successfully forged a contract with the spiritual beast before placing the egg back into her system space. Xiang Tunin then took a vitality pill and swallowed it. Her body filled with spiritual energy, propelling her chaotic technique to the second layer. By morning, her cultivation had noticeably advanced. This vitality pill was indeed of superior quality, proving beneficial for foundational cultivation. Truly, the system's products were of exceptional merit. Chapter 10. A chance encounter with Huaiwei according to her plan. Today's objective was to acquire an alchemy furnace and spiritual herbs. For someone newly embarking on the path of alchemy, the initial step involved refining spiritual herbs into spiritual liquids rather than directly concocting pills. The required herbs were merely basic ones, not worth much in spiritual stones. Contemplating the amount of spiritual stones in her storage pouch, she realized she had ample funds for herbs, but purchasing a quality alchemy furnace might pose a challenge. Drawing from her experience from the previous day, Xiang Tunin decided to head to Dan Peak in hopes of signing in and perhaps encountering the needed alchemy furnace. After methodically cleaning the library pavilion, Xiang Tunin studied the map of Tianyuan sect that Luo Miao had gifted her. However, she still struggled to locate Dan Peak. How can this be my fault? The entire map is marked with cardinal directions, and I can't discern any of them. Apologies, but I can only differentiate between up, down, left, and right. Xiang Tunin pouted, exclaiming, is this really a world of cultivation? Couldn't they provide a map with built-in navigation? With no other option, she turned to Lu Yu for assistance, as Luo Miao was in seclusion. Senior brother, are you busy right now? Could you assist your junior sister with a small favor? Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback, realized that it was perhaps the first time she had ever asked for his help. Sure. It's like this, senior brother. I wish to visit Dan Peak, but I'm unfamiliar with the route. Would you mind guiding me? Xiang Tunin spoke apologetically. Since taking over Zhang Tianqing's duties, Lu Yu had been diligent, never shirking his responsibilities. Lu Yu fell into a moment of contemplation, then nodded thoughtfully. Very well, I too need to visit Danfeng to procure some spiritual herbs. Lu Yu was a man of action. As soon as he decided to leave, he grasped Xiang Tunin by the collar and shot into the air with a gust of wind beneath his feet. The howling wind rushed against their faces, creating a suffocating sensation that left Xiang Tunin struggling to catch his breath. He hastily concentrated his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. He was still at the first level of Qi training. The feeble energy in his hands made it arduous to maintain a protective barrier, and he felt himself plummeting downward. Just then, Lu Yu's cool voice rang in his ears. Xiang Tunin glanced at the protective barrier he had conjured, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This was far too swift. With a reluctant sigh, he offered his thanks, feeling rather vexed by this unexpected ride. Lu Yu nodded and proceeded toward Danfeng. Observing Lu Yu's aloof figure, Xiang Tunin resigned himself to trailing behind. Upon entering Danfeng, a disciple approached to inquire about his purpose. upon learning that he sought low-level spiritual herbs for practice. A junior disciple was dispatched to assist him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was warmly welcomed by the disciple with a beaming smile. In the distance, a figure clad in the garb of a junior disciple gradually came into view. The silhouette appeared somewhat familiar. As they drew closer, Xiang Tunin recognized the junior disciple as his old acquaintance, Hua Yu. Goodness, he exclaimed, in just half a month, she has transitioned from farming to cultivating herbs. And her cultivation has even advanced to the second level of qi training. She must possess considerable talent. Although she wore the attire of a junior disciple, the hairpin adorning her head was, in fact, a spiritual artifact. Hua Yu glanced at Xiang Tunin's first-level qi training cultivation and, with a clean and tidy appearance in her gray disciple robe, spoke with a tone that feigned concern. Oh, so it's you, junior sister. You wish to dabble in alchemy? Do not blame your senior sister for not warning you. Alchemy is not easily mastered and requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. Xiang Tunin blinked in alarm, adopting a panicked expression. What should I do, senior sister? As you know, my duties in the library do not yield much profit, and I have no connections among the senior disciples. Perhaps you could generously gift me some spiritual herbs? Hua Yu's expression hardened. She recognized his attempt to take advantage of her. Showing her impatience, she produced a communication talisman and sent a message, stating, I have matters to attend to, junior sister. So I shall take my leave. If you seek basic spiritual herbs, you might consult Wu Long. He is straightforward and offers reasonable prices. Without waiting for a response, Hua Yu turned and departed, leaving Xiang Tunin to scoff. Let us see how long you can flaunt your status in front of me. Shortly thereafter, a burly young man approached, scratching his head in a friendly manner. Hello, junior sister. I am Wu Long. I understand you are here to purchase low-level spiritual herbs. What do you require? Xiang Tunin assessed Wu Long's cultivation at the 4th level of qi training. His amiable demeanor suggested he was indeed a reliable person. Smiling, Xiang Tunin listed several basic herbs he needed. Wu Long, with a hint of regret, replied, I have all the herbs you mentioned except for Bailing grass, which I have not brought with me. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. All right, take your time, senior brother. I will wait here, Xiang Tunin said. Watching Wu Long's retreating figure. System, sign in, he commanded. Sign in successful. Reward, Qingmu Ding. Chapter 11, The Alchemy Prodigy. After purchasing some low-level spiritual herbs from Wu Long, the two exchanged communication talismans, agreeing to collaborate again in the future. Xiang Tunin waited at the entrance of Danfeng until Lu Yu emerged. Senior brother, have you completed your tasks? Shall we return? Yes, Lu Yu replied, preparing to grasp Xiang Tunin by the collar once more. Not wanting to be treated like a chick again, Xiang Tunin quickly turned and dodged. Lu Yu, looking at his empty hand in confusion, cast a quizzical glance at Xiang Tunin. With a forced chuckle, Xiang Tunin said, Senior brother, gripping the collar is quite constricting. Could you perhaps use a flying artifact instead? Lu Yu lowered his gaze to the ground, contemplating for a moment before reaching out, seizing Xiang Tunin by the collar, and soaring into the sky in one fluid motion. In an instant, they landed. Junior sister, just bear with it, Lu Yu said. Xiang Tunin rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated but recognizing that Lu Yu had a point. It was a short distance, and they arrived in no time. Once on solid ground, Xiang Tunin graciously expressed his gratitude before returning to his alchemy practice. From the system's space, he retrieved the Qingmu Ding. A large, bronze-colored cauldron landed heavily on the ground, exuding a vintage and weighty aura. Xiang Tunin performed the necessary incantation to refine the Qingmu Ding, gaining insight into its properties as he did so. The previous owner of the Qingmu Ding was a genius with dual fire and with spiritual roots, adept in both alchemy and artifact refinement, and had personally crafted the cauldron for his own use. The Qingmu Ding was classified as a high-quality spiritual artifact. Ultimately, this talented individual ascended to a higher realm, leaving the cauldron behind. Unfortunately, due to the obscured nature of his ascension, the cauldron never revealed detailed information about its former master. Upon completing the refinement of the Qingmu Ding, Xiang Tunin took out a collection of spiritual herbs. The first step in alchemy was to extract the essence of the herbs into spiritual liquid, which had limited effects and was generally used for mortals or for strengthening the body through bathing. Considering he did not know many mortals, Xiang Tunin decided to use the liquid for his baths, believing that a strong body was the foundation of success. Perhaps it would even extend his lifespan. Alchemy could be performed using earthly fire, fire attribute spirit stones, or the practitioner's own fire spiritual roots. As a novice, Xiang Tunin opted to use fire spirit stones. He placed the spirit stones beneath the Qingmu Ding, expressing his gratitude once more to the two demon clan members who had assisted him. Next, he added the spiritual herbs into the cauldron. As the temperature within the cauldron gradually rose, Xiang Tunin enveloped the herbs with spiritual energy, slowly coaxing out their essence. A single herb gradually released a drop of emerald green spiritual liquid, but after 3 or 4 drops, he sensed that his spiritual energy could not extract anymore. He waved his hand to set aside the residue and introduced another herb, continuing the process of refining one herb after another until his spiritual energy was exhausted. After consuming a nourishing pill, perhaps due to the depletion of his internal energy, he absorbed the herbs remarkably quickly. Soon, he felt revitalized and looked at the bottle filled with spiritual liquid, ready to move on to the next step, simultaneously controlling 2 herbs. At this moment, multitasking required focus. With his spiritual energy enveloping the herbs, drops of spiritual liquid fell into the bottle. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in satisfaction. Mastering the simultaneous control of multiple herbs was essential for successful alchemy. If he failed at this step, he might as well abandon the idea of alchemy altogether. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks was unaware that for most individuals, even refining a single herb's liquid on the first attempt could be quite challenging. Attempting to refine 2 herbs at once was something few would dare to try without months of practice. Although the energy consumption was not great, it did exert a toll on his mental faculties. Before long, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to feel a sense of drowsiness creeping in. While alchemy could train one's mental fortitude, excess could lead to damage. Sensing that his mental energy was nearing depletion, Xianxiaaudiobooks decided to cease his alchemical efforts and retrieved a large barrel to prepare for a bath. A warm current surged through his body, yet regrettably, without any body refining techniques, the efficacy of this barrel of spiritual elixir was merely around 50%. Had he possessed a superior body refining method, the effectiveness of this elixir would have soared to as high as 80 or 90%. After indulging in a bath, feeling exceptionally relaxed, Xianxiaaudiobooks took a brief nap. Chapter 12, The Scripture Pavilion. For the subsequent 2 weeks, Xianxiaaudiobooks rose early to tidy up and sign in, spent his afternoons refining spiritual herbs, and dedicated his evenings to bathing and cultivating. Within a month, he had mastered the ability to refine 6 different spiritual herbs simultaneously, and his cultivation had directly ascended to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment with the aid of the Peiyuan Dan. Unfortunately, during this fortnight, he had yet to sign in for a body refining technique. The text indicated that once one could refine 5 types of spiritual herbs concurrently, they could commence alchemy. Having already managed to refine 6, he should be ready to begin, yet he found his stock of spiritual herbs dwindling, with only 4 remaining in his storage pouch. He sent a message to Wu Long, arranging to retrieve more spiritual herbs from Danfeng in the afternoon. Preparing to start his daily cleaning, he contemplated adjusting his cultivation level to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. As was customary, he greeted Lu Yu before commencing his chores. Senior brother, I have solidified my cultivation. Look, my foundation is stable, right? Came the chattering voice of Luo Miao. Indeed, before even seeing her, he recognized her by her voice. Aware of her arrival, Xianxiaaudiobooks hastened his cleaning, for she was considered a friend. Upon completing his tasks, he noticed Lu Yu explaining some cultivation issues to Luo Miao. At that moment, she appeared remarkably obedient and mature, a stark contrast to her usual exuberance. It was understandable, as her rapid advancement in cultivation stemmed from diligent practice. Xianxiaaudiobooks listened attentively, for he too was a foundation establishment practitioner. As he absorbed Lu Yu's explanations, he began to correlate them with his own experiences during cultivation, suddenly grasping details he had previously overlooked, and to his surprise, he felt the flow of spiritual energy within him accelerating. With a crack, he realized he had reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Fortunately, the system masked his transformation. As to Lu Yu and Luo Miao, he still appeared to be patiently awaiting his turn. Junior sister, you've reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Impressive, Luo Miao exclaimed, shaking Xianxiaaudiobooks' arm. Had it not been for the earnestness on her face, he might have thought she was teasing him. My cultivation is insignificant compared to senior sister's. By the way, senior sister, I've finished cleaning. Where shall we go to have some fun today? He feigned innocence, secretly scolding himself for looking somewhat odd in the disciple's servant attire while meandering through the sect. After reaching foundation establishment, one can select a technique from the Scripture Pavilion. Now that my cultivation is solidified, I plan to visit the Scripture Pavilion. However, it might be a bit dull. Junior sister, why not skip it? Luo Miao awkwardly suggested. Xianxiaaudiobooks understood that the Scripture Pavilion was not akin to the Library Pavilion. Generally, disciples were forbidden from entering unless under special circumstances. Furthermore, as a mere 2nd layer qi refinement servant disciple, he lacked the qualifications to enter. It's all right, senior sister. I know I can't enter, but I'm simply curious about what the Scripture Pavilion looks like and how it differs from the Library Pavilion. Rest assured, I'll just take a glance and depart. I've also arranged to meet Brother Wu from Danfeng today, he said, attempting to sound nonchalant. Luo Miao sighed in relief, cheerfully leading Xianxiaaudiobooks away. Along the way, She pointed out various sites and patiently explained each one. He felt immense satisfaction as he familiarized himself with the route, aided by her guidance and his map. Observing the patient Luo Miao ahead and recalling the businesslike Lu Yu, he mused that his senior sister was indeed preferable. Junior sister, look. That is our Tianyuan sect's scripture pavilion. Luo Miao pointed to the tall structure not far away. Before him, the scripture pavilion loomed significantly larger than the library pavilion. Exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication, its golden and resplendent facade starkly contrasting the simpler appearance of the library pavilion. Senior sister. You go in and select your technique. I'll linger for a bit before heading to Danfeng. Xiang Tunin quickly ushered her inside. All right, I'll be off then. By the way, junior sister, in 10 days, disciples from the Hahuan sect will visit for an exchange. I'll make sure to take you to see the excitement. Luo Miao informed him. Okay, senior sister, you go ahead, Xiang Tunin replied, watching until her figure disappeared. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, technique body refining method. Heaven rewards the diligent. At last, he had signed in for a body refining technique. Chapter 13, The Alchemy Process. At the entrance of Danfeng, a burly man was scanning the surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone. Senior brother, have you been waiting long? Xiang Tunin scratched his head in embarrassment. He had initially thought he could easily reach Danfeng with Luo Miao's directions, yet he had taken several detours and asked numerous people along the way. Wulong chuckled amiably. Not for too long, junior sister. I noticed that the spiritual herbs you requested this time are all for refining the Bigodan. Have you started alchemy? No. How could I be that quick? I'm merely preparing in advance, afraid that the prices of your herbs might rise later. So senior brother, please sell me a few more herbs this time, Xiang Tunin replied, feeling shy. Wulong's eyes widened in understanding. That explains it. I thought junior sister had begun alchemy after such a short period. I worried you were being overly eager. Alchemy is a meticulous task. Since you're concerned, I'll sell you all the herbs I have. Xiang Tunin bought a considerable amount of spiritual herbs all at once and expressed his profound gratitude, additionally reserving further supplies and purchasing some herb seeds for cultivation. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiang Tunin cleared a patch of ground at the entrance, burying the leftover herb residues before planting the seeds and watering them. Once back in his room, he focused his mind and began studying the body refining method. Despite its straightforward name, it was an authentic sacred-level technique, suitable for both men and women, with women gaining lithe and powerful physiques through its practice. After completing his study of the body refining method, Xiang Tunin exhaled softly, relieved that he no longer had to worry about becoming overly muscular. He retrieved the spiritual liquid produced from his previous alchemy and prepared for another soothing bath. In the bath, he activated the technique, and the liquid immediately swirled around him, eagerly flowing into his body. After about the time it takes to burn a joss stick, the originally emerald liquid transformed into a transparent hue. Remarkable, he exclaimed, stretching his arms and feeling a notable surge in his strength. After finishing his bath and practicing for a while, he took out the Qingmu Ding to commence alchemy. With a flick of his hand, a small flame ignited beneath the Qingmu Ding. After half a month of practice, Xiang Tunin had become adept at controlling the fire while refining herbs simultaneously. He tossed the 4 types of spiritual herbs required for the Bigodan into the Qingmu Ding all at once, enveloping them with spiritual energy for refinement. One by one, the herbs gradually transformed into spiritual liquid, and with a wave of his hand, the residues fell aside. Next was the process of condensing the elixir. Xiang Tunin's expression turned serious as he directed a surge of spiritual power, causing the 4 blobs of spiritual liquid to gradually blend together. With a resounding thud, the lid of the Qingmu Ding sealed tightly, and he executed a series of hand seals. Simultaneously, he focused on controlling the intensity of the flame. Alchemy requires a vigorous fire, which would then be gradually reduced until the elixir was complete. After half an hour, as a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the elixir was ready. Lifting the lid of the Qingmu Ding, he waved his hand, revealing 10 elixirs that landed in his palm. Upon inspection, he noted that 8 of the 10 were low-grade elixirs, while 2 were deemed failures. It seems that alchemy is not as formidable as one might presume. I succeeded on my first attempt, albeit with a low success rate. Perhaps I am too easily satisfied. Xiang Tunin felt a twinge of confusion, recalling that the alchemical texts indicated that producing 5 pills on the first try signified remarkable talent, while 3 was deemed acceptable, and 1 suggested an unsuitability for the craft. Yet here I am, with 8, surely an abundance of talent. Alas, they are inferior-grade pills, tainted with excessive Dan poison. I might as well use them as fertilizer. Thus, Xiang Tunin crushed all the fasting pills and scattered them across the fields. Unbeknownst to him, while others indulged in spiritual liquid, using the residue of medicinal herbs for baths. His fields were treated to such extravagance, as he directly fed them with alchemical pills. Chapter 14. The mustard seed space. The following day, after tidying the library, Xiang Tunin resolved to wander around the Tianyuan sect. Previous experiments had proven that to acquire valuable items, one must be willing to explore. Remaining stagnant in one place is rather dull. He decided to check in at the Pill Peak once more, as his primary task was alchemy, and perhaps he might discover a beneficial formula or an extraordinary herb there. System, check-in, Xiang Tunin said, navigating his way to the Pill Peak with ease. Check-in successful. Reward, a mustard seed space. The mustard seed space is a remarkably precious item, often in the possession of formidable individuals, rarely glimpsed by the average person. Each emergence of a mustard seed space tends to attract hidden experts. This space creates an independent realm, suitable for cultivation, storage of treasures, and spiritual beasts. The size of the space varies with its level. With this mustard seed space, I can cultivate spiritual herbs without worry and carry it with me, allowing for immediate access to materials for alchemy. The system is indeed considerate. It provides exactly what one lacks. Task complete. I can return home now. As Xiang Tunin turned to leave, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Xiang Tunin, why have you returned to the Pill Peak? Why, you inquired. A smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she raised an eyebrow. With his gaze lowered, Xiang Tunin, seemingly shy, replied, Senior sister, I previously purchased some spiritual herbs, but upon realizing their exorbitant prices, I wish to follow your example and cultivate my own. Do you happen to have any herb seeds you could sell to me at a reasonable price? Huayu scrutinized Xiang Tunin, taking in her innocent demeanor. Very well. After all, we entered the sect together. I do have some herb seeds that I can part with. Thank you, senior sister, Xiang Tunin exclaimed, purchasing the seeds before taking her leave. Despite Huayu's earlier dubious dealings, she had compensated him through these recent transactions, he mused. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiang Tunin produced the mustard seed space, which resembled a fish-shaped jade pendant. To the untrained eye, it might appear as an ordinary ornament. After a simple refinement, he examined the interior of the mustard seed space, which measured over 1,000 square feet, ample room for cultivating spiritual herbs, with a concentration of spiritual energy twice that of the outside world. Most impressively, this space could adjust the flow of time, allowing for a ratio of 1 to 1,000. Thus, while a day elapsed outside, over 3 years could pass within. Xiang Tunin grinned widely, promptly relocating all the spiritual seedlings from the courtyard into this space, also planting the seeds he had purchased from Huayu. The once barren mustard seed space now lay transformed into neatly organized plots of farmland, with seeds sprouting at a visibly rapid pace. He also retrieved a mysterious beast egg, unsure of when it might hatch, infused it with some spiritual energy, and placed it within the mustard seed space. As he caressed the pendant, Xiang Tunin felt it was the essence of his existence, securing it with a red string around his neck. After consuming a Peiyuan pill and calming his mind, he commenced his alchemical endeavors. With each attempt, familiarity burgeoned. His second endeavor at crafting fasting pills resulted in a total of 10, including 1 mid-grade pill. Encouraged, Xiang Tunin continued to refine his craft until he achieved 5 mid-grade pills in one batch. The alchemical process was exhilarating, and he was quite pleased with the final products. Yet, gazing at the 3 vials of fasting pills, he felt a pang of wastefulness. They were no longer of use to him, and he would need to find a way to sell them. After contacting Wulong, he confirmed that fasting pills were still in high demand among qi refining disciples, and Wulong could assist in their sale, though a small commission would be required. Fair dealings among brothers, Xiang Tunin thought, finding no issue with the arrangement, and they promptly concluded the transaction. However, at present, Xiang Tunin was more eager to concoct body-refining pills. The formula for the body-enhancing elixir was included in the comprehensive guide to pills, requiring a diverse assortment of herbs. After reviewing his storage pouch, he noted that most ingredients had already been procured from Wulong, while the remainder had been planted in the mustard seed space. All that remained was to patiently await their growth. Chapter 15. The Wujiman pill. The next day, after selling all the fasting pills to Wulong, Xiang Tunin purchased some rare herb seeds from him. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, Wujiman pill. Though the name may seem unassuming, the Wujiman pill is a renowned healing elixir, said to be a miraculous remedy that can restore life as long as breath remains. With this wondrous pill in hand, Xiang Tunin felt as if he had gained an additional lease on life. Upon returning to the courtyard, the spiritual herbs within the system were nearing maturity. To maximize their effectiveness, Xiang Tunin decided to bide his time, focusing on cultivation before resuming alchemical work. That very night, he successfully crafted the elixirs necessary for the body refining technique, and upon consuming them, he felt his cultivation speed surge dramatically. For the next 7 to 8 days, Tunin dedicated himself to alchemy, cultivation, and baths. His cultivation level ascended to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and he advanced the body-refining technique to its 2nd level, rendering his physique comparable to that of an inferior-grade spiritual artifact. One morning, as he was preparing to tidy the library, he received a transmission from Luo Miao, alerting him that individuals from the Hahuan sect were approaching and urging him to hurry to the square. Though reluctant to join the fray, he could not bear to let his sister friend face it alone. After exchanging greetings with Lu Yu, Tunin hastened to the square. Upon his arrival, he found the square teeming with people, with a wide walkway of 5 or 6 meters left open in the center. The crowd buzzed with gossip, casting furtive glances towards the front. Heavens, with so many people, how will I ever find Luo Miao? Tunin thought, scanning the crowd, but at barely 5 feet tall. He was obscured by the throng. Since finding her seemed futile, he settled for signing in. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, the technique's soul capture method. The name alone suggested a technique related to the mind, a category of skills that are rare and precious. An enhancement in mental acuity would undoubtedly assist in improving the quality of his alchemical creations. Tunin nodded to himself, feeling fortunate to be present today. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Junior sister, your timing is impeccable. The Hahuan sect members have already arrived at the entrance. I must tell you, they are all exceptionally beautiful, Luo Miao exclaimed, grasping Tunin's arm and launching into an explanation. Through Luo Miao's enthusiastic description, Tunin gained a clearer understanding of the Hahuan sect. Though the name may sound frivolous, they were indeed genuine disciples of the righteous path, having established their sect over 10,000 years ago. With profound heritage and a notable position within this realm, the overall combat prowess of the Hahuan sect was formidable, having played a significant role in numerous battles against demons and monsters. Due to the unique nature of their cultivation techniques, the disciples of the Hahuan sect possessed a resilient disposition, making them less susceptible to the temptations of demons and monsters. The disciples of the Hahuan sect are not only required to possess remarkable talent, but also to have striking appearances. Their cultivation techniques are enhanced through dual cultivation, which simultaneously elevates the cultivation level of their partners. However, the disciples of the Hahuan sect are known for their romantic entanglements, frequently changing partners, and few are willing to form lasting bonds, as doing so involves making a solemn vow to the heavens, binding them to a single partner for life, an obligation that most Hahuan disciples are reluctant to accept. Consequently, they evoke both admiration and resentment. One cannot help but be captivated by their exquisite beauty and the potential for elevated cultivation, yet there is a lingering frustration at their capricious affections, which may lead to heartbreak and potentially hinder one's own progress. To assist their disciples in finding suitable partners for dual cultivation, the Hahuan sect occasionally organizes exchanges with various sects, while other sects remain as immovable as ancient tortoises, only acting when absolutely necessary. How many disciples of the Hahuan sect actually have partners? Tunin inquired with curiosity. Luo Miao paused momentarily, responding, I haven't really paid attention. I only know that such disciples are quite rare. Just as Tunin was about to delve deeper into gossip, the crowd suddenly fell silent. They're here. The people from the Hahuan sect have arrived. At the far end of the square, several elders from the Tianyuan sect led the way, followed by a group of elegantly dressed individuals, all exceptionally handsome regardless of gender. Notably, at the forefront stood a striking pair, a man clad in black, with alabaster skin and crimson lips, exuding a charmingly roguish aura, and a woman in resplendent red attire, her features alluringly enchanting, particularly her fox-like eyes, which radiated an irresistible allure even in their neutrality. The disciples of the Tianyuan sect, unable to contain their excitement, began to gossip animatedly, exchanging exclamations of awe. Oh my! They are truly stunning. Look at their clothing, a veritable spectrum of colors. The way they wear such vibrant hues without appearing gaudy is remarkable. That pair at the front is undoubtedly the Hahuan sect's current leading disciples, Yi Wuqing and Hua Wuyan. Indeed, they are markedly more attractive than those behind them. How enviable! The Hahuan sect disciples, under the scrutiny of the crowd, maintained smiles, as if accustomed to such attention. Hey, look, there's a little one among them. Where? Right in the center, did you see? This little brat must be around 7 or 8 years old. Who is he? Yet he is already a foundational cultivator. A 10-year-old at the foundational stage? That must be Niezijing, the Hahuan sect's young master. What brings him here? Tunin followed the crowd's gaze and indeed spotted a small figure, notably shorter than those around him. The boy, appearing about 10, had a cherubic face with distinct baby fat, plump cheeks that seemed to invite a pinch. However, his sharp eyes and furrowed brow contrasted sharply with his youthful stature. and he held his own against the gazes of the Tianyuan disciples without a hint of timidity. Having seen enough of the handsome and beautiful, Luo Miao turned to Xiang Tunin and said, "Sister, I haven't finished my cleaning duties, so I must return." Yet, Luo Miao's eyes remained fixed on the male disciple at the forefront, seemingly oblivious to Xiang Tunin's words. With a sigh, Xiang Tunin remarked, "Sister, do not gaze too long. Yu Wuqing is not someone you can easily approach." Reluctantly, Luo Miao withdrew her gaze, murmuring defensively, "I merely find him attractive. If your cheeks remain unflushed, your words might hold some credibility. Shall we depart then? I need to return to tidy the library. You should come too," Xiang Tunin suggested. You go ahead. I'll stay a bit longer." Luo Miao waved dismissively, her eyes once again glued to Yu Wuqing. Xiang Tunin hurried back to the library, which was unusually desolate that day, with only Lu Yu present. Brother, I must report to sister that she has been staring at Yu Wuqing without blinking. She left me to return alone and won't play with me." Xiang Tunin feigned innocence. "Pa, scheming brat," Xiang Tunin chastised himself inwardly. Lu Yu, usually unperturbed, furrowed his brow in rare agitation, a flicker of anger in his otherwise indifferent eyes as he remarked, "Luo Miao is fixated on Yu Wuqing? Indeed. Sister must have been enchanted by his striking visage. Brother, you must intervene. The library is empty at the moment," Xiang Tunin eagerly reported. "Watch over the library. I'll be back shortly," Lu Yu said, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Sister, do not blame me. Truly, Yu Wuqing is beyond your reach. You would be better off admiring brother instead. Though he may be a bit dense, he is devoted," Xiang Tunin murmured while tidying up the library. "Who is your brother to compare to Yu Wuqing's beauty?" A childish voice interrupted his thoughts. Startled, Xiang Tunin looked up to see Niezijing perched on the wall, chin resting on his hand, swinging his legs with a serious expression. "Where did you come from?" Xiang Tunin asked, glancing at the boy, who appeared to be at the foundational level. Niezijing scoffed lightly. "You think a mere second-layer Qi practitioner like you could perceive my presence? By the way, what happened to your brother, who is said to be more handsome than Yu Wuqing?" Reflecting on his earlier distraction, Xiang Tunin chastised himself for being careless. "Oh, my brother will return shortly. By the way, how did you end up here? Mind your own business. I can go wherever I please. What fun places does your Tianyuan sect have? Take me to explore," Niezijing proclaimed with an air of pride. Sure, I cannot control you. You can amuse yourself while I clean," Xiang Tunin replied dismissively, internally grumbling about the troublesome child. In a swift motion, Niezijing leaped down from the wall to join Xiang Tunin. "Is your brother really more handsome than Yu Wuqing? Don't be stingy. Introduce me to him. Surely, not all of you from the Hahuan sect are infatuated fools. You're too young to be so preoccupied with such matters." Your brother, sister, they're coming back," Xiang Tunin began, but upon noticing Luo Miao's expression, he quickly retreated to the corner of the courtyard, feigning intense focus on sweeping the ground. In the distance, Lu Yu was seen dragging Luo Miao along, visibly upset, while she followed with the demeanor of a disgruntled wife. Upon spotting Xiang Tunin, she rolled her eyes dramatically. "Brother, I just obtained a new technique from the library, so I must focus on my cultivation and won't disturb you." Luo Miao attempted to assertively free herself. With a smirk, Lu Yu replied, "Perfect timing. I'll check to ensure you haven't been slacking off lately." "Brother, please, that won't be necessary," Luo Miao protested, attempting to wriggle out of his grasp. "Either let me assess your progress, or you can face the trial tower," Lu Yu stated coolly. Luo Miao chuckled nervously. No, that won't be necessary. This place is quite lovely, and I can spend some time with Tunin. This is your senior brother, indeed more handsome than Yu Wuqing." Niezijing nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tunin's pupils dilated. Surely, this lad's eyesight was questionable. In a comparative light, Yu Wuqing's features were undeniably superior, his countenance more refined, while Lu Yu exuded an aura of cool detachment. "Are you truly of the Hahuan sect or the Tianyuan sect?" Xiang Tunin feigned surprise. Niezijing retorted, his words deliberate. "I am undoubtedly a disciple of the Hahuan sect, yet I am not blind." As the two approached, Lu Yu cast a glance at Niezijing, paused momentarily, and remarked coolly, "This is Tianyuan sect. It would be wise for disciples of the Hahuan sect not to wander aimlessly." With a disdainful snort, Niezijing, sensing Lu Yu's unfathomable prowess, refrained from retorting, merely curling his lips in contempt. "There's nothing entertaining in this Tianyuan sect. I shall return to my senior sisters." With that, he waved his hand to the group and leaped back over the wall. "Well, nothing for me to do," Xiang Tunin thought as he tidied up before hastily returning to his cultivation. Chapter 18, Soul-Capturing Technique. Upon returning to his room, Xiang Tunin commenced his study of the soul-capturing technique. This technique not only honed a cultivator's mental acuity and reinforced their spiritual awareness, but also encompassed numerous attack spells related to spiritual perception. Among these, the ability to capture souls and the technique of splitting one's consciousness particularly pleased Xiang Tunin. Capturing souls, as the name suggests, involved probing into another's spiritual awareness, thereby accessing their memories, a most effective method of coercive interrogation. The splitting technique allowed for a portion of one's consciousness to coalesce into a clone. However, given Xiang Tunin's current insufficient cultivation, any clone he created would be even weaker, rendering it futile and a waste of spiritual energy. That night, Xiang Tunin began his training in the soul-capturing technique, and by dawn, he felt invigorated, his mind sharper than usual. Junior sister, are you home?" A familiar voice from outside called, belonging to Luo Miao. "What is it, senior sister? Is there something amiss this early?" Xiang Tunin shook his petite frame, wondering if she had come to settle a score for his earlier report. "Junior sister, have you forgotten? Today, the disciples of the Hahuan sect are to engage in a friendly competition with us. Let us go join the excitement." Luo Miao smiled cheerfully. After a pause, she added, "Do refrain from speaking recklessly in front of senior brother this time." Xiang Tunin nodded, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Of course, I shall not speak out of turn. I only worry for your safety against the deceptions of the Hahuan sect disciples. Do not speak nonsense. I merely wish to observe, with no ill intentions." Luo Miao feigned seriousness. Upon their arrival at the competition venue, the disciples of the Hahuan sect remained as popular as ever among the crowd. Even before the contest began, the martial platform was encircled by eager spectators. The two squeezed through the throng and finally found 2 vacant seats at the back, above the martial stage. The elders of Tianyuan sect and Hahuan sect appeared to be deliberating the competition's details. "Senior sister, won't the sect leader or senior brother make an appearance at such an event?" The sect leader is preoccupied with cultivation. "He seldom appears unless it's a matter of significant importance," Xiang Tunin replied knowingly, while Luo Miao scanned the Hahuan sect disciples for a specific individual. "System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of cultivation." Xiang Tunin paused momentarily, slightly incredulous. "System, what was that reward?" 1 year of cultivation. Once confirmed, Xiang Tunin couldn't suppress his astonishment. "My goodness, system, you truly are my treasure. You now directly reward cultivation." The 1-year cultivation reward does not equate to the substantial pill consumption he usually indulged in, but rather reflects the cultivation pace of a single spiritual root. To avoid an overwhelming surge in cultivation that could disrupt his internal balance, Xiang Tunin had to suppress his excitement and maintain a neutral expression while observing the competition. As the moment of anticipation reached its peak, the duel between the two sects finally commenced. A figure clad in black teleported onto the martial platform, prompting the previously hushed audience to erupt in noise. "It's Yi Wuqing. Indeed, he is remarkably handsome. Who is representing our Tianyuan sect? I do not recognize them." "I am unsure. Our Tianyuan sect produces many talents. It's not surprising you do not know them." The duel commenced amidst the audience's chatter, with Yi Wuqing wielding a white folding fan against a Tianyuan sect disciple armed with a long spear. They exchanged blows, remaining evenly matched for the time being. Before long, however, Yi Wuqing's assaults became increasingly fierce. His fan soared into the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, delivering blow after blow. While the Tianyuan disciple was forced to retreat, Luo Miao watched Yi Wuqing, her eyes unblinking, a smile gracing her face that she herself was unaware of. "Hey, senior sister, is Yi Wuqing truly that handsome? I fear my eyes might fall out." Xiang Tunin sighed, teasing her. Luo Miao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Junior sister, do not speak such nonsense." Observing his own diminutive stature in contrast to Luo Miao's blossoming figure, Xiang Tunin mused that he was indeed still a child, and there was no fear of corrupting him. As Xiang Tunin's words faded, the competition drew to a close, with Yi Wuqing returning to the Hahuan sect amidst a chorus of cheers. "Nan, do you have Niezhijing's transmission talisman?" Luo Miao's voice was barely above a whisper. "No, I only met him for the first time yesterday." "Why do you need his talisman?" "Oh, it's nothing. If you don't have it, then forget it," Luo Miao replied, her tone betraying a hint of disappointment. The innocence and persistence of youthful affection were palpable. Observing the still resplendent Yi Wuqing among the throngs of handsome men and women, Xiang Tunin sighed. "Senior sister, if you wish to obtain a transmission talisman, you could simply approach him." Before Xiang Tunin could finish his sentence, a series of explosive sounds echoed. Reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the air, it was the sect's signal of Tianyuan sect. All eyes turned upward as a blue figure materialized in midair. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." All disciples of Tianyuan sect swiftly gather at the martial platform. Chapter 19, The Great War Begins. Alongside Luo Mingyu appeared Zhang Tianqing, who had been absent for quite some time. After a brief exchange with the elders of the Hahuan sect, Zhang Tianqing led their disciples away. Yi Wuqing's figure vanished with them, leaving Luo Miao's expression tinged with unspoken melancholy. On the martial platform, more and more disciples of Tianyuan's sect gathered. Clad in a blue robe, Luo Mingyu spoke sternly, "Disciples of Tianyuan's sect, heed my command. The war against the demon race commences today and shall last for 3 years. During this period, no disciple is permitted to leave the sect without authorization. Any disciple who dares to flee in battle shall face disciplinary action. Each battle serves as both trial and opportunity, not only concerning individual honor, but also the development of our sect and the prosperity of the righteous path. I implore all disciples to return victorious." The exchange event concluded abruptly, and the disciples of Tianyuan's sect prepared for the impending war against the demon race. Although the conflict had persisted for many years, the risk of casualties remained high, and survival became paramount. To prevent the devastation of their realm, each battle was conducted within the woolly secret realm. This ancient secret realm, left behind from bygone eras, was vast, covering half the size of their world. However, over the years, the concentration of spiritual energy within the woolly secret realm had gradually diminished, making the precious herbs and spirit beasts within increasingly rare. However, the woolly secret realm is exceedingly robust. Even the mightiest experts at the pinnacle of tribulation cannot easily destroy it, ultimately transforming into a battlefield. The reasons for these periodic conflicts are merely the division of resources. Each time a battle is fought, the victors can claim territories rich in spiritual energy, while the vanquished are left to constrict their own lands. Over the years, humans, demons, and spirits have engaged in countless wars for the sake of cultivation. Cultivators vie against the heavens for their lives and against one another for profit. None can escape this fate. Each battle has been led by those in the transformation stage, with foundation, gold core, and nascent soul cultivators joining the fray. With these thoughts in mind, Xiang Tunin cast a worried glance at Luo Miao, who had only just begun her foundation stage cultivation. Although she would not be on the battlefield initially, she would undoubtedly be called upon later. Cultivators cannot shy away from war. As the battle commenced, the disciples of Tianyuan's sect became increasingly occupied, and the once quiet library grew even more desolate. After tidying up the library's exterior, just as Xiang Tunin prepared to enter, he spotted Zhang Tianqing languidly sprawled across a table, his complexion somewhat pale. "Master Uncle, you have returned. It has been so long since I last saw you. How have you been? Are you injured?" Xiang Tunin inquired with concern, noting Zhang's pallor. Zhang Tianqing lazily lifted his eyelids, responding with a nonchalant, "Sustained a bit of an injury. That's why I'm back to recuperate." He then added, "Little girl, you're not doing so well either. After such a long absence, you're still at the second layer of qi refinement. I am at the peak of the second layer of qi refinement and will soon break through to the third layer. I'll achieve it tonight," Xiang Tunin retorted, her voice rising in indignation as if someone had stepped on her tail. All right, soon to be at the third layer," Zhang Tianqing replied dismissively. Xiang Tunin's tone grew somber as she asked, "Master Uncle, is my senior brother going to participate in the battle?" "Yes, that kid hasn't fought in a while. It is time for him to go out and gain some experience," Zhang Tianqing acknowledged. "Master Uncle, my senior brother is so formidable. He will surely return safely, won't he?" Xiang Tunin questioned uncertainly. "Of course. That lad has a strong constitution. You should worry more about your own cultivation. Look how long it has taken you to progress." Yes, you are right, Master Uncle. Once I finish tidying up, I will return to my cultivation," Xiang Tunin replied, brushing off the remark. Later that afternoon, upon returning to her quarters, she commanded, "System, refine my cultivation." A surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her, and with a crack, she ascended to the 6th layer of foundation, her cultivation continuing to surge until she stabilized at its peak. The slow pace of foundation stage cultivation is indeed disheartening. It takes an entire year just to advance a single layer, Xiang Tunin lamented, continuing her diligent practice. If her sentiments were known to other foundation stage cultivators, they would surely be astonished. While others struggle for years to break through, she had achieved such progress in merely a few months and yet remained discontented. That night, while Xiang Tunin was deeply engrossed in her training, many disciples of Tianyuan's sect busied themselves packing, having received word from the sect that they would depart for the woolly secret realm the following day. The list of the first group of disciples to venture forth had already been announced. War was imminent. Chapter 20. Farewell. The next day, as Xiang Tunin stepped outside, she encountered Luo Miao. Nan, my senior brother is setting off for the woolly secret realm today. Let us go and see him off." "All right." In the square, a massive flying ship loomed overhead, its structure boasting 3 full stories, each replete with closely arranged rooms. The deck of the ship was sparsely populated by disciples, while below, a throng of students gathered, some to embark on the journey, others to bid farewell, creating a tapestry of diverse goodbyes. Senior brother, how many do you plan to take with you this time? Xiang Tunin asked, her reluctance palpable. Although Lu Yu could be somewhat blunt, he had always treated her well, leaving her with a tinge of sadness. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. This time I seek an opportunity to break through. So I cannot say when I will return, Lu Yu replied, unusually verbose. In contrast to Xiang Tunin's melancholy, Luo Miao, accustomed to farewells, displayed little sadness. Senior brother, take care of yourself. Your life is paramount. Remember to frequently send me communication talismans. I plan to head to the woolly secret realm in a while as well. Lu Yu gently ruffled Luo Miao's hair, his usually indifferent expression softening slightly. Yes, solidify your cultivation further. When the time comes, contact me beforehand. I will wait for you at the entrance. Luo Miao nodded earnestly. Lu Yu regarded Xiang Tunin, who wore a pouting expression. As cultivators, we must contend with the heavens. Venturing out for training is commonplace. Do not adopt a petulant demeanor. Focus on your training and await my return for inspection. Understood, senior brother. I was merely caught off guard, Xiang Tunin pouted. Disciples, board the flying vessel. A robust voice boomed. Well then, I must take my leave. Train diligently. Lu Yu declared before soaring into the air and landing atop the vessel. Simultaneously, the disciples in the square ascended to the ship. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded as a multitude of white-clad disciples took to the skies, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Once no one else remained aloft, the flying ship set sail. Sister, cultivate diligently. Upon my return, I intend to focus on my training at Mingyue Peak until the next time the sect sends disciples to the woolly secret realm, at which point I will join. Lu Yu stated earnestly. All right, I shall strive to keep pace, Xiang Tunin replied, aware that despite Luo Miao's playful demeanor, she took her cultivation seriously and needed no coaxing. Upon our next meeting, should I find you have not trained earnestly, I shall spank you. Luo Miao feigned a fierce countenance. Understood, understood. I am a diligent cultivator, Xiang Tunin vowed, thumping her chest in assurance. Since you have this awareness, allow me to offer you a small token of assistance. Luo Miao handed Xiang Tunin a storage pouch containing several bottles of cultivation elixirs. This should suffice for some time. When you run out, feel free to come to Mingyue Peak to ask for more. Thank you, senior sister. I will certainly visit you at Mingyue Peak. Xiang Tunin accepted the elixirs without hesitation. The 3-year war would see disciples sent to the woolly secret realm annually, the next opportunity a year hence. In the library, Zhang Tianxing watched the flying vessel gradually recede, eventually dwindling to a mere speck until it vanished completely. I wonder if I can hold out until Lu Yu returns. Master Uncle, I have come to tidy up the library. Why does your complexion still look so pale? Is your injury severe? Xiang Tunin inquired. Her brow furrowed in concern. Feigning exaggeration, Zhang Tianxing clasped his chest, grinning as he replied, It is a bit severe. I may not last for many more years. Little girl, while I am still here, do not hesitate to ask any questions regarding your cultivation. There's no need for that. Master Uncle should focus on recuperating, Xiang Tunin said, relieved to see him in a joking mood. Swiftly completing her cleaning of the library, Xiang Tunin prepared to observe Zhang Tianxing's condition further when suddenly a thought struck her. It was the divine beast egg. She dashed back, closing the door behind her. With a wave of her hand, an egg materialized on the table. The bronze-hued shell, adorned with golden patterns, radiated a golden glow. The light intensified, and with a crack, a fissure appeared along the golden lines. As the cracks multiplied, the shell shattered, revealing a small azure dragon, roughly the length of a palm, emerging from the remnants. The dragon bore 2 white horns atop its head and golden markings along its body, mirroring the patterns of the shell. As the golden light flickered upon the little dragon, the patterns melded into its skin, and an astonishing aura emanated from it. Had this presence been imbued with malice, Xiang Tunin would have long been subdued. Little dragon blinked its large, expressive eyes. Are you my master? A tender, childlike voice echoed in my mind, soft and melodious. Is it you, the little dragon before me, who speaks to me? Indeed, we have formed a bond and can communicate through our consciousness now. By the way, what is your name? The little dragon extended its head, opened its mouth, and began to gnaw at the eggshell, crunching it with a delightful sound. As it munched, its little mouth opened and closed, causing its dragon whiskers to quiver. Even while the little creature was focused on its meal, it managed to communicate with me through our shared consciousness. A name? Please help me choose one, master. Chapter 21, Golden Core Practitioner. Xiang Tunin pursed her lips, resting her chin on her hand in deep contemplation, while the little dragon leisurely nibbled on the eggshell. The azure dragon governs water, so let us choose a name that embodies the water element. How about Long Mooching? Long Mooching? That sounds beautiful. Thank you, master. The cheerful voice of the little dragon resonated in my mind. It appeared to genuinely appreciate this name. By the way, Mooching, what is your cultivation level? I am at the early stage of the nascent soul, it replied, crunching away. Delicious, the eggshell is delightful. Xiang Tunin raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The nascent soul? Isn't that the stage where one can take on a physical form? Show me your transformation. I have yet to witness the metamorphosis of a magical beast. Master, we divine beasts differ from ordinary magical beasts. We are born with the nascent soul. Only upon achieving immortality can we take on human form. For now, I am still in my juvenile stage and cannot transform. What? Ascending to become an immortal? That will take quite a while, Xiang Tunin said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Suddenly, the crunching sounds ceased. In a flash of azure light, the remaining eggshells on the table vanished. Oh, why did you stop eating so abruptly? Master, I am now full. I shall wait until I digest before eating again. Oh, then save some for later. You magical beasts are fortunate. You can create space within your bodies to store items. How reassuring. It's not too bad, Master. Once I grow larger and my internal space expands, I will help you store things, Long Mooching replied in a sweet voice. Xiang Tunin tentatively reached out to pat Long Mooching's little head, feeling its delicate and smooth texture. All right, I will entrust you with my belongings when the time comes. I am full now, Master. I shall sleep, said Long Mooching, closing its eyes and curling up. Though Long Mooching appeared to be asleep, it was actually consuming the energy from the eggshell. After storing Long Mooching in the mustard seed space, Xiang Tunin began her cultivation, focusing on elevating her own prowess. While her spirit companion had already reached the nascent soul stage, she herself was still merely at the foundation building stage. She needed to hasten her progress to prepare for the advancement to the golden core stage. Xiang Tunin retrieved the storage pouch given to her by Luo Miao, opening it to find 5 bottles of mid-grade spirit enhancement pills. These pills had minimal toxicity and were considered good quality, with 5 bottles sufficient for half a year if used sparingly. Although she had no shortage of pills through her daily check-ins, she felt it important to cherish this gesture. In the following period, Xiang Tunin's daily routine became exceedingly structured. Each morning she cleaned the library and checked in. At noon, she practiced her cultivation. And in the evenings, she alternated between physical training, soul capture techniques, alchemy, sword practice, and the spells from Firestorm. Days passed busily, and her cultivation steadily progressed, swiftly leading her through 5 months. I have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation building. It is time to prepare for the advancement to Golden Core. Xiang Tunin paused her practice. The process of advancing to Golden Core would take approximately 3 to 4 days, necessitating a few days off. Master, it has been several months. Why does your complexion seem to worsen? Xiang Tunin suddenly noticed that Zhang Tianqing not only appeared pale, but also seemed to have aged considerably, with more pronounced wrinkles and even strands of white hair emerging. This was concerning. Typically, cultivators did not show signs of aging unless their lifespan was nearly exhausted. Some cultivators, even at the end of their lifespan, maintained a youthful appearance. Moreover, Zhang Tianqing's rapid aging was not a mere matter of lifespan, but rather indicated severe injury and depletion of vital energy, suggesting he was nearing the end of his life. Zhang Tianqing coughed twice. One grows older. Injuries inevitably lead to slower recovery. He awkwardly shifted the topic. Little girl, you've reached the 3rd level of qi refining. It's a pity you've just broken through. It's not yet stable. Focus on cultivating to solidify your foundation. Xiang Tunin deliberately had the system alter her state to that of unstable energy. Yes, Master, I too feel my cultivation is unstable. I plan to take a few days off to solidify my foundation. Very well, do not dawdle here, Zhang Tianqing urged her to leave. Upon returning to her room, Xiang Tunin felt uneasy and sent a message to Luo Miao, summarizing Zhang Tianqing's condition. As Zhang Tianqing was Luo Miao's master, she would surely be concerned. The spiritual energy within her was beginning to stir. The breakthrough to Golden Core was imminent. Xiang Tunin cleared her chaotic thoughts and released Long Mooching to guard her. Sitting cross-legged, she laid out various spirit-enhancing pills she had recently acquired, no longer suppressing the spiritual energy within her. Xiang Tunin began to compress the energy in her dantian gradually. The liquid spirit energy within her dantian flowed rapidly, swirling like a turbulent sea. When the energy began to wane, she promptly consumed a pill. The pill dissolved instantly, flooding her body with rich spiritual energy. As time passed, the liquid in her dantian finally took on a spherical shape. Congeal, Xiang Tunin commanded. The golden core formed within her dantian, rotating smoothly, adorned with 9 distinct patterns. Chapter 22, the 9 patterns. The patterns on the golden core signify its quality, reflecting the practitioner's aptitude. Those with 1 to 3 patterns possess a low-grade golden core, with hopes of reaching the nascent soul. Those with 3 to 6 patterns have a mid-grade golden core, with prospects of achieving spirit separation. 7 to 8 patterns indicate a superior golden core, with potential for transcending tribulations. 9 patterns indicate an exceptional golden core, with the promise of ascension. Of course, these represent potential achievements. Individual circumstances during cultivation can vary greatly. For instance, there are tales of a disciple with low aptitude who, after a lifetime of cultivation, barely reached foundation building, only to suddenly ascend after consuming a celestial herb. With 9 patterns, the promise of ascension was tantalizing. Xiang couldn't help but smile. Master, you've advanced to golden core. Congratulations, congratulations. Long Muqing circled around Xiang joyfully. After absorbing the essence of the eggshell twice, Long Muqing had grown significantly longer, approximately the length of an adult's arm, and had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Thank you, Muqing. How long did my advancement take? 3 days. During these 3 days, I remained vigilant and did not sleep at all. I kept watch over you, Long Muqing replied, its voice still sweet and innocent. Is that so? You've truly worked hard, Muqing. Xiang casually handed Long Muqing a spirit enhancement pill. It was truly puzzling that Long Muqing, being a dragon, had such a fondness for pills, not only for the spiritual energy they provided, but also for their delightful taste. Xiang found herself reflecting on whether she should prepare a meal for Long Muqing. Remembering that since her journey into cultivation, she hadn't enjoyed a proper meal, she realized that despite having the system as an advantage, she had yet to savor the joys of life. As I ponder the simplicity of a young girl like Luo Miao, I am reminded that she must also have a fondness for food. With my recent emergence from seclusion, I intend to seek her out. She has yet to respond to my last message, and I should inquire further about Zhang Tianqing's affairs. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a bottle of Gaiyuandin. This system exhibits a commendable degree of humanity. Now that I have reached the golden core stage, the elixirs provided by the system have also been upgraded. The Gaiyuandin is suitable for golden core practitioners, and high-quality Gaiyuandin is beneficial even for nascent soul cultivators. Thus, I need not worry about elixirs for the golden core stage, though my storage bag still holds a plethora of high-quality Peiyuandan, along with other concoctions from my recent alchemical endeavors that require handling. I contact Wulong via a transmission talisman, requesting him to procure some common spiritual vegetables, cooking utensils, and seasonings. I then take out the elixirs I have refined, categorizing and organizing them, separating the medium quality from the high-quality ones, and adding several high-quality elixirs produced by the system. At the foot of the mountain, Wulong awaits eagerly. Senior brother, here are the elixirs I have recently refined. The high-quality ones are intended for another senior sister who is quite unassuming. I hope you can keep this confidential, I say earnestly to Wulong. Wulong's hand trembles as he holds the storage bag. High-quality elixirs? Your senior sister is truly remarkable. However, I have never sold high-quality elixirs. I am uncertain about the pricing. Senior brother frequently sells elixirs. Simply find a shop with fair prices, and that should suffice. However, I must ask for your discretion in this matter. As we are both serving disciples, there are some individuals we cannot afford to offend. I communicate directly. Wulong observes me, noting my youthful appearance. Despite my age, I approach matters with considerable prudence. Since I began assisting her in selling elixirs, I have also earned a fair number of spirit stones. Rest assured, junior sister, I understand what should be said and what must remain unsaid. Is there anything else you need? Wulong assures me, his demeanor notably warmer than usual. Those capable of refining high-quality elixirs are at least at the golden core stage, not individuals of mere chi refinement who can be trifled with. Upon receiving the storage bag, I glance within and find an assortment of common vegetables: potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, radishes, greens, a piece of spiritual beast meat, and a bag of spiritual rice, along with a comprehensive array of seasonings, including chili and Sichuan pepper. The cooking utensils are also complete, comprising a full set of frying tools, spatula, knife, bowls, and chopsticks, and even a simple stove. Although my dwelling is already equipped with one, Wulong is quite practical. Every vegetable is sufficient to prepare 5 dishes. Thank you, senior brother. The supplies are ample. Please deduct the cost from the spirit stones once you sell the elixirs, I say politely. These items are hardly worth much in spirit stones. You need not concern yourself with that. However, as cultivators, we should not indulge excessively, as it hinders our practice, he counsels. Rest assured, senior brother. I merely wish to enhance my living conditions occasionally. If I were to cook daily, when would I find time to cultivate? I respond. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I return home to prepare the meal. With the ingredients at hand, I decide to make 4 dishes: vinegar stir-fried cabbage, caramelized sweet potatoes, braised spiritual beast meat, and radish stew with spiritual beast meat. Chapter 23. Delicious. These dishes can yield 5 portions, which I prepare all at once. 1 for Muqing, 1 for Luo Miao, One for Master Zhang, one for myself, and an extra for Mu Qing to enjoy later. Organizing my thoughts, I begin by cutting the spiritual beast meat into pieces. Half for braising and half for soup. The stove accommodates 2 pots simultaneously, so I place half of the meat in one pot to stew, while I prepare the spiritual rice in the other. I wash, chop, and fry the vegetables in a seamless flow. The table soon brims with steaming dishes. How fragrant! Is this the meal you spoke of, master? It smells divine, exclaims Long Mu Qing, licking her lips and gazing at me with her round, sparkling eyes. Help yourself. All the dishes on the table are yours. And here is a bowl of rice. Feel free to have several servings, I say, placing a heaping bowl of rice before her. Thank you, master. I won't hold back, she replies, leaping onto the table and biting into a piece of sweet potato with her sharp teeth. So delicious, so sweet, so fragrant. Thank you, master. You are the best, she exclaims, devouring the food with gusto. Seeing her enjoyment eases the tension in my heart. I pick up my chopsticks and taste a bite. Not bad. My culinary skills remain sharp. In the days of peace, my greatest wish was simple: the freedom to live, eat, and drink. I often spent my leisure time exploring culinary arts, honing my skills in the kitchen. After storing the remaining dishes in my storage bag, I cannot help but marvel at its benefits. Cooked food remains steaming hot regardless of how long it is stored within. In the library, a few disciples peruse books, while an elderly Taoist sits at the entrance, leaning against the doorframe, basking in the sun, intently reading a book with a self-satisfied expression, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Master Uncle, I have emerged from seclusion. Come quickly and see what delightful treats I have brought for you, I announce, waving my hand as 4 steaming dishes and a bowl of white rice appear on the table. Zhang Tianqing sniffs the air, extending his neck with satisfaction. Oh, I did not realize you possessed such culinary skills, young girl. Today, I shall indulge in a proper feast. Is this truly sweet potato? It appears to be sweet potato. Yet I am pleasantly surprised. It looks exquisite, young girl. With such talent, you could easily open a restaurant at the foot of the mountain, he praises, as he continues to stuff his mouth with food. This spiritual beast meat is tender and perfect for us elders. Young girl, you have done well. Even this cabbage can be transformed into a delicacy. Zhang Tianqing continues to commend me while voraciously eating. Among the disciples in the library, 2 occasionally steal glances at the dishes on the table. Upon hearing Zhang Tianqing's continuous praise, they cannot help but swallow hard, clearly sharing a kinship in their appreciation of good food. I am glad you enjoy it, Master Uncle. Please take your time. I shall deliver another portion to my senior sister, I say. Go on, Zhang Tianqing responds without lifting his head, his whole being engrossed in the bowl before him. On Mingyue Peak, amidst the dense forest, a paper crane flutters ahead, followed closely by a 12-year-old girl. The girl possesses a slender figure, and her youthful face is adorned with delicate features. As she walks, she observes the scenery around her. Oh, I am truly grateful for Luo Miao's paper crane. Without it, I might struggle to locate Mingyue Peak. I must take a good look around this time, so that next time I can find my way independently. I reflect inwardly. Luo Miao, aware of my navigational difficulties, left me the guiding paper crane before entering her seclusion. This crane, crafted from talisman paper and imbued with spiritual energy, can follow one's aura. Although it is a one-time use, its practicality is immense, and some disciples utilize such cranes to locate others. Suddenly, a thought strikes me. I do not believe I have signed in at Mingyue Peak yet. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a high-quality spiritual artifact, the Chuan Yun Shuttle. While high-quality spiritual artifacts are not uncommon, high-quality flying artifacts are quite rare. Regrettably, I have no plans to leave the sect anytime soon. I shall treasure it for now. Guided by the paper crane, I ascend to the mountainside, only for the crane to abruptly change direction and fly left. Before long, I come upon a bamboo grove, the area exhibiting traces of an array. The paper crane halts at the grove's entrance, disintegrating into fine powder and dissipating into the air. I cast a spell to directly attack the bamboo grove. Communication talismans yield no response, leaving me no choice but to forcefully engage. However, Xiang Tunin maintained his attack intensity at the 3rd layer of Qi training, which, to this formation, was akin to a mere tickle, barely causing a tremor, yet the master of the formation could sense it. Chapter 24, Soul Returning Grass Suddenly. The ripples of the formation flowed, and the bamboo grove before him dissipated in an instant, revealing a quaint courtyard. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Luo Miao's attire was crumpled, her hair somewhat disheveled, yet her dazed gaze sparkled brightly upon seeing Xiang Tunin. Junior sister, you've come to find me. Come in quickly. Upon entering, the courtyard was divided into 2 sections. One cultivated with spiritual herbs, with narrow paths weaving through them, leading to a pavilion at the center. The other featured a solid crystal stone floor, ideal for practicing spells. The rooms within the courtyard were exquisitely adorned, with intricately carved windows and vibrant potted plants, some already blooming with vivid flowers. In stark contrast to her own shabby little courtyard, which lacked even a proper wall, Xiang resolved to return and study formations, aiming to create a formation to conceal her humble abode, and later beautify it when time permitted. In the pavilion, Luo Miao waved her hand, setting 2 plates of spiritual fruits upon the stone table. Junior sister, do taste these. The flavor of the spiritual fruits is exquisite. Luo Miao had tidied herself up and sat neatly beside her. Senior sister, I have brought something for you. Do take a look. Xiang waved her hand, and 4 plates of rice appeared before them, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Junior sister, did you make this? Luo Miao exclaimed in astonishment. For Xiang appeared to be merely a girl of 12 or 13 years. Moreover, cultivators typically did not place much emphasis on flavor, as they could simply purchase food from the foot of the mountain if hunger struck. Yes, senior sister, please try it. It's my unique recipe, I assure you. You'll crave more. Xiang urged. Delicious. Junior sister, your cooking is superb. Even I, who practice fasting, find it delightful. Luo Miao praised while savoring the food. Senior sister, have you heard any news about senior brother? Is he safe in the woolly secret realm? Suddenly, Xiang recalled that she had not contacted Lu Yu in quite some time. The last message was sent 2 months prior. Yes. I reached out to senior brother half a month ago. Aside from being busy, there were no other issues, Luo Miao replied casually while eating. Crisp sounds filled the air as Xiang, noticing Luo Miao enjoying her meal, felt a pang of emptiness in her mouth. She picked up a spiritual fruit from the table and took a bite. Senior sister, have you visited Master recently? I feel Master's complexion has been quite poor. Master? I haven't seen him for nearly 5 months. The last time I prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation, Master assigned me numerous tasks, insisting I couldn't descend the mountain until they were completed. Perhaps you should take the time to see Master. Since his injury last time, it has been nearly half a year, and his condition has shown no signs of improvement. He seems to be in poor spirits. Xiang expressed her concerns. All right, I understand. Once I finish eating, I shall go see Master. Coincidentally, I've encountered some issues in my cultivation that I need to discuss with him. Luo Miao replied nonchalantly. Her master, not only possessing profound cultivation but also being a senior disciple of the sect leader, should have access to quality healing medicines. So she did not worry excessively. However, it would be prudent to check on him. When the two arrived at the library pavilion, they discovered that Zhang Tianqing was absent. The guardian of the library had been replaced by another elder of the sect, Elder Ding. Elder Ding, have you seen my master? Luo Miao inquired respectfully. Your master has gone to see the sect leader, Elder Ding replied solemnly. Luo Miao and Xiang sighed in relief, with the sect leader's assistance. Zhang Tianqing's injuries could likely be treated. By the way, how long do you think master will be gone? Elder Ding evaded the question, instead asking, what business do you have with your master? Is it related to cultivation? I can explain it to you. After some contemplation, Luo Miao replied, then I shall trouble you. Elder, it's no trouble at all. I've watched you grow up, Elder Ding said, his youthful visage contradicting his demeanor, which bore the weight of seriousness. Indeed, Elder Ding was a striking young man, yet he was known for his sternness, often wearing a grim expression and behaving like an elderly gentleman, making him a unique figure within the sect. Oh, then, Elder, Senior Sister, you both carry on with your duties. I haven't cleaned the library in quite some time. I shall begin tidying up, Xiang said, displaying discernment as she entered the library to clean. In the dense woods behind Tianyuan's sect, there lay an unremarkable courtyard, its roof thatched with straw. A closer inspection would reveal that various spiritual herbs surrounded the courtyard, some of which were exceedingly rare and invaluable. At the rear of the courtyard, a steaming hot spring bubbled. In the hot spring, a figure soaked. Zhang Tianqing's pallid complexion was gradually infused with warmth, his cheeks taking on a hint of color. Elder Fu, my junior's complexion seems a bit flushed, Luo Mingyu remarked, frowning slightly. Beside him, a young woman spoke coolly. Sect leader, there's no need for concern. This medicinal pool is designed to replenish vitality. A sudden influx of energy can cause a reddening of the complexion. Alas, it's all the fault of that wretched demon clan for inflicting such harm on my senior brother, Luo Mingyu sighed. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's expression remained unchanged as she calmly remarked, replenishing vitality only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. We must find the soul-returning grass to cure Elder Zhang's injury. Otherwise, I fear he may not endure. I understand. I will also keep an eye out at the auction, Luo Mingyu replied. Chapter 25. Night Raid advancing to the Golden Core stage signifies that various cultivation techniques can now proceed to the next level. Recently, Xiang has been engrossed in practicing new techniques, refining her swordplay. Upon entering the golden core stage, her spiritual consciousness has surged, permitting her to concoct a greater variety of elixirs. With her enhanced spiritual awareness, she can manipulate a greater number of spiritual herbs simultaneously, enabling her to refine more complex elixirs. Moreover, Xiang Tunin now wishes to study formations. The comprehensive guide to formations she received from the system has been fully absorbed into her mind, yet her practical application remains at a standstill. The study of formations necessitates formation stones, and Xiang Tunin requested Wu Long to procure some for her. Wu Long presented 2 storage bags. Junior sister, this gray storage bag is yours, containing the formation stones you requested, and the other holds spirit stones from selling high-quality elixirs. Xiang Tunin scanned the contents with her spiritual consciousness and found them satisfactory. Thank you, senior brother. After Xiang Tunin accepted the storage bags, Wu Long hesitated for a moment before speaking. Junior sister, please do not take offense. You possess remarkable talent in alchemy. It's only been a short while, yet you've already produced mid-grade elixirs. Now, you wish to study formations as well, which is senior brother, rest assured. These formation stones are not for my personal use, but for that senior sister, Xiang Tunin hinted. Then I can relax, Wu Long said, scratching his head innocently. Upon returning to her quarters, Xiang Tunin began attempting to refine the solidifying essence pill, as her cultivation required it. It is always better to be prepared, and any surplus could be fed to the gluttonous Long Mooching. As she retrieved the alchemy furnace, a transmission talisman from Luo Miao arrived, inquiring about the soul-returning grass. Through their exchange, Xiang Tunin learned that Luo Miao had already contacted the sect leader and discovered that Zhang Tianqing needed the soul-returning grass for healing. Luo Miao was also researching the characteristics of the soul-returning grass to assist in the search. The soul-returning grass resembles ordinary grass, but has a white root and a fragrant aroma, possessing potent healing properties. It is said that as long as there remains a breath of life, it can bring one back, Xiang Tunin recounted from her readings. The rarity of the soul-returning grass is almost legendary. If it did not appear once every few thousand years, people would think it a mythical herb. As she perused the information about the soul-returning grass, Xiang Tunin felt an unsettling familiarity, as if she had encountered this herb before. In a hurried manner, Xiang Tunin searched through the system space and, indeed, discovered the soul-returning herb nestled in a corner. It must have been obtained during a previous sign-in, a time when its value was unrecognized, and thus it was placed in the system. Xiang Tunin scrutinized the soul-returning herb in his hand. Its white root exuded a faint herbal fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. This must indeed be the soul-returning herb, but how could he deliver it to Master Zhang? Carefully, Xiang Tunin placed the herb into a box. After much contemplation, he found no suitable method. Even the intention to perform a good deed proved challenging. Perhaps he could claim it was a serendipitous discovery. Luo Miao, with her often naive demeanor, should be able to buy it. Thus, Xiang Tunin resolved to adopt the most straightforward approach. He promptly sent a message to Luo Miao, only to learn that she had already descended the mountain and would not return until the following day. Stowing away the soul-returning herb, Xiang Tunin retrieved the Qingmu Ding. Preparing to commence alchemy while pondering, he summoned Long Mooching to stand guard. She typically practiced in the mustard seed space. After all, the growth period of demon beasts was excessively prolonged. Left in the outer world, while Xiang Tunin ascended, Long Mooching would remain stagnant at her level. Additionally, by placing her in the mustard seed space, she could tend to the spiritual herbs within. Master, rest assured, I will keep watch, Long Mooching declared earnestly, raising her small head. Thank you, Mooching, Xiang Tunin replied with a smile, affectionately patting her little head. Suddenly, Long Mooching evaded his touch, her large eyes coldly fixed on the outside, transmitting a message through her spiritual sense. Master, there is someone outside, sneaking about, whose cultivation is particularly formidable. Xiang Tunin furrowed his brow. Could it be an elder from the sect? No, the aura of that individual differs from yours. It appears to be of the demonic clan, Long Mooching stated. Through her recent assimilation of inherited memories and Xiang Tunin's conscious nurturing, she had acquired considerable knowledge, no longer resembling a foolish little dragon. Where is he? What is his cultivation level? Upon hearing it was a member of the demonic clan, Xiang Tunin's expression grew increasingly grave. He just left here, heading towards the library. And his cultivation is likely at the spirit division stage, higher than mine, Long Mooching replied uncertainly, acknowledging the threat posed by someone of greater strength. If not for the innate sensitivity of demon beasts, she might not have sensed his presence. Her earlier probing almost revealed her position. The library? Elder Ding has just taken guard there today. Xiang Tunin suddenly surmised that this demonic individual was acting with intent. It should be fine, with Elder Ding guarding the library. If anything occurs, that demonic disciple will surely be unable to escape, he reassured, observing Long Muqing's tense demeanor. Master, it seems we are enveloped by a formation. I sense a peculiar change in the spiritual energy around us, Long Muqing said, her eyes filled with alarm. Chapter 26, The Man in Black Robes. Enveloped by a formation? Are we within it as well? Xiang Tunin felt a surge of fear, as a golden core cultivator and with Long Muqing at the nascent soul level. They were like mere trifles in the eyes of a spirit division expert. Yes, this formation centers around the library, surrounding it. We, too, are caught within. That demonic individual was setting up the formation just now, Long Muqing suddenly realized. Noting that the reason the demonic individual had not detected her was due to his focus on the formation setup. Muqing, quickly enter the mustard seed space, Xiang Tunin urged, seemingly coming to a realization. Master, I must stay to protect you. Our demon beast bodies are robust enough to battle beyond our level, Long Muqing insisted, her large eyes fixed intently on Xiang Tunin. Of course, I rely on your protection, but the demonic individual has yet to discover you. If you hide in the mustard seed space, you can strike when he is unawares, giving us a better chance, Xiang Tunin hastily explained. Acknowledging that a direct confrontation was no longer necessary, only ambush tactics would suffice. Upon hearing Xiang Tunin's reasoning, Long Muqing quickly retreated into the space, fearing that any delay would lead to their discovery. Once she was safely stored away, Xiang Tunin rummaged through the system space and unearthed two spiritual artifacts, one a protective talisman, a golden hairpin, and the other an offensive weapon, a silver needle. He promptly refined the hairpin, affixing it to his hair, while the silver needle was only hastily prepared. Swallowing a solidifying essence pill without the luxury of absorbing it fully, he allowed it to digest within his body as he instructed the system to conceal his aura before stepping out of the room. In the pitch darkness of night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, and beneath its silvery light, Xiang Tunin surveyed his surroundings, a desolate expanse devoid of any breeze. He hastened towards the library, where sounds of combat echoed, each clash accompanied by a wave of pressure that bore down upon him. He quickly took cover behind a tree. The two combatants in the air suddenly parted ways, facing each other. Elder Ding Xianwen, how audacious of you to allow a member of the demonic clan to intrude upon my Tianyuan sect. Do you not fear for your life? Whether I return home is of no concern to you. However, I intend to claim your life today, declared a figure cloaked in black, producing a piercing sound. With that, the two resumed their battle, but suddenly, 5 or 6 figures clad in black appeared around the library, moving in a peculiar pattern. Elder Ding Xianwen noticed the figures below and, having received no response to his earlier transmissions, realized that after battling for so long, the astonishing conflict had not attracted any assistance. It seemed this area had long been enveloped by a formation. With a feint, he attacked one of the black-clad figures. A flash of white sword light was poised to strike the black-clad figure when, unexpectedly, a blinding white light erupted from the figure, dissipating the sword's brilliance. Humph. A high-level defensive talisman, a top-tier formation. You have indeed invested significantly in this endeavor, Elder Ding Xianwen scoffed. The black-robed figure cackled. We have prepared extensively for this matter. Ding Xianwen, do not resist. Simply assist us in opening the demon sealing tower. Dream on. The demon sealing tower is not something you can recklessly aspire to. Ding Xianwen retorted, drawing a long red wooden ruler, approximately 7 feet in length. He swung it with force, a ruler that defines the cosmos. A massive wave of attack surged forth like an arrow slicing through the night, illuminating the realm. Soul Hook Fan. A pitch-black fan met the wave of light, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Xiang Tunin felt a jolt in his chest, pain surging through him. Though the 5 black-clad figures were also shaken and injured, they continued to move along their enigmatic path, pouring forth red blood as they proceeded. Xiang Tunin realized that the battle at the spirit division level was perilous. Even the residual waves could inflict harm. It would be wise to ambush the 5 black-clad figures below. After consulting with Long Muqing through his spiritual sense, he learned that all 5 were at the nascent soul level. With her strength, she could barely contend with 2, but each black-clad figure bore high-level defensive talismans, making direct confrontation unfeasible. Suddenly, the 5 figures halted, simultaneously executing their spells. At that moment, Long Muqing unleashed a water column directed at the recently attacked black-clad figure. A flash of white light effortlessly countered Long Muqing's assault. Following that, a silver needle, concealed by the night, silently struck one of the black-clad figures. Uffed. The black-clad figure spat out blood, still maintaining their spellcasting. In that instant, it seemed their lives were but mere mechanisms, mechanically performing their incantations. Suddenly, the ground before the library trembled, fissures appearing along the bizarre paths. Without needing to prompt Xiang Tunin, Long Muching executed 2 consecutive attacks, sending the black-clad figures flying. "Run towards me," she shouted. After Long Muching's strike concluded, he swiftly turned and dragged Xiang Tunin away, just as the two departed. A tremendous explosion erupted at their previous location. "Who goes there?" A clandestine figure in a black robe bellowed, soaring towards them. Following this figure, a surge of crimson and white light barreled forth. "Humph, do you think I, Ding Xianwen, am merely a decoration?" Ding Xianwen launched an assault towards the black-robed figure. His expression puzzled upon glimpsing Xiang Tunin, yet he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. "Let the battle commence. The demon sealing tower has been activated, and your Tianyuanzong is destined to perish." The black-robed figure disregarded the attack from behind, simultaneously casting a spell directed at the fissure in the ground. Chapter 27, The Relic. A deafening explosion ensued, propelling the black-robed figure directly into the library, leaving a gaping hole in its wake, with wooden debris scattered across the floor. The fissure on the ground before the library widened ominously, dark, frigid air seeping forth. With a sudden crash, the fissure collapsed, forming a massive void. A torrent of black demonic energy surged from the abyss, chilling the very air around them. Ding Xianwen waved his hand, sending 4 black-clad figures flying, hastily casting spells in an attempt to seal the void in the ground. "Ding Xianwen, cease your struggles. We have located the demon sealing tower, haha." The black-robed figure emerged from the ruins, launching an attack directly at Ding Xianwen. "Is that so? You have merely discovered the entrance. Whether you can open the demon sealing tower is another matter," Ding Xianwen retorted, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The 4 black-clad figures reached the mouth of the void, simultaneously launching their attacks. "Muching, be sure to conceal yourself." Xiang Tunin swallowed a blood condensation pill, feeling significantly invigorated. Long Muching unleashed 2 consecutive strikes towards the same opponent. Xiang Tunin deftly manipulated silver needles, closely following behind. The black-clad figures offered no resistance, resolutely targeting the void, allowing the attacks to land upon them. High-grade talismans emitted a radiant white light, warding off successive assaults. However, amidst the white brilliance, no one noticed a single silver needle. When the light finally dissipated, a sound of piercing flesh echoed. One of the black-clad figures collapsed. "You insolent wretch." The black-robed figure turned to find yet another of his comrades had fallen. "Umph, even now you allow yourself to be distracted. Do you wish to meet your end?" Ding Xianwen relentlessly launched attacks, entangling the black-robed figure. Upon witnessing Ding Xianwen's reaction, Xiang Tunin withdrew his intention to flee. "Muching, let us conclude this swiftly." In a flash, Long Muching unleashed a barrage of spells, enveloping the black-clad figures in blinding white light. "Eliminate her first," the black-robed figure commanded. As the white light faded, the remaining 3 black-clad figures turned their attention to Xiang Tunin. Defensively, Xiang Tunin infused spiritual energy into his spear, a translucent wave cascading down from above, enveloping both himself and Long Muching. Simultaneously, Long Muching enlarged in size, her azure tail coiling around Xiang Tunin. The attacks from their opponents struck against the protective barrier. With a cough, Xiang Tunin spat blood, a sharp pain in his chest, the disparity in cultivation rendering him powerless. "Master, are you all right?" Long Muching inquired with concern. As they broke free from the barrier, Xiang Tunin swiftly engaged the 3 black-clad figures in a counteroffensive. He hastily consumed a healing pill, hoping the system would prove beneficial. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a Buddha's relic. Before his eyes, a relic radiating golden light materialized, inscribed with the character for Buddha. Without time to ponder, Xiang Tunin seized the relic, channeling his consciousness to forcibly refine it. Yet, as the relic emerged from the system space, sensing something, a brilliant Buddhist light radiated forth, illuminating the pitch-black night. "This is a relic? How can there be a relic?" The black-robed figure exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to strike. "Evil cannot suppress righteousness. You shall remain here today." A fleeting glimmer of confusion crossed Ding Xianwen's eyes as he struck with increasing ferocity, a long staff crashing down upon the black-robed figure. The 3 black-clad figures, caught in the light, felt the oppressive black energy dissipate from their bodies. They began to emit cries of agony as they gathered their spiritual energy. Regrettably, while one force waned, another waxed. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the black energy rapidly thinned. Long Muching chuckled gleefully. "Now you know the might of my master, having relied on your numbers to bully the few." While mocking, she relentlessly attacked the black-clad figures, who were now wholly on the defensive, becoming victims of a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Xiang Tunin felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy pouring into the relic. His complexion turning pale, a wave of weakness threatening to topple him. He clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to relent. "Press on, do not falter." Quickly, he stuffed several pills into his mouth, a surge of spiritual energy flooding in while an equal amount surged out, causing his meridians to throb painfully. Had he not cultivated the body refinement technique, his meridians would have surely ruptured by now. Chapter 28. Who are you? Xiang Tunin watched as the three black-clad figures fell to Long Muqing's onslaught. Suddenly, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his chest aching, his body weak and feeble, his meridians throbbing, and his head spinning. With his waning consciousness, he stored the relic away in the system space. As the relic vanished, the overwhelming Buddhist light dissipated. Long Muqing rushed over, supporting Xiang Tunin with her tail. As the light faded, the black-robed figure, previously pressed down by Ding Xianwen, felt a sudden lightness. Ding Xianwen, I shall repay this humiliation in due time. The black-robed figure clutched his chest, spitting blood as his spiritual energy surged dramatically, black mist enveloping him, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ding Xianwen surveyed the area, confirming the black-robed figure had fled, and cast a sealing spell to reinforce the black hole before the library, the escaping black mist gradually diminishing. Who are you? Why do you conceal your cultivation? Ding Xianwen's gaze bore into Xiang Tunin, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Despite possessing golden core cultivation, he concealed himself as merely an qi condensation stage practitioner, and even now, before her, he still appeared as such. The technique for concealing one's cultivation must be of considerable caliber. However, based on his earlier actions, he was neither a demon nor a monster but a genuine human. Employing the techniques of righteous practitioners, one capable of wielding a relic could not be of the evil sections. I am a disciple of Tian Yuanzong. Since my cultivation began, I have encountered certain fortuitous circumstances, thus concealing my identity. My actions pose no harm to Tian Yuanzong. I hope that my master will remain oblivious to today's events. I seek only to cultivate in peace. Xiang Tunin spoke laboriously, his pallor deepening. Ding Xianwen remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Xiang Tunin, locking eyes with Long Muqing's feigned ferocity. Very well, given the unique nature of the Azure Dragon, I hope you will not allow it to reveal itself again. As long as you remain loyal to Tian Yuanzong, I shall keep today's events a secret. A promise from a cultivator, especially one as principled as Ding Xianwen, would surely be honored. Thank you, master. With the assurance from Ding Xianwen, Xiang Tunin felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. The overwhelming sensation of weakness surged forth, and he succumbed to slumber. Before his consciousness faded, he sensed a gust of wind brushing by, as if a formation had been disrupted. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Junior sister, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Came the worried voice of Luo Miao. Cough, senior sister, I'm fine, just a bit thirsty, Xiang Tunin replied, realizing her throat was particularly parched, although the pain in her chest had mostly subsided. Thirsty? Here, drink some water. Luo Miao promptly brought a cup of water to Xiang Tunin's lips. Gulp, gulp. Xiang Tunin drank deeply. Senior sister, have I been asleep for several days? How is the sect managing things now? You've been in slumber for 2 days. But don't worry, the sect has already sent disciples from the Dan Peak to treat you. They said you were simply exhausted. Your injuries are not severe. Currently, the library has been sealed. The sect has stated it's for repairs. By the way, what exactly happened that night? How did you get injured? Luo Miao asked, puzzled. Huh, what did Elder Ding say? I fell unconscious that night, and didn't he know what was happening? Xiang Tunin replied vaguely. Elder Ding said there were demons that infiltrated, and you were accidentally harmed. I thought you were just watching the battle from the side, so you could tell me what transpired, Luo Miao remarked with a look of astonishment. It's that formidable? Unfortunately, when I sensed something was off and went to check, I just stepped outside, and then a wave of pressure hit me, and I fainted, Xiang Tunin lamented. It's all right. The library is sealed, so you needn't worry about cleaning. Just rest well for the next couple of days. If anything arises, send me a message. Luo Miao comforted her. Chapter 29. The Return of the Soul Herb. Senior sister, did you find any traces of the soul herb during your last trip down the mountain? Xiang Tunin suddenly inquired. Alas, it's not that simple. When I asked people about the soul herb, they thought I was joking. I wonder if the sect master has any news, Luo Miao said, her expression noticeably dimming as she spoke of the matter. Xiang Tunin's eyes darted about, feigning a cautious demeanor. Ahem, senior sister. I think I've found the soul herb. What? Don't speak carelessly. How could you find the soul herb without even leaving the sect? Show it to me, Luo Miao said, her heart filled with skepticism yet tinged with hope. With a wave of her hand, Xiang Tunin revealed a verdant herb resembling wild grass, its faint medicinal fragrance enveloping the air. Luo Miao's expression turned serious as she extended her hand slowly. She examined the herb closely, even unable to resist bringing it to her nose for a sniff. In that moment, her face displayed a kaleidoscope of emotions. Joy and astonishment mingled, causing her speech to falter. Junior sister, this truly is the soul herb. Where did you find it? Luo Miao seemed to regain her composure. Her curiosity piqued about the origin of this miraculous herb. It was an unintentional find that night. It must have fallen during their battle. I'm not entirely sure. But it seems similar, so I picked it up, Xiang Tunin explained earnestly. Isn't that a bit too evasive? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Yet, Luo Miao showed no sign of suspicion, eagerly nodding as if she understood. Given that Xiang Tunin was merely a third-layer qi practitioner and had no other means to acquire the soul herb, her eyes remained fixated on the herb as she muttered. Junior sister, you are truly fortunate. It seems the master has favored you greatly. Once we return, I'll ask the master to bestow upon you some more precious items. This soul herb is a rare treasure that appears once in a millennium. It cannot go unappreciated. Noticing that Luo Miao was about to inform Zhang Tianqing, Xiang Tunin hurriedly interjected, Senior sister, that's unnecessary. Uncle sure has always been kind to me. Besides, what if those demons learn that I picked up this herb and seek revenge? It would be better to say that I stumbled upon it at an outdoor market, and the seller was unaware of its value, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Isn't that inappropriate? Luo Miao felt something was amiss. What is wrong with that? Others 1TB as easy to deceive as you are, Xiang Tunin countered. Senior sister, I am merely a qi practitioner. It would not be wise to draw attention to myself. I just wish to cultivate quietly within the sect. Please promise me this. She shook Luo Miao's arm, adopting a playful tone. Very well, but I will ask the master for some compensation, and you mustn't refuse it then, Luo Miao quickly replied. All right. I'll obey senior sister. As long as you don't reveal my secret, Xiang Tunin cautioned. Understood. I will certainly keep it to myself. You can rest easy, Luo Miao assured as she secured the soul herb, making a solemn promise. After Luo Miao left, Xiang Tunin stretched her limbs, feeling somewhat fatigued but otherwise fine. This incident made Xiang Tunin acutely aware of the dangers within the cultivation world. Even within the Tianyuan sect, safety was not guaranteed, and she needed to enhance her cultivation. Furthermore, she recognized the necessity of mastering skills such as formation techniques. Had it not been for Long Muqing's keen senses, she would have been unable to detect the formation. Her ability to escape this calamity was largely due to good fortune, aided by the system she possessed. Opening her palm, a transparent orb lay quietly within her hand, starkly contrasting the radiant scene from that night. Sharira, Xiang Tunin recalled the relevant memories. The Sharira is a relic produced after the Buddha's parinirvana. Yet, in this world, Buddhism had declined, with only small temples surviving in the shadows. In terms of cultivation, a Buddha would equate to a celestial being, and such beings are destined to ascend to the celestial realm. Thus, theoretically, a Sharira ought not to exist in this world. Reflecting on the astonished expression of the cloaked figure, Xiang Tunin murmured to herself, Alas, it seems I have drawn the attention of those demons. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening the door, she found Ding Xianwen standing there. Greetings, Elder Ding, Xiang Tunin said, puzzled as to the purpose of his visit. It seems I heard from Luo Miao that you have awakened, so I came to check on you. Are you experiencing any discomfort? Ding Xianwen inquired, his concern palpable in his tone. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Sure. I'm feeling much better now. Xiang Tunin replied dryly. After a brief silence, Ding Xianwen remarked, I observe that you appear to be around 12 or 13 years old. Yet you have already attained golden core cultivation. Even the most talented disciples of various sects cannot compare to you. Such talent is a waste without a master. What if I recommend you to the elders of the sect? Chapter 30. Learning formation techniques. The matter of taking on a master would have been ideal without the system in place. However, with the system now, high-level techniques and precious herbs were readily accessible. She did not particularly need a master. Moreover, having a master could inadvertently expose her secrets. And should she encounter a cultivator with a wavering resolve, the risk of theft or harm could arise. Feigning contemplation, Xiang Tunin said, I appreciate your kind intentions, Uncle Sure. But I have certain secrets I cannot disclose to others, and I am not in need of any cultivation methods. I can consult with various uncles regarding my cultivation issues. I simply wish to cultivate in peace. Ding Xianwen suddenly recalled the Sharira that shone with Buddha's light that night, along with the young dragon. Each of these, if revealed, could incite chaos within the cultivation world. One must maintain a wary heart. Had it not been for the peculiarities of my own cultivation method, who knows what thoughts might arise? Well, in that case, focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any problems, feel free to consult me. No matter how gifted you are, diligence and hard work are essential to ascend the path, Ding Xianwen concluded. Xiang Tunin nodded in gratitude. In the secluded grass hut nestled in the back mountains of the Tianyuan sect, Fu Yao was engrossed in her pharmacological studies. Her long hair cascading freely down to her ankles, framing her delicate visage that bore a hint of weariness. Elder Fu, you must come quickly and see if this is the soul rejuvenation herb. The enthusiastic voice of Luo Mingyu echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Hearing this, Fu Yao instantly appeared at the door. After examining the herb closely, she confirmed, indeed, it is the soul rejuvenation herb. Now, senior brother has hope for salvation. Luo Mingyu's expression brightened at her words. Sister, please hasten to refine the elixir. The demonic clan has already discovered the entrance to the demon sealing tower, and they will not relent. Observing Luo Mingyu's anxious demeanor, Fu Yao reassured him, rest assured, senior brother. With this herb, Tianqing will recover swiftly. That is excellent news. I must now attend to matters regarding the demon sealing tower. I leave everything in your capable hands, Luo Mingyu said hurriedly before rushing towards the library. Fu Yao shook her head, a trace of helplessness crossing her serene face. She hadn't even inquired about the origins of this soul rejuvenation herb. Who could it be that stumbled upon such fortune? The world knows the soul rejuvenation herb as a rare and coveted divine medicine. Yet few realize that it also symbolizes great fortune. Historical records indicate that those who first sought the herb were individuals of immense destiny, ultimately rising to prominence as formidable powerhouses. The library was now ensconced within a formation, and with the dwindling number of guardians, only 2 elders remained to oversee it. The sect master has arrived, Ding Xianwen said courteously. Is your health well, Xianwen? Luo Mingyu inquired with concern. Thank you for your concern, sect master. I am quite well now. The demons we faced previously were merely at the spirit division stage, Ding Xianwen remarked, his gaze fixed on the ominous portal exuding dark energy. A hint of worry in his tone. Sect master, the entrance to the demon sealing tower cannot be sealed. Demonic energy continues to seep out. If this persists, it may affect the disciples of our sect. Luo Mingyu soothed him, do not fret. Zhang Shidi's injuries will heal soon, and once that is accomplished, re-establishing the formation will not pose a challenge. Our primary task now is to prevent further attacks from the demons. 2 days later, Xiang Tunin stretched his limbs, performing a series of vigorous martial arts movements. Ah, splendid. My body has fully recovered. Brother Wu's array stones have also arrived. I shall commence learning formation techniques today. He produced a collection of array stones, the essential materials for crafting formations. These stones are categorized into attribute and non-attribute types, with the former encompassing elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, yin, and yang. Most fundamental array techniques utilize non-attribute stones. However, if one desires to incorporate special functions, attribute stones are required. For instance, a common defensive formation employs non-attribute stones, but to simultaneously heal and restore vitality, one must include wood attribute stones. In addition to the array stones, there exists a device known as an array disc, crafted from special materials that imprint the formation upon it, enabling rapid formation for those less adept in this art. However, array discs are complex and costly, with diminished efficacy. Practitioners may choose to either set up formations or purchase array discs according to their capabilities. In essence, formations are a skill of infinite variability. Even those who have studied them for an extended period cannot guarantee familiarity with every type. Nonetheless, the core principles of formations are relatively straightforward. Once one grasps the basics, it becomes possible to innovate unique formations as understanding deepens. Chapter 31, The Diamond Sutra. Illusion Formation. Activate. Xiang Tunin chanted the incantation, and a flow of spiritual energy enveloped the courtyard, restoring tranquility. After a moment of concentration, he realized that this illusion formation could conceal the courtyard, rendering it invisible from the outside. However, upon exiting the courtyard, one would find it transformed into a forest, seamlessly blending with the surrounding scenery. Such a basic illusion formation, yet its effects are so pronounced, Xiang Tunin mused. While it may be easily sensed by cultivators, perceiving the interior through the illusion is no simple feat unless one breaks the formation. Only then can one truly discern its contents. This greatly enhances privacy. Once he confirmed the formation's functionality, Xiang Tunin attempted to control it, observing the scenery morphing alternately between the forest and the courtyard. Ultimately, he aimed to break the formation. For mastery requires the ability to create, control, and dismantle formations. After numerous practices, Xiang Tunin had completely grasped the illusion formation. Though it was a fundamental technique, it marked a promising beginning, indicating his innate talent for formations. Time slipped by amidst his training, and before long, the dark cloak of night descended. Oh, it is time to sign in. Ever since he had acquired the relic from the demon sealing tower, Xiang Tunin regarded it as a treasure trove, making it his preferred location for nightly check-ins. Concealing his aura, Xiang Tunin cautiously approached the library's perimeter, reaching the edge of the formation. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, Diamond Sutra. After storing the scripture in the system space, he carefully made his way back. Opening the scripture, familiar characters danced before his eyes. Thus have I heard. Once, the Buddha dwelled in the kingdom of Sravasti, at the Jetavana monastery, accompanied by a multitude of great bhikkhus, numbering 1250. This is remarkably akin to the Diamond Sutra from my past life. Does this scripture possess restraining power over the demons? Xiang Tunin could not suppress his curiosity. He tried channeling his spiritual energy to recite the scripture, and suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to grow tranquil, calming his previously restless spirit. Indeed, it appears to be effective. He was pleasantly surprised, realizing that the scriptures of the cultivation world bore genuine utility. With yet another method to counter the demonic clan, he felt considerably safer. Though recent days had been tranquil, they bore the ominous signs of a tempest brewing on the horizon. After organizing the medicinal pills within the system space, particularly placing the healing elixirs in prominent locations, he then consumed a solidifying essence pill and commenced his cultivation. A night passed in silence. The following day, as Xiang Tunin concluded his practice and stretched his limbs, he sensed someone testing the formation with feeble attacks. It dawned on him that he should adjust his cultivation level to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, for cultivators at the 3rd layer could not effectively utilize formations. As the formation opened, the cheerful visage of Luo Miao appeared. Sister, Master has recovered and will return tomorrow to oversee the library. Is that truly the case? That is indeed wonderful news. Xiang Tunin felt a genuine sense of joy, not only due to their camaraderie, but also because of Zhang Tianqing's formidable prowess. With him guarding the library, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Yes, I visited Master today, and he personally confirmed it. By the way, sister, where did you acquire that array disc? Its effects are remarkably realistic. Had I not known your residence, I would have assumed it was a wild forest. Luo Miao remarked as she stepped into the courtyard, witnessing the dramatic transformation of her surroundings. I'm not entirely sure. I merely asked Brother Wu to assist me in purchasing it. I only hoped for a bit of privacy, not expecting it to serve any significant function. Xiang Tunin explained casually. Luo Miao glanced around and remarked, You've reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, entering the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Congratulations, sister. She then produced a storage bag and handed it to Xiang Tunin. Sister, these are rewards I requested from Master. Please take a look. I hope you're satisfied. As Xiang Tunin accepted the storage bag and inspected its contents, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, Sister, Yu Haven Tea inadvertently revealed that the soul rejuvenation herb came from me. Have you? No. I merely stated that I acquired these items from the market and requested Master to reward me. Consequently, I selected a few and brought them to you, Luo Miao hastily assured. Oh, that's splendid, Xiang Tunin sighed in relief. Feeling at ease to inspect the contents of the storage bag, the bag contained a considerable number of spirit stones, 6 bottles of mid-grade nourishing pills, a tome titled Complete Guide to Alchemical Formulas, and several rare spiritual herbs. There were also a few types of spiritual fruits, which Xiang Tunin surmised were purchased from Luo Miao's personal funds. Overall, these items would prove immensely beneficial for a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, indicating that Luo Miao had indeed put forth considerable effort. Thank you, senior sister. I can certainly make use of these items, Xiang Tunin said, beaming with joy. Well, I'm glad you like them. This time, Master's matters relied heavily on your assistance. Now that Master has regained much of his strength, I intend to enter seclusion. In 6 months, I too shall venture into the woolly secret realm, so if anything arises, feel free to contact me, Luo Miao reiterated with a hint of concern. Rest assured, senior sister, I am quite timid and averse to trouble. Should anything occur, I will certainly reach out to you, Xiang Tunin assured her. Chapter 32, Signing in for Cultivation. After Luo Miao entered seclusion, as she had predicted, Zhang Tianqing returned to the library the following day. A few days later, the library was reopened, and life resumed its ordinary pace, which was quite pleasant. Xiang Tunin began his daily routine of signing in and tidying up. Perhaps due to the library's prolonged closure, it now thrummed with life, with numerous individuals scattered across the various floors. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 bottle of high-grade solidifying pills. As the frequency of his sign-ins increased, the rewards began to feel rather mundane. How I wish to sign in for a year of cultivation, he mused, noting that time was his most pressing scarcity. Although his cultivation speed was not slow, the threats he faced were relentless. Long Mooching's cultivation had also progressed slowly, with the effects of the pills proving to be insignificant. Out of a sense of camaraderie, Xiang Tunin decided to gift the high-grade pills he had just received to Long Mooching, advising her to take them in several doses rather than all at once, lest she fall into a deep slumber from which she could not awaken. After completing his chores in the library, he spotted Zhang Tianqing slouched at the entrance, lazily resting his head on the table. However, the flush in his complexion indicated that he was indeed in robust health. "Uncle Master, it's been a while. You seem much better," Xiang Tunin greeted with a cheerful smile. Zhang Tianxin glanced at him and replied, "Yes, my health has improved. Naturally, my spirits are lifted as well." "You weren't injured during the last incident, were you?" Xiang Tunin shook his head. "Not at all. With Uncle Ding in the lead, I sustained no injuries." "Oh, lucky girl. Uncle Ding's combat prowess ranks highly within the sect. With him around, you are indeed much safer. Before he left, he instructed me to keep an eye on you, this promising seedling. Chi refinement stage 4, quite impressive. To achieve such a level within 6 months as a 5-element root is no small feat," Zhang Tianxin remarked, slightly taken aback, yet finding it reasonable. For she was indeed diligent in her cultivation. "Yes, I have already reached the mid-Chi refinement stage," Xiang Tunin replied, a sense of pride evident in her voice. Seeing the girl's proud demeanor, Zhang Tianxin couldn't help but smile broadly. "Indeed, you have reached the mid-Chi refinement stage. Continue to cultivate diligently and strive for foundation establishment." Understanding that Zhang Tianxin was jesting with her, Xiang Tunin shook her head and walked away. The large hole at the entrance, approximately 10 meters wide, seemed to have vanished into thin air, with the ground perfectly restored, even the position of the tree remaining unchanged. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that spiritual energy was subtly flowing in that area, albeit faintly. Had Xiang Tunin not been a golden core cultivator with heightened spiritual awareness, an ordinary golden core cultivator would have failed to notice it. One could not help but admire the professionalism of the restoration. Even the threshold of a modern shop would be trampled to pieces. This served as a constant reminder to Xiang Tunin that danger had not yet been averted, and diligent cultivation remained of utmost importance. "If only I could sign in for a year of cultivation," he lamented. Recalling that his last sign-in for cultivation occurred at the battle platform, he pondered whether he should give it another try, or perhaps explore other locations within the sect. Estimating that he still had time that day, Xiang Tunin hastily made his way to the battle platform. Outside of designated times, the platform was nearly empty, occupied only by a gray-robed servant disciple who was tidying up. To avoid drawing attention, Xiang Tunin found a corner, a blind spot from which the servant could not see him. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 bottle of high-grade solidifying pills. Gazing at the familiar vial in his system space, Xiang Tunin felt a whirlwind of emotions. After all his endeavors, he had arrived back at the same outcome. Undeterred, he continued signing in at the battle platform for half a month, yet the rewards remained trivial. As usual, with a furrowed brow, he mechanically summoned the system. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Did I truly receive that? Xiang Tunin inquired uncertainly, only to receive a positive confirmation. Unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face, he quickly composed himself and rushed back to his small courtyard. Upon arrival, the courtyard bore no resemblance to its former dilapidated state. After learning to arrange formations, Xiang Tunin had added numerous arrays, particularly the spirit gathering array. While others typically had a single array per courtyard, Xiang Tunin had a spirit gathering array for each plot of spiritual land, which, rather than being planted with spiritual herbs, was cultivated with various spiritual vegetables. In keeping with the traditions of his Chinese heritage, he could not forsake the practice of farming, ensuring that he planted an array of flowers around the courtyard for aesthetic appeal. The entire courtyard now thrived with vitality, no longer a picture of desolation. Upon returning to his room, Xiang Tunin casually set up a defensive array. System, absorb cultivation. A wave of pure spiritual energy surged through his body. And after days of cultivation, the previously stagnant golden core stage 2 began to stir. Xiang Tunin activated his cultivation technique, and with a crack, he ascended to golden core stage 3, using the remaining spiritual energy to solidify his advancement. Feeling the shift in his aura, Xiang Tunin could not help but marvel at the advantages of having a system. It took him over a month of hard work to elevate a single stage. Yet the system allowed him to achieve the same in a single day. Given that he had only received a cultivation reward once after signing in for 2 weeks at the battle platform, he felt that the fortune associated with that location had nearly been exhausted and decided to rotate his sign-in attempts elsewhere from time to time. Chapter 33, Signing in for a year. Cultivation is merciless, and time rushes by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xiang Tunin's cultivation only progressed modestly, from golden core stage 3 to stage 4. Though seemingly minor, this advancement marked a significant transition from early to mid-golden core stage. The items Xiang Tunin obtained during this time were rather lackluster. On this particular day, he found himself wandering to the square once more. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Cumulative sign in for 1 year. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Xiang Tunin was taken aback by the astounding reward of 10 years of cultivation. Momentarily stunned until he heard the system's mechanical voice continue. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. May the host remain diligent and ascend the great path. Following this proclamation, fireworks erupted in his mind. Having signed in for a year, it was no wonder the system granted such a generous reward, celebrating with festivity. Though he grumbled internally, his eyes sparkled with delight, rendering his complaints moot. Despite appearing to meander leisurely through the sect all day, Xiang Tunin's heart was fraught with anxiety. The dreaded demonic clan had yet to return, looming over him like a sword hanging by a thread, instilling a constant sense of pressure. With swift strides, Xiang Tunin dashed back to his courtyard, secured the door, and activated the formation in one seamless motion. System, absorb cultivation. The familiar aura penetrated into his body. And Xiang Tunin did not hold back, operating his cultivation technique to accelerate the refinement. Fearing that even a moment's delay would cause the spiritual energy to dissipate into the air, his internal cultivation level continued to rise. Crackling sounds echoed as he advanced to the 5th layer of the golden core, then to the 6th layer, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th layer. Yet the momentum within him suddenly weakened. In a hurry, Xiang Tunin stuffed a handful of solidifying yuan pills into his mouth, the rich spiritual energy flooding back into his body. With a crack, he ascended to the 7th layer of the golden core. Feeling the empowerment of being in the later stages of the golden core, Xiang Tunin sensed a significant increase in his safety. The enhancement of his cultivation provided him with confidence. Even when employing the relic, he could now sustain it for a longer duration. Short-term cultivation boosts were not feasible, so Xiang Tunin decided to carry the Diamond Sutra with him. Although cultivators typically possessed exceptional memory, he found that this was not the case with the Diamond Sutra, which required repetitive recitation and gradual memorization to be effective. This reminded him of his arduous scholarly pursuits in his past life. Now, he had to apply himself diligently for his own survival. After several days of recitation, Xiang Tunin had nearly mastered the text, though he occasionally stumbled over a few lines. Concerned that this would diminish its effectiveness, he adhered to the principle that practice makes perfect and practiced repeatedly. After reciting the Diamond Sutra several times, Xiang Tunin began to practice array formation, skillfully laying out several formations. Feeling confident, he decided to attempt engraving an array plate and took out a blank array plate that Wulong had helped him procure. Gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, he meticulously inscribed the plate according to his mental image. Lines infused with spiritual energy appeared on the array plate, and Xiang Tunin found the process much easier than he had anticipated, causing him to relax. Suddenly, the spiritual energy trembled slightly, and with a loud bang, the array plate exploded. Instinctively, Xiang Tunin cast a protective shield, but he was still a moment too late. Sharp shards grazed his face, leaving a crimson mark on his fair skin. My face. He reached out tentatively, his fingers stained with vivid red, an alarming sight. He quickly crushed a healing pill and applied it to the wound, which sealed almost instantaneously, leaving only a brownish mark that would likely vanish by dawn. The efficacy of this elixir is remarkable, Xiang Tunin mused, immersing himself once more in the intricacies of array plate engraving. On his second attempt, Xiang Tunin absorbed the lessons from his prior experience, not daring to blink, his gaze fixed intently on the array plate, with his entire focus dedicated to this endeavor. As he observed the increasingly intricate patterns on the plate, he reached the final strokes and finally exhaled a sigh of relief, taking a deep breath. Looking at the array plate in his hand, he executed a spell, and in an instant, a dazzling array formed around him. This is significantly quicker than setting up formations. Engraving a few more array plates to keep on hand for ambushes would be quite advantageous, he thought. Once again delving into his work, days passed imperceptibly as Xiang Tunin remained engrossed in engraving array plates. Suddenly, the communication talisman in his storage bag emitted a glow. Xiang Tunin furrowed his brow but concentrated on finishing the array plate in his hands. Upon retrieving the talisman, he found a message from Luo Miao. The familiar voice resonated in his ears. Junior sister, I have emerged from seclusion and come to seek you out. Chapter 34. The demonic clan stirs. After replying to Luo Miao's message, Xiang Tunin tidied up his room and stowed away the array plates. Just as he finished, Luo Miao arrived. A glance revealed her cultivation at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Impressive indeed. She had evidently dedicated herself to her training during her seclusion. Sister, come and eat these spirit fruits. They're the ones you gave me last time, and I haven't finished them yet. Xiang Tunin offered a few plates of spirit fruits. Junior sister, your little courtyard has become quite charming, Luo Miao remarked with a cheerful smile, surveying her surroundings. Yes, I made some efforts when I had the time. Though it still cannot compare to your lovely courtyard, sister. Of course, I spent quite a number of spirit stones on it, Luo Miao replied. By the way, I'm planning to head down the mountain soon. Will you accompany me? She casually mentioned while taking a bite of a spirit fruit. Xiang Tunin shook his head, expressing that he had no need to descend the mountain and, besides, he had just found his rhythm in array plate crafting and wanted to seize the opportunity to practice further. I won't be going. What do you plan to buy when you go down? Since I will be heading to the Woolly Secret Realm soon, I intend to purchase some elixirs, array plates, talismans, and various other items. Honestly, I haven't quite decided yet. I suppose I will see when I get there. There's still plenty of time, and if necessary, I can make multiple trips. Time flies. It's almost been a year since brother left. Have you been in touch with him recently? As she mentioned the Woolly Secret Realm, Xiang Tunin thought of Lu Yu. I contacted brother a few days ago. He's doing well and mentioned he would come to pick me up when I arrive. Luo Miao said, munching on the fruit. That's good, Xiang Tunin replied, as the two sisters leisurely enjoyed their spirit fruits. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyu furrowed his brow, staring at the communication talisman with a serious demeanor. You just said that in the Woolly Secret Realm, the demonic clan is deliberately targeting our Tianyuan sect, correct? Yes. Sect leader. For some unknown reason, the demonic clan has been attacking us frantically in recent days. Initially, we thought it was a strong resistance against righteous cultivators. But it soon became clear that it was specifically aimed at our Tianyuan sect. Our disciples have suffered severe losses and are insufficient in number. We can only retreat back to our main camp, hoping that the sect will send more disciples to the Woolly Secret Realm. Understood. I will discuss this matter with the sect elders and find a solution as soon as possible. For now, focus on recovering. Luo Mingyu's tone softened slightly. Luo Mingyu quickly convened a sect meeting. Even Zhang Tianqing temporarily left the library to attend. In the grand, majestic hall, Luo Mingyu sat at the head, with various elders, including Zhang Tianqing and Ding Xianwen, seated below. The situation is roughly as follows, so I plan to send disciples to the Woolly Secret Realm the day after tomorrow. I would like to hear the opinions of my fellow disciples. Sect leader, I believe this plan is feasible. Besides sending disciples, we can also bring back the severely injured disciples for recuperation, Zhang Tianqing pondered before speaking. The demonic clan is coming with great force when we send disciples. We need to assign several elders to escort them, one elder suggested. However, doing so will leave very few people in the sect. I fear this may be a ploy by the demonic clan to draw us away, especially since they already know the location of the demon sealing tower. Another elder expressed his concerns. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. The situation had unfolded too abruptly, and seeking outside assistance might not be timely. Not to mention the involvement of sect secrets. Luo Mingyu scanned the room and coldly snorted. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. Moreover, as long as we safely deliver our disciples to the Woolly Secret Realm, they can retreat to the main camp if the situation becomes dire. Are we to rely on other righteous factions? Seeing the crowd relax, Luo Mingyu added, I have already contacted other sects to ensure they keep an eye on our Tianyuan sect disciples in the Woolly Secret Realm. Our current disciples will not engage in battle. Since the sect leader is confident, we shall follow your arrangements. Zhang Tianqing concurred. We will comply with the sect leader's plans, the others chimed in. Luo Mingyu nodded and then stated, for this arrangement to send disciples to the Woolly Secret Realm, in addition to the elders originally responsible. I would like to ask Elder Ding to accompany them. The departure will be within the next 2 days, so please notify the disciples promptly. Ding Xianwen, in a businesslike manner, replied, I will adhere to the sect leader's orders. Luo Mingyu subsequently remarked that the machinations of the demon clan were indeed a cunning stratagem. Yet we must respond accordingly. In the forthcoming period, I urge all elders to refrain from venturing outside and to enter seclusion. Furthermore, I shall reach out to those elders who are away to ascertain if they can return post-haste. As Luo Mingyu's directives unfolded, the meeting came to a close. Oh, the sect has sent a message. Luo Miao suddenly noticed the transmission talisman flickering. Xiang Tunin seemed to harbor a foreboding sense of unease. What is it? Upon hearing the news, Luo Miao, her brow furrowed in confusion, stated, it seems we are to depart ahead of schedule within the next couple of days. We will receive a temporary notification regarding the departure time, so everyone must be prepared and stay in the sect to await further information. How sudden. Even the departure time is being announced at the last moment, Xiang Tunin mused, feeling a vague sense of apprehension. Well, I must hasten down the mountain. I aim to return by tomorrow morning, Luo Miao declared, rising abruptly and rushing towards the exit. Xiang Tunin hurriedly followed, searching for blood condensation pills within the system space. Why are you following me? Do you intend to leave as well? However, I am pressed for time and may not be able to take you shopping, Luo Miao lamented. I'm not here to delay you. I merely wish to escort you to the sect's entrance. You leave so abruptly, and who knows when we shall meet again. Let me accompany you a short distance, Xiang Tunin replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Miao felt a pang of sorrow. Their rare bond made parting all the more poignant. As they approached the main gate, the number of people increased, indicating that this unexpected news had caught many disciples off guard, prompting most to venture out for supplies. The towering gate loomed closer. I am leaving the sect, Luo Miao murmured, her heart heavy. Here, this is a healing elixir refined by a cousin of mine. Its efficacy is remarkable, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, presenting a vial of medicine. I don't need it. Luo Miao began to decline, but was interrupted by Xianxiaaudiobooks. It's beneficial even for those at the foundation establishment stage, and even for those at the golden course stage. I intended to use it for my own journey once I reach foundation establishment. Evidently concerned that Luo Miao might doubt him, he added, my cousin is quite busy, and I managed to procure some elixirs during our rare encounter. Since you are heading to the woolly secret realm, where I cannot assist you, please accept this medicine and repay me upon your safe return. Otherwise, it would seem you do not regard me as a friend. Seeing the resolute expression on Xianxiaaudiobooks' face, Luo Miao had no choice but to accept the elixir. Thank you for your kindness, junior sister. I shall repay you upon my return. Yes, remember to use it well, Xianxiaaudiobooks urged. All right, I'm off, Luo Miao said, shedding her reluctance and soaring towards the sect's exit. Chapter 35. The Breaking Infant Pill. As Luo Miao's figure vanished from view, a wave of emotion washed over Xianxiaaudiobooks. In these tumultuous times, even a proper farewell felt like a luxury. Each parting serves as a prelude to a better reunion. I must strive to improve myself. Regaining his composure, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly recalled that he had never checked in at the sect's main gate. He looked up at the grand stone archway, inscribed with the elegant characters Tianyuan sect, which shimmered with spiritual energy, unmistakably marking it as a significant location. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 upper-grade Breaking Infant Pill. As its name suggests, the Breaking Infant Pill aids in the advancement from Golden Core to Nascent Soul, breaking through the barriers of the Nascent Soul stage. With this pill, one could say that he had already set 1 foot into the Nascent Soul stage. The task now was to continuously elevate his cultivation until he reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered Luo Miao's impending departure, fearing he might miss any news from her, thus refraining from immersing himself in array crafting. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not contacted Long Mooching in quite some time amidst his preoccupation with carving paper talismans. He entered the mustard seed space, which had transformed from its former emptiness into a vibrant expanse of lush greenery, rows of spirit herb plants aligned harmoniously, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. At that moment, Long Mooching reclined in a rocking chair, gnawing on a spirit fruit as large as her head. As if sensing his presence, a dragon head suddenly froze. Master, you've come. Yes, it's been a while since I last saw you. I thought I would come in to check on you. By the way, where did you get this spirit fruit? Xianxiaaudiobooks scrutinized the space more closely. Long Mooching darted over to Xianxiaaudiobooks, nuzzling her large head against his arm, and pointed toward the end of the herb field, excitedly exclaiming, Master, look, I've planted numerous spirit fruit trees in here. The seeds came from the spirit fruits you gave me last time. I saved the pits and planted them without much care. Upon emerging from my seclusion, I discovered a bountiful harvest. As she spoke, Long Mooching suddenly soared into the air, twirling gracefully. Master, do you think I've grown? Do I look more beautiful now? I've reached the peak of the 6th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Soon I shall advance to the later stage. If that scoundrel returns, I'll be able to strike faster. Watching Long Mooching prance about, her eyes sparkling with a desire for praise, Xianxiaaudiobooks cleared his throat and generously offered his compliments. Ah, Mooching, you're already at the 6th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Remarkable, simply remarkable. You've grown. You used to be around 1.5 meters tall, and now you must be at least 2 meters. Even your scales seem more textured, he noted, his consciousness shifting into a humanoid form as he stepped to the edge of the herb field. The rows of vibrant spirit fruit trees stood laden with fruit, and tears of joy streamed from his eyes. Oh, Mooching, you've cultivated these spirit fruits splendidly. Look how large and round the fruits are on this tree. And see how pristine the fruits on that tree are, clearly untouched by pests. Long Mooching, ever perceptive, picked a dozen spirit fruits, cleansing them with her magic before presenting them to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Master, try these, they taste incredible. As Xianxiaaudiobooks eagerly devoured the fruits, he mumbled, Mooching, pick more. I want to take some with me, while extending an empty storage pouch. Of course, Master. Long Mooching cheerfully scampered off to gather more spirit fruits, her delight surpassing even her own consumption of them. In the blink of an eye, she had stripped the fruit from several trees, leaving only the verdant leaves behind. Enough. Mooching, that's too much. I can't eat it all. Just store it away. I can have fresh ones whenever I want, he urged, quickly halting her. Long Mooching promptly ceased her gathering, presenting the storage pouch like a prized treasure. Master, I've placed all the spirit fruits inside. If that is not enough, I'll gather more for you. Xianxiaaudiobooks surveyed the mustard seed space, checking on the cultivation of the spirit herbs, collecting those he deemed useful, and leaving behind a storage pouch filled with herb seeds and a dozen bottles of mid-grade elixirs he no longer required. Consider these as snacks. I came in a rush today. Once things settle down, I'll prepare something delicious for you, he said, affectionately patting Long Mooching's head. Yes, yes, she replied, her round, sparkling dragon eyes beaming with joy. Finally, Xianxiaaudiobooks cautioned her not to enter seclusion for cultivation, as the outside world was currently unstable, and she might be summoned at any moment. Chapter 36, The Return of the Man in Black. Upon returning to the outside world, Xianxiaaudiobooks tended to the spirit herbs in the mustard seed space, ensuring they were properly dried, rooted, and processed before categorizing them in the system space. Beholding the orderly rows of cabinets in the system space, each adorned with labels denoting various spirit herbs, he mused, indeed, this is the empire I have built. After meticulously preparing the spiritual elixir, Xianxiaaudiobooks ventured into the garden to harvest fresh spiritual vegetables, employing magic to water them. As the twilight deepened, he busied himself with washing and chopping, pondering how to prepare an abundance of meals for Luo Miao, so that she could pass the time during her journey. The ingredients filled the spacious kitchen, with the aroma of the previously steamed spiritual rice wafting through the air. Sensing that the time was ripe, Xianxiaaudiobooks divided the cooked rice into small portions and stored them while still warm in his spatial realm. Finally, he cranked up the heat to stir-fry a large pot brimming with ingredients, packaging them into small boxes for easy access when mealtime arrived. As the flurry of activity came to a close, night had completely enveloped the surroundings. He sent a voice message to Luo Miao, requesting her to inform him when she returned, so he could await her at the entrance to the sect. Reflecting on his resources, Xianxiaaudiobooks realized that his only means of countering the demon race were the Diamond Sutra and the relic. The recitation of the Diamond Sutra, imbued with his spiritual energy, remained relatively discreet, whereas the relic could incite chaos if revealed. To avoid trouble, he deemed it prudent to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The previously studied Great Emperor Sword technique and Flame of Catastrophe also offered opportunities to learn new techniques. Thus, Xianxiaaudiobooks resolved to temporarily halt his research on formation plates. As his current knowledge sufficed for the time being, he contemplated whether he could simultaneously enhance the Diamond Sutra with spiritual energy while employing offensive spells, theorizing that this dual approach might amplify their potency and maintain a semblance of stealth. With determination, he began layering formations in the courtyard to ensure his cultivation remained concealed from prying eyes and that no sounds escaped. As he recited the Diamond Sutra, the infusion of spiritual energy enveloped him in a soft golden glow. He experimented with guiding the Buddha light, using his spiritual energy, shaping it into various forms under his control. Suddenly, a flicker of spiritual light appeared, manifesting as a resplendent pale golden longsword in the air, resembling the Jinghong sword. Wielding the sword, Xianxiaaudiobooks executed a strike from the Great Emperor Sword technique. With a swift motion, a massive fissure opened in the ground, though its power was slightly inferior to that of the Jinghong sword. However, it proved remarkably effective against the demon race, albeit at a significant cost of spiritual energy. As he noted with concern, as the sword technique was unleashed, he felt a substantial drain of spiritual energy. This particular maneuver consumed double the energy compared to before. Once his energy was depleted, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, not merely from the loss of energy, but also from the mental strain of simultaneously reciting the Diamond Sutra while executing the sword techniques. Had it not been for his exceptional mind, he would likely have succumbed to a headache rather than mere exhaustion. He consumed a solidifying elixir to replenish his spiritual energy, then practiced the soul capture technique to restore his mental acuity. At the foot of the Tianyuan sect, the nighttime town buzzed with activity, for cultivators did not require sleep. Curiously, there seemed to be an unusually high number of practitioners present that night. In a quiet, obscure courtyard, figures clad in black flitted about silently. Inside, a cloaked figure spoke casually. "What is the situation outside? Have you ascertained the reason?" With a chilling voice and familiar garb, had Xianxiaaudiobooks been present, he would have recognized the person as one of the black-clad figures from the Night Cloak Library. A man dressed in black and masked replied respectfully, "Elder, I have learned that the Tianyuan sect is dispatching disciples to the Wooly secret realm in the coming days. Who is escorting them?" The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment, then suddenly knelt, his knees striking the ground heavily as he hastily explained, "Please forgive me, Elder. I feared alarming the enemy, so I captured only a low-level disciple of the Tianyuan sect who has no relevant memories regarding the escort." The cloaked figure snorted coldly, a wave of pressure emanating from him. The black-clad man suddenly felt weak and collapsed. Useless. Were it not for the current need for manpower, I would make you regret this. Depart. The black-clad figure licked the blood from his lips and quickly rose. Elder, I take my leave. The door creaked shut behind him. Brother, do not be angry. It is not worth your ire over a mere junior disciple. A sultry voice chimed from behind. A voluptuous and alluring woman emerged from an adjacent room, entwining her delicate arms around the cloaked figure. Her captivating eyes fixated on him. As he removed his hood, revealing a dark and charming visage, he extended a crimson tongue to lick his lips and pulled the enchanting woman closer, his hands wandering. Sister, I am fortunate to have your support, as well as that of the master. I do not understand why the elders of our clan are so timid, only daring to scheme from the shadows. The woman, entwined around him, replied, Brother, those elders are willing to strike at the disciples in the woolly secret realm. Even if they contribute, it will still fall to you to greet the demon lord. At that time, he will surely recognize your worth, and the elders will have no choice but to heed your command. As her hands roamed, she added, You are right, brother. Last time at the Tianyuan sect, I encountered a disciple wielding a relic. If we could acquire that relic, it would be a significant achievement. Indeed, sister, a relic that has not appeared in millennia is now in our grasp. The righteous disciples would surely be humiliated if they had to resort to violence. Should that time come, it will be up to you, sister. That disciple seems to be near the demon suppression tower and is only at the early stage of the golden core. If we encounter her, it will be a simple matter for you to subdue her. A glimmer sparked in Ain Rao's eyes as she coyly inquired, What does this disciple look like? Tell me more, brother. A mere golden core cultivator will be no challenge. A cold glint flickered in Lu Zhou's gaze, though he feigned urgency as he leaned closer to Ain Rao, saying dismissively, She is a girl, about 12 or 13 years old, and possesses a dragon-like creature. Her cultivation is low, you need not worry. That night, Lu Zhou, distracted, mistook the creature for a dragon. As true dragons were mythical beasts believed to be extinct in this realm, he assumed it to be a lesser dragon due to its size, but the relic was genuine. He decided to leave that matter to his sister, allowing himself to remain unencumbered. Ain Rao delicately tugged at Lu Zhou's belt, playfully urging, Brother, it is time to rest. After a night of cultivation, he awoke feeling rejuvenated. Checking the information from the communication talisman, he found that Luo Miao was on her way back to the sect. Xiang Tunin sprang to his feet, casting a cleansing spell before hastening to the sect's entrance. Chapter 37, Blood Enhancing Pill. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, Xiang Tunin did not yet see Luo Miao, but noticed disciples returning one after another. However, they all appeared to be in a hurry, likely unprepared and needing to make additional arrangements for their abodes. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiang Tunin began to sign in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 blood enhancing pill. The primary effect of the blood enhancing pill is to temporarily elevate one's cultivation level, allowing for an instantaneous ascension of one major realm. For instance, should Xiang Tunin, currently at the 7th level of the golden core, consume the pill, he would immediately attain the cultivation of a 7th level nascent soul, which could prove vital in a crisis. However, the drawback of the blood-enhancing pill is that its effects last only 15 minutes. After this time, the potency wanes, and the body will plunge into a state of weakness, requiring 3 months to recover. Understanding the merits and demerits of the blood fury pill, I perceive it as a gamble of sorts, for one cannot escape the reality of a sudden leap in cultivation level, albeit temporary. After a mere quarter of an hour, the ensuing weakness renders one vulnerable, yet it also presents a fleeting opportunity. Should fortune favor, it could facilitate an escape or even a counterattack. After much contemplation, I placed the blood fury pill at the forefront of my system space, ensuring its accessibility during critical moments, for this elixir remains indispensable in times of need. Having secured the blood fury pill, an inexplicable sensation washed over me once more. I would no longer be able to acquire treasures at the gates of the sect. Alas, another promising location had slipped away. Sister, I have returned. A familiar voice interrupted my musings. Glancing towards the bustling entrance, I pulled Luo Miao to a secluded corner and, with a swift motion, unveiled the prepared meal. A variety of small containers were neatly arranged upon the ground. Sister, I prepared this meal for you. Please put it away quickly, or it will cool down. Is there so much? No need to rush. If it cools, I can simply warm it with spiritual energy. Though she spoke lightly, Luo Miao hastily stowed the food in her storage pouch, cherishing her sister's thoughtful gesture. Is that all, sister? Have you merely come to deliver this meal? Luo Miao casually inquired. Observing the urgency etched upon her brow, it was evident that she was unprepared, prompting me to refrain from indulging in nostalgic reminiscences. Nothing else, sister. Please save some for brother. He is yet to taste my cooking. I have no other matters. You must prepare quickly. Should we depart suddenly, I may not have the chance to send you off. Do keep me informed. Luo Miao was indeed pressed for time. Every minute counted, and she wasted no words. After a nod of agreement, she hurried away. I returned to my small courtyard to commence tidying up. The meals I had prepared yesterday, aside from those designated for Luo Miao, included 2 portions, one for Long Mooching and the other for Uncle Zhang. Uncle, please sample my cooking. I presented the dishes directly upon the table. Zhang Tianqing remained in his usual nonchalant posture, slouched against the door, appearing drowsy. However, upon hearing my words, he promptly opened his eyes and surveyed the exquisite spread before him, the enticing aroma wafting into his nostrils. This little girl is quite thoughtful. The scent alone promises delightful flavors. Zhang Tianqing wasted no time, seizing chopsticks to dig in, indifferent to the curious gazes of the disciples in the library. Noticing my intention to continue tidying up, he called out, "Wait, girl. Uncle, is there something amiss?" I turned back, puzzled. He tossed a wooden plaque my way and remarked, "In light of your filial piety, this is the token of Mingyue Peak. You may practice there whenever you wish." I stood in stunned silence, perplexed by whether this was an invitation to become a disciple or merely a gesture of concern. Observing my bewilderment, Zhang Tianqing quickly clarified, "I see your dedication in cultivation. Mingyue Peak possesses abundant spiritual energy. As there are only the 3 of us there, feel free to find a quiet spot to establish your own retreat." Zhang Tianqing had sensed a connection with me from our first meeting, yet he also perceived that we lacked a true master-disciple bond. As cultivators advance, they occasionally gain insights into certain destinies. Thus, I pondered whether to voice my thoughts on this matter, but ultimately decided against it. It wasn't the core issue. I still had my humble courtyard to tidy, and the distance to and from was considerable. "Uncle, I still need to clean the library. While Mingyue Peak may be appealing, it is somewhat remote," I explained, noting that my system provided ample spiritual energy. Zhang Tianqing glanced at the meager offerings in the library and remarked, "Once this batch of disciples heads to the woolly secret realm, the library will be temporarily closed." Recalling the misfortune I had previously endured, he added, "The library will close starting tomorrow. You may cultivate peacefully at Mingyue Peak. Luo Miao holds affection for you, and establishing a retreat there would allow you to keep her company. Remember, cultivation is a long-term endeavor. Do not fixate solely on the present." I contemplated this as a fortuitous opportunity. Being alone at Mingyue Peak would allow me to cultivate without disturbance. Furthermore, given Uncle's implication that the library would be closing, it seemed the demonic forces were once again stirring, prompting the sect to protect its disciples by shutting the library. I realized it was wise not to rush forward with my limited capabilities. This indirectly confirmed that Uncle Ding had kept my secrets safe from others. Otherwise, he would have advised me to hide, for my relic was indeed a formidable weapon. "Thank you, Uncle. I shall head to Mingyue Peak to establish my retreat once I finish tidying up." I bowed in gratitude. "Knowing you are in need, here is a storage pouch for you." Zhang Tianqing tossed it my way, resuming his meal with an air of disinterest. Chapter 38. Liuzhou. After completing the cleaning of the library, I stored my essential items in the space, and, after nourishing the spiritual vegetables in the courtyard with spiritual rain, I layered the area with an illusory array before departing with peace of mind. I hurried to Mingyue Peak, hopeful that I might encounter Luo Miao and share this good news with her. Alas, at that very moment, Luo Miao had just left Mingyue Peak, making her way to Qifeng in search of suitable spiritual artifacts. Upon reaching Mingyue Peak, I first visited Luo Miao's courtyard, only to find a sign indicating her absence. Knowing she was not around, I resolved to explore Mingyue Peak for an appropriate place to settle. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, aside from the cave dwelling of our trio, there were only 2 shabby quarters for the menial disciples. It was no wonder that I had felt a sense of desolation during my last visit. The place was indeed sparsely populated. Counting myself, there were only 6 individuals residing on this mountain. After surveying the available spaces, I selected a spot relatively distant from the others, situated at the mountain's base. After all, the spiritual energy there was less concentrated than at the peak, and one would have to be foolish not to gravitate towards the summit to avoid attracting attention. This location at the mountain's foot remained conveniently close to Luo Miao, while still possessing a fair amount of spiritual energy. Once I had settled on the site, I recalled the item Zhang Tianqing had given me. Regardless of its level, it would suffice for my needs. Before long, a quaint courtyard emerged before my eyes, complete with its own array, clearly a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Such a substantial item must be worth a considerable sum, and I silently expressed my gratitude to Zhang Tianqing once again. Unbeknownst to me, the market value of such portable dwellings, while spacious, was quite low due to their simplicity and the lack of intricate craftsmanship. Moreover, cultivators seldom prioritized accommodations. They would rather invest their spiritual stones in pills or artifacts. As such, This item, while rare, was not particularly expensive. After a straightforward refinement process, the courtyard revealed 2 arrays, one for defense and another for illusions. Both were of a modest grade. The center of the courtyard was an open space, surrounded by simple rooms, all devoid of furnishings. Nodding in satisfaction, I chose a sunny, spacious room as my bedroom, unpacking my essentials from the storage space. Regrettably, I had forgotten to bring tables and chairs. I would have to retrieve those later. Busying myself with arrangements, the courtyard finally transformed into a livable space. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of my courtyard. "Sister, you have returned," I exclaimed, rushing to open the door. "Indeed. The menial disciple sent word of your arrival, and I was skeptical. I came to see for myself, and to my surprise, you've even constructed a courtyard," Luo Miao said with a beaming smile, her eyes glinting with playful mischief. "Isn't it better to arrive early so I can bid farewell to my senior sister?" Xiang Tunin remarked. "No need. As cultivators, we need not adopt the airs of naive maidens," Luo Miao responded with a dismissive wave of her hand, her demeanor earnest. As soon as she finished speaking, the communication talisman at her waist flickered. Glancing at it, she exchanged a bemused look with Xiang Tunin. "Junior sister, let us go. We must see off your senior sister. Shouldn't you prepare something?" Xiang Tunin inquired as he observed Luo Miao striding towards the entrance of Minghua Peak. "My belongings are all in my storage pouch. There is nothing to pack," Luo Miao explained. Upon arriving at the square, they found a considerable number of people already gathered. The promptness with which they had arrived indicated that many were well prepared. Without engaging in pleasantries, Luo Miao ascended onto the flying boat. Disciples from all directions soared towards it, most directly boarding the vessel, while only a few lingered on the square to exchange brief farewells before hastily departing. After approximately a quarter of an hour, no more disciples arrived, and the flying boat immediately activated and departed. The entire process took no more than 20 minutes, had it not been for Luo Miao's company. Xiang Tunin feared he might have missed the chance to see her off. As night gradually descended, the crowd in the square dispersed. Xiang Tunin recalled that he still needed a set of tables and chairs and hurried back to his small courtyard to retrieve them. After packing his things, he rushed towards Minghua Peak. In his haste, Xiang Tunin failed to notice that the library pavilion was unusually quiet that night. Shortly after his departure, a formation silently encircled the pavilion. Inside, Zhang Tianxing abruptly opened his eyes and smirked slightly. "Same old tricks, do you think us fools?" With a flick of his hand, a transparent jade talisman appeared, inscribed with a symbol of destruction. Were Lu Zhou to see it, he would recognize it as a breaking talisman, capable of dismantling myriad formations silently. Due to its status as a single-use consumable, its high cost and limited application rendered it scarce, as most lacked the resources to stockpile such items. Zhang Tianxing affixed the breaking talisman to the formation, and immediately, a large hole dissolved in the array. He transmitted a message and swiftly retracted the talisman, which turned to ash in his hand, causing the breach in the formation to restore itself as if it had never been altered. Chapter 39, Lu Zhou captured. On the back mountain of the sect, Luo Mingyu gazed at the communication talisman in his hand and scoffed. Do they truly think Tianyuanzong is easy to bully? They come again and again, unaware that this time they may not escape. The night was pitch black, devoid of a single breeze. Zhang Tianxing stood before the library pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glinting with sharpness. "Tonight, with no wind, all of you should emerge. I've tidied up. It's time for me to rest." The air shimmered, and Lu Zhou and Yin Rao materialized before him. "I thought it was someone formidable. It turns out to be the defeated one. How quickly you've recovered from your injuries," Lu Zhou remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Rao, recalling the last time he had been ambushed by this cloaked figure, nearly losing his life. He thought to himself that had it not been for his good fortune in obtaining the soul-returning herb, he would have been a mere memory by now. Zhang Tianxing's lips curled in a sneer. "So you are the rat from last time. How fortuitous that we can settle both old grievances and new ones. I shall send you on your way sooner than expected." With that, he waved his hand, and golden light illuminated the night as swords forged from golden spiritual energy materialized in the air. "Go." 12 swords surged towards Lu Zhou. He hastily retreated, conjuring a black fan to fend off the assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, while Yin Rao quickly scanned the surroundings but found no one except Zhang Tianxing. The search for the relic must be postponed for now. Controlling the formation with his consciousness, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed portals opening within it, and a stream of cloaked figures began to enter. In the blink of an eye, 12 black-clad individuals appeared. "We greet Elder Yin," they intoned. Yin Rao, her expression cold, commanded, "Hurry. We must open the demon suppression tower." As the black-clad figures and Yin Rao located the previous position, she unleashed an offensive spell. With a thunderous crash, the ground yielded a hole the size of a fist. How despicable! To use crystal stones as flooring, she spat. Crystal stones, a rare and extremely hard material, were not widely utilized. Who would think to use them for paving? Everyone attack. Those with attack talismans need not hold back. Yin Rao continued her assault. And though the hole in the ground expanded, their progress was painfully slow. Upon receiving the command, the black-clad individuals unleashed a barrage of light directly onto the ground, resulting in explosive detonations that shattered the surrounding earth, leaving a crater no larger than a basin. As Lu Zhou observed the scene, his expression darkened. Their ambush in the woolly secret realm had scattered their forces, and the choice to strike tonight, with so many in tow, had backfired. Noting Lu Zhou's distraction, Zhang Tianqing seized the opportunity to attack, thrusting a sword towards his heart. A wave of danger washed over Lu Zhou, prompting him to twist slightly. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, narrowly missing his heart. Cold-faced, Lu Zhou yanked the sword free, blood gushing forth as he hastily applied a healing pill to the wound, staunching the flow. "You forced my hand," Lu Zhou said, slowly unfurling his folding fan, its black surface adorned with enigmatic symbols that seemed to come alive. Eager to detach from the fan. It hurts so much." The runes on the fan writhed, emitting indistinct wails that sent chills down the spines of those who heard them. Zhang Tianqing's expression grew even colder. "You dare to use souls to refine your weapon? Such abominations deserve no mercy." With a flick of his wrist, countless golden swords materialized in the air. As the fan's runes detached, encircled Zhang Tianqing, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bind him." As the runes closed in, Zhang Tianqing felt his entire being immobilized, and the spiritual swords in the air dissipated. Devoid of power, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not budge. His eyes were fixed in place, his mind filled with various agonizing cries. A moment's inattention could lead to his descent into madness. Lu Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Old man, stop struggling. Surrender." Who is truly surrendering? A familiar voice echoed behind Lu Zhou. In that moment, the formation shattered, and the wind surged. Clad in white, Luo Mingyu surrounded the cloaked figures, unleashing an attack without hesitation towards several weaker disciples, which then transformed into a plume of black smoke. "Humph, trying to escape?" Luo Mingyu launched an attack with a flick of his wrist. Amidst a cry of despair, the black smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a pool of crimson blood. Luo Mingyu charged towards Lu Zhou, with other elders quickly joining the fray, and in the blink of an eye, the 12 black-clad figures, along with Lu Zhou, were subdued. The library pavilion returned to its tranquil state. Luo Mingyu furrowed his brow. "Elders, search Tainyuanzong. That demoness must still be within the sect." At this moment, within Mingyue Peak, Xiang Tunin was tending to spirit vegetables in his courtyard, contemplating planting more to provide dragon mooching with a hearty meal later. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke appeared in the courtyard, and a familiar aura sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 40, Yin Rao's Demise. "Mooching, come out." Xiang Tunin had yet to summon dragon mooching when a hand seized his neck, sharp nails pressing painfully against his skin. Yin Rao licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, surveying Xiang Tunin's gray servant robes. "I never expected that Mingyue Peak would be left with only servant disciples. Truly, the heavens are favoring me." As I gazed into the depths of my own eyes, an enchanting figure whispered in my ear, compelling me to succumb to its allure. This was a soul-binding attempt. Zhang Tunin quickly recalled the contents of the soul-capturing technique. The demonic clan was adept in soul manipulation, with a common method being a direct gaze to control one's actions. Zhang Tunin bit down on his tongue, his eyes glazing over, appearing as if he were under a spell. Within his consciousness, Yin Rao found it peculiar. The vastness of this mindscape was unlike that of a mere chi refinement practitioner, resembling more that of a golden core stage cultivator. Unable to comprehend, Yin Rao began searching for the source of Zhang Tunin's consciousness. Outside the mindscape, the two stood silently as a majestic azure dragon manifested before them, opening its massive jaws to fiercely bite down on the cloaked figure. Within the mindscape, Yin Rao sensed a sharp pain in the physical body, prompting her to hastily return. At that moment, Zhang Tunin quickly fortified his relic with spiritual energy, reciting the Diamond Sutra, causing a radiant golden light to envelop him. Had it not been for the formation, this brilliance would have undoubtedly revealed itself. Just as Yin Rao regained her senses and was about to assess the situation, searing pain erupted from her shoulder, where a significant wound had opened, blood streaming forth. Before she could retaliate, a golden light enveloped her, suppressing the demonic aura surrounding her. An enticing melody echoed in her mind, even suppressing her consciousness. Yin Rao stared incredulously at the young girl before her, astonished that she could recite Buddhist scriptures. "Mu Qing." Under Zhang Tunen's urgent command, transformed into a larger form, her massive jaws descending toward Yin Rao's neck. In a critical moment, Yin Rao deftly evaded, allowing Mu Qing to strike with her tail instead. Dragon, who are you? Yin Rao broke free from the control, staring in disbelief at Zhang Tunen. Although she had referred to a flood dragon, it had transformed into a true dragon, and the power of this relic was astonishing. Upon assessing her opponent's cultivation level, Yin Rao relaxed slightly. One was mid-yuan ing, the other a golden core. Regardless, even if it were a dragon, it should be subdued. Zhang Tunen understood that the previous ambush was their only opportunity to inflict harm, and he had missed the ideal moment. Now, a brutal battle awaited them. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhang Tunen swallowed a blood fury pill, feeling a surge of spiritual power coursing through him. His meridians aching as his cultivation soared to the 7th level of Yuan Ying. This little girl possesses quite a bounty, he mused, his eyes glinting with avarice. Extending his hand, a dark attack surged toward Zhang Tunen's visage. Master, be cautious. Mu Qing rushed in front of Zhang Tunen, shielding him. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound opened on the dragon's body, blood mingling with fragments of dragon scales. Once the blood fury pill fully dissolved, feeling the abundance of spiritual energy within, Zhang Tunen had no time to examine Mu Qing's injuries. He silently recited the Diamond Sutra, and in an instant, the radiance of Buddha surrounded him. Manipulating his spiritual power to form golden long swords, the swords sliced through the night sky, aiming for Yin Rao as Zhang Tunen soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of golden blades that enveloped her in a dazzling display. The dark aura emanating from Yin Rao was swiftly corroded by the golden light, and with successive sounds of piercing strikes, the golden swords penetrated her form, dissolving the demonic energy within her. The pain coursing through her was excruciating, not merely the sharp sting of wounds, but a searing agony akin to flames. This was the Buddhist doctrine's natural restraint against the demonic clan. Zhang Tunen dared not relent, summoning a massive sword to cleave toward Yin Rao, executing the entirety of the emperor's sword technique in one fervent surge. Meanwhile, Yin Rao regained her composure and began retaliating, the two exchanging lethal blows amidst a cacophony of explosions. Despite her injuries, Mu Qing bided her time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just as Zhang Tunen delivered another slash, Yin Rao was forced back, and Mu Qing seized her chance, delivering a powerful tail whip that struck Yin Rao squarely. Yin Rao was sent airborne, blood spilling from her mouth. At that moment, she was drenched in crimson. Zhang Tunen cast several formation plates, rapidly invoking spells as the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Yin Rao became ensnared by the formation. Outside the formation, he unleashed a barrage of spells to command the attack formation against Yin Rao, then swiftly slipped inside. Within the formation, Yin Rao felt a disorienting shift, the surroundings transforming dramatically, the dilapidated courtyard morphing into verdant mountains and clear waters, the night giving way to daylight. This was an illusionary formation. Suddenly, a golden sword materialized behind her, piercing through with a sickening sound. Enduring the pain, she withdrew the sword, her palm scorched by its brilliance, leaving a dark imprint. Abruptly, a series of golden swords appeared out of thin air. Some she evaded by instinct, yet most struck true. As a quarter of an hour passed, Yin Rao had still not sustained any critical injuries, her vitality as a mid-division spirit being remarkably resilient. Zhang Tunen, recognizing the necessity, produced 2 more formation plates, layering them to double the complexity of the formation, thereby exponentially increasing the consumption of spiritual energy. Yin Rao scrutinized the formation, testing the ground beneath her feet. The uneven texture felt remarkably like real stone. Suddenly, the scenery shifted again, revealing a pitch-black palace with familiar architecture. It was the Demon Palace. Yin Rao struggled to comprehend how the formation had altered so drastically. Outside the formation, Zhang Tunen observed Yin Rao lost in the illusion, and without a moment's hesitation, he drove a golden sword directly into her neck. The blade pierced with a sickening squelch, blood splattering onto his face, still warm with life. Ah! Yin Rao screamed in agony, her form recoiling from the illusion as spiritual energy surged chaotically around her. Zhang Tunen clenched his teeth, suppressing his discomfort. Withdrawing his long sword to thrust again toward her dantian, Yin Rao slowly collapsed, and Zhang Tunen's gaze remained fixed upon her, witnessing a spectral figure escape from her body. Do not kill me. I possess countless treasures. Just spare me, and they are all yours. Yin Rao's consciousness, realizing escape was futile, pleaded desperately. Unnecessary, Zhang Tunen replied, lifting his gaze and shattering Yin Rao's consciousness without a second thought. Simultaneously, in the distant demon realm, within the dark palace, An elder stared incredulously at the shattered soul plate in his hand. How could this be? Not a single fragment of the soul has returned. Who could have slain my disciple? Fear not, my apprentice. I shall avenge you. Regrettably, my disciple had only just ascended to division spirit, lacking even a single avatar. Otherwise, perhaps this time, he might have escaped calamity. Fortunately, the soul plate from Liuzhou remains intact. This cunning lad may not have brought his true self this time. A fireball spell incinerated the blackened corpse, and Zhang Tunin opened his storage bag, retrieving only spirit stones, placing them within the system space, a realm impervious to prying eyes. The demon clan's martial arts and weapons remained in the storage bag, awaiting the proper moment for disposal. As for Yin Rao herself, the demon clan's techniques were beguiling, and as long as she did not gaze upon them, no calamity would ensue. To avoid lingering troubles, Zhang Tunin instructed Mu Qing to dispose of the storage bag at the base of the sword cliff that very night. As soon as Mu Qing departed, Zhang Tunin collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 41, Repairing the Courtyard Wall. A profound sense of weakness enveloped him, and his cultivation had reverted to the 7th level of Golden Core. Following the recent battle, the courtyard lay in shambles. Aside from the surrounding walls, which sustained minimal damage due to the formation's protection, the rest was in disarray, newly planted spirit vegetable seedlings strewn about haphazardly. The once even ground was pockmarked with large craters, and the small house within the courtyard had sustained several significant breaches. The only solace for Zhang Tunin was that 2 of the courtyard's formations remained intact, suggesting that the recent skirmish had gone unnoticed. Grateful for his meticulousness, he had layered multiple formations within the courtyard. Otherwise, he would have been exposed, leaving him at a loss for how to explain the situation to others. Observing the surroundings, Zhang Tunin endeavored to harness the spiritual energy within. Yet the once abundant essence had been nearly depleted. His entire being felt immobilized, his consciousness waning, and a heavy fog enveloped his mind, as if he could succumb to slumber at any moment. Biting his tongue, he realized that the courtyard remained in disarray. He could not afford to lose consciousness. With great effort, he forced his large eyes to remain open. In the night sky, a green dragon materialized before him. Master, are you all right? Allow me to escort you back to your chamber, Long Muqing said, curling his tail around Zhang Tunin and moving toward the bedroom. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Please tidy up the courtyard in my absence, Zhang Tunin managed to convey, his awareness already beginning to dissipate. Do not worry, master. I will take care of it, Long Muqing reassured him, understanding their bond, knowing that Zhang Tunin was merely exhausted and required rest. Inside the room, Zhang Tunin lay quietly on the bed, as the surrounding spiritual energy gently began to infiltrate his body. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Long Muqing hastily attended to his wounds, the horrific injuries having ceased to bleed. He then sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, channeling his spiritual power to manifest 2 large hands that meticulously gathered the spiritual vegetables from the garden, leveling the ground, and finally replanting a variety of spiritual crops. The courtyard surface was largely restored, but the holes in the courtyard walls and the damaged structures posed a challenge for Long Muqing to repair. These matters could only await the awakening of his master. He too found a vacant room to rest, for without his master's permission, he could not freely enter or exit the space. It was destined to be a sleepless night in the courtyard, with disciples and elders rushing by outside, their chatter echoing in the air. Amidst a chorus of chirping birds, Zhang Tunin slowly opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming into the room, the memories of the previous night flooding back. He quickly assessed his condition. His internal spiritual energy had replenished somewhat, a blessing attributed to the chaos holy body bestowed by the system, which allowed for automatic absorption of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have awakened to an empty reservoir. In contrast, his consciousness recuperated at a slower pace. Although he felt somewhat improved compared to the previous night, the lingering sense of weakness and exhaustion persisted, making him feel as if he could sleep for 3 days and nights. Summoning Long Muqing within his consciousness, a sharp pain surged through his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. Muqing, he called. A shadow darted in, and Long Muqing nuzzled against him, expressing his grievances. Master, you have finally awakened. I have restored the courtyard, but I was unable to repair the damaged walls and buildings. Zhang Tunin lifted his head, affectionately stroking Long Muqing's head. I am feeling much better now. Complete recovery will take a few days. As for the walls, you need not worry. I shall handle it. Having abruptly succumbed to slumber the previous night, he had not taken the time to properly survey the state of the courtyard. He then instructed Long Muqing to guide him for a brief inspection. Stepping outside, he beheld the leveled courtyard, noting several holes in the walls and that 3 of the 5 houses had sustained damage. The debris from the destruction had been collected by Long Muqing and piled aside. Recalling the ability of this small courtyard to alter its size and repair itself when damaged, he decided to minimize the 5 rooms to 4, slightly reducing the size of the walls. Upon closer inspection, the changes were nearly imperceptible. To thoroughly eradicate any traces left by Yin Rao, Xiang walked around the courtyard with a relic, completely dissolving the demonic energy and infusing his own essence throughout the area. With his already weakened consciousness further depleted, he struggled to retract, long mooching into the space, succumbing once more to sleep. Within the Tianyuan sect, the search throughout the night yielded no sign of Yin Rao. Luo Mingyu furrowed his brow. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Tianqing replied with a grim countenance, expressing concern about a demon roaming freely within their sect. Recognizing that ordinary disciples would be no match for her. "If it comes to that, perhaps we should request assistance from the elders," one elder suggested hesitantly. "My junior brother and I will continue searching separately. If we cannot locate Yin Rao, we will have to trouble the elders," Luo Mingyu sighed. "Brother, such a course of action may invite criticism from the elders," Zhang Tianqing remarked, his face manifesting disapproval. "The safety of our sect cannot be compromised. Let us act swiftly. I have already informed Fu Yao to investigate the sect, and with the help of other elders, we shall soon uncover Yin Rao's whereabouts." "Indeed, brother, let us proceed," Zhang Tianqing urged. Chapter 42, Lu Zhou's Avatar. With a single command, Luo Mingyu and the others swiftly ascended in 4 directions, clutching a white jade pendant as they searched. Do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary pendant. It possesses the ability to sense the presence of demonic energy, even if one's cultivation is inferior to Yin Rao's. As long as they possess this pendant, her form will inevitably be detected. Outside Mingyue Peak, Fu Yao found no trace of demonic energy. Yet the pendant in her hand emitted a faint glow, indicating that Yin Rao had passed this way, leaving behind a trace. Following the pendant's guidance, Fu Yao pursued the trail until she reached Xiang Tunin's courtyard. As she observed the formation surrounding the courtyard, she discovered, to her surprise, that it was exceedingly complex. Being acquainted with Zhang Tianqing, she knew he had only taken on 2 disciples, suggesting that this courtyard likely belonged to a mere servant disciple. It was remarkable for a servant disciple to employ 4 or 5 formations, although the levels of these formations were not particularly high for her now. They were exceptionally intricate for someone of a lower rank. Could this be the handiwork of that demon? Yet, the formations appeared to be crafted using orthodox methods. Fu Yao, possessing not only exceptional alchemical skills but also a solid understanding of formations, was able to remain detached from mundane affairs within the sect. Rather than seeking to dismantle the formations, Fu Yao, utilizing her profound expertise, quietly navigated through the array and entered the courtyard. Standing amidst the courtyard, she regarded the jade pendant in her hand with intrigue. Although she could sense a hint of demonic energy outside, once inside, the pendant registered no response. Was it possible that Yin Rao had merely passed through this area? Sensing the presence of a chi-refining servant disciple within the room, Fu Yao's already indifferent expression grew colder. Just as she prepared to approach for a closer examination, her communication talisman suddenly flickered to life. Upon checking, she found it was a message from Luo Mingyu, instructing her to hasten to Jinya. Though she felt a twinge of curiosity towards Xiang Tunin, she recognized that this was not the moment for such considerations and promptly departed. Meanwhile, within the room, Xiang Tunin remained in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the visitor who had come and gone. On Jinya, several figures radiating an ethereal aura stood in wait. "Master, have we uncovered news of Yin Rao?" Fu Yao inquired hastily, her demeanor still one of cool detachment. Luo Mingyu, standing atop Jinya, observed the mist below with intent. "Indeed, I sense demonic energy beneath the fog. It appears that Yin Rao may have fled from this location. Zhang Shidi has already descended to investigate. We need only remain patient." Fu Yao scrutinized the mist below. Seeing nothing of note, Jinya was a unique locale. The mist beneath it obscured one's consciousness and restricted the spiritual energy of cultivators. Given its height, Jinya had served as a natural barrier for Tianyuan sect for many years. The sun hung high in the sky, yet the mist remained persistent. After what felt like an eternity, a familiar figure finally emerged from the haze. Zhang Tianqing produced a storage bag, its dense demonic energy causing the jade pendants worn by the others to emit an intense white light. Zhang Tianqing, under the watchful gaze of his peers, began to explain. The horizon bore no trace of Yin Rao, save for this storage bag. I have examined the bag, and indeed it belongs to Yin Rao. However, the consciousness within has dissipated, suggesting that she has met her untimely demise. I am left pondering who could have executed such an act. Who indeed? Within the Tianyuan sect. Aside from us, it seems an elder scrutinized the expressions of a few individuals and ventured, perhaps it was one of the esteemed elders who took action. Luo Mingyu. Having collected the storage bag, speculated that it was likely one of the sect's venerable elders who intervened, lamenting Yin Rao's misfortune that led her to such an end. Indeed, Zhang Tianqing provided a plausible explanation. It seems that Yin Rao encountered a venerable elder here, resulting in her complete annihilation. While the storage bag fortuitously fell into the abyss, although doubts flickered momentarily in Fu Yao's mind, she chose not to dwell on them. As long as the demon race was eradicated, the identity of the slayer mattered little. In her cool, measured tone, she stated, "Master, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Luo Mingyu nodded in acquiescence, accustomed to her demeanor. "Very well, we shall handle things here." The others present felt no surprise at Fu Yao's demeanor. In their hearts, her conduct epitomized that of a true cultivator, dedicated to cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters, yet unhesitatingly ready to act when the sect was in need, serving as a paragon for their kind. The remaining cultivators once again scoured the cliff of swords. Finding no anomalies, Luo Mingyu inspected the contents of the storage bag, discovering no useful information, only expressing his thoughts. This venerable elder possesses an intriguing disposition. Not a single spiritual artifact was taken, yet all the spirit stones vanished. One cannot say that a master at the spirit division level like Yin Rao was devoid of even a single spirit stone. She must have been plundered by that venerable elder. When it comes to the elders of the sect who cherish wealth, Luo Mingyu found it difficult to name any, as they were all his seniors, who tended to be quite generous in his presence. Once the others departed, Luo Mingyu and Zhang Tianqing made their way to the Tianyuan sect's prison. In the depths of the prison, a cage forged from mysterious iron stood, adorned with countless sealing talismans. The captive within was shackled by chains, a longsword piercing through his heart, continuously absorbing the dark demonic energy that oozed from the wound. A delicate face bore a cold smile as he fixed his gaze upon the two. "What, come to slay me?" Luo Mingyu shook his head. "You are merely a doppelganger. Killing you would not affect the well-being of your true self." "Ah, so you recognize I am but a doppelganger. Does that instill fear in you?" Lu Zhou grinned widely, a malevolent laugh escaping his lips. "Fear? I merely find your audacity remarkable. With such high cultivation for a doppelganger, it stands to reason that your true self has suffered considerable blood loss. I imagine it is currently hiding away to recuperate. The demon realm is no benevolent place. Be cautious that your true self does not fall prey to some indiscreet demon," Luo Mingyu remarked indifferently, as if discussing the day's meals. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's expression darkened, for the creation of this doppelganger had cost him significant vitality. His true self was now forced to remain hidden, unable to trust any demons. After all, he himself was not one to be trusted. To safeguard his true self's high cultivation, he had deceived Yin Rao into believing that her actions would be secure, ensuring she would not cultivate a doppelganger and would come directly as her true self. Regrettably, he had narrowly escaped this time, yet lost a valuable piece on the chessboard. "You do not intend to kill me? Do you plan on releasing this demon?" Lu Zhou sneered. "Release you? Never. You shall remain here indefinitely, until your doppelganger perishes or you reveal the secrets of the demon race," Luo Mingyu replied coolly. "Then prepare to wait, and wait well," Lu Zhou taunted, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Luo Mingyu, who had not held much hope from the outset, departed with a stoic expression. Aside from Lu Zhou being a doppelganger, the other 12 cloaked figures were not. They were indeed formidable foes who required thorough interrogation. Chapter 43. Luo Miao arrives at the woolly secret realm. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Xiang Tunan had regained a substantial portion of his consciousness, free from dizziness. The spiritual energy within him had fully replenished, and the previous surge in cultivation had inadvertently widened his meridians, enhancing the flow of spiritual energy within, even hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. It was no wonder that cultivators required trials to overcome their bottlenecks. Each life and death battle served as a catalyst for potential, and his recent victory was largely due to the opponent's underestimation, believing him to be merely a chi refinement stage cultivator. Even after ascending to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, the adversary remained overconfident. 2 other factors contributed to his success. Firstly, he had mastered techniques to counter the demon race and employed formations to confuse the enemy. Secondly, with Long mooching by his side diverting the opponent's attention, he was able to launch a successful ambush. Cultivation demands not only an unwavering courage, but also a humble and earnest attitude. One must not underestimate others, for one never knows when a genius capable of surpassing levels may emerge. Immersed in reflection upon his recent experiences, Xiang Tunan failed to notice the spiritual energy raging into his body, as the gathering formation intensified the density of spiritual energy in the room, which quickly became sparse. With insufficient spiritual energy within, the courtyard outside became inundated with a copious influx of energy, creating a subtle vortex around the small courtyard. This astonishing scene went unnoticed by anyone. Since his arrival, Xiang Tunin had instructed the servant disciples of Mingyue Peak not to disturb him, as he was under orders from Master Zhang to focus on his cultivation. A few days prior, the servants had observed him a few times, noting that he had not even stepped outside the courtyard door, appearing deeply engrossed in his practice. Moreover, as his chosen location was relatively distant from their living quarters, the journey back and forth seemed a waste of time, leading them to cease their concerns. The influx of spiritual energy continued unabated for a full hour, returning to normalcy without anyone the wiser. Xiang Tunin sensed that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, and it was only a matter of days before he would ascend to the 9th level. Settling his mind, Xiang Tunin suddenly realized that he had not contacted Luo Miao in several days. He wondered whether she had arrived, and if the demon race was still as rampant within the woolly secret realm. Just as he sent a message, he received a reply from Luo Miao, her familiar voice filling his ears. "Junior sister, we truly are in sync. I was just about to message you when yours arrived. We reached the woolly secret realm yesterday and have already reunited with senior brother. We are currently familiarizing ourselves with the base camp, and it is quite safe. By the way, senior brother and I had your cooking last night, and he sang your praises. Junior sister, this woolly secret realm is fascinating. It gathers disciples from various sects, and the marketplace is filled with a variety of goods. You must prioritize your cultivation. Once you arrive, I will take you on a tour." Hearing such a lengthy message, Xiang Tunin was momentarily at a loss for what to respond with. After some contemplation, he first inquired about Lu Yu, then assured her of his commitment to diligent practice. Having never visited the woolly secret realm, he found it difficult to imagine, and could think of no more to say. Within the woolly secret realm, the gathering place for righteous cultivators, the Tianyuan sect's base camp, had initially been shrouded in a pall of despondency following the previous demon raid that had inflicted heavy casualties on its disciples. However, since new disciples had arrived yesterday to replace the injured, the camp was now filled with the lively chatter of newcomers. Observing Luo Miao animatedly introducing the woolly secret realm to Xiang Tunin, Lu Yu felt his demeanor soften, as if the setbacks he had recently faced were being soothed. Sensing Lu Yu's gaze, Luo Miao tugged at his arm, shaking him playfully. "You said last night that you would take me to explore the marketplace today." Lu Yu ruffled Luo Miao's hair, but she deftly evaded his hand. Luo Miao pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Senior brother, I am no longer a child. Please refrain from ruffling my hair, as it ruins my hairstyle." Lu Yu cast a glance at his empty palm, his serene expression seemingly unchanged. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. "My junior sister has grown up and should have her own thoughts. I shall refrain from such gestures in the future." Oblivious to this, Luo Miao cheerfully tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, exclaiming, "All right, senior brother, let us hurry and set out. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to explore." Chapter 44, the 9th layer of the Golden Core. Having confirmed Luo Miao's safety, Xiang Tunin resolved to return to the library pavilion to ascertain its status, whether it had reopened, and if there was any need for cleaning. As he made his way to the library pavilion, the already desolate path seemed even quieter, suggesting that the pavilion remained closed. Upon arrival, he found the heavy door firmly shut and the place devoid of any presence. Xiang Tunin's gaze swept across the area, sensing a concealed formation surrounding the pavilion. What he perceived was merely an illusion. Although the previous encounter with Lu Zhou and others had resulted in a swift subjugation, it inevitably led to a skirmish that had damaged part of the pavilion, which was currently undergoing repairs. The crystalline floor, shattered during the altercation, required meticulous restoration due to its hardness. Zhang Tianxing, perceiving Xiang Tunin's scrutiny from outside the formation, sent a message, advising her to focus on her cultivation and assuring her that he would notify her once the library pavilion reopened. After receiving the message, Xiang Tunin promptly returned to Mingyue Peak to complete her daily sign-in. Since her arrival at Mingyue Peak, her sign-in rewards had consistently been solidifying elixirs. Fortunately, these elixirs were beneficial even for cultivators at the nascent soul stage, making it wise to stockpile them. In the subsequent days, Xiang Tunin dedicated herself to consolidating her cultivation, aiming to elevate her prowess to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core, while also preparing for her advancement to the nascent soul stage. Each ascension necessitated a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and since her previous elevation to the Golden Core had taken 3 days, she estimated that her transition to the nascent soul would require approximately 10 days of uninterrupted focus. She possessed an abundance of spiritual elixirs, and, with the aid of a spirit gathering array, could arrange a formation using spirit stones to prevent fluctuations in spiritual energy. Another consideration was the need for introspection during her ascension to the nascent soul, as one must contemplate their own path. The chaos formula contains some guidance on this matter, emphasizing that each individual possesses their unique path, and a resolute heart would generally see one through this challenge. To ensure thorough preparation, Xiang Tunin decided to visit the library pavilion for relevant literature. The challenge remained in guaranteeing that she would not be disturbed during this period. In addition to setting up the formation, she could have Long Mooching act as her guardian, though she feared an unexpected visit from Master Zhang. After some contemplation, she could not devise a satisfactory plan. Thus, Xiang Tunin resolved to focus intently on her cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core. The days passed with Xiang Tunin's routine consisting of sign-ins, cultivation, and occasionally watering the spiritual vegetables in her courtyard, making her life both leisurely and fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, and her cultivation had advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core. Aided by the elixirs, simultaneously, the library pavilion had completed its repairs and reopened its doors. After receiving a message from Master Zhang, Xiang Tunin decided to engage in some physical activity for a few days to calm her mind before seeking a suitable opportunity to retreat and break through to the nascent soul. It is time to resume my duties, she thought, as she adjusted her cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Master Zhang, I have arrived. She greeted him before commencing her routine cleaning tasks. Zhang Tianqing glanced at her cultivation level and smiled, saying, "It seems the spiritual energy at Mingyue Peak has proven beneficial for you. You have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. That is thanks to your guidance, Master. I feel on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer. I plan to enter seclusion soon to focus on my advancement," Xiang Tunin proclaimed, striking a proud pose. Observing her youthful demeanor, Zhang Tianqing suddenly realized how much she had matured. In just a year, she had grown significantly, transforming from a frail child into a young girl of 13. He casually remarked, "Indeed, this little girl has truly become impressive, nearing the 6th layer soon." Understanding that Zhang Tianqing was merely jesting, Xiang Tunin chuckled nonchalantly and returned to her duties. Today marked the library pavilion's reopening after a month-long closure, leading to an unprecedented influx of disciples eager to find the materials they needed. Amidst the crowd, a familiar face caught her eye. "Wu, senior brother. It has been a while." Xiang Tunin greeted him with a bright smile, glancing at Wu Long's cultivation, which had already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Wu Long grinned sheepishly and replied, "Junior sister, I'm on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer. However, I feel as though there is an invisible barrier preventing my progress, so I came to the library pavilion to seek a solution." Indeed, the chores assigned to the miscellaneous disciples were quite taxing, lacking technical complexity, which hindered their learning and, combined with their inferior spiritual roots and lack of guidance, resulted in a slower cultivation pace. However, the silver lining was that if they persevered for 3 years and passed the assessment, they could become outer disciples. Given Wu Long's appearance, he seemed to be around 18 or 19, likely having started his journey later than others. Xiang Tunin felt a connection to Wu Long, appreciating his character and recalling the assistance he had provided her in the past. Thus, she tentatively suggested, "Senior brother, why not purchase a high-grade strengthening essence pill and give it a try?" Wu Long, startled by her suggestion, quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure no one overheard their conversation. Then whispered, "Junior sister, please do not speak so recklessly. I do not possess that many spirit stones." Not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, Xiang Tunin promptly pulled Wu Long to a secluded corner, away from prying eyes. "Senior brother, if you truly desire it, I can sell you one at a discounted price," she offered. Seeing Wu Long's eyes light up, she quickly added, "I only have 2, and they were gifted to me by a senior sister. I cannot sell more than this, as I wish to keep one for myself." Wu Long eagerly nodded. "Junior sister, even one would make me content. I dare not wish for more. Just let me know the price, and I will see if I can afford it." Xiang Tunin quoted a price at half the usual rate, and Wu Long immediately produced the spirit stones to pay, expressing his gratitude profusely as he left with a sense of joy. Chapter 45, The Birth of the Nascent Soul. After 5 consecutive days of cleaning the library pavilion, Xiang Tunin had immersed herself in the writings of many predecessors, concluding that the path to understanding one's Tao lies in intuition. When the moment arrives, the heart will naturally recognize the way. Having prepared thoroughly over these 5 days, she felt ready and at ease. Unable to think of a suitable excuse, she informed Zhang Tianqing that she sensed she was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement and wished to return to intensify her efforts. Gaining his approval, she eagerly prepared to depart. Just as she stepped out, she spotted Wu Long approaching with a broad grin. "I have reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, the later stage of qi refinement," he exclaimed. "Thanks to you, junior sister. Congratulations, senior brother. Foundation establishment is within reach." Xiang Tunin quickly replied, offering her heartfelt congratulations. Hee hee, thanks to your good fortune, I have brought you a token of appreciation. Knowing you enjoy cooking, I have gathered some spiritual vegetables for you. Please accept them without hesitation. Wulong presented her with a storage bag. Xiang Tunin thought to herself that spiritual vegetables were not particularly valuable, so she graciously accepted the gift. After transferring the vegetables to her own storage bag, she returned the empty one to him. Upon inspection, she realized that Wulong was indeed a genuine person. The contents of the storage bag would suffice for her meals for an entire month. The preparations made by my senior brother are quite abundant. For someone like me who only indulges occasionally, these spiritual vegetables could sustain me for an entire year. My senior brother has truly gone above and beyond. Junior sister, you are being too courteous. It is through mutual exchange that relationships endure, Wulong said, scratching his head innocently. Observing that Xiang Tunin had collected his spiritual vegetables, he felt a sense of relief. It is never pleasant to owe someone a favor. As Xiang Tunin pondered over the matter, he resolved to head to the small courtyard on Mingyue Peak to prepare for his advancement to the Yuanying stage. The entire peak was enveloped in a formation, and currently, only 2 servant disciples and Master Zhang had the privilege of entering and leaving freely. Master Zhang had already informed him, and a brief word to the 2 servant disciples would ensure they wouldn't disturb him. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, Xiang Tunin first informed the 2 servant disciples of his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation. He then updated the formation of the courtyard. The innermost part of the small courtyard was arranged with a gathering formation using mid-grade spirit stones, while the middle layer was a defensive formation capable of preventing the overflow of spiritual energy, and the outermost layer was an illusory formation. This illusion formation had been upgraded and was now far more intricate, such that even ordinary Yuanying cultivators would find it difficult to breach. With everything prepared, the moon gradually ascended into the night sky, and the tranquil atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, calming the hearts of all. Inside the room, under the influence of the gathering formation, the spiritual energy had thickened into a mist-like state. Xiang Tunin sat quietly, repeatedly circulating his cultivation method, as the abundant spiritual energy filled his dantian. Outside the room, Long Muqing lay obediently at the door, sensing his master's steady aura, which eased his own demeanor. Once his master emerged, he too would return to the space for cultivation, striving to advance to the late Yuanying stage. Otherwise, should his master surpass him, how could he protect him? Time passed swiftly, and the morning sunlight bore a hint of chill. After a night of cultivation, Xiang Tunin found himself in optimal condition. It was now time to consolidate his Yuanying. He envisioned the shape of his inner golden core in his mind, manipulating it to change form. This step required patience, as everyone's initial progression varied. Some might emerge with their head first, while others with their feet, determined to seize the moment. Xiang Tunin decided to tackle the most challenging aspect first, manifesting a human head. With a continuous influx of spiritual energy and heightened concentration, he directed the subtle changes in his dantian. He first formed an oval sphere above the golden core, gradually etching facial features, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Once the features were established, he advanced to the hair, and as strands began to materialize, a complete head took shape. Upon completion of the head, Xiang Tunin sensed that the spiritual energy in the room was nearly depleted, prompting him to consume the breaking infant pill. The rich spiritual energy surged back into his body, softening the golden core, which could now be molded with gentle pressure. Next came the growth of limbs and body. With the aid of the breaking infant pill, this became significantly easier, as everything unfolded naturally. The golden core, which had been spinning energetically, transformed into a small figure, its features mirroring those of Xiang Tunin. With a mere thought, the figure opened its eyes, curiously examining itself, stretching its hands and kicking its feet. It was a peculiar sensation, as though he were in control, yet distinctly different. After indulging in this playful exploration for a while, Xiang Tunin withdrew his focus, realizing he had completed the majority of his advancement to Yuanying. Next came the inquiry into the Tao. To break through to Yuanying, one must ascertain their own path. Each person's Tao is unique, rooted in their innermost desires and spiritual roots. Only upon successfully inquiring into the Tao does one truly become a Yuanying cultivator, commonly referred to as a true immortal. Not long after attaining Yuanying, an inexplicable force began to draw his consciousness towards the heavens. Under this influence, his consciousness seemed to transcend this realm and entered an expanse of void, surrounded by a galaxy of stars, with only his consciousness present. Who are you? A voice of authority echoed in his ear. I am Xiang Tunin, he replied, neither humble nor arrogant. What is the Tao? The voice inquired further. It is the essence of all things, the unity of everything that exists and does not exist, all adhering to a certain principle without exception. It is the foundation of change, neither born nor extinguished, formless and unmanifested, without beginning or end, encompassing all. Its origin is nameless, unknown as to whose progeny it is. Referred to as the Tao, Xiang Tunin thought of a formal response. The voice seemed displeased, growing more authoritative and penetrating. What is the Tao? Xiang Tunin hesitated for a moment before replying. I believe the Tao of a cultivator is their true heart. To cultivate is to cultivate the true heart. Each person's desires differ, thus the Tao they seek is inherently distinct. And what is your Tao? The voice softened slightly. Xiang Tunin reflected for a moment. Since he began his cultivation, he had harbored few desires, seeking only to enhance his abilities for self-preservation, to explore higher realms, or perhaps to find his way back home. Ultimately, what he sought was a carefree existence, grounded in oneself rather than external possessions. My Tao is the Tao of freedom. I wish only to live freely in accordance with my true heart. As his words fell, the starlit sky erupted with falling stars, shattering the dark night into fragments. Xiang Tunin's consciousness returned to his body. Just as he grasped his physical form, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy rushing in, continuously absorbing it. While the yuanying within him mirrored this action, its exterior becoming smooth and refined under the nurturing of the spiritual energy. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the spiritual energy finally settled, and the yuanying was fully formed. Chapter 46. The Sect Competition. As the door swung open, Xiang Tunin had yet to steady himself when a flash of movement occurred. Long Muqing was rubbing his large head against him. Congratulations, Master, on your advancement to yuanying. Master, you have been in seclusion for half a month. If it weren't for our contract, knowing you were safe, I would have been unable to resist rushing in to check on you, Long Muqing exclaimed. Xiang Tunin absent-mindedly stroked Long Muqing's head, astonished by the passage of half a month. Has it truly been that long? You were at a critical juncture in your breakthrough, naturally unaware of the passage of time. By the way, Master, this morning, those two servant disciples came to the courtyard, saying Master Zhang was looking for you. Long Muqing suddenly recalled and promptly stated. Those two Qi refinement stage servants wouldn't dare disturb me, but that old man is not to be trifled with, especially since I cannot match him in strength. Xiang Tunin replied. Master Zhang is looking for me? Xiang Tunin furrowed his brow. Master Zhang rarely sought him out. Could there be an issue? Or had the previous matter been exposed? Adjusting his cultivation to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he hurriedly made his way to the library hall. Master, I have arrived. Did you send the servant disciples to look for me for something important? Xiang Tunin inquired with an innocent demeanor. Master Zhang smiled slightly. It is indeed good news. Recently, too many disciples have ventured to the woolly secret realm. The sect plans to promote several disciples and is organizing a grand sect competition to select both outer and inner sect disciples. You should give it a try. Is that all? I thought it was something urgent, Xiang Tunin replied, her expression showing mild disappointment. Master Zhang, observing Xiang Tunin's demeanor, understood that she was not anxious at all and explained with a hint of exasperation. You, little girl, are not even the slightest bit worried. The registration for the sect competition ends in 5 days, and today is the final day. If it weren't for your diligent cleaning, I wouldn't even bother with you. Today is the last day? Thank you, Master, for the reminder. Where do I register? I must hurry, Xiang Tunin urged. Internally, she couldn't help but grumble. This would disrupt her tranquil cultivation, yet not participating would be unacceptable. Who wouldn't want to ascend the ranks? Seeing the girl genuinely anxious, Master Zhang refrained from further delay, instructing Xiang Tunin to quickly head to the task hall to register. As Xiang Tunin arrived at the mission hall, he observed a throng of miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples gathered outside, engrossed in something intriguing. Pushing through the crowd, he discerned that their attention was fixed upon 2 stone tablets inscribed with the names and abilities of the participating disciples. One tablet recorded the names of the outer disciples, while the other listed those of the miscellaneous disciples. Upon perusing the latter, he spotted the names of Wu Long and Hua Yu. To his surprise, Hua Yu had also reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, suggesting that this young girl had indeed encountered her own share of fortuitous opportunities. The number of participants for the upcoming competition seemed to dwindle, prompting Xiang Tunin to hastily register. After doing so, he glanced at the stone tablet once more and noticed his own information had been added, Qi refinement level 6. After a moment of reflection, he identified a potential loophole. One could easily declare their own cultivation level, yet it was inevitable that some might conceal their true strength, masquerading as weaker opponents. However, he realized that he might have overthought this. Most disciples aspired to exceed expectations, seeing themselves as the rare dark horse, and few would choose to hide their prowess. Furthermore, with elders present to observe the matches and possibly recruit disciples, any display of strength would be scrutinized. Upon reviewing the competition rules, He learned that the sect's tournament would consist of 2 rounds, the first being a chaotic melee, followed by one-on-one duels in the second. The melee was set to commence in 3 days, featuring over 1,000 participants, from which only 200 would advance to the next round. In this melee, all registered disciples would converge on a combat platform, randomly selecting opponents to battle until only 200 remained. This chaotic skirmish would not only test the cultivators' abilities but also their skill in discerning allies, as victory often depended on finding suitable partners, unless, of course, one possessed overwhelming strength. Moreover, luck played a crucial role in such a free-for-all. The sect asserted that the whims of fortune were a form of skill. Some were born with single spiritual roots, while others boasted 5, rendering the outset inherently unequal. What mattered was striving to enhance one's own capabilities. The competition permitted participants to carry talismans, formations, spiritual tools, and spirit beasts that did not exceed their own cultivation level. It was only logical. A chi refinement cultivator wielding a formation meant for golden core practitioners would be virtually invincible. After meticulously ensuring he had overlooked nothing, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to leave, mulling over whether to navigate the waters discreetly or to unleash his full potential. He considered that, with the resources provided by his system, he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation materials, elixirs, techniques, spiritual tools, or spirit beasts. As long as he remained inconspicuous, he could quietly cultivate into a formidable figure and eventually ascend to higher realms. He saw little reason to draw attention within the sect, as it would only invite complications and demands from others, efforts better spent on training. His primary concern was the risk of being discovered by hidden masters within the sect. At merely 13 years of age, as a nascent soul, he undoubtedly possessed immense opportunities. The thought of being captured and interrogated by those with ulterior motives sent a shiver down his spine. After some deliberation, Xianxiaaudiobooks resolved to adopt a cautious approach, reluctantly settling into the outer sect, where he would no longer be burdened with daily chores and could devote himself to extended periods of secluded cultivation. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he could practice diligently without feeling the passage of time. For this competition, group formation was essential, and the only chi refinement cultivator he knew capable of forming a team was Wulong. Xianxiaaudiobooks promptly sent him a message expressing his desire to team up. Subsequently, he informed Zhang Tianqing of his registration and preparations for the tournament, without needing to be prompted. Zhang Tianqing assured him to focus on the competition and not to worry about cleaning the library. Chapter 47. Crafting a Clone. Wulong was equally forthright, readily agreeing and mentioning that he had also recruited 2 other miscellaneous disciples, both possessing commendable cultivation levels. With the team assembled, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to fret. While he believed that concealing his cultivation would evade the scrutiny of the sect's elders, any display of power would inevitably reveal him, unless he could find a method to adjust his level to that of the chi refinement stage. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled the clone technique he had encountered in the soul-capturing technique. Typically, a cultivator could only practice cloning upon reaching the spirit-severing stage. However, the majority of cultivators refrained from pursuing this path for a simple reason: ascending to the higher realms was paramount, and creating a clone necessitated the separation of a fragment of one's consciousness, coupled with the expenditure of personal spiritual energy and essence to form a new body. A clone with high cultivation would demand significant depletion of the original's resources, while a lowly clone would prove of little use, rendering it more practical to command one's disciples. Generally, cultivators at the spirit-severing stage were driven to create clones for 2 reasons: aging and the realization of stagnation in their own advancement, prompting them to train clones for their descendants, or the need to venture into perilous territories, fearful of their own demise. Contemplating this, Xianxiaaudiobooks recalled the shadowy figure he had vanquished not long ago, Yin Rao, a spirit-severing cultivator, likely utilizing a clone. If her true self were to encounter him, she might very well seek vengeance. Yet, with the recent disturbances caused by the demonic forces, he anticipated a period of relative tranquility ahead. He would meet challenges as they arose, embracing the flow of fate. While most cultivators required the spirit-severing stage to cultivate clones, the methods outlined in the soul-capturing technique permitted nascent soul practitioners to undertake such endeavors. Moreover, the cloning process detailed within the technique was remarkably authentic. With a clone in hand, even if he did not ascend to the inner sect, he could leave the clone to handle the library duties while he retreated to cultivate or sign in at other locations. Due to his frequent presence at the same spots, Xianxiaaudiobooks had not acquired anything of merit from his sign-ins in quite some time. Following the instructions for crafting a clone outlined in the soul-capturing technique, he learned that he would need a drop of his blood, a fragment of his consciousness, and his own spiritual energy to create a clone. The initial step involved forming the body, which required not only his blood and spiritual energy, but also some common materials for crafting. Since the clone he intended to create would possess a lower cultivation level, he did not require particularly rare materials. In contrast, if he were to craft a clone at the spirit severing stage, he would need precious and hard-to-find materials. Though these crafting materials were readily available, Xiang had not considered refining tools before, and thus he had none on hand. With everyone preoccupied preparing for the sect competition, he hesitated to trouble Wulong for assistance. Reluctantly, he turned to the system space, hoping to find something of use among his past sign-ins. Upon examining the stone crystals laid out before him, he sighed in exasperation. The only crafting material he had obtained through the system was stone crystal. While stone crystals were commendable crafting materials, transforming them into a clone posed its own challenges. Moreover, creating a solid clone at merely the 6th level of qi refinement would be illogical. After much contemplation, Xiang resolved to proceed with the stone crystal for his clone, as he had no other viable options. Fortunately, having recently advanced to the nascent soul stage significantly bolstered his strength. Otherwise, the task of refining stone crystals alone would have been arduous. Refining stone crystals differed from alchemy, requiring precise control over the flames, and the melting point did not need to be excessively high. In contrast, stone crystals necessitated high-temperature flames for melting. In the alchemy chamber, Xiang set up a fire-gathering formation and placed a fist-sized stone crystal upon the flames, allowing it to gradually melt. A full day passed before the stone crystal began to soften, and Xiang carefully infused his spiritual energy, manipulating the crystal to morph into a humanoid shape. By the following day, he held in his hands a humanoid figure crafted from stone crystal, which bore a resemblance to himself, albeit in a much smaller form, resembling a doll. Next, one must drip their essence blood onto the humanoid crystal and then attach a thread of divine consciousness to it. With a drop of essence blood forced from the fingertips, it lands upon the humanoid crystal, and Xiang feels a faint connection forming with the crystal. Gathering his resolve, he endures the excruciating pain of separating his consciousness and manages to extract a sliver of divine awareness, his small face turning pale with discomfort. He then affixes this fragment of consciousness to the avatar. As soon as it nears the humanoid crystal, it is drawn inside. Finally, he casts a special incantation. Just as he completes the spell, the humanoid crystal flickers with spiritual light and transforms into a lifelike figure. The two share glances, with one looking up and the other kicking their foot, creating a peculiar sensation that feels both autonomous and not. Confirming the avatar's functionality, Xiang hastens to his chamber to cultivate. The 2 days and nights spent crafting the avatar have drained him considerably, and the subsequent loss of a drop of essence blood or divine awareness necessitates a period of recovery. While his true self immerses in cultivation, the avatar prepares for the sect competition, embodying a genuine practitioner at the 6th level of qi refinement. Chapter 48, Team Combat. In this round of the sect competition, Xiang need only perform at the level of a 6th tier qi refiner. First, he prepares the necessary array plates and spiritual tools. The use of the Jinghong sword, a superior grade spiritual weapon, would be somewhat ostentatious. Even practitioners at the nascent soul stage would find it sufficient. It would draw too much attention for a qi refinement practitioner to wield such a sword, so he resolves to engage unarmed. As for the array plates, he decides to bring several, as he had engraved many during his practice. He retrieves around 10 array plates suitable for the qi refinement stage. Without a spiritual weapon, the array plates will serve as his arsenal. He should prepare adequately. The competition is set for tomorrow morning, leaving him some time. Xiang carves out a dozen more array plates, all primarily of an offensive nature. Lastly, he organizes his medicinal pills, which include superior grade pills along with the medium grade pills distributed monthly by the sect. To avoid complications, he opts to utilize these medium grade pills. After gathering all the prepared items into a storage bag, he senses his true self diligently cultivating and thus carelessly succumbs to sleep. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiang hastens to the competition platform. The usually tranquil arena is now bustling with excitement. The previously scattered small platforms have vanished, replaced by a grand stage, evidently designated for this competition. According to the rules, the first round for the servant disciples occurs this morning, while the outer disciples will compete in the afternoon. Thus, though the platform is crowded, most participants are clad in gray servant robes, with a few outer disciples drawn in by curiosity. It has been a while since his last visit. He promptly checks in. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, 1 vial of blood condensation pill. Xiang sighs in resignation. It seems the development of new territories is imminent, yet any reward is better than none. And he quickly stows it in his storage bag. Following Wulong's directions, he soon locates the group. From a distance, he spots Wulong, Huayu, and a lean, dark-skinned man, Greetings, senior brother Wu. Xiang Tunin greets him. Wu Long nods and introduces Xiang Tunin to the others. This is the Xiang Tunin I mentioned. Also at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Xiang junior sister, this is Hua Yu. You two should be familiar with each other. She is also at the 6th level. The remaining individual is Li Xian, who, like me, is at the 7th level. Li Xian nods in acknowledgement, while Hua Yu maintains an aloof demeanor, her expression only flickering when she hears Xiang Tunin's cultivation level, otherwise remaining indifferent. Xiang Tunin does not seek to make himself uncomfortable and engages in light conversation with Wu Long, gleaning insights into each individual's strengths. Wu Long is adept in defense. Hua Yu specializes in alchemy, and Li Xian excels in offense, while Xiang Tunin briefly mentions his proficiency in arranging formations. Surveying the surrounding servant disciples, he notes that most are above the 6th level of Qi refinement, with few at the 9th level. Those below the 6th level are understandably hesitant to take risks, as their chances of success are slim. The competition is about to commence. All participants are requested to swiftly ascend the platform. A stern voice from a nascent soul elder resonates clearly, reaching every ear in attendance. The throng of servant disciples quickly ascends the platform, despite over 1,000 participants. The spacious arena still feels vast. The 4 from Xiang Tunin's group take flight to a corner of the platform, where Xiang Tunin observes Wu Long, who is prepared with a defensive formation. The competition begins now. With the declaration, the arena erupts into a cacophony. Various offensive spells unfold on the platform. Most participants band together, while a few remain isolated, often targeted for elimination, with some seeking personal vendettas amidst the team battles. Xiang Tunin establishes a defensive formation the moment the competition commences, encircling the 4 of them to prevent any accidental injuries. Hua Yu glances at him, surprised by his ability to set up a formation in an instant. Wu Long watches the fray with keen interest, noting that some onlookers are beginning to glance their way. Come on, let's venture out. Li Xian urges Wu Long, promptly brandishing a slender sword, typically favored by women, though not commonly wielded by men. Wu Long grins. Let us go? His weapon, a diminutive medicinal cauldron, has yet to transition to a combat form. Be cautious. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately. A typical attack should be manageable, Xiang Tunin advises with a smile. Hua Yu ponders for a moment, then produces a medium-grade spiritual weapon with a polite, "Thank you for your assistance, senior brothers." No problem, Wu Long waves dismissively. The trio steps outside the formation, positioning themselves back-to-back in a triangular formation about 10 meters away, clearly demonstrating their synergy from frequent combat experience. They charge toward a solitary disciple, who, left with no options, can only fend off a few strikes before despairingly leaping off the platform. Remaining participants, 9,362, announces a nearby disciple. As each participant is eliminated, others outside the platform diligently tally the numbers, consistently reminding everyone to take action. Though Wu Long feels a twinge of guilt, the nature of the competition necessitates such outcomes, and the upcoming battles promise to be arduous, as most isolated individuals have already been dealt with. Next, the trio seeks out teams of 2 or those with lower cultivation than their own, employing a strategy of steady advancement. After careful observation, they select a duo of 7th-level Qi refiners. Their combined prowess is not to be underestimated. Wu Long's medicinal cauldron has transformed into a large vessel, now towering at 2 meters. He wields one of its legs, the massive structure scraping against the ground with a piercing sound as they move. Surrounding participants are on the lookout for weaker teams, and if they encounter opponents of comparable strength, they tactically avoid engagement to conserve their energy. Chapter 49, Array Plates. The 2 7th-level disciples, clearly accustomed to working together, exhibit a seamless synchronicity in their movements, leaving no openings for a surprise attack. In contrast, while Wu Long boasts formidable defensive capabilities, his movements are sluggish. Li Xian's strikes are sharp and well-suited for ambushes, but lack sufficient lethality in direct confrontations. Hua Yu's techniques are decent, offering balanced offense, speed, and defense, yet she finds herself at a disadvantage against 7th-tier opponents. After observing for a while, Xiang Tunin could not help but shake his head. He retracted the formation and surrounded himself with spiritual energy, charging directly at the 3 individuals. Senior brothers, hold them off. I can quickly set up the array, he urged. Wu Long and Li Xian exchanged a glance. Wu Long took the lead, wielding the cauldron to block incoming attacks, while Li Xian launched swift and precise strikes from all directions, above and below. The 2 opponents were compelled to unleash their full strength, their attacks resonating with loud thuds against the medicinal cauldron. Xiang Tunin turned to Hua Yu and instructed, "Protect me." Without waiting to see if she complied, he poured his spiritual energy into the formation plate. The palm-sized array rapidly expanded and soared into the air, enveloping the 4 combatants within its confines. Huaiwe, with a slight pout, obediently stood beside Xiang Tunin, fulfilling her role as his protector. Inside the formation, the 4 fighters suddenly perceived a shift in their surroundings. The once bustling arena now contained only themselves. Realizing they had fallen into an illusory array, they halted their attacks simultaneously to avoid harming one another, retreating cautiously in 4 directions while keeping a vigilant watch on the others. What they observed in the illusion may not be reality, and the figures they saw could easily be deceptive. Seeing the 4 cease their confrontation, Xiang Tunin recognized they had been ensnared by the illusion and quickly manipulated the array to release Wulong and Li Xian from its grasp. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, understanding they had escaped the formation. Observing the 2 adversaries glancing around anxiously, Wulong and Li Xian advanced and unceremoniously hurled them off the arena. What had initially been an evenly matched struggle concluded in less than a minute with Xiang Tunin's assistance. Huaiwe watched Xiang Tunin's back, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes as a smile crept onto her lips. Sister's array is truly formidable. With her assistance, we are bound to reach the finals. As Huaiwe spoke, Xiang Tunin sensed her intention to take advantage of him. She was adept at navigating relationships, treating those she could exploit with kindness while ignoring those deemed unworthy, a talent in its own right. Wulong and Li Xian regarded Xiang Tunin with gratitude. Before they could express their thoughts, Xiang Tunin hastily said, "Senior brothers, please guard me. I've expended considerable energy and am feeling a bit dizzy." Wulong and Li Xian swiftly positioned themselves on either side of him. "Thank you, sister. You should rest now," Huaiwe suggested as she approached. "If your energy is low, why not let me maintain the array? That way, the 2 senior brothers can rest as well." Wulong furrowed his brow at her words, but remained silent, while Li Xian appeared indifferent. Xiang Tunin's expression darkened. She aimed to seize his resources without compensation. Clenching her small hands around her clothing, she hesitated before saying, "Sister, I spent a significant amount of spirit stones to acquire this formation plate. If you desire it, I can sell it to you at the original price." Seemingly fearing Huaiwe would doubt her sincerity, she added, "I assure you, it is the original price. I purchased it for 100 low-grade spirit stones. If you wish to buy it, I will not charge you a single extra stone." Huaiwe's smile faltered, momentarily stiffening before changing the subject. Senior brother. Let us find a corner to rest. There seems to be less crowd over there." Wulong nodded, and the 4 of them moved toward a quieter corner. While the corner offered safety from surprise attacks, being close to the boundary made it easier for others to push them out. Just as Xiang Tunin prepared to rest, she noticed a trio approaching them, 2 at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and 1 at the 8th. "Senior brother, look, those 3 are coming towards us. What are their cultivation levels?" Xiang Tunin alerted Wulong. Wulong scrutinized the approaching trio, frowning as he replied, "2 are at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and 1 is higher than me, likely at the 8th layer. They may not come with good intentions." Li Xian's serious demeanor intensified. This would be a tough battle. Huaiwe felt a chill at Wulong's words. If a fight broke out, with Li Xian and Wulong at risk, she, being at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, would likely be eliminated. Seemingly struck by a thought, Huaiwe inquired, "Sister, can your defensive array withstand an 8th layer practitioner?" Xiang Tunin nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Huaiwe's expression brightened as she hurriedly said, "Give me a defensive array. Once we're inside, I'll provide spirit stones. Hurry." Xiang Tunin promptly placed the formation plate into Huaiwe's hands. With the trio just 5 meters away, Huaiwe wasted no time activating the defensive array, enclosing all 4 within its protective barrier. As spiritual energy rapidly diminished, Huaiwe soon realized that this array indeed consumed spirit stones. Noticing Huaiwe's troubled expression, Xiang Tunin quickly remarked, "Sister, if your energy runs low, you can use spirit stones to maintain the array." Huaiwe couldn't help but roll her eyes, begrudgingly producing 10 spirit stones. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sister, I'm poor. I've always relied on my own spiritual energy. I've never tried using spirit stones," Xiang Tunin admitted sheepishly, scratching her head. "Payment upon delivery. Who cares about being embarrassed?" "I'm not falling for that trick," Huaiwe retorted, her expression sour as she begrudgingly sat down to recover her energy. Wulong and Li Xian remained silent, recognizing that in such a scenario, any words would be inappropriate. They focused on restoring their spiritual energy, aware that they needed to be fully prepared for battle at all times. The trio outside the array launched a series of magical attacks against it, but the barrier merely trembled lightly, dissipating the assaults. The group hadn't even rested for a quarter of an hour when the intensity of the attacks from outside escalated, causing the defensive array to shudder, as if it might shatter at any moment. Wulong glanced at the 3 attackers and declared, "This won't do. We must go out and confront them, or we will eventually be overwhelmed." Li Xian nodded in agreement, Let us go. We need to stretch our muscles. Wulong turned to Huaiyue and requested, Sister, please let us back in once we need to. Huaiyue forced a smile. Rest assured, brother. I will ensure you can return to the array in time. Xiang Tunin retreated into the corner to recover her energy while observing the commotion outside the array. Wulong and Li Xian, both astute, understood that the situation outside was concealed from them. Seizing the opportunity while their opponents relaxed, the two charged out during a lull in the attacks, unleashing a barrage of strikes that caught the adversaries off guard. Wulong swung the massive cauldron toward them, while Li Xian unleashed a flurry of dazzling sword strikes that descended like a tempest. The opposing trio barely had time to summon their protective barriers before Wulong's cauldron shattered their defenses. Li Xian's blade followed swiftly, wounding one of the opponents. A scream pierced the air, sending a jolt of fear through the inexperienced disciples. The injured individual clutched their shoulder, blood rapidly soaking their sleeve. Upon hearing the cry, the other two finally reacted, brandishing their weapons and directing ferocious attacks toward Li Xian. Wulong glanced around, hesitating for a moment before charging toward the injured disciple with his cauldron. The 2-meter-wide cauldron, wielded forcefully, struck the already wounded disciple, sending them flying 2 meters away, blood spattering from their mouth. Witnessing this scene, Wulong felt the warm blood splatter on his face, momentarily halting his movements. Yet, he gently tossed the injured disciple down to the arena floor, ensuring a cushion of spiritual energy enveloped them as he called out, "Apologies for the momentary lapse in restraint." The other two, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, hastily took their leave. With the departure of the others, Wulong and Li Xian retreated back into the formation to recuperate, having expended considerable spiritual energy in their recent engagement. Meanwhile, Xiang Tunin assessed the latest developments on the battlefield. Brother, there are still 542 participants remaining. I wonder how much longer this will last. Wulong, consuming a yuan cultivation pill, casually remarked, it will be swift. In previous sect competitions, the first round typically concluded within 2 hours, at most 3. Li Xian, rarely one to elaborate, explained, as the contest progresses, the intensity of the battles escalates. The closer we draw to a conclusion, the more eager everyone becomes. As if to affirm Li Xian's words, the scene outside grew increasingly bloodied. After all, the remaining contestants were of comparable strength, and to see their opponents fall required relentless combat. Furthermore, Xiang Tunin noticed several other teams attempting to emulate their strategy, hiding within defensive formations. Unfortunately, their formations lacked the robustness of theirs, with several being shattered and their occupants quickly besieged. Xiang Tunin communicated this observation to his companions. Wulong recognized the issue as well, and Huayu's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more. Li Xian, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Junior sister, do you still possess an illusionary formation? Is it capable of being layered?" His straightforwardness cut to the heart of the matter, prompting Xiang Tunin to internally commend him. Indeed, the formations could be layered, though this would necessitate a doubled expenditure of spiritual energy. Li Xian produced 20 low-grade spirit stones and stated, "It's a hassle, junior sister. Please layer an illusionary formation onto the defensive array." Wulong, observing Li Xian's actions, suddenly realized that with the illusionary formation in play, ambushes would be executed with remarkable speed, unless the opponent could dismantle the formation in an instant. Huayu cast a surprised glance at Li Xian. Having collaborated with him on several occasions, she had found him taciturn, but now saw a spark of ingenuity in his mind. Nonetheless, spending 20 spirit stones to maintain a formation seemed rather extravagant. After receiving the spirit stones, Xiang Tunin was not stingy. Upon layering the illusionary formation onto the defensive array, he allocated all 20 spirit stones to it. Wulong and Li Xian refrained from hastily inviting external disciples into their fold, choosing instead to patiently await others to make the first move. Their earlier sudden assault had instilled a degree of caution in those nearby. Outside, the chaos intensified, with the number of remaining participants dwindling to 412. Inevitably, some grew discontent with the trio's continued concealment within the formation and initiated an assault against it. 2 individuals, both at the 8th level of Qi refinement, launched their attacks. One, a burly man with a fierce countenance, berated them as he struck the formation. "You filthy rats, hiding inside and too cowardly to emerge. If you have the guts, face me, Li Gang. Are you here to perform a comedic skit?" Wulong inquired with uncertainty, seemingly preparing for action. "Indeed, but it requires the senior sister to simultaneously control the formation," Xiang Tunin explained. Huayu smiled and assured, "Brother, rest assured, I will coordinate seamlessly with junior sister." Li Xian suddenly interjected, "Target that sword-wielding male disciple." Upon closer inspection, Huayu noted that Li Gang, with his robust build and menacing demeanor, was indeed a troublesome adversary. His harsh words suggested he was seeking a fight. She pondered whether the duo could manage him before responding. All right, brothers, prepare yourselves. Turning to Xianxiaaudiobooks, she instructed, Junior sister, I will count to 3. And we will commence together. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding crash, the burly man plunged into the formation, landing heavily upon the ground. Blood streaming from his nose as he glanced up. Wu Long and Li Xian exchanged incredulous looks. His reckless assault on the formation was astonishingly unrestrained. Seizing the opportunity, they wasted no time in delivering a relentless beating until Li Gang, unable to endure any longer, cried out for mercy. Subsequently, they expelled him from the formation. Outside, onlookers witnessed Li Gang emerge battered and bruised, his face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. They wasted no time in seizing him by the legs and unceremoniously tossing him off the competition platform. Chapter 51. Entering the second round. After Li Gang's departure, the surrounding participants hesitated to disturb Wu Long and his companions. Despite Li Gang's foul tongue, he was nonetheless a formidable combatant, exuding an aura of ferocity that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Li Gang's exit was swift, and it was evident that those within the formation possessed genuine prowess, as they had resorted to unadorned physical strikes rather than spells, highlighting the vast disparity in strength. With no further assaults on their formation, Hua Yu breathed a sigh of relief, her tension dissipating. After all, if the formation were to falter, her own combat prowess would easily be overwhelmed. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained vigilant, observing that the number of participants continued to dwindle, now down to 296. The remaining contestants bore varying degrees of injury, with blood, whether their own or that of others, staining their forms. The remaining fighters were relatively evenly matched, and the ferocity of the battles had diminished compared to earlier. Participants scrutinized one another, particularly those whose teams had disbanded, now reduced to 1 or 2 members, appearing like lambs awaiting slaughter amid the looming threat of attack from other groups. Time passed slowly. Battles erupted intermittently on the platform, with contestants quickly resting to recover their strength between skirmishes, reluctant to engage again. Amid Hua Yu's anxious anticipation, the number finally dwindled to 200. She exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. 200. 200. We have secured our entry into the outer sect. Xianxiaaudiobooks calmly retrieved the formation plate, noting that of the 20 spirit stones, 16 had been consumed, leaving 4, which he presented to Li Xian. Li Xian, with a serious countenance tinged with a hint of amusement, waved his hand dismissively. There's no need, junior sister. A few spirit stones are of little consequence. Thanks to your formation, we posed a significant threat to them. Otherwise, it would have been arduous for us to reach this point. You should keep them. Seeing that Li Xian was genuinely unconcerned, Xianxiaaudiobooks did not wish to haggle over a few spirit stones and placed them directly into his storage pouch. Hua Yu seemed to realize this as well, hastily stowing the formation plate, though she lamented the consumption of 9.5 spirit stones, reminding herself that reaching the finals rendered the loss trivial. Wu Long, suppressing his smile, feigned gravity as he suggested, let us wait a moment longer. We'll need to draw lots for the next round. As sunlight bathed them, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled faintly, acknowledging that the competition had indeed concluded within 2 hours. Perhaps we should return and have lunch. Before long, a disciple approached to distribute lot numbers, seemingly to ensure fairness. This disciple tossed 200 wooden tokens into the air. As they fell, participants casually grabbed one, inspecting it for a number. The disciple then clarified, the tokens have already been assigned numbers. Simply input your information, and the number will display. This afternoon's contest is for outer sect disciples, while tomorrow's is for the inner sect disciples. Those with numbers at the front are required to arrive at this location by the mid-morning hour tomorrow. You may now return to rest. I wish you all the best in tomorrow's competition. Thank you for your kind words, brother. Echoed the responses from the other disciples, led by a few who initiated the gratitude. Xianxiaaudiobooks picked up a wooden token from the ground, entered his information, and saw it display. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Number 132. The number assigned is rather low, which allows for a delightful opportunity to indulge in a leisurely slumber tomorrow morning. Hua Yu glanced at me, noting my designation as 38, and inquired about your respective numbers. Li Xian casually remarked that he was assigned 25, while Wu Long, with a simple smile, mentioned 80. Xianxiaaudiobooks directly produced his wooden plaque, stating 132. Ah, junior sister's luck is quite remarkable, Hua Yu remarked, still wearing a cheerful expression. After this incident, she realized that she must not underestimate anyone. She had previously thought Xianxiaaudiobooks would merely be an inconspicuous servant disciple, yet he proved to possess both skill and fortune. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled and commented that in a one-on-one competition, one would inevitably have to take the stage sooner or later, and only by knowing one's opponent could one assess the quality of their luck. Junior sister, You speak wisely. However, we need not worry excessively. From the moment we received our plaques, our opponents have been decided. We should return to make preparations, for tomorrow is crucial, Wu Long stated calmly. The others exchanged glances, and they agreed to head back. Suddenly, Xiang Tunin recalled something and hastily inquired, Senior brother, how many servant disciples will advance to the outer sect in this competition? Huiwe, suppressing her impatience, forced a smile and replied, This year, there are 100 slots available, and if we win in tomorrow's first battle, we will qualify for the outer sect. Wu Long added, Not necessarily. If a disciple wins in the first round, those who lose will have an opportunity for a rematch. However, the choice of opponent for that challenge is at the discretion of the competing disciple, and success hinges on luck. Oh, how complicated, Xiang Tunin muttered softly. Observing Xiang Tunin's lack of ambition, Huiwe sighed and said, Opportunities for servant disciples to enter the outer sect are indeed rare. A single battle determines fate, and the disciples will certainly be unwilling to accept defeat. Hence, there will be another chance for a rematch. Thank you, senior sister, for your clarification. Let us hurry back and prepare, Xiang Tunin said earnestly, while internally pondering what to have for lunch, feeling an unusual craving for food today. Perhaps it was due to the mental exhaustion from the upcoming battle. He needed to replenish his energy. After bidding farewell to the other three, Xiang Tunin headed straight to the library. Master Zhang, I've advanced to the second round. He exclaimed loudly at the library entrance. Must you be so loud? It's just the second round. I thought you had become an outer sect disciple, Zhang Tianqing remarked, lifting an eyebrow. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tunin responded. You are right, master. I overreacted. Tomorrow, await my good news. Zhang Tianqing shook his head helplessly as he watched Xiang Tunin confidently walk away, thinking to himself that this girl took jokes too seriously. Upon returning to the small courtyard at Mingyue Peak, he initially intended to treat himself, but after Zhang Tianqing's comment, he reconsidered. If he were not to enter the outer sect tomorrow, it would be foolish to celebrate prematurely. He needed to prepare seriously for the competition. Chapter 52, A Reunion with Yi Wuqing. Xiang Tunin contemplated the fact that tomorrow's competition would be an individual contest. Relying solely on formations and techniques would not suffice. He needed a mid-grade spiritual weapon. He considered 3 possible courses of action. First, to descend the mountain and purchase one, but the journey was long and unfamiliar, risking his ability to arrive on time for the competition. Second, to acquire one at the weapon peak, but during the competition period, the disciples would undoubtedly inflate prices, requiring a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Third, to forge one himself. Having successfully crafted a clone last time, Xiang Tunin felt reasonably confident in his forging skills. However, he lacked the necessary materials for crafting. To be prudent, he resolved to buy a mid-grade spiritual weapon at the weapon peak. Especially since he had a substantial amount of spirit stones in his storage pouch, there was no need to be overly frugal. Xiang Tunin hurried to the weapon peak, expecting to need to gather information with some embarrassment. To his surprise, he found disciples setting up stalls at the foot of the mountain, with numerous buyers flocking to them, which abruptly immersed him in the bustle of everyday life. Junior sister, take a look at this hairpin. It may appear unremarkable, but it is an excellent defensive artifact. A boisterous stall owner called out to Xiang Tunin. She glanced at the hairpin, which resembled a plain iron twig, and noted its rather simplistic design. Surveying the other items on display, she found them all to be rather crude in appearance. Junior sister, do not be misled by their rough exteriors. They are of high quality and durability, all of decent grade. Huang Jie quickly began to promote the wares on his stall. Do you have any mid-grade spiritual swords? How much do they cost? Xiang Tunin inquired, examining the items closely and confirming their quality, although their aesthetics left much to be desired. Huang Jie promptly picked up a silver longsword from the stall, exclaiming, Look at this sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon of exceptional quality, priced at 200 spirit stones. What do you think? Xiang Tunin glanced at it and countered, 180. Deal. Here are the spirit stones, Huang Jie said, shoving the sword into Xiang Tunin's arms. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Perhaps she had overestimated the price. Holding the sword in her hands, she scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Albeit unattractive, the blade and hilt were of the same dull silver color, lacking any embellishment, yet Xiang Tunin was not overly concerned. Functionality was what mattered. After completing the transaction, Huang Jie eagerly exchanged contact information with Xiang Tunin for future business. Junior sister, do you need any other spiritual artifacts? I can take custom orders, Huang Jie pressed, seizing the rare opportunity to secure a customer. Xiang Tunin shook her head. Noticing Huang Jie's fleeting disappointment, she offered some words of encouragement. Senior brother, have you considered enhancing the aesthetics of the spiritual artifacts? They are indeed good products, but people's first impressions often hinge on visual appeal. Huang Jia awkwardly admitted. You are right, junior sister. I will try to improve it tonight. After browsing the stalls and inquiring about prices, Xiang Tunin gained a better understanding of the market. The spiritual sword she purchased was reasonably priced, as similar quality items with better appearances would cost around 300 spirit stones, likely selling for 250. Finding no other suitable items at the stalls, Xiang Tunin returned directly to Mingyue Peak to refine her new spiritual sword. That night, after successfully refining the sword, Xiang Tunin practiced her sword techniques in the courtyard, finding them quite fluid and effective. Suddenly, her communication talisman flickered. Upon opening it, she heard Luo Miao's cheerful voice. Junior sister, do you know who I encountered in the woolly secret realm? It's Yi Wuqing. Do you remember him? That enchanting figure from the Hahuan sect. He is also here. Xiang Tunin furrowed her brow and replied, Aren't you with senior brother? Luo Miao glanced at Lu Yu and whispered, I am with senior brother. But I ran into someone from the Hahuan sect. Noticing Lu Yu looking over, she quickly added, I can't talk right now. We need to be ready for battle at any moment. With that, Luo Miao somewhat sheepishly ended the communication. Upon hearing that Lu Yu was nearby, Xiang Tunin felt reassured. Although she was worried about Luo Miao's encounter with Yi Wuqing, she hoped her friend was not too infatuated. Meanwhile, Luo Miao tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve and quietly asked, Senior brother, shall we join forces with the Hahuan sect? Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback by the striking figure of Yi Wuqing in the crowd, pondered the recent tranquility of the demon clan and the possible schemes afoot. He then considered that the disciples accompanying him were all newcomers to the woolly secret realm, and spoke in a low voice. Yes, let us stick together. Given the recent demon clan's attack on our Tianyuan sect, it's prudent to remain united. Luo Miao could hardly contain her delight. Her round eyes sparkling with concealed joy as she replied, Senior brother is right. More people means greater safety. Observing the gleeful expression on Luo Miao's face, Lu Yu felt a strange heaviness in his chest. The little girl seemed quite pleased. When the two groups converged, Yi Wuqing's charming visage bore an unexpectedly serious expression. In the realm of the Hahuan sect, Yi Wuqing greeted his senior brother with a calm demeanor. Lu Yu, however, maintained a stoic expression and merely acknowledged his junior disciple's presence, suggesting they should join forces for the task at hand. Yi Wuqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, her crimson lips and porcelain skin exuding an enchanting charm. Regrettably, Lu Yu did not even spare her a glance. Very well, it is indeed our fate to accompany you. Senior brother, as the night has grown late, let us establish our camp here, she proposed. Yet Lu Yu, ever reticent, simply replied with a few terse words. Undeterred by Lu Yu's indifference, Yi Wuqing proceeded to organize their resting arrangements. Luo Miao, observing her senior brother's aloofness, tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve in dissatisfaction. Senior brother, do say a few more words. Your cold demeanor may lead others to believe that our Tianyuan sect harbors ill feelings towards them. Lu Yu frowned, but refrained from responding. Noticing Lu Yu's displeasure, Luo Miao hesitated to disturb Yi Wuqing, who was busy arranging matters. He probably doesn't even know who I am, she thought to herself. The following morning, Xiang Tunin commenced his cultivation, ensuring his inner energy remained abundant before heading to the competition arena. Although his match was scheduled for later, he deemed it prudent to arrive early and observe the bouts to glean experience. Upon his arrival, he found that the large arena had transformed into 5 smaller dueling platforms, each bustling with combatants. First, let me check in, he muttered, activating the system. Check-in complete. Reward, 1 bottle of blood condensation pills. It seemed the system anticipated his upcoming match, as recent rewards had predominantly been healing items. Spotting Wu Long and Hua Yu, Xiang Tunin approached them directly. Good morning. Senior brother and sister, he greeted. Junior sister has arrived, Wu Long said with a touch of formality. By the way, where is senior brotherly? Xiang Tunin inquired. Noticing Li Xian's absence. Li Xian is currently at platform number 3. His turn is coming up shortly, Hua Yu explained. Oh, then let us head to platform 3. Xiang Tunin suggested. Go ahead, I'll watch for a while longer as my friends are competing up there, Wu Long replied casually. As Hua Yu and Xiang Tunin made their way to platform 3, they witnessed Li Xian leap onto the stage. His opponent was a female disciple of the 6th level of Qi training, seemingly unfortunate to face a challenger of superior cultivation in the first round. Indeed, mere moments into the match, Li Xian overwhelmed the girl, sending her tumbling from the platform. Congratulations, senior brother, on your triumphant debut, Xiang Tunin exclaimed. And a rare smile flickered across Li Xian's face as he shyly responded, I'll take a moment to rest. Even though I didn't exert much effort, I feel somewhat tense. Yes, senior brother, after this round, you'll need some time to recover before the next, Xiang Tunin urged. Li Xian moved to the side to rest, while Hua Yu nervously tugged at Xiang Tunin's sleeve. Junior sister, I'm feeling a bit anxious, she admitted, revealing a rare vulnerable side. Xiang had always maintained a polite distance from his capricious senior sister, but in this moment, he recognized that she was merely a girl of 15 or 16, and her nervousness was entirely understandable. It's all right, senior sister. I have faith in your abilities. By the way, which platform are you competing on? He asked casually. Platform 4, Huayu indicated towards the adjacent stage. Xiang glanced over to see one combatant dominating the other, and anticipated that the match would conclude shortly. Let us move closer, he suggested. As expected, after approximately 3 minutes of standing by the sidelines, the match concluded. Next match, contestant 37 versus 38, announced the disciple overseeing platform 4. Huayu took a deep breath and leaped onto the stage, followed by a robust man also of the 6th level of Qi training. This man brandished a pair of iron hammers, clearly favoring a strategy centered on brute strength. Junior sister, this match may prove challenging. Wulong's voice reached Xiang from behind. Indeed, this contestant appears to be a power type, while senior sister will need to exhibit agility to secure victory. Without a diverse array of tactics, she may face defeat, Xiang assessed. Wulong nodded in agreement. The match commenced, with the male competitor not underestimating his female opponent. He swung his hammers with great force. Huayu began by parrying with her sword, but one powerful strike left her hand numbed, nearly causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, she retreated 2 steps and deployed a defensive talisman, enveloping herself in a protective barrier. The man raised his brows in surprise and tested the barrier with 2 strikes, which merely caused it to shimmer slightly. The talisman crafted by Xiang is undoubtedly of superior quality, he thought to himself. Just as Huayu relaxed, the man produced a talisman of his own, declaring, Junior sister, you might as well concede. Otherwise, your barrier will be destroyed, and that would be a loss on 2 fronts. Bold yet astute. Xiang mused about the man. Huayu bit her lip, reluctant to surrender, yet apprehensive that her barrier might not withstand the talisman, risking both her match and the talisman itself. After a moment of deliberation, she stowed the talisman, and as the barrier vanished, she hurled a dark pill. The man immediately raised his hammers in defense. With a resounding crash, the pill shattered, releasing a cloud of smoke that obscured vision and emitted a peculiar odor. Amidst the haze, Huayu's eyes watered from the smoke as she gritted her teeth and charged forward with her sword, engaging in a fierce exchange. Before long, the man felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, the result of the pill's effects, though the competition strictly prohibited the use of poisons. This mild fatigue-inducing pill fell within permissible bounds. Soon, the man, leaning on his hammers, bellowed, I concede. Contestant 38 wins. With a smirk, Huayu leaped down from the platform. Below, Xiang mind sparked with inspiration. This pill not only had its benefits, but could also be crafted into offensive weapons. The unexpected explosion had caught everyone off guard, proving to be an ingenious tactic. He suppressed the urge to rush back and experiment, reminding himself that there would be ample time after the competition concluded. For the remainder of the event, Xiang found a quiet spot to rest, contemplating how to concoct the pill and sifting through relevant memories. Meanwhile, Huayu and Li Xian watched Wulong's match, where he, despite being the strongest among them, faced the unluckiest opponent, one who surpassed him in skill. Had he not purchased a few pills from Huayu before the match, he might have faced defeat. After 2 hours of competition, contestant 100 was finally called. Xiang focused his awareness on when he would be summoned. Estimating the time, he made his way to platform 1, where Li Xian and Huayu had gathered to watch, while Wulong rested nearby. Junior sister, would you like an explosive pill? Huayu asked with a raised eyebrow, pride evident in her demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang decided to purchase 2, not for use in the match, but purely for research purposes. Contestants 131 versus 132, the announcer called. Xiang leaped onto the platform, soon followed by a tall, slender woman. Wu Jiao, she introduced herself. Xiang he replied. After exchanging names, Xiang assessed her cultivation level at the 5th stage of Qi training, pleasantly surprised by his stroke of luck. After a moment of reflection, Xiang suppressed his casualness. It was evident that someone capable of advancing to the 2nd round of the competition with merely the cultivation of the 5th layer of Qi was no ordinary foe. He likely possessed some hidden trump cards, much like Huayu's explosive elixir. Observing that his opponent showed no intention of attacking, Wu Jiao brandished her longsword and launched an assault. Instantly, the arena was filled with a flurry of sword shadows. The swift sword whispered to Xiang and with no time for contemplation, he charged forward with his own blade. The 2 swords clashed, swiftly separating only to collide again, the sound of metal ringing continuously. 3 minutes later, the swords parted once more, and Xiang aura thickened slightly, a frown forming on his brow. Wu Jiao, unable to contain her delight, laughed as she remarked on the exhilarating exchange. Noticing Xiang Tunin's puzzled expression, she further explained her gratitude for his choice to engage her without suppressing his cultivation. Preferring instead a straightforward duel, she declared that even if she were to lose today, she would harbor no grievances. Xiang Tunin smiled, surprised by the speed of her swordplay. Facing a worthy opponent allowed for a refreshing and spirited contest, though her cultivation ultimately fell short, compelling him to rely solely on fundamental sword techniques. After a brief respite, the two resumed their duel, their blades flashing with intensity, almost igniting sparks in their exchanges. The spectators below were awestruck by the spectacle, falling silent as they observed the match. Unexpectedly, the junior sister, the swift sword Li Xian, was taken aback, having assumed Xiang Tunin was solely adept at crafting array plates. Not realizing he was also skilled in swordsmanship, Huaiwe felt a twinge of discomfort. Having entered the sect together, she found herself envious of that girl's prowess. Li Xian observed Wu Jiao's declining momentum, noting her sword techniques were no longer as rapid as at the onset. Indeed, when Xiang Tunin unleashed a strike, Wu Jiao was a fraction too slow, the blade already hovering near her neck. Contestant number 132 wins. With a leap, Xiang Tunin descended from the platform. Wu Jiao promptly called out, "Senior sister, shall we exchange insights? If time permits, may I seek you out for further practice?" Seeing the earnestness in her expression, Xiang Tunin nodded, "Certainly, we'll practice together when time allows." Approximately an hour later, all one-on-one matches concluded, and the top 100 were revealed. However, this did not guarantee their entry into the outer sect, as there remained the challenge matches. Each defeated disciple was entitled to one challenge, with the option to select their opponent. To prevent time wastage, all challengers had to wager 100 spirit stones, which would not be refunded regardless of the outcome. Weaker disciples hesitated, fearing the loss of their stones, while stronger ones, unlucky enough to face formidable opponents, might rush toward the outer sect. Suddenly, a disciple soared into the air. The challenge matches commenced, and willing disciples stepped forward. The previously boisterous arena fell silent as everyone glanced around, wondering who would dare part with 100 spirit stones. Gradually, a few disciples approached, and Xiang Tunin noticed they were all at the 7th or 8th layer of qi, likely unlucky enough to encounter strong opponents. Wu Jiao also stepped forward, her 5th layer of qi particularly conspicuous. "Did you see? That girl is only at the 5th layer. Isn't this a waste of spirit stones? Indeed, with those spirit stones, I'd rather take a chance myself. I'm at least at the 6th layer." The responsible disciple scanned the crowd, and, seeing no one else stepping up, announced, "A total of 23 participants. Is there anyone else?" Upon hearing none, he began to record names and collect spirit stones. Once the stones were gathered, the selection of challengers commenced, with 23 challengers matched against 23 unlucky souls. A wooden barrel filled with bamboo slips was shaken vigorously by the responsible disciple, who did not utilize any spiritual energy. The slips continually fell to the ground. Suddenly, he halted and began calling out names from the fallen slips with utmost seriousness. Regardless of the tension among the onlookers, the disciple read aloud with unwavering composure. "The challengers are Li Longyuan, Guixiang." As the names were announced, Huaiwe, Wu Long, Li Xian, and Xiang Tunin exchanged astonished glances. They had all narrowly escaped this round. Even the usually mild-mannered Wu Long couldn't suppress his expletives, exclaiming, "My luck must be running low. I need to go out and celebrate. Indeed, we are remarkably fortunate. If I weren't waiting for the final announcement, I would already be on my way to enjoy a hearty feast," Li Xian mused. Huaiwe, with sparkling eyes, incredulously asked, "So, our spots in the outer sect are secure?" "Absolutely," Xiang Tunin grinned. "Finally, I shan't be a mere sweeper anymore." Although it wasn't overly exhausting, who doesn't enjoy the taste of freedom? While some rejoiced, others wore sorrowful expressions as they ascended the arena to face their challenges. Xiang Tunin and his companions watched the matches, knowing it bore little relevance to them, and mostly engaged in casual conversation. Only when Wu Jiao took the stage did Xiang Tunin cast a glance, despite her speed. Her inferior cultivation ultimately led to her defeat due to insufficient spiritual energy. As each match concluded, the final 100 were affirmed. The responsible disciple then issued new identity tokens for everyone, allowing them to visit the task hall and discover their assigned peaks. Holding the identity token of an outer sect disciple, Xiang Tunin gently stroked it before storing it in his spatial pouch. "Let us celebrate. I have a jar of fine wine to share," Wu Long cheerfully declared. "Excellent. I can prepare a few dishes for everyone," Xiang Tunin replied. Perhaps influenced by the fact that this incarnation, only at the 6th layer of qi, still required nourishment and often craved 2 meals a day. "I can contribute spiritual fruits." Huaiwe chimed in with a genuine smile. Li Xian glanced at his companions and jested. "Well, It seems I am left with the task of providing the venue. How about my place tonight? The four of them coordinated their plans, agreeing to gather at Li Xian's abode after an hour, and then each returned to prepare. An hour passed swiftly, and Xiang Tunin hurried back to Mingyue Peak, gathering spiritual vegetables, steaming spiritual rice, and then washing, chopping, and stir-frying in a whirlwind of activity. He divided the meal into 3 portions, one for Long Muqing, another for Zhang Tianqing, and the remainder to share with Wu Long and the others. Estimating the time, he promptly delivered Long Muqing's portion into the mustard seed space. Grabbing Zhang Tianqing's share, he rushed to the library pavilion, arranging the various dishes and rice on the table. He hastily spoke before Zhang Tianqing could inquire. Master Uncle, I am now an outer sect disciple and have prepared some dishes to celebrate with my friends. This is my humble offering to you. Zhang Tianqing beamed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening as he replied. Ah, how thoughtful. Please come to Mingyue Peak sometime. Certainly, Master Uncle. I must take my leave now. They are waiting for me, he said, not pausing for Zhang Tianqing's response before dashing away. Lack of enthusiasm towards meals indicates a problematic mindset. Chapter 55, Lu Yu's Injury. At the foot of Dan Peak, Xiang Tunin spotted a familiar figure from afar, and upon approaching, recognized it was Wu Long brother. Were you waiting for me? Yes. I was concerned you might not know the way to Li Xian's place, so I thought I'd wait for you, Wu Long casually replied. Under Wu Long's guidance, the two arrived at a quaint courtyard on the northern side of Dan Peak. The courtyard resonated with Li Xian's personal style, clean and simple, adorned only with the medicinal herbs cultivated there, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. A neatly arranged set of tables and chairs occupied a vacant area, where Huaiyue and Li Xian were already seated, awaiting their arrival. Upon the table lay bowls and chopsticks, delectable snacks, spiritual fruits, and wine. Only the dishes from Xiang Tunin were missing. With a casual wave of his hand, a fragrant aroma of cooked rice wafted into the air. Junior sister, your culinary skills are evidently impressive. Can you smell this delightful fragrance? My mouth is practically watering, Wu Long enthusiastically remarked. Elders and fellow disciples, please do not stand on ceremony. Let us savor the warmth of the meal while it lasts, Xiang Tunin urged as he settled down. Truly exquisite. Huayu exclaimed, savoring a mouthful of food, her eyes squinting in delight as she unabashedly praised the dish. Is that so? I must try it too, Li Xian said, taking a bite and his eyes lighting up as he joined in the compliments. As the meal progressed, everyone extolled the virtues of the spiritual fruits, snacks, and wine, creating an atmosphere that was relaxed and comfortable. They had nearly finished their meal when Xiang Tunin casually inquired, are all of you destined to be outer disciples of Dan Peak? Wu Long paused momentarily, then replied, indeed, our spiritual roots are lacking. It is already a feat to be an outer disciple at Dan Peak. Huayu nodded in agreement. Achieving the status of outer disciples indicates our potential is nearly equal. There is no need to switch peaks. By honing our alchemy skills, we will surely pave a promising path in the future. Li Xian, however, did not concur with their sentiments. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone. I wish to try my hand at Sword Peak. Noticing the disapproving glances from the others, he added, I lack any talent for alchemy, so it makes little difference where I go. Perhaps at Sword Peak, I might find a way to achieve enlightenment through the sword. His words sounded akin to a struggling student claiming that they might one day attend prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, you possess some talent in the way of the sword. Perhaps you will achieve enlightenment through it. And you, junior sister? Li Xian inquired. As for me, I believe I am destined to be an outer disciple of Mingyue Peak. I share a certain affinity with one of the elders, Xiang Tunin replied ambiguously. Upon hearing his response, the others refrained from probing further, aware that connections existed within the Jianghu, and numerous relationships thrived within the Tianyuanzong. A sudden realization washed over them. There might be little opportunity for their paths to cross again in the future. I wish all my senior brothers and sisters a brilliant future and swift enlightenment on the path. Xiang Tunin raised his cup in toast. Indeed. May we all have a prosperous journey ahead and achieve enlightenment swiftly, the others echoed, exchanging glances and smiling. This scene, if witnessed by other disciples, might have incited ridicule, as 4 mere outer disciples dared to dream of enlightenment. Yet, within their gazes, there mingled both mirth and a thread of determination. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, Xiang Tunin felt a bit drowsy. The wine had indeed intoxicated him. However, today was a day of joy, and indulging in a little inebriation was permissible. He sent a message to Luo Miao, senior sister. I have successfully passed the Sect's grand competition and become an outer disciple. Meanwhile, within the Wuli secret realm, on this dark night, some were resting while others kept watch. Luo Miao was among the latter, her small face etched with seriousness, as if she were ready to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, the communication talisman at her waist flickered. Upon checking the message, a joyous expression spread across her face. Congratulations, junior sister. When I return, we must celebrate properly. Just as she finished her message, a piercing scream echoed from the jungle behind her. There are demons. Luo Miao drew her sword and shouted, demons are attacking. Everyone come out. As her words fell, a group of figures clad in black descended upon the camp. Luo Miao raised her hand and cast a defensive spell, charging forward with flashing sword light, instantly wreaking havoc on the camp with various spells. Some disciples, caught off guard, were struck before they even grasped the situation. Liu glanced around, then charged toward the demon disciple with the highest cultivation level. After landing a hit, he realized that the opponent was a nascent soul cultivator whose combat prowess was formidable. Concerned about inadvertently injuring his fellow disciples, Liu devised a plan to lure the demon away. He fought while retreating, managing to draw the enemy's attacks away from the camp. Yet he remained unaware that Luo Miao was gradually falling behind in the battle. With a sickening sound, a blade sliced through flesh, and Luo Miao glanced at her thigh, blood trickling down. The enemy's curved blade lunged at her once more, and she braced her sword to defend. With a harsh scraping sound, the curved blade pressed down on her long sword, forcing it lower and closer to her body. Luo Miao's eyes widened in horror as the blade's tip neared her skin, her heart racing wildly. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, a white folding fan soared through the air. With a resounding thud, the black-clad assailant was struck away by the fan. The white fan spun gracefully before returning to its owner. Night Witching reached out, catching the fan and nodding at Luo Miao before plunging back into the fray against the demons. So he knows me. Luo Miao's heart raced, uncertain whether her exhilaration stemmed from surviving the encounter or from realizing that he recognized her. After a brief hesitation, she quickly crushed a medicinal pill and sprinkled it on her thigh wound, successfully stanching the flow of blood. Luo Miao shifted her position and began to deliver finishing blows amidst the chaos of battle. As time passed, her white attire became drenched in blood, not only her own but also that of others. Only a few demons remained, still resisting, while the rest had either perished or fled in disarray. Luo Miao suddenly recalled that she had not seen Lu Yu since the chaos began, remembering that upon entering the woolly secret realm, Lu Yu had cast a spell on her, allowing them to sense each other's positions for rescue. She followed the resonance of the spell, moving further away from the main camp. After crossing a mountain, she arrived at the entrance of a cave. The air was thick with the scent of demonic beasts, and the cavern appeared deserted. Yet, through the spell, she sensed Lu Yu was indeed within, possibly trapped by some formation. After thoroughly inspecting the cave, she detected fluctuations in the formation. A smile crept across her face. Her senior brother had indeed anticipated her arrival, and this formation was one she could dismantle. Once the formation was broken, a wave of rancid blood rushed forth. Lu Yu appeared as if he were drenched in blood, his hair disheveled and obscuring his face, his complexion pale and his breath faint, nothing like the typically composed and pristine figure he was. Seeing this sight, Luo Miao's eyes welled with tears. Her hands trembled as she retrieved a hemostatic pill from her storage bag, applying it to all visible wounds on Lu Yu's body. After administering 2 healing pills, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and helped him clean up. Upon inspection, although Lu Yu had sustained severe injuries, thankfully, none affected his core. With adequate rest, he would recover. Luo Miao sent a message to the disciples of Tianyuanzong, indicating her location, ready to return with Lu Yu at dawn to reunite with them. Chapter 56, Outer Disciples. As the sun illuminated the earth, the cave brightened as well. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes to see the young girl meditating beside him. Just as he prepared to rise, a sharp pain coursed through his body, reminding him of his serious injuries. He checked his wounds, which had already been treated. Oh, it seems my junior sister has tended to my injuries. Hearing a sound, Luo Miao promptly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Yu sitting up, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, you're awake. Please refrain from moving too much to avoid reopening your wounds." Lu Yu smiled slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "It's nothing. It's merely superficial injuries." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Yu's gaze, Luo Miao quickly shifted the topic. "Senior brother, it's already dawn. We should return to alleviate any worries among the other disciples." "Yes, it's time to head back." Lu Yu averted his gaze, reverting to his usual cool demeanor. Early in the morning, Xiang Tunin made his way to the task hall to register information and collect supplies. Upon arrival, he observed the throngs of people gathered both inside and outside the hall. It seems everyone is eager to finish their tasks early. It appears all 100 participants from yesterday have shown up this morning. Xiang Tunin stood aside, observing the process. First, he needed to choose to become an outer disciple of the peak and register his information, after which he would claim his supplies. having familiarized himself with the situation. Xiang Tunin did not rush. He patiently waited on the side. The system prompted him to sign in. Upon successful registration, he was rewarded with a year's worth of cultivation. He suppressed a smile, as grinning alone felt quite peculiar. To his surprise, the task hall turned out to be an excellent place. Junior sister, have you started looking at the tasks? Have you completed your registration? A voice interrupted Xiang Tunin's thoughts. What tasks? He asked, bewildered, gazing at Wu Long. Wu Long waved the outer disciple regulations of Tianyuan sect in his hand. It seems you haven't registered yet. I glanced through it earlier. Outer disciples. Unlike the miscellaneous disciples, R&T required to complete tasks daily, but they must accomplish several tasks each year. During the Qi refining stage, we need to complete 3 tasks per year, though the tasks are optional. With that, Wu Long pointed to the wall behind Xiang Tunin. This is the task wall, where the difficulty levels of various tasks and the corresponding contribution points are introduced. With contribution points, one can enter the scripture pavilion and partake in trials in the training tower. Xiang Tunin, feeling slightly vexed, remarked, I thought I could focus on my cultivation without interruptions. Now I have to complete tasks. Can 3 tasks be done all at once? Of course, they can, Wu Long replied, noticing the dwindling number of people. Junior sister, you should hurry, it's less crowded now. Xiang Tunin hastily registered his information and took the issued storage bag. A cursory glance revealed, aside from the outer disciple regulations, 2 sets of outer disciple robes, a mid-grade spirit sword, and 2 bottles of mid-grade cultivation pills. He could not help but acknowledge that with this status came considerable benefits. Flipping through the regulations, he confirmed Wu Long's words. While outer disciples enjoyed more freedom than miscellaneous disciples, it was not absolute. For instance, during the Qi refining stage, they were required to complete 3 tasks annually, while those in the foundation establishment stage needed to accomplish 2. Leaving the sect necessitated reporting to the peak steward, among other stipulations. Irritated, Xiang Tunin scratched his head and approached the task wall. The wall displayed tasks categorized by cultivation levels, ranging from early Qi refining to late foundation establishment, with a few for golden core and nascent soul stages as well. Tasks for lower cultivators were simpler and yielded fewer contribution points, while higher-level tasks posed greater challenges and offered more points. Scanning through, he found that the tasks suitable for the mid-Qi refining stage were relatively straightforward. They included obtaining a vial of blood from a first-level demon beast, serving as a fire attendant at the Qi peak for a month, and feeding spirit beasts, among others. Suddenly, Xiang Tunin realized this presented a good opportunity. There were still places within the Tianyuan sect where he hadn't signed in, and the outer disciples' tasks were quite scattered, allowing him the freedom to sign in at various locations. After some contemplation, Xiang Tunin decided to return and carefully plan his subsequent cultivation before selecting tasks. In the scripture pavilion, Zhang Tianqing appeared drowsy, and had one not known him to be a master, one might mistake him for a lazy old man. Xiang Tunin waved her token in front of Zhang Tianqing. Master uncle, look, I am now an outer disciple of the Mingyue Peak. I will need your guidance in the future. Zhang Tianqing lifted his eyelids slightly. Very well. Remember to honor me in the future, and I shall ensure your protection. Xiang Tunin rolled her eyes. Master uncle, where is the steward of our Mingyue Peak? I read in the outer disciple regulations that every outing requires reporting. Zhang Tianqing pointed to himself as the Peak's master and steward. Just report directly to me for any matters. Okay, master uncle. Now that I am an outer disciple of Mingyue Peak, what about the cleanliness of the scripture pavilion? Zhang Tianqing glanced at Xiang Tunin and said, I will find a miscellaneous disciple for that. You should focus on your cultivation and establish your foundation early, or everything will be in vain. Thank you for your guidance. Master uncle, I will tidy up and return to Mingyue Peak to cultivate. After speaking, Xiang Tunin returned to her humble courtyard, gathering all her belongings into the storage bag, even harvesting the spirit vegetables she had grown. Some seedlings were pulled out as well. This was not due to Xiang Tunin being stingy. Rather, most disciples grew spirit herbs for personal use, and not many cultivated spirit vegetables. Xiang Tunin did not need to do so because she possessed a mustard seed space. After pulling out the spirit vegetables, she left the new disciples to plant whatever they wished. After a thorough check to ensure nothing was overlooked, Xiang Tunin hurried back to Mingyue Peak. She quickly replanted the uprooted spirit vegetables in her courtyard, making them appear densely packed. Once her busy tasks were completed, Xiang Tunin leisurely brewed a few cups of spirit tea and summoned Long Mooching from the mustard seed space, eager to catch up after a long time apart. Just as Long Mooching, with his dragon head, was about to nuzzle Xiang Tunin, he suddenly spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone. Master, what has happened to your cultivation? Oh, you can sense my cultivation? Xiang Tunin exclaimed in surprise, observing Long Mooching closely. No one in Tianyuan sect had noticed thus far. Long Mooching blinked. I can vaguely sense it. You were previously a nascent soul cultivator, but now you have reverted to a chi refining cultivator. Master, you've concealed it well. I can sense this due to our contractual bond. Oh, this is my avatar. By the way, you've reached the late nascent soul stage? Xiang Tunin inquired, sensing Long Mooching's cultivation level. Yes, master. I have reached the late nascent soul stage. Am I impressive? Long Mooching gazed at Xiang Tunin, seeking praise. Indeed, impressive. You've cultivated faster than other spirit beasts, Xiang Tunin acknowledged, patting his head, and after a brief chat, Long Mooching returned to the mustard seed space to continue his cultivation. Chapter 57, Descent from the Mountain. Xiang Tunin's main body opened her eyes, observing her avatar soundly asleep. The sensation felt strange. Now that she had become an outer disciple, she had more time to allocate for her future cultivation. The primary task for her main body was to cultivate, alongside learning martial techniques. Now that she had reached the nascent soul stage, she could study corresponding cultivation methods, sword techniques, and concoct pills that could only be made at the nascent soul level, as well as experiment with formations. The avatar's task was to head to the task hall to accept missions, particularly those related to the Chi Peak. As Xiang Tunin had resolved to learn artifact forging and seek opportunities to sign in at new locations. Having finalized her plans, Xiang Tunin murmured, refining cultivation. Today, she signed in for a year's worth of cultivation, which surged directly into her body, gradually elevating her to the second layer of the nascent soul stage. A night passed without incident. The next day, her main body rose early to strengthen her physique, then practiced the soul-capturing technique to enhance her spiritual awareness. And in the evening, either refined pills or crafted formation plates. The avatar went directly to the task hall to check for suitable tasks, while also expanding her signing territory. The task hall was not very crowded, even somewhat desolate, likely due to the outer disciple competition attracting a larger audience. The fewer people allowed her to carefully examine the task wall. Before searching for tasks, Xiang Tunin was eager to sign in first. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 bottle of high-grade solidifying essence pill. Better than nothing, Xiang Tunin consoled herself, then proceeded to examine the task wall for suitable assignments. There were several appropriate tasks for those at the 6th layer of Chi refining, and after careful comparison, she selected 3 that aligned with her abilities. One involved serving as a fire attendant at the Chi Peak for half a month. Another was to study at the Fu Peak for a month, and the last entailed cleaning the back mountain for a month. These 3 tasks were quite time-consuming, with the first 2 being long-term commitments, while the study at Fu Peak was a short-term task occurring every year, starting the day after tomorrow. Seeking out the disciples of the mission hall, I duly reported the 3 tasks I had undertaken. My plan was to first spend a month at the Rune Peak for study, followed by some leisurely time cleaning the back mountain, and finally, to proceed to Artifact Peak to tend the fires. Upon accepting the tasks, I would receive the associated requirements for each. For instance, my imminent journey to Rune Peak necessitated the preparation of talisman paper and knowledge of magical beasts, items I found myself lacking and thus had to descend the mountain to procure. With the assurance of my clone's safety, I felt confident to embark on my descent. Cautiously, I stowed most of my belongings into the system space, including the mustard seed space, leaving only a few spirit stones in my storage bag before I finally exited the sect. Beyond the gates lay an endless flight of stairs, a daunting ascent that had once caused me considerable hardship. However, no longer would I descend obediently. I channeled spiritual energy into my legs, gliding effortlessly down the steps. Before my eyes unfolded a lush expanse of woodland, where the breeze playfully danced with the hem of my robe, bringing a refreshing chill that filled my heart with a sense of freedom. A smile involuntarily graced my lips. Beyond the thicket lay a vast plain divided into verdant spirit fields. At the heart of this plain was a quaint town, its architecture reminiscent of the picturesque water towns of Jiangnan, adorned with pavilions and elegantly crafted structures. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at Tianyuan town, which boasted 2 bustling markets, one for mortals and the other for cultivators, both frequented by the likes of Luo Miao, who hastened my journey. Upon entering the town, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped me. The streets thronged with people, flanked by diverse stalls, each vendor calling out their wares amidst a medley of enticing aromas, occasionally pierced by the joyous cacophony of children at play. A slight perception revealed that the southern side of the town was infused with denser spiritual energy, indicating the presence of the Cultivator S market. I made my way directly to the southern marketplace, where I encountered an entry-level illusion array designed to prevent mortals from wandering in mistakenly. Upon traversing the array, the scene before me remained largely unchanged. Yet the ambience had quieted significantly, with fewer souls about, and the stalls now offered alchemical elixirs, spiritual herbs, and other items useful to cultivators. As it was my first visit, I was wary of being deceived and thus chose to scrutinize the surrounding shops in search of a trustworthy vendor. My gaze was drawn to Tianbao Pavilion, a name that struck a familiar chord. It was indeed a shop affiliated with the Tianyuan sect, assuring its reliability. Upon entering, I was approached by a young attendant at the third layer of Qi refinement. "Friend, what are you in need of?" "Our Tianbao Pavilion offers a comprehensive array of goods at favorable prices," he inquired. I surveyed the dazzling array of merchandise, momentarily overwhelmed. "I shall browse for now. Should I require assistance, I will call upon you." "Certainly. Do not hesitate to summon me should you need anything," the attendant replied earnestly, undeterred by my lower cultivation level. I began to explore, noting that the first floor was stocked with items suitable for Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, low-grade elixirs, formation plates, talismans, magical artifacts, and an assortment of common materials, even seeds for spiritual vegetables. I found no shortage of options. Selecting a talisman brush, 3 stacks of talisman paper, and 2 boxes of magical beast blood for practice, I opted for medium-quality items. In the section for vegetable seeds, I chose some rare varieties, hoping to cultivate some new species for potential surprises. I also gathered a few basic materials from the refining section. After ensuring I had not overlooked anything, I proceeded to the checkout, where my assorted items amounted to over 180 spirit stones. I couldn't help but lament. The path of cultivation truly requires a substantial investment of spirit stones. Upon exiting Tianbao Pavilion, I noted the day was still young and decided to leisurely wander the market for a while. The goods on display from the various vendors appeared less impressive than those of Tianbao Pavilion. I harbored no intentions of seeking out bargains, as my abilities were limited to a mundane check-in system rather than a treasure appraisal system. Upon leaving the cultivator's market, I was immediately engulfed by the lively sounds of the outside world, which momentarily transported me back to my modern life, where the streets buzzed with similar vibrancy and warmth. Shaking my head, I dismissed such distant thoughts, reminding myself to focus on each step ahead. Perhaps next time I could check in at the market and see if fortune smiled upon me. Chapter 58, Elder Jiao. Upon returning, I promptly planted the spiritual vegetable seeds I had purchased. Due to the limited space in my courtyard, I had to remove some weaker growths, even planting a few in the corners of the yard. After organizing the alchemical materials, I categorized the refining materials I had bought into the system space. I then retrieved the complete compendium of talismans obtained from a previous check-in to review and reinforce my theoretical knowledge. Before I knew it, the time had come for my studies at Rune Peak. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, I ceased my cultivation, freshened up briefly, and set off toward Rune Peak. Presenting my task plate to the gatekeeping disciple, I was granted entry, with the learning location situated at the foot of the mountain in a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was expansive, approximately 4 to 5 times the size of my own. Likely due to it being the first day of the term, many individuals were already present, gathered in small clusters, deep in discussion. I had little time to observe the crowd before hastily signing in. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, Xianxiaaudiobooks brush. The name of the Xianxiaaudiobooks brush suggested it was a remarkable item, but before I could inspect its details, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. "Junior sister, you've come too." Huayu waved at me enthusiastically. "Sister, you're here as well?" I raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes. I thought it was a suitable task to undertake, and it would be a good opportunity to test if I possess any talent for talisman drawing. I can always refine pills later," Huayu explained. It seemed we shared similar motivations. I too wish to see if I have a knack for drawing talismans. "Sister, the door has opened. Let us enter," I suggested as the courtyard door creaked open. As we entered the classroom, it was set up like a grand hall, furnished with neatly arranged low tables and cushions. The disciples hurriedly occupied the seats, eager to claim a spot in the front row, believing it would enhance their understanding. Huayu and I found a relatively central position to sit, laying out our talisman paper, brush, magical beast blood, and other items in an orderly fashion before casually observing the surroundings. I wonder who our instructor will be this time, I mused, seeking conversation. As I was unfamiliar with any of Rune Peak's elders, Huayu raised an eyebrow confidently. "It will be Elder Jiao. He is particularly fond of teaching new disciples. I've learned that 9 times out of 10, he is the one who instructs, with the exception of one time when he was in seclusion to break through." After sharing this, Huayu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Observing her, I noted a genuine expression had replaced her previous, somewhat forced smiles. It appeared that her time in the outer sect had significantly altered her mindset. Whoever it may be matters little, as long as they are capable of imparting knowledge, I remarked, indifferent to the identity of our instructor. After all, a true teacher is defined by their skills, not merely personal preferences. As the two conversed, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, a familiar sensation washing over them. Upon raising their heads, it was evident that the esteemed master had arrived. Students, wary of their teachers, exhibited the same demeanor wherever they went. Before them stood an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet a youthful face, his keen eyes sweeping across the assembly, instantly rendering the space silent. He nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Your spirits are clear, and your foundations are solid. You are all promising talents. I am Jiao Shun, an elder of the Symbol Peak. You may address me as Elder Jiao. For the next month, I shall be your instructor. He continued. The art of talisman drawing is essentially the meticulous control of spiritual energy. It is not merely a test of your ability to manipulate this energy, but also an examination of your consciousness. Advanced talismans, of course, require an understanding of the grand forces of nature. Legends speak of talisman masters who can harness these cosmic energies to inscribe runes that possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, such masters are a rarity in this world, and we must focus on the practical aspects of talisman crafting. Elder Jiao's lecture was both vivid and engaging, captivating the disciples' attention. Indeed, he possesses the qualities of a true teacher, Xiang Tunin thought to himself. Now, let us embark on our first talisman, the Fireball Talisman. This talisman allows for the instantaneous conjuration of a fireball. By simply channeling spiritual energy into it, one can unleash a fireball with greater efficiency than ordinary spells. In combat, having several such talismans at your disposal significantly increases your chances of success. Observe my technique, he instructed, as his brush descended from the upper left corner of the talisman paper, sweeping down to the lower left, then upward to the upper right, before finally concluding at the lower right corner. It is crucial to control your spiritual energy with precision. Ensure each stroke is uniform in thickness and evenly distributed. Otherwise, you may encounter unexpected surprises, he concluded with a smile as he finished his demonstration. The subsequent hours were dedicated to practice, with the students required to submit their completed talismans by the next class. Those reluctant to practice on-site were free to return home. Xiang Tunin, observing the materials laid out before him, thought it foolish not to produce a few talismans after all the effort. Given that it was their first time, the students chose to practice diligently in the hall, arranging his talisman paper and dipping his brush in the blood of a magical beast. Xiang Tunin mentally revisited the entire process of drawing the Fireball Talisman to ensure no detail was overlooked before he began. Utilizing his consciousness, he meticulously controlled the trajectory of his brush, ensuring that each stroke was consistent. Upon completing the final stroke, he exhaled in relief. It seems I possess some talent after all. With that thought, a talisman imbued with spiritual energy was completed, and Xiang Tunin regarded it with satisfaction. However, a sudden pop signaled a mishap. The talisman spontaneously ignited, or perhaps the energy distribution was uneven, causing it to shatter. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 individuals in the gathering successfully completed their talismans in one go. Elder Jiao examined their creations, nodding approvingly. Achieving success on your first attempt indicates commendable control over your spiritual energy and a strong consciousness. However, only through experimentation will you ascertain the efficacy of your talismans. They must demonstrate tangible power to be deemed successful. Continue practicing to hone your skills. For those who struggled, Elder Jiao provided individualized guidance. Huayu managed to complete her third talisman before letting out a sigh. Phew, junior sister, it appears my aptitude is lacking. You succeeded on your first attempt. Xiang Tunin smiled but refrained from responding. After all, he was merely pretending to be inexperienced while hiding his true strength. If he failed to produce a talisman, it would be even more challenging for the others. Contemplating, he sought to comfort Huayu, saying, Sister, you flatter me. The talisman is yet untested, its effects remain uncertain. I'm merely determined to produce several more to ensure at least one proves useful upon my return. Huayu agreed with his sentiment and returned to her talisman drawing. Chapter 59, Talisman. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiang Tunin prepared to experiment with the talisman's effects, only to realize he had a dedicated training ground. Observing the lush spiritual vegetables in the yard, he sighed, recognizing he would have to set up the training area in the backyard. The backyard was a barren plot, typically reserved for growing spiritual herbs, while the front yard was designated for the training ground. Xiang Tunin, however, reversed this arrangement. He cleared the overgrown weeds towering above him, uprooting the roots and leveling the soil before setting up the formations. To avoid damaging the yard, he decided to establish a large defensive formation, enveloping all 6 sides. After laying down 2 formations, he paused, though not entirely satisfied, leaving room for adjustments later. Taking out the 3 talismans he had drawn, Xiang Tunin randomly selected one that appeared to have weak spiritual energy and infused it with his own. With a crackle, a fireball the size of an apple emerged, but it extinguished before it could travel a meter. A half-finished product, he critiqued. Selecting another, he infused it again. and a fireball the size of a fist shot forth with a whoosh, only to extinguish upon contact with the formation. Loud in thunder, soft in rain, he lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. It seemed his talent was not as high as he had hoped. The final talisman fared slightly better, merely meeting the standard. A 1/3 success rate, he mused. The creation of talismans was not solely about their completion, but also about considering their efficacy and the rate of successful production. A true talisman master not only produces high-quality talismans, but also maintains a success rate exceeding 90%. After testing the 3 talismans, Xianxiaaudiobooks remembered to check the system space for the xianxiaaudiobooks brush. Upon reading the system's description, his brow furrowed in confusion. This brush was of a higher grade than regular spiritual tools, had it not been damaged and lost its rank. Its mere appearance in this realm would have triggered a heavenly tribulation. It was said that at its peak, the xianxiaaudiobooks brush possessed a spirit, but alas, that spirit was now injured and dormant. Thus, the information he obtained was incomplete. He only knew that the xianxiaaudiobooks brush was the favored tool of a legendary talisman master who utilized it to inscribe runes of cosmic significance, capable of shattering rivers and stars. In truth, at present, the xianxiaaudiobooks brush served as a superior spiritual tool that could enhance the success rate of talisman crafting. For instance, Xianxiaaudiobooks' original 30% success rate could be improved to 70% with the brush. However, he decided against using it for now. Mastering the fundamentals of talisman crafting was paramount, and he believed it best to build a strong foundation before resorting to shortcuts. The optimal moment to employ the xianxiaaudiobooks brush would be when he could no longer improve through his own efforts. After refining the xianxiaaudiobooks brush and placing it in the system space, Xianxiaaudiobooks set about drawing talismans, aiming to produce several in anticipation of Elder Jiao's inspection the following morning. After creating 10 talismans, he felt his eyes grow weary, the runes blurring before him. It seemed he had exhausted his consciousness. This clone, despite having a consciousness surpassing his cultivation level, was still akin to a foundation establishment stage mind. After a brief period of cultivation, he managed to draw 5 more talismans before succumbing to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Xianxiaaudiobooks made his way to Symbol Peak. The hall was sparsely populated, indicating a diminished enthusiasm among the students on the second day. Taking advantage of the quiet, he signed in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, Talisman Insights. The Talisman Insights should contain valuable experiences related to talisman drawing, but with so many people around, Xianxiaaudiobooks refrained from examining it. Junior sister, have you drawn so many talismans? Did you not sleep last night? While you gazed at the stack of talisman papers on Xianxiaaudiobooks' desk, reflecting on the sheer volume, it merely appeared abundant. In reality, senior sister had sketched only a handful, about 4 or 5 sheets, as Xianxiaaudiobooks swept a glance across Huayu's workspace. I've only drawn 5, Huayu pouted, her expression tinged with displeasure. Elder Jiao arrived. At an unknown cue, someone called out, prompting everyone to transform into model students, sitting upright with their chests out. However, Elder Jiao did not enter the hall, but stood in the courtyard, instructing everyone to present their crafted talismans for a collective inspection. I will utilize spiritual energy to assess the quality of your talismans, he announced. With that, the disciples filed into line at the entrance. And Elder Jiao picked up the 5 talismans from the first disciple. The 5 talismans floated neatly in midair as Elder Jiao's fingertips glided over them. Instantly, they transformed into 5 fireballs, one of which shot 2 meters downwards towards the ground, while the other 4 flickered precariously before extinguishing. 20% success rate, he remarked. After providing feedback, the next disciple stepped forward. They followed the same procedure, with those waiting in line nervously shifting their gazes, sometimes glancing at the success rates of those ahead, other times scrutinizing their own talismans, speculating on their chances of success. Time passed in this tense atmosphere, and soon it was Huayu's turn. The 5 talismans ascended into the air. The familiar scene unfolded once more. 20% success rate. Next, then came Xianxiaaudiobooks. To avoid drawing attention, he reduced his original 15 talismans to 10. As the 10 talismans emerged, their presentation appeared even more extravagant than before, eliciting sighs of admiration from the onlooking disciples. Truly, there are always those more skilled than oneself. Spiritual energy surged forth. With a series of explosive sounds, 5 fireballs hurtled towards Elder Jiao. He merely shot a glance at them, and the fireballs promptly disintegrated into ashes. 50% success rate. Not bad. Next, once all disciples had undergone inspection, Elder Jiao instructed everyone to return to the hall. He expressed satisfaction with the day's results. Out of 20 participants, 2 achieved a 50% success rate. 3 obtained 40%, while the remainder scored 20%. Crafting talismans may be simple, yet to be deemed proficient, one must maintain a 70% success rate. For superior talismans, an 80% threshold is required. The art of talisman making demands not only innate talent, but also patience and repeated practice to enhance one's success rate. Today, they focused on crafting fireball talismans, and any queries could be posed. Tomorrow, each of you is required to produce at least 10 talismans. After Elder Jiao concluded, the disciples immersed themselves once more in their crafting, with occasional inquiries being directed at him. Following another round of drawing, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt an enhanced precision in his control over spiritual energy. To elevate his success rate further, he realized that practice alone was key. The subsequent drawings progressed smoothly, as if his body had developed muscle memory, allowing him to create talismans with ease. An hour later, the lesson concluded, and Xianxiaaudiobooks had completed 5 talismans. Though the quantity fell short, the quality felt exceptionally gratifying. Upon returning to his courtyard, he diligently crafted another 10, bringing his total to 20. After selecting the first 10 he had drawn, he conducted an experiment in the backyard, discovering a surprising 60% success rate. Sensing that his spiritual consciousness was nearing exhaustion, he decided to halt his talisman creation and took out insights on talismans to study meticulously. Chapter 60, Lu Yu encounters danger. The following day, Elder Jiao once again assessed the talismans crafted by the disciples. They lined up dutifully, presenting their fireball talismans. Compared to their initial attempts, most participants saw a notable improvement in their success rates, with Xianxiaaudiobooks rising from 50 to 60%. Hua Yu's success rate also increased from 20 to 30%, instantly boosting her confidence. During class, she became so focused that her conversations with Xianxiaaudiobooks dwindled. Elder Jiao also demonstrated the crafting of rain-inducing talismans, instructing everyone to practice both fireball and rain talismans. When Xianxiaaudiobooks signed in at the talisman peak, he received a stack of talisman papers. It was evident that the resources had been nearly exhausted, and he could no longer acquire superior items. Although slightly disheartened, he found solace in avoiding a trip down the mountain to purchase talisman paper. Thus, Xianxiaaudiobooks' days unfolded in a steady rhythm of drawing talismans and signing in, with his success rate gradually improving, leading to a fulfilling yet relaxed existence. In contrast, Luo Miao in the woolly secret realm found her circumstances far less tranquil. A few days prior, Lu Yu had sustained injuries. Although he had regained consciousness, his combat capability had significantly diminished due to his severe wounds. At first, he was unable to engage in battle for fear of exacerbating his condition and jeopardizing his foundation. To ensure that the newly arrived disciples, including Luo Miao, could gain valuable experience, Lu Yu insisted on leading the team into training rather than retreating to recuperate at the main base. In subsequent skirmishes, Lu Yu found himself overwhelmed, merely managing to protect himself while occasionally exerting effort to shield the disciples of the Tianyuan sect from the demonic forces, causing his wounds to heal slowly. On the other hand, the Hahuan sect was not faring much better. Their highest cultivator, Yi Wuqing, was only at mid-golden core stage, and while relatively better off than the Tianyuan sect, it was marginal. At the onset of every battle, Yi Wuqing was the most active participant, not only charging into the fray to confront the opposing sect's strongest members, but also managing the well-being of the Hahuan disciples to prevent casualties. After each conflict, he busied himself with organizing rest for the disciples, maintaining watch, and overseeing the medical care of the injured. Since that day, Yi Wuqing and Luo Miao had not had the chance to converse at length. Through each successive battle, Luo Miao's mindset had undergone continuous refinement. It seemed that the once ambiguous threads of affection had either become trivial or were buried deep within her heart. Furthermore, with Lu Yu injured, many of the mundane matters of the Tianyuan sect fell to Luo Miao, who initially felt uncomfortable and hesitant. However, she soon accustomed herself to the responsibilities, developing bonds with the Tianyuan disciples as well. "Senior brother, how are you feeling today?" Luo Miao's innocent gaze hardened with determination, her youthful demeanor now imbued with a touch of vigor. Lu Yu's eyes reflected warmth, though they carried a deeper sorrow, while battles foster growth. Such development was invariably accompanied by pain and helplessness. He longed to pat his junior sister's head, yet she disliked such gestures, stifling his desire. He rubbed his fingers together and spoke in a cool tone. "Junior sister, my wounds have nearly healed. I can now wield 80% of my power." Noticing the faint hue of fatigue in Luo Miao's eyes, he added, "If you feel too exhausted, we can return to rest for a while. You all just arrived and require time to acclimatize." Luo Miao pondered for a moment, recalling the spirits of the disciples outside, all eager to continue fighting for days on end. Despite the arduous battles they had faced, each encounter had resulted in victories, instilling confidence in everyone. "No, senior brother. I see that the disciples are all in high spirits, and besides, your injuries are on the mend. I can hold on for another couple of days before I can relax." When that time comes, you must assign me an easy task, Luo Miao teased. A slight smile graced Lu Yu's lips before he quickly resumed his stoic demeanor, as if the smile had been nothing but an illusion. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted outside, and that loathsome, chilling aura re-emerged. They exchanged glances and dashed out of the camp. Indeed, in the night, dark robes encircled the camp like a vice. Lu Yu's expression grew increasingly frigid as he realized that among the demonic forces, there was also a nascent soul cultivator. As Yi Wuqing observed the situation, he licked his lips, the crimson hue reflecting a hint of impatience. With a swift motion, he wielded a white folding fan, directing it towards the face of the nascent soul cultivator. The cultivator responded by summoning a dense black mist to shield himself from the fan's advance. Lu Yu, drawing his sword, cleaved through the thick fog, causing it to rip apart. The white fan sliced through the black-clad figure with a swift motion. Lu Yu stifled the surge of blood rising within him. Noticing Yi Wuqing engaged in combat with the cloaked adversary, Lu Yu hastened to assist. However, for reasons unknown, the black-robed figure fought while retreating, seemingly luring the two into a trap. Lu Yu's expression darkened. Although distancing themselves from the camp was advantageous to avoid harming the less experienced disciples, the demonic entity's intent to draw them away harbored sinister motives. This was a blatant scheme, and they had no choice but to comply, for a single nascent soul practitioner could easily overpower numerous foundation and chi refining cultivators. Within the camp, the battling disciples appeared oblivious to their surroundings. The once overwhelming black figures seemed to dwindle, with one less appearing every moment, signaling a potential victory. Suddenly, Luo Miao sensed something amiss. It was happening too swiftly. Typically, such battles would endure for 3 to 4 hours, yet now, after merely 1 hour, the tide seemed to be turning. Observing the battlefield, she noted the black-clad figures were clearly retreating as they fought. Her senior brother was missing, and Yi Wuqing was nowhere to be seen. A surge of alarm gripped Luo Miao. She quickly sent a message to a disciple of Tianyuan's sect, informing him of her intent to search for her senior brother, instructing them to return to the camp if she had not returned by dawn. Following the trail, she ventured deeper into the wilderness, the landscape growing increasingly desolate, an unsettling emotion swelling within her as she quickened her pace. Initially, it was Lu Yu and Yi Wuqing pursuing the black-robed figure, but midway, the figure suddenly ignited its essence, surging to the mid-nascent soul realm, subsequently turning the tables to drive Lu Yu and Yi Wuqing back. Amidst the relentless assault, the two found themselves cornered against the edge of a cliff. Oblivious to their surroundings due to the encroaching darkness, feeling only the incessant pressure of retreat, focused solely on the black-robed figure, they failed to notice the transformation of the ground beneath them, as the lush green grass gave way to cracked, arid earth. As Lu Yu stumbled backward, he inadvertently stepped into the yellowed terrain, and in an instant, his spiritual energy dissipated completely, leaving his hands empty. Exchanging a glance filled with unmasked shock, they realized they had entered the realm of no spirit. Chapter 61, The Realm of No Spirit. The woolly secret realm is vast, with certain areas teeming with rich spiritual energy that nurtures rare spiritual herbs, rendering them sacred grounds, while other regions are fraught with peril. Records from Tianyuan's sect indicate that among the dangerous areas within the woolly secret realm, 5 stand out, with the realm of no spirit being the most enigmatic. It is said that once one enters the realm of no spirit, they must exit immediately, lest they become lost within its confines. Some legends even speak of ancient beasts with cannibalistic memories lurking within, leading those who linger to become like soulless husks, devoid of memory and consciousness over time. The key to escaping the realm of no spirit lies in retreating at the instant of entry. Any hesitation will seal one's fate. At this moment, at the boundary of the realm of no spirit, Lu Yu and Yi Wuqing gazed gravely at the black-robed figure. The figure, however, refrained from attacking, simply observing them with a menacing calm. The moment either attempted to advance, the figure would unleash a barrage of attacks to thwart their progress. As time passed, the black-robed figure's cultivation regressed back to the early nascent soul stage, and the consequences of its previous surge manifested as its aura waned, revealing signs of severe injury. Lu Yu and Yi Wuqing sensed a white mist enveloping them, obscuring their path as they teetered on the brink of losing themselves within the realm of no spirit, forcing them to move towards the boundary. Observing their dazed expressions as they unwittingly advanced toward the abyss, the black-robed figure smirked, revealing a wicked grin, though the smile quickly faltered as it tugged at a wound. Sensing its own discomfort, a glint of coldness flickered in the figure's eyes before it vanished in a flash. Not long after the black-robed figure's departure, Luo Miao arrived. Witnessing Lu Yu and Yi Wuqing, their figures blurred as they were mere steps from the precipice. Completely unaware of their peril, The sight struck her as peculiar. Without time to ponder, she unleashed her spiritual energy to bind the two. Yet, upon contact, her energy ceased to resonate at a certain point. The realm of no spirit, Luo Miao gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The legends of the realm echoed in her mind as she furrowed her brow. Gritting her teeth, she plunged into the fray. Upon reaching them, she grasped one of their hands and pulled forward. However, the sudden touch startled Yi Wuqing, who instinctively shoved Luo Miao away. A startled cry escaped Luo Miao as she stumbled backward, inadvertently dragging Lu Yu along, and both plummeted toward the cliff. In that fleeting moment of descent, Luo Miao's mind raced with thoughts of impending doom. The rushing wind roared in her ears as she felt her body free-falling, holding onto Lu Yu's hand. From the instant their hands intertwined, Lu Yu recognized it was Luo Miao, but before he could react, he was drawn over the edge. At that moment, he focused on their clasped hands, then glanced at Luo Miao's face, every detail vividly illuminated in his mind. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Yu swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Luo Miao blinked in confusion, seemingly dazed. "Junior sister, do not be afraid," he spoke softly, his voice imbued with compassion. With a sudden impact, they collided with something, halting their descent. Fortunately, although this place lacked spiritual energy, their bodies, having been fortified as cultivators, were spared from becoming a mere heap of flesh upon landing. Lu Yu felt a pang of discomfort as he supported himself on the ground, clearly observing the yellow earth beneath him, its surface strewn with withered grass. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "Junior sister, grasp my hand and do not let go. It seems that as long as our bodies are in contact, we can perceive our surroundings. Otherwise, we are engulfed in this mist." Upon hearing this, Luo Miao fumbled around on the ground, and indeed, when her hand touched a stone, she could see it clearly. The same clarity extended to Lu Yu, who she held onto, yet beyond that, all was shrouded in a blank haze. If physical contact is essential for perception, then if we walk barefoot, might we not sense the path better? Luo Miao exclaimed, hastily preparing to remove her shoes. "Allow me to take care of that. The terrain is treacherous." Lu Yu replied awkwardly, turning his head away as he slipped off his shoes, revealing his fair feet upon the yellowed ground. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Miao concluded that if she too placed her feet on the ground, her field of vision would expand. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. And she quickly removed her shoes, her delicate feet meeting the coarse surface, an uncomfortable sensation underfoot. "Junior sister," Lu Yu mused, his gaze flickering as he focused on her feet. "Her feet are so small, her hands are soft and petite. Would it seem strange if I were to squeeze them?" He quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts. What was happening to him today? His mind was filled with peculiar notions. Luo Miao, seemingly oblivious, gazed at the expanding area of clarity before them, contemplating another pressing issue. "Senior brother, let us devise a way to mark our path, otherwise, we may retrace our steps without realizing it." Lu Yu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of guilt. His junior sister suggested, "Why don't we mark the ground?" "Indeed," he replied. They took a few steps and made their marks on the earth. The visibility was poor, and the surrounding light remained unchanged, as if time itself had ceased to exist. If it weren't for the occasional patches of dense and sparse weeds underfoot, Luo Miao might have believed she was ensnared in a timeless void, unable to perceive any changes. Sensing her agitation, Lu Yu casually broached a new topic. "Junior sister, do you think there is a pattern to the growth of these weeds?" Luo Miao seemed to find a spark of insight, and in the ensuing moments, they observed that the weeds appeared to be growing thicker. Suddenly, a gurgling sound interrupted their thoughts. Luo Miao's face flushed uncomfortably. Lu Yu, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "There's no spiritual energy here. It's only natural to feel hungry. I'm feeling it too. Let's hold on a bit longer. We should be able to find our way out." "Yes, senior brother. I've noticed that the grass seems to be getting denser. A change is likely imminent." Time passed, perhaps several hours, perhaps a day. Luo Miao sensed the mist before them growing lighter, while the dead grass on the ground gradually increased. Some of it even sprouting vibrant green, teeming with life. Upon witnessing this transformation, they hastened toward the verdant direction. Their vision sharpened as patches of lush grass revealed themselves, flourishing to knee-height. Glancing back, they saw only a shroud of white mist, obscuring the path they had traversed. "We should put on our shoes," Luo Miao suddenly observed, feeling that this place was markedly different from the earlier fog-laden area. She released his hand and squatted down to don her shoes. Lu Yu regarded his empty hand with a hint of disappointment and sighed, squatting down to put on his shoes as well. Once clad, he felt a wave of comfort wash over his feet. However, the pangs of hunger soon became more pronounced. "Senior brother, why is there not even a wild beast in this expanse of grass? I'm starving. Where there is grass, there should be demonic beasts. Let's move further ahead." Lu Yu replied before meticulously examining their surroundings. As they traversed the boundless grassland, climbing over hillocks, they found that despite the absence of mist, there was no distinction between day and night. Were it not for the markers they left along the way, they might have believed they were going in circles. Senior brother, do you hear the sound of water? Luo Miao said uncertainly. Lu Yu paused and listened intently. Indeed, there was a faint sound of water, likely emanating from the other side of the mountain. Luo Miao's eyes brightened. Let us go. The two of them eagerly dashed forward. However, the journey to the mountain's peak proved arduous, taking them several hours of walking and running. An ordinary person would have succumbed to exhaustion long before. Upon reaching the summit, Luo Miao exclaimed incredulously, Senior brother, there are people. On the other side of the mountain lay a wide river, a formidable barrier dividing the land into two halves. One side was an endless expanse of water, while the other boasted houses, trees, fields, people, and an assortment of livestock. Lu Yu, less animated than Luo Miao, remarked coolly, there is no spiritual energy there. Crossing this river will be challenging. When they finally reached the riverbank, they realized just how vast it was, at least 800 to 1,000 meters wide. From their side, they could scarcely discern the figures and objects across the river, rendering any call for help futile. They stood still for a moment. Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves. You must be hungry. Let me catch some fish for you. Luo Miao sighed. Yes, senior brother. I'll look for something to burn. Eating raw fish is truly daunting. After surveying the area, they found nothing but grass and began to scavenge for dry, dead weeds. With a few vigorous pulls, Luo Miao amassed several piles. Meanwhile, Lu Yu waded into the water, bending down to catch fish, but after several attempts, he came up empty-handed. With a resigned sigh, he removed his long robe to fashion a makeshift net. As splashes erupted around him, Lu Yu finally managed to catch a small fish, though it was barely the length of a finger, hardly enough for one person. Nonetheless, it was a promising start, and Lu Yu intensified his efforts to catch more fish. Eventually, he succeeded, but the challenge of starting a fire loomed ahead. Senior brother, Luo Miao said with wide, innocent eyes, it seems like starting a fire should be a simple task. Yet what do we do now? Lu Yu, a dedicated practitioner who had never felt so frustrated in years, suggested, perhaps I could try to create fire by friction. If we lack wood, we can use stones from the river. Without hesitation, he began gathering sharp stones from the riverbed, setting them aside to dry. He also selected particularly dry weeds to weave into a mat to prevent them from scattering during their efforts. With determination, Lu Yu set to work, moving swiftly and vigorously. Before long, flames flickered to life, and for the first time, smiles graced their faces. For the next few days, their existence revolved around catching fish and starting fires. They also practiced swimming, using the woven grass rope to tether themselves together as they ventured into the river. Through repeated attempts, they swam further each time, though the rope still needed to be reinforced. Meanwhile, while Luo Miao and Lu Yu were honing their swimming skills, Xiang diligently practiced drawing talismans. His month of study at the Talisman Peak was drawing to a close. Tomorrow would mark the final assessment, and they had covered 10 different talismans over the course of the month. Zhao Shun required each disciple to have at least 5 talismans with a success rate of over 70%. To prevent cheating, the talismans would be drawn and inspected on the spot the following morning. As night fell, Xiang finally set down his brush to stretch his sore wrists. Raising his gaze, he noticed another version of himself tending to spirit vegetables in the courtyard. His true self had been in seclusion for a month, progressing to the later stages of cultivation. The pace of advancement was slow, and this was merely an opportunity to catch some fresh air and stretch. The following morning at the foot of Talisman Peak, the disciples were brimming with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. They whispered amongst themselves, awaiting Zhao Shun's arrival. Junior sister, how many qualified talismans do you think you can draw? Hua Yu inquired, lowering her head. Perhaps 5, Xiang replied. In reality, he had already raised the success rate of all 10 talismans to 70% the night before. Hua Yu's gaze flickered as she replied. I recently stumbled upon an intriguing pill formula and spent extra time studying it. It seems I may not have completed the task. Shoo, the elder is here, someone exclaimed. The crowd fell silent, each disciple sitting upright, wearing serious expressions. I clarified the rules yesterday. Let us begin. You have 3 hours to draw 5 different talismans. 10 copies of each, Zhao Shun stated without delay. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples bowed their heads, diligently focusing on their talismans. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the sound of brushes gliding across talisman paper. During the initial hour, everyone worked earnestly, but as time progressed, the sound of tearing talisman paper grew more frequent, indicating a lack of preparation. To avoid drawing attention, Xiang deliberately slowed his pace, casually crafting his talismans. Remarkably, within just 2 hours, he had completed 46 talismans. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Tunin feigned a stretch of his wrist and resumed his drawing. The last 4 talismans received his utmost diligence. Yet their scarcity meant that he completed them swiftly. To avoid disturbing others, Xiang Tunin merely glanced around, and his eyes fell upon Huaiwe, who wore an expression of profound distress. A smile nearly escaped his lips at the sight. "Are you done?" A voice called from behind. Xiang Tunin turned slightly stiffly. "Elder Jiao, I have completed my work." Elder Jiao's expression conveyed a sense of expectation. After a month of study and numerous assessments, he was well aware of each disciple's proficiency. Xiang Tunin consistently excelled, boasting the highest success rate. "Now that you are finished, do not disturb others. If you have time, you may also create other talismans. You need not submit them right away," Elder Jiao advised in a low voice. Xiang Tunin nodded, understanding that he could take his work with him, as using them in assessments would render them useless. Contemplating the talismans that had been popular at the market, he recalled the rain talismans, the diamond talismans, and the fireball talismans. Since the selection was quite varied, he decided to create a few of each. With his mind set, Xiang Tunin immersed himself in his drawings. As time passed, Zhao Shun's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The disciples lined up as usual, awaiting the final assessment, which would evaluate their talent in talisman creation. Those with higher aptitude might be accepted into the talisman peak. Several disciples with aspirations watched with wide eyes, their expressions fraught with tension. Zhao Shun maintained his usual demeanor as he showcased each disciple's talismans. Watching them turn to ash in the air was somewhat painful, but it was unavoidable. Without demonstration, it was difficult to gain credibility. An elder of Zhao Shun's caliber could discern the quality of the talismans. Yet this inevitably led to dissatisfaction among some disciples. After inspecting 4 individuals without finding a single qualified one, the best performer had only managed a success rate of over 70% with 4 types of talismans. Next was Huaiwe. Stealing a furtive glance at Zhao Shun's expression, she felt somewhat dissatisfied but relieved to see his demeanor remain gentle. She obediently presented her talisman paper. Amidst a mix of anticipation and anxiety, her talismans were activated one by one. Only 2 of the talismans qualified, indicating limited talent. Zhao Shun remarked indifferently. Having taught many disciples, he had seen numerous exceptional talents. But he had also encountered many without aptitude, which did not elicit much emotion from him. Huaiwe lowered her head and stepped aside. "Elder Jiao, please examine my talisman paper," Xiang Tunin said softly. As each talisman was activated, the surrounding disciples grew increasingly serious, quietly counting in their minds. Some could not help but engage in conversation. Incredible. Earlier, 9 fireball talismans succeeded. Yes, Xiang Tunin's success rate has been high in the past. Who would have thought he would excel today? 4 types with an 80% success rate, and 1 with a 90%. Excellent. Zhao Shun nodded in satisfaction. 2 other disciples also achieved qualification, but none surprised onlookers as much as Xiang Tunin. With the assessment of the talismans concluded, only 3 out of 20 disciples qualified. Noticing the dejection on their faces, Zhao Shun spoke up. "You have only been studying for a month. Do you expect to master talisman crafting so soon? Moreover, a cultivator's foundational cultivation is paramount. Learning these skills is merely supplementary. As long as the talismans you create are sufficient for your own use, that is a success." Hearing this, the crowd calculated in their minds. Although the success rates were not high, with more practice, they could create talismans for personal use and even sell some, leading to a collective easing of their expressions. Zhao Shun then turned his gaze to the 3 qualified disciples. "You 3 have passed this assessment, indicating you possess some talent in alchemy. Should you wish to study at Talisman Peak, upon passing subsequent assessments, there is a chance to become inner disciples." The 3 exchanged glances, and the other 2 quickly agreed. Zhao Shun's gaze lingered on Xiang Tunin's face, hinting at a glimmer of expectation. Xiang Tunin rolled his eyes thoughtfully. "Thank you for Elder Jiao's kind offer, but I have grown accustomed to Mingyue Peak and have developed a good rapport with my seniors, so I shall remain here." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhao Shun's face before he returned to his usual cold demeanor. "Well, everyone has their own aspirations. I shall not force you." Xiang Tunin performed a junior's salute to Elder Jiao. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I shall not intrude further." With that, he departed. Zhao Shun proceeded to arrange the entry of the other 2 disciples into Talisman Peak. Leaving Talisman Peak, the sky was still bright, and Xiang Tunin headed straight to the task hall to submit his mission, while also inquiring about tasks related to the back mountain. The task of cleaning the back mountain seemed straightforward. It involved tending to some spirit herbs that had been planted, requiring not only cleaning but also caring for the herbs, such as regular watering, which necessitated some knowledge of spirit herb cultivation. Considering that his original body was currently refining pills, Xiang Tunin felt this task was rather easy. Not only was he skilled in alchemy, but he had also cultivated spirit herbs and spent over a year cleaning in the library. if the task required relevant experience. Xiang Tunin was undoubtedly the best candidate. After submitting a task, he noticed he had accumulated 10 contribution points on his identity token. Since there were no immediate needs, he decided to save them for later use. He planned to complete the back mountain task tomorrow, and with half a day's rest remaining, he could visit the market to convert excess talismans into currency. Most importantly, he wanted to sign in, as he still had that opportunity for the day. In a rush, Xiang Tunin did not linger and swiftly flew to the market, heading directly to Tianbao Pavilion. The same shop assistant from last time greeted him with a beaming smile. Though your cultivation is modest, you were quite generous when you last shopped here. I appreciate such customers. What can I assist you with today? Xiang Tunin wasted no time and directly inquired, does Tianbao Pavilion accept talismans? I have drawn them myself. The shop assistant scratched his head with a hearty grin. We do accept them, but they need to be approved by the manager. Please wait a moment while I call him. Xiang Tunin agreed, acknowledging that the quality of talismans was often beyond the comprehension of the average person. He began to survey the store for any new merchandise. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the shop assistant returning with a middle-aged man. A quick glance revealed him to be a gold core cultivator. Greetings, manager. Xiang Tunin offered a respectful salute. Yang Rue, observing the young girl before him with delicate features and a composed demeanor, sensed that she likely possessed some ability. Our store also accepts talismans. The price will depend on their quality. Xiang Tunin presented a thick stack of talismans for the manager's evaluation. Yang Rue methodically examined each one. If it weren't for Elder Jiao's prior inspection, Xiang Tunin might have doubted the quality of his talismans. A flash of surprise crossed Yang Rue's eyes. The quality of your talismans is commendable, and the success rate should be quite high. However, these are all the lowest grade talismans, so I may not offer you a high price. Trusting that Tianbao Pavilion would not exploit customers, Xiang Tunin replied calmly, you can determine the price as you see fit. 2 low-grade spirit stones per talisman. If you have more, feel free to bring them in, Yang Rue said with a slight smile. Xiang Tunin retained some reserves, bringing out 50 talismans for sale, which resulted in a revenue of 100 spirit stones. It seems that mastering a skill is indeed of great importance. After wandering around Tianbao Pavilion, he replenished his stock with beast blood, talisman paper, and purchased various spirit herb seeds, along with some rare spirit vegetable seeds. Upon exiting Tianbao Pavilion, Xiang Tunin paused for a moment at the entrance of the marketplace. System, check-in. The check-in was successful, and he was rewarded with a treasure-seeking mouse. This living creature was a significant find, being the second such reward since long mooching. Upon reviewing the information, it became evident that this treasure-seeking mouse was unlike the ordinary variety found atop the Spirit Beast Peak. It possessed the true bloodline of an ancient treasure-seeking mouse. Not only could it sense the presence of treasures, but it also boasted formidable combat abilities, remarkable speed, and teeth as hard as those of an iron-eating beast. Furthermore, it came with its own storage space, capable of stowing treasures within it. With this spirit beast in tow, Xiang Tunin had no interest in lingering in the marketplace and hurried back to Minghua Peak. He shut the door behind him and set up an array in one fluid motion. Upon summoning the treasure-seeking mouse, a tiny, entirely pink creature appeared before him, gazing at Xiang Tunin with wide, bewildered eyes. Master, I'm hungry, a childlike voice echoed in his mind. Observing the mouse's diminutive form, Xiang Tunin deduced it was still a juvenile. What do you eat? Anything will suffice, but the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the better, the treasure-seeking mouse replied obediently. Though the mouse had expressed its preferences, Xiang Tunin was cautious and refrained from haphazard feeding. Instead, he harvested some spirit vegetables from his garden, intending to prepare a meal and summon Long Mooching for some lively company. Thinking of Long Mooching's impressive appetite, Xiang Tunin gathered the vegetables by the basinful. After washing and chopping, he heated the oil in a pan, bustling about in the kitchen. As night fell, he finally finished cooking. The 2 newly acquainted spirit beasts exchanged glances, each seemingly lost in their own world. Time to eat, Xiang Tunin called out. In an instant, the 2 spirit beasts zoomed to the table. Looking at the bountiful spread, Long Mooching smiled brightly, saying, Master is so kind. This is all my favorite food. The treasure-seeking mouse chimed in. Master, I like it too. As long as it's made by you, I enjoy it. Then hurry and eat, Xiang Tunin urged. After just a few bites, he noticed that despite the mouse's small size, it swiftly finished its portion and began using its spiritual energy to transform into chopsticks, devouring plate after plate. Xiang Tunin couldn't help but wonder where all the food was disappearing to, as the amounts consumed were clearly larger than the mouse itself. Perhaps all spirit beasts had hearty appetites. After the meal, Long Mooching took the initiative to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, the treasure-seeking mouse scurried around Xiang Tunin's feet, its voice tinged with a hint of grievance in his mind. Master, you haven't given me a name yet. Let me think, he replied. Let us use the surname Mouse and the given name Sun, so you can help me find treasures. From now on, you shall be called Mouse Sun. Mouse Sun, I like it. Thank you. Master. Chapter 64. Fuel Village. The sun illuminated the land, and the morning air still bore a hint of chill. While the sun had yet to cast its rays upon this land, the villagers of Fuel had already risen early to toil in the fields. Along the edge of the land flowed a wide river, the gentle sound of water accompanying their labor. Unbeknownst to them, two figures suddenly emerged from the riverbank. Luo Miao wiped the water from her face, gasping for breath, and smiled at Lu Yu. Senior brother, we swam across. Lu Yu deftly untied the 3 ropes that had bound them, 2 of which had snapped during their crossing. As Luo Miao stood up, shaking the water from her hair, she sighed in relief. Thank goodness for waterproof clothing, otherwise, we'd be in trouble. About 10 meters from the river lay the fields, presumably to avoid flooding during high tide. Look, there are houses. We'll have something to eat, Luo Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had been starving for centuries. Lu Yu's typically cold demeanor softened with a hint of amusement as he recalled the bland fish they had been eating for days, tasteless and devoid of salt. Enough to drive anyone to madness. As they spoke, the villagers in the fields noticed the 2 figures by the riverbank. Despite their drenched hair, the pair's fair skin, exquisite features, and flowing white garments made them resemble celestial beings who had fallen into the water. Moreover, they had emerged from the far side of the river, a place said to be devoid of human presence, only an endless expanse of wild grass capable of disorienting anyone who ventured in. Thus, it seemed likely that these 2 were indeed legendary immortals. Su Ji stood frozen, staring blankly as they approached. Luo Miao turned to the dark-skinned youth clad in simple linen, flashing a self-assured smile. Good fellow, where are we? The girl's skin was as flawless as a freshly shelled egg, and her bright eyes seemed to penetrate him. Su Ji suddenly felt inadequate in his attire, his sweat-soaked clothes emanating an odor after laboring all day. Uncomfortably, he stepped back, fixing his gaze on the ground. This is Fuel Village. Where do you come from? Seeing the youth flustered under Luo Miao's gaze, Lu Yu stepped forward discreetly to shield her. Which country does Fuel Village belong to? Su Ji, feeling a twinge of disappointment as the enchanting girl was obscured from view, replied, Fuel Village belongs to the Yong'an Kingdom. Which village are you from? Lu Yu murmured to himself, Yong'an Kingdom. Although he couldn't remember every small place, the nations within the mortal realm were limited to no more than 20, so he could recall each name. However, he had never heard of Yong'an Kingdom before. Furthermore, the individuals before him bore no traces of spiritual energy, and the land lacked any spiritual essence. Even the vegetables grown here were ordinary. It was uncertain whether this was due to the region itself or if all of its inhabitants were similarly devoid of spiritual energy. And which kingdom borders Yong'an? Lu Yu pressed on, unwilling to give up. We only have Yong'an here. Beyond the kingdom lies a wide river, and it's said that the grasslands beyond the river will lead you astray. So we only have Yong'an, Su Ji replied, looking down, his voice lacking conviction. He had only ever been to the town and had never ventured far. He was unfamiliar with other countries, but did not wish to appear foolish in front of the celestial beings. Lu Yu frowned, surveying the village filled with simple farmers, none of whom exhibited any spiritual prowess. Observing Lu Yu's serious expression, Luo Miao contemplated that they might have to seek out larger locations to inquire further, hoping to encounter cultivators. How do we reach the capital of Yong'an Kingdom? Su Ji shook his head. I've only been to the town. You might inquire at the county seat. The town is closer. It will take you about 2 hours along the main road. Exchanging glances, Lu Yu and Luo Miao quickly inquired about the direction to the town and set off at once. The one advantage of a world without day or night was the ability to travel whenever one wished, unconcerned by the time. Su Ji's estimate of 2 hours turned out to be only 1 for them, and they even managed to forage some wild fruits along the way to stave off hunger. Senior brother, the town ahead seems devoid of spiritual energy as well, Luo Miao remarked, munching on a spirit fruit. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. As they walked, the vibrant trees and flowers along the path could not mask the reality that this land was lacking in spiritual essence. It seems we can only venture to more distant places. Having satisfied her hunger, Luo Miao felt a sense of ease wash over her. Senior brother, she casually remarked, let us procure 2 steeds in the town shortly. Traveling on foot is rather sluggish. Observing the way Luo Miao's cheeks swelled with the fruit she munched on, Lu Yu too relaxed, reassured that no imminent danger loomed. They could afford to search leisurely, and surely a solution to acquire 2 horses would present itself. On the rear mountain of Tianyuan sect, Xiang Tunin engaged in a brief handover of tasks with the previous disciple responsible for menial duties. Junior sister. The entire rear mountain is divided into 4 sections, separated by pathways. This month, Your responsibility is to oversee this medicinal herb field and maintain its cleanliness, he instructed. This patch of spiritual herbs thrives in the shade. Should the sun prove too intense, you may employ your spells to shield them. Conversely, this area enjoys sunlight and requires little care, unless there's an extended spell of rain. Do not worry, Elder Fu is quite amiable. To facilitate our management of the herb fields, he has categorized them according to their attributes. After a brief exchange, the disciple entered a small cabin, stowed her already prepared belongings into her storage bag, and after a final check, departed. A gentle breeze wafted through the overcast sky. It was a gloomy day, and the herbs in the field required minimal attention. Xiang Tunin entered his modest quarters, which contained only a simple bed and a table with chairs, sufficient for temporary repose. The disciple had also mentioned that if she did not mind the inconvenience, she could rest at her own residence. Unsure whether to return for the night or to utilize this time to cultivate diligently and break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He decided to set that aside for the moment and focus on signing in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a jar of enlightenment tea. The benefits of enlightenment tea were quite evident, as it aided cultivators in grasping the Tao more swiftly. In the later stages of cultivation, mere meditation becomes insufficient. With this enlightenment tea, his cultivation could ascend rapidly. Stowing the tea into the system space, Xiang Tunin began to tidy the area while meticulously inspecting the spiritual herbs. On Mingyue Peak, his true self opened his eyes, retrieved his tea set, and began to brew the tea with utmost seriousness. To avert detection from the outside world, he meticulously arranged one formation after another in the small courtyard. The delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air, and merely inhaling its fragrance invigorated his mind. Lifting the cup, he blew gently to disperse the floating tea leaves along the rim before taking a sip. The tea flowed into his throat, filling his body with spiritual energy, enhancing his consciousness and sharpening his intellect. Xiang Tunin quickly focused his mind and further contemplated the chaos decision. As his understanding deepened, the spiritual energy within him grew denser, and the speed of his cultivation accelerated. He immersed himself in an ineffable state that could neither be articulated nor fully described. Chapter 65, The Kingdom of Yong'an. After completing the cleaning of the rear mountain, Xiang Tunin plunged into cultivation, hastening his progression to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Otherwise, the stagnation of his cultivation might arouse suspicion. Following a night of rigorous practice, he awoke feeling refreshed and proceeded to water the spiritual herbs that thrived in moisture. He then inspected the growth of the herbs. It was time for his daily check-in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, rare spiritual herb seeds. Xiang Tunin grimaced. While the seeds were indeed scarce, they paled in comparison to the enlightenment tea. Had he exhausted all his luck in one go? He placed the seeds into the mustard seed space, instructing Long Mooching to plant them. The once barren mustard seed space was now flourishing with numerous spiritual herbs, most of which were over 1,000 years old. Should any alchemist from the outside world catch sight of them, they would surely risk their lives to seize them. Grateful for the accelerated passage of time within the mustard seed space, Xiang Tunin felt a surge of appreciation as the ordinary spiritual herbs had transformed into rare varieties. After attending to the herb field, he began sketching talismans in his small cabin. This newly acquired skill was still at a rudimentary level. He needed to cultivate his talents to become a master talisman maker rather than squander his potential. Deeply engrossed in his talisman crafting, he remained oblivious to the presence of someone approaching the herb field, standing merely 5 meters from his cabin. Fu Yao, contemplating the monthly exchange of disciples, visited the rear mountain to inspect her herb field. After reviewing 3 fields where disciples diligently tended to the herbs, she arrived at the 4th and found it utterly deserted. The small cabin was enveloped in an intricate formation. The more she examined it, the more she appreciated its ingenuity and thoughtfulness. It appeared simple, yet any attempt to breach the formation would reveal its true complexity. This outer sect disciple possessed a remarkable talent for formations, making it somewhat regrettable that such a student was tasked with guarding the herb field. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the areas in need of watering had already been attended to, and the places requiring cleaning had been tidied up. Fu Yao glanced at the small house, but refrained from dismantling the formation. After all, disrupting it would disturb the disciples' cultivation, and since all necessary tasks had been fulfilled, that was sufficient. In the blink of an eye, Fu Yao vanished without a trace, while Xiang Tunin remained blissfully unaware, wholly absorbed in his endeavor to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. As sunlight once again graced the earth, Xiang Tunin consumed a high-grade yuan cultivating pill. With a resounding crack, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, and he attained the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yet, rather than reveling in his breakthrough, He noted that his original self's cultivation was advancing at an astonishing rate, already reaching the third layer of yuanying, with a continual growth trajectory. Xiang Tunin continued to rise early to tend to the herb field and sign in, perhaps having exhausted his luck, as he only received spiritual herb seeds, though better than nothing. He stowed them all in the mustard seed space for long mooching to cultivate. He then devoted substantial time to drawing talismans, having nearly mastered the basics. He began attempting to craft intermediate talismans, which were far more intricate and demanded uninterrupted focus throughout the process. Having completed 9/10 of his first drawing, he briefly relaxed his concentration, causing the talisman paper to shatter into fragments. With an expressionless demeanor, Xiang Tunin began anew. Days passed steadily, filled with talisman drawing and herb field management. Yong'an City, as the capital of the kingdom of Yong'an, bustled with a constant flow of people. Early in the morning, the city gates were lined with queues of individuals entering and exiting. Among those entering the city today was a remarkably handsome pair, their radiant skin gleaming amidst the crowd. Yet, the throng was preoccupied with their business of selling goods. Even the most captivating faces were merely glanced at before attention returned to the pursuit of profit. Senior brother, we have finally entered the city. Let us find an inn to rest for a while, Luo Miao said to Lu Yu, who was clad in coarse cloth. Lu Yu, leading his horse, glanced at Luo Miao's simple attire, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Let us buy you a few garments upon entering. Recalling their earlier venture into the town, as advised by Su Ji, they had entered without a single coin to their name, unable to purchase food or horses. Ultimately, they had sold their water and fire-resistant spiritual garments after demonstrating their effectiveness to a local wealthy man, who planned to save them for his son to wear when he grew older. Luo Miao's clothing, which did not require selling, had been deemed too conspicuous by her, prompting her to suggest that rather than flaunting their attention-grabbing outfits, they should convert them into funds, as they needed provisions for their journey. After selling 2 sets of clothing, they acquired a considerable sum of silver, in addition to purchasing 2 horses and some provisions, leaving them with little else as they hurried along the road, neglecting to truly savor life's pleasures. The garments adorning her body were the unrefined gifts of a local landowner, the fabric undeniably coarse. Previously preoccupied with their journey, Luo Miao had paid little heed to her attire. However, now, amidst the throngs of the bustling city, she felt an urge to procure a splendid outfit. Considering their financial abundance, let us indulge, brother, she suggested. 2 sets each would allow for a change of clothes, lest we impose upon Lu Yu's frugality. She added, if there's no opportunity in Yong'an City, who knows how long we must wander. This coarse cloth is far too uncomfortable. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Being cultivators, their physical resilience was commendable, and they had already been quite economical with their expenditures. After paying the entrance fee to the city, they sought out an inn, entrusting their horses to a young attendant. Shall we take lodgings, or merely rest for the night? Lu Yu inquired. 2 rooms for 3 days, with some meals provided. We can dine in the main hall. He tossed a silver coin onto the counter. In the corner of the hall, they found a table, and after settling in, they attempted to sense the presence of spiritual energy, though none was detected. However, an instinctive feeling suggested that the exit was nearby. As they dined, they inadvertently overheard a conversation in the hall. Have you heard? The palace is selecting new maids again. Indeed, the palace is a ravenous place. So many maids enter each year, yet how few return. What of it? Many families are eager to send their daughters there. Besides, most do return, adorned in gold and silver. Alas, the compensation is generous, even for those few who do not return. Enough of that. Let us finish our meal and inform our relatives back home. Luo Miao set down her chopsticks, a knowing look in her eyes. Brother, should I register? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. Let us first take a look. They followed the crowd to the palace gates, where an invisible wave of spiritual energy seemed to envelop them. The entrance was thronged with people, and a notice on the wall proclaimed that the selection of maids would commence in 3 days, inviting interested women to report at that time. Let us go buy some clothes, Lu Yu suggested, casting a glance at the imposing guards. While their skills surpassed those of ordinary mortals, they were still limited, and confronting a multitude would be futile. Luo Miao nodded, reassured that there was no rush with 3 days to spare. Shall we then procure some attire? It seems imperative. Chapter 66, Disguised as a Woman. The lively marketplace buzzed with discussions regarding the palace's selection of maids. Madam Tao, will you be sending your daughter to the palace this year? A plump middle-aged woman rolled her eyes in response. My daughter is destined to marry. She shan't enter that devouring palace. Yet, they say that after 3 years, one can still marry, and with a handsome sum of silver. Madam Tao feigned ignorance, dusting off her fabric and setting it aside. Mistress, do you have ready-made garments? Luo Miao inquired, noticing the shop's ample selection. Madam Tao instantly donned a bright smile, her features softening. After a cursory glance at the two, she beckoned, "We have both men's and women's wear. Do come in and take a look." Following her into the shop, Lu Yu's attention was immediately drawn to a delicate yellow gown. "Fetch that for me to try," he instructed, as Madame Tao retrieved the garment. She praised, "Ah, your husband has exquisite taste. This is our finest piece." Luo Miao quickly interjected, "He is my brother." The shopkeeper, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yu, pondered how they bore no resemblance as siblings. Lu Yu maintained his stoic expression, though a flicker of seriousness crossed his countenance. "Sister, do try it on. And while you're at it, bring down that green dress as well for my sister to try," he added. "Of course, your discernment is commendable. I wonder which young lady will benefit from such kindness," Madame Tao cooed. "Indeed, with such a wonderful brother, who knows whom he will favor in the future," Luo Miao said, nodding in agreement, though a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. After trying on the two dresses, Luo Miao emerged, lifting the hem of her gown and twirling. "Do I look beautiful, brother?" she asked. Lu Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "You look splendid. It suits you perfectly." The soft yellow was indeed fitting for a blossoming girl of 15 or 16. Although Luo Miao appreciated the attire, Lu Yu's praise only heightened her admiration for it. Once they completed their purchases, they meandered through the streets, with Luo Miao indulging in various snacks, relishing the flavors. "Brother, one must admit their craftsmanship is superb. The taste is simply exquisite. Do have a bite." Lu Yu regarded the greasy morsels with little desire, yet resolved to taste one. "How could you eat that directly?" "I had already taken a bite of this piece," Luo Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Yu felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "I wasn't paying attention. Besides, weren't we like this in our childhood?" It took a moment for the realization to set in. Luo Miao's eyes darted away, a sudden tension intruding upon their camaraderie. "Brother, do be cautious next time. We have grown up." Memories of their childhood resurfaced in Luo Miao's mind. Growing up together, she, a mere child, would often plead for sweets, while Lu Yu, 10 years her senior, would frequently venture to the market to procure them for her. In those days, she freely shared her treats, hoping he would continue to indulge her in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Yu would frown, reluctantly consuming the offerings before cleaning her hands and tidying up. Reflecting on these past fragments, Luo Miao realized how genuinely kind Lu Yu had been to her over the years. Yet, would he extend such kindness to another maiden? A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over her. Noticing Luo Miao's contemplative expression, Lu Yu felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. "Understood, I will be more mindful next time," he murmured, before turning to depart. Luo Miao followed closely behind, aware of her brother's discontent, yet uncertain of how to bridge the growing distance between them. In the ensuing days, although they shared meals and strolled through the city, an air of estrangement settled between them. Emerging from a weapons shop, Lu Yu bore several boxes of varying sizes. "Let us return to the inn," he directed. Following him back, he entered Luo Miao's room, placing the boxes on the table and unveiling their contents. The first was a soft sword, which he expertly wrapped in white cloth around its iron hilt. "Sister, conceal this sword within your belt. It should go unnoticed." Next, he produced a jade hairpin of vibrant green, its lower section fashioned from iron, sharp enough to inflict lethal harm. "This hairpin can be worn in your hair. It should not attract attention." Luo Miao hesitantly inquired, "Brother, might this thing pierce my head?" "No, this is merely mortal iron. It cannot harm you," Lu Yu cautioned, his concern palpable. "Remember not to consume anything indiscriminately tomorrow, for the poisons of the mortal realm can still affect us." He added reassuringly, "Fear not, for your senior brother is here." Luo Miao seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning of his words, responding nonchalantly, "I'm not afraid at all. With our constitution, even if we were to lie there and let them strike us, it would not harm us." Lu Yu chose not to pursue the matter further, retreating to his room with the remaining boxes. The following morning, Luo Miao donned a vibrant green outfit and styled her hair in a fashion popular in the area. The girl in the mirror appeared lively and charming. Her pale green attire exuded a refreshing elegance, and her unique hairstyle beautifully framed her face. She rapped on Lu Yu's door, exclaiming, "Senior brother, hurry up, or we'll be late." With a creak, the door swung open, and their eyes met in a moment of silence. Luo Miao gazed wide-eyed at Lu Yu, who was clad in white and had styled his hair in a feminine manner. His inexperience made the hairstyle seem precariously close to falling apart. "Senior brother, she began. Lu Yu awkwardly tied a white veil around his face, obscuring half of it, and said, "Call me senior sister. Today we will choose palace maids together." Once the veil was donned, an ethereal beauty enveloped him. "Are you worried about my safety alone? But this isn't right for you." "Senior brother," Luo Miao attempted to reason, scratching her head. "You need not worry about me." She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and leaned closer, whispering, "Senior brother, I am a Foundation establishment cultivator. This body is far stronger than that of a mortal. Besides, with my body training, this mortal iron likely cannot harm me. With little regard, Lu Yu gently shoved her head away, stating, "We came together, so we shall leave together." He swiftly changed the subject. "Help me with my hair. I fear I shall appear disheveled before we even reach the palace." Luo Miao considered that if she were to encounter a situation, it would be difficult to inform Lu Yu, as this was not the realm of cultivation where communication talismans were available. She pushed Lu Yu into the room to attend to his hairstyle. Chapter 67. Entering the Imperial Palace today, the most bustling place in Yong'an City was undoubtedly the entrance to the Imperial Palace, thronged with people. 2 battalions of soldiers clad in iron armor approached, and the crowded, noisy throng parted to create a path. At the forefront stood 2 men adorned in elegant brocade official robes, unmistakably holding positions within the palace. Those here to apply for the position of palace maid should line up, others must step back, Tang Xin stated impassively. Immediately, a number of women surged from the crowd, hurriedly forming a line. Amidst the chaos, Luo Miao and Lu Yu seized the opportunity to slip into the queue. The surrounding crowd rapidly recoiled. As the line inched forward, Luo Miao gradually discerned the proceedings. "Name, age. Place your hand on this sphere. Good, you may pass." She craned her neck and finally recognized the sphere. It was none other than the spirit testing orb. Indeed, the palace possessed spiritual energy. Subtly tugging at Lu Yu, she exchanged glances with him. Lu Yu nodded, his demeanor relaxing as he observed that only those with spiritual roots were being selected. Those without such roots were dismissed. The 2, previously anxious about failing, finally felt a sense of relief. When it was their turn, they breezed through the process with ease. Upon standing aside, they realized that those with spiritual roots were few. Including Lu Yu and Luo Miao, there were merely 5 in total. The other 3 wore expressions that were a mix of complex emotions. While Lu Yu and Luo Miao were genuinely elated, Tang Chun observed the 5 with their beaming faces, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions before he quickly masked them. With a wave of his hand, another individual presented 5 gold ingots, each weighing approximately 5 taels. "This gold is for your families. We shall take our leave." The 5 quickly accepted the gold, while the other 3 retreated into the crowd, each followed by a soldier who seemed to be monitoring them. Lu Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Miao, stuffing the gold into his pocket, and casually remarked, "What a pity our father did not come to see us off, claiming we would not be selected. Now this gold is ours to spend." Lu Yu, affecting a high-pitched tone, replied, "Indeed, sister, you speak true. This hefty piece of gold is a sight to behold. It is my first time seeing such." As she spoke, Luo Miao bit into one of the gold ingots, leaving a mark of her teeth upon it, and continued to herself, "Sister, look, this gold is genuine. It is so soft that it leaves an impression when bitten." This was no pretense on Luo Miao's part. She truly had never bitten gold before, having always been within the Tianyuan sect since she could remember, where they utilized spirit stones. As for gold, she had only heard from mortals that it could be bitten. Shortly thereafter, the other 3 returned, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly reluctant to part. Once they entered the palace, it would be at least a year before they could emerge. Tang Chun, maintaining a professional demeanor, handed each of the 5 a waste token before leading them into the palace. As the grand gates of the palace swung open, a faint essence of spiritual energy flowed through the air. The 2 exchanged glances, feigning nonchalance as they attempted to absorb the energy. Yet it proved too insubstantial to yield any effect. Tang Chun guided the group down a narrow path to the left, leading them deeper into the palace until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. "You shall rest here for the day. Someone will come to instruct you tomorrow." He added with a hint of concern, "Within the palace, do not wander aimlessly. Be wary of the guards who might mistake you for intruders." "Understood, sir." Luo Miao promptly replied, followed by the affirmations of the other 4. The remaining 3 subtly regarded Luo Miao as their leader. Upon entering, they found the courtyard, though dilapidated, to be clean and tidy, comprising 10 rooms. Luo Miao and Lu Yu chose 2 adjacent rooms, while the other 3 settled together in close quarters. Once the doors were shut, Luo Miao approached the senior brother. "This courtyard's spiritual energy seems denser than elsewhere." A warm breeze brushed against their ears, eliciting a slight tickle and stirring a yearning within them. Lu Yu turned his head awkwardly, responding, "Yes, there is a gathering array here, albeit a low-level one. Given the naturally sparse spiritual energy, we should seize this opportunity to cultivate. Being able to access our storage bags is a boon." Luo Miao nodded in agreement. With spiritual energy, they could access their storage bags to retrieve spirit stones for cultivation. Though it felt somewhat wasteful, survival was paramount. Back in their room, Luo Miao hastened her absorption of the spiritual energy. By morning, her dantian held barely 1/10 of the energy, yet opening her storage bag proved sufficient. Once the storage bag was opened, Luo Miao eagerly grasped the spirit stones with both hands, rapidly refining them until her dantian brimmed with energy before finally releasing her grip. The next morning, when Luo Miao sought out Lu Yu, she found that he too had replenished his spiritual energy. They shared a brief conversation about the breakfast delivered from the palace before Tang Shen reappeared, tossing 5 books before them and briefly explaining how to channel energy into their bodies before departing. The other 3 took the books back to their rooms to study. Senior brother, is Tang Shen immortal? Indeed, he possesses no trace of spiritual energy, Lu Yu affirmed, casually flipping through the texts in his hands. These are the most basic introductory techniques, commonly found everywhere, yet suitable for cultivators of various spiritual roots. It was evident that the inhabitants of this realm were aware of the existence of cultivation. However, Luo Miao pondered, why was it that only the palace possessed spiritual energy, while other regions lacked even the slightest trace? Senior brother, what shall we do next? During the day, as we dine and rest, let us venture out for a stroll at night, suggested Lu Yu casually. Surely, there are others within the palace engaged in cultivation. However, the extent of their prowess remains uncertain, and it is prudent to exercise caution. Deep within the palace, in a well-known forbidden area, Tang Chun spoke with utmost reverence. Your Majesty, I have already arranged for the 5 palace maidens to commence their cultivation. At the high seat sat a handsome man, his demeanor brooding, lips of vivid red, and dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. With a hollow chuckle, he remarked, a new batch has arrived. The previous ones can now be utilized. Tang Chun furrowed his brow slightly, though his lowered posture did not attract attention. Your servant shall obey. We shall commence delivery tomorrow night. Very well, go forth. I have a premonition that soon I shall attain eternal life, the figure at the elevated seat mused, his gaze icy and frenzied. During the daylight hours, the 2 would meander leisurely during meals, returning to their chambers without allowing the other 3 to engage in conversation, reclining on their beds to rest. Perhaps it was due to the restoration of their cultivation that their slumber was remarkably deep. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the palace, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of patrolling soldiers. Lu Yu and Luo Miao concealed their forms and soared to the rooftop, exchanging a glance. They sensed the fluctuations in the density of spiritual energy and directed their flight deeper into the palace. Chapter 68, The Malevolent Cultivator. Within a small courtyard shrouded by formations deep in the palace, the effeminate emperor raised the chin of a youthful maiden, scrutinizing her closely. The girl, somewhat apprehensive, shrank back slightly. The waist token she wore swayed in tandem, and had Luo Miao been present, she would have noted its resemblance to the tokens Tang Chun had given to several others. Do not be afraid. I have not encountered such a striking beauty in quite some time. Do you know why you are here tonight? The emperor's chilling voice whispered into the girl's ear. The maiden trembled as she lifted her head, forcing a smile. Lord Tang has informed me that I am here to serve the emperor. The emperor gently tucked a strand of the girl's hair behind her ear, his icy fingers slithering across her skin like a serpent. Quite admirable. You possess a beauty that is indeed captivating, and you have reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation. I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. The girl swallowed hard, appearing entranced by the emperor, timidly reaching to tug at his robe. With a low chuckle, the emperor lifted the maiden and carried her toward the bed. Moments later, anguished cries for mercy echoed from the room. Unfortunately, the courtyard was void of any listeners, as it was just the 2 of them. Outside the courtyard, Lu Yu and his companion finally located the area with the richest spiritual energy. It is a soundproofing formation combined with a gathering formation, Lu Yu remarked as he circled the courtyard. Shall we enter now, senior brother? Wouldn't it alert them? Luo Miao queried, uncertainty lacing her voice. Lu Yu nodded resolutely, his slender fingers gesturing in the air. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rushed towards them, prompting the 2 to swiftly slip into the courtyard. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yu cast a formation that enveloped the courtyard, mirroring the previous one perfectly. Inside the room, the emperor gazed at the nearly lifeless maiden beneath him, suddenly startled, hastily donning his garments. The door was thrust open with a crash. The debauched scene on the bed came into view, and before he could fully comprehend, a delicate hand covered his mouth. Do not speak, Lu Yu whispered. In a panic, the emperor stammered. Who are you 2, daring to intrude upon the palace? Lu Yu scoffed coldly. Emperor, you are naught but a malevolent rogue, siphoning the essence of women to further your own cultivation. The emperor cast a glance at the woman, who resembled a dead fish, and instead of remorse, his eyes fixated hungrily on Luo Miao. It is not my fault. I can only blame their inferior cultivation. However, I see that you 2 are brimming with spiritual energy. With you, my ascension to the foundational stage is imminent. Is that so? Lu Yu's voice was barely a whisper. And the emperor suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, his eyes wide with terror, mouth agape, veins in his neck protruding, akin to a fish on the brink of suffocation. With a mere gesture, the emperor found himself kneeling at their feet. Lu Yu placed his palm upon the emperor's head, devoid of any compassion, beginning to search his soul. "Ah, please, kill me." The emperor's wails caused Luo Miao to flinch, gently removing Lu Yu's hand. "Senior brother, I am unafraid. Every cultivator must eventually face this moment." Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his hand, and the scene before him transformed into something grotesque. The maiden on the bed lay completely bare, her skin marred by bruises, her spiritual energy having been forcibly drained, leaving her dantian shattered. Her once lustrous hair was now half-turned white. Luo Miao stepped forward, wrapping the girl in a blanket, checking her wrists. Although her foundation was damaged, she still clung to life. However, her future would be fraught with illness. She provided the maiden with a medicinal pill to alleviate her suffering. With a thud, the emperor's body slumped heavily to the ground. Lu Yu recounted the fragments of memories he had gleaned from the emperor. In truth, the nation of Yong'an harbored a secret, the existence of immortals capable of cultivation and eternal life, a truth known solely to the emperors throughout the ages. This current emperor, Lu Yu, was unlike his predecessors. He had usurped the throne by slaying his father, and thus his knowledge of the secret was incomplete. Through snippets of information and diligent searching within the palace, Lu Yu eventually discovered the foundational cultivation methods. Regrettably, the spiritual energy of this realm was thin, even the palace, which was the most abundant in spiritual energy, paled in comparison to the cultivation world. With Lu Yu's mediocre talent as a three-element root, it took him half a year to break through to the foundational level. Later, deep within the palace, he opened a hidden chamber using the gathered spiritual energy, uncovering related materials for cultivation. He realized his predicament and the nature of the realm. He understood that without external aid, he would likely die before achieving foundational cultivation, remaining stuck in the Qi training stage. Thus, successive emperors concealed this secret, fearing that those with superior talent would pose a threat to their reign. Moreover, emperors typically ascended to the throne in their 30s or 40s, preoccupied with governance, and rarely had the inclination to pursue the elusive path of immortality. Furthermore, how many emperors possessed spiritual roots? Gradually, the concept of cultivation became nothing more than a mere legend. It must be said that although Lu Yu's talent was lacking, he was diligent and perceptive, having devised a method to absorb the essence of women for his cultivation. This technique required the women to possess a certain level of cultivation, yet not too high, for the balance of power would become uncertain. To circumvent this issue, the palace annually selected young maidens with spiritual roots to practice the cultivation method. And after a year, Lu Yu would absorb their essence. After 3 years of this endeavor, Lu Yu had reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation and was now in urgent need of advancing to the foundational stage. The hidden chamber contained records indicating that only foundational cultivators had the opportunity to breach a specific door within, which would grant access to the outside world. "Senior brother, that door is our breakthrough point," Luo Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yu gently ruffled Luo Miao's hair, withdrawing his hand before she could notice. "Indeed, but that location can only be accessed during the full moon. The next full moon is but a fortnight away," he replied calmly. "That is soon. Just 2 weeks. We can wait here for that time?" Luo Miao inquired. Lu Yu shook his head. "We must return to that courtyard. Moreover, we will also need to come here at night. Tang Chun will be delivering maidens for the next 3 nights. Thus, the two traversed between both locations. Fortunate that no one noticed any anomalies. At the back mountain of Tianyuan sect, amidst the fragrant aroma of herbs, a diligent maiden was seen sweeping the ground. Xiang Tunin brushed away the last fallen leaf and stretched his back. After nearly 20 consecutive days of drawing talismans, he had mastered 3 types of intermediate talismans. He intended to explore the back mountain, hoping to find a deeper area to sign in. Having finished the Enlightenment tea, his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage, but without the tea, his training speed had reverted to its previous pace. He needed to find a new signing spot to expedite his progress. Chapter 69, A Decade of Cultivation. The back mountain of the sect was a colossal peak. While it was not the tallest in the Tianyuan sect, it undoubtedly occupied the largest area. The sunny side of the back mountain was cultivated with various spirit herbs, and currently, Xiang Tunin was tending to that area. In contrast, the shady side of the mountain was a forbidden zone for the Tianyuan sect, serving as their prison, rumored to contain demonic creatures and evil cultivators, a matter of utmost importance for the sect. True to Xiang Tunin's inherently low-profile nature, he should not have ventured into such a significant location. Yet the prospect of failing to explore new places for opportunities and the laborious pace of his training compelled him to take the risk. More importantly, Ever since the incident involving the demonic clan's alluring figure, he had been plagued by a sense of impending danger, fearing that the demonic clan might strike again, leaving him uncertain about his fate. Unperturbed, Xianxiaaudiobooks ascended to the summit of the back mountain, where he discovered a thatched courtyard, surrounded by walls adorned with rare spirit herbs. This must be the residence of Elder Fu. He suppressed his aura and took a few steps back, intending to take a detour. Inside the courtyard, Fu Yao was busy tending to the spirit herbs when she sensed an intrusion. Upon probing with her consciousness, she realized it was just the young lad who had strayed from his garden to this place. Fu Yao sent a wisp of her consciousness to attach to Xianxiaaudiobooks. He cautiously circled the courtyard, fearful of being discovered, and left without an explanation. After a lengthy detour, he finally arrived at the other side of the back mountain. Unlike the vibrant scenery of the sunny side, this area was enveloped in a gloomy mist, shrouded in darkness with buildings painted in deep hues, enhancing the overall somber atmosphere. Xianxiaaudiobooks sensed that while this area appeared unguarded, it was actually protected by a formidable array, a combined formation of entrapment and lethality. Even from outside, he could feel a faint, ominous aura emanating from it. Uncertain if signing in here would be feasible, he summoned the system without hesitation. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. A smile crept onto his lips. Today's journey was not in vain. Cheerfully, Xianxiaaudiobooks made his way back. Through the consciousness attached to him, Fu Yao observed his reactions, bewildered by his behavior. After taking such a convoluted route, he merely glanced and then smiled foolishly. Did he have an enemy imprisoned within? Nevertheless, finding no malicious intent, Fu Yao snapped her fingers, causing the consciousness linked to Xianxiaaudiobooks to dissipate. Having fortuitously signed in for 10 years of cultivation, Xianxiaaudiobooks was in excellent spirits and, having been immersed in rigorous training, decided to return to Mingyue Peak to prepare a meal as a reward for himself. Upon opening the courtyard door, he saw his main body, also Xianxiaaudiobooks, sipping enlightenment tea and grinning as he watched his doppelganger return. They exchanged glances, played for a while, and then Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a tinge of boredom. The main body proceeded to refine the cultivation he had just signed in for, while the doppelganger began to gather some spirit vegetables and released Long Mooching and Shushuan from their confinement. After a time apart, Long Mooching had not changed much in size, but Shushuan had grown fur, soft and pink, adding a touch of adorableness to its already round figure. Resisting the urge to pet it, Xianxiaaudiobooks reminded himself that he needed to cook first. Petting his companions at this moment would be unhygienic. Master, are you making delicious food again? You're the best. Long Mooching gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks with adoring eyes. Yes, I've prepared plenty this time, so you need not worry about not having enough to eat. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied gently. Shushuan, observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two, felt a pang of jealousy. Master, I also love your cooking and want you to prepare lots of food for me too. Recalling how Shushuan had voraciously devoured its meal last time, Xianxiaaudiobooks quietly returned to the garden to harvest more spirit vegetables. There was no need to be stingy with the abundance of produce. He collected a full basket of each type, enough that even 10 grown men might struggle to finish it. After a diligent session of washing, chopping, and cooking, the delicious aroma wafted through the air. Master, your cooking is truly delightful. Long Mooching exclaimed, stuffing its mouth with vegetables. Shushuan could not help but scoff. It felt ashamed for a dragon to be so sycophantic. I also find your dishes incredibly fragrant, Master, it added begrudgingly. The meal concluded splendidly amidst the praise of his 2 spirit companions, with every last morsel consumed by the 2 beasts. The following day, Xianxiaaudiobooks rose early to water the spirit herbs and tidy up the area. By the time other disciples began their tasks, he had already used his cleaning technique to wash his hands and wrap up, while others were still busy in the herb fields. He adeptly made his way to the other side of the back mountain. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Xianxiaaudiobooks had not expected to receive such a reward again. This truly was a treasure trove. He nearly kissed the ground in gratitude. Regaining his composure, he quickly departed. The consecutive rewards of 10 years of cultivation hinted at the area's uniqueness, suggesting the presence of many powerful figures within. It was best for him to remain inconspicuous. Just as he had finished refining his cultivation, his eyes opened to the sight of yet another reward. With a sigh, he thought to himself, it seems I am destined for rigorous training, and he once again immersed himself in his practice. After 2 consecutive days of receiving 10 years of cultivation, there was no need to mention how enthusiastic Xianxiaaudiobooks was on the 3rd day. He eagerly headed to sign in once more. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Though transitioning from 10 years to 1 year felt like a letdown, it was still better than receiving nothing. Thus, for the last half month at the back mountain, Xianxiaaudiobooks visited daily to sign in, starting with 10 years of cultivation, then shifting to 1 year, a month, and finally, to just a single day per visit. Although the significance diminished, Xiang persisted until the end. With the aid of these external rewards, his main body's cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage. However, fearing that such rapid advancement might destabilize his foundation, he decided to reduce his training time and extend his focus on alchemy and sword techniques to solidify his base. One day, after a month of cleaning the back mountain, he handed over his duties to other disciples and prepared to depart. His final task was to tend the fire at the weapon peak for half a month. Before commencing this task, he needed to visit the task hall to transfer his responsibilities and accept new ones. Upon completing the handover of the back mountain duties at the task hall, he earned 15 contribution points, bringing his total to 25. However, the immediate utility of these points eluded him, leaving him somewhat demotivated. Subsequently, he accepted the task of tending the fire at the weapon peak for half a month. As Xiang exited the task hall, he encountered Wu Long approaching him. Chapter 70, The Trial Tower. In just a couple of months apart, Wu Long had undergone a noticeable transformation. His once simple demeanor now exuded an air of formidable pressure, and his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Initially, he exuded an aura of simplicity and honesty, but now he seemed to embody the essence of a formidable warrior, brimming with power. Brother, why do I sense a certain transformation in you? You appear more majestic than before, Xiang inquired directly. Wu Long concealed his piercing gaze, offering a hearty smile. Perhaps I've simply spent too much time at the trial tower lately. The trial tower? Does it have such effects? Xiang asked, a hint of surprise coloring his tone. Observing the disbelief on Xiang face, Wu Long began to elucidate. The trial tower is a place frequented by disciples of our sect. Allow me to explain. It serves as a battleground where the challenges escalate progressively. Engaging in combat within the trial tower enhances the disciples' combat prowess, preventing them from relying solely on arduous training, which might leave them vulnerable upon leaving the sect. Wu Long had devoted all his earned contribution points to the trial tower, aiming to bolster his strength before embarking on missions to hunt ferocious beasts. Brother, is there a cultivation level restriction for the trial tower? Xiang suddenly recalled that his current cultivation was at the nascent soul stage and wondered if he could attempt a challenge. Wu Long scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. I'm not entirely sure. I've heard that each entrant is transported to a different tower based on their cultivation level, so I imagine there shouldn't be any restrictions. Surely, the illustrious Tianyuan sect would allow nascent soul cultivators to undergo trials. Otherwise, they wouldn't simply send us into battlefields to be slaughtered by the demon race. Xiang nodded thoughtfully, then inquired about the contribution points required for a single entry into the trial tower. 50 contribution points, Wu Long lamented. I've saved for quite some time. Yet, contemplating the enhancement of his combat abilities that would allow him to undertake more tasks eased the sting of the cost. 50 contribution points? Xiang exclaimed, astonished. Moments ago, he had grumbled about the futility of contribution points, only to realize that the true jest lay in his own insufficiency. After parting ways with Wu Long, Xiang headed back to the mission hall, intent on securing another task to accumulate the necessary 50 contribution points for his own trial. After surveying the mission wall, Xiang decided on a patrol task, which would grant him the opportunity to explore the sect further and discover new locations for signing in. Despite his low cultivation at the qi refinement stage, the sect permitted disciples to patrol less significant areas. Following the registration of his task, Xiang returned to Mingyue Peak, retrieved the comprehensive guide to weapon forging from his system space, and prepared to peruse the initial chapters. Without a solid foundation, venturing to the weapon peak would be futile. He needed to familiarize himself with basic forging materials to avoid toiling in vain. On a dark and windy night, the stage was set for clandestine activities. Brother, I felt quite anxious over the past fortnight. Thankfully, tonight is the full moon. Let us hope we can depart from Luomiao smoothly, Luomiao remarked, her spirit somewhat subdued. For the past month, they had kept Lu Yu under strict control to maintain the stability of the state, even drafting a succession decree to pass the throne to his cousin, in an effort to avert chaos in the palace and protect innocent lives. Additionally, they had summoned the few women in the palace capable of cultivation to assess their potential, only to find their talents lacking. Most possessed 4 or 5 spiritual roots, rendering them unlikely to succeed in such a spiritually depleted world. Consequently, they arranged for their return home. As for the girl who had suffered grievous harm that night, although her life had been spared, her foundation was damaged, leaving her to endure a life of suffering. They provided her with additional silver to facilitate her return. Upon realizing the presence of Lu Yu and Luo Miao, Tang Chen promptly confessed and assisted them in navigating the subsequent matters. To prevent turmoil, they spared his life. However, he faced dire consequences. One of his arms and an eye were forfeited. Thereafter, Tang Chen devoted himself to aiding the new emperor, dedicating his life to the state. After a frenzied fortnight, the palace remained stable, and the full moon night arrived. Lu Yu escorted Lu Yu to the secret chamber, with Luo Miao closely following. Lu Yu, having lost his cultivation and bearing the scars of Lu Yu's earlier brutal soul-searching, appeared dazed. Guided by Lu Yu's memories, they arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber. Its door crafted from crystal stone, activated by the royal bloodline. Lu Yu pressed one of Lu Yu's fingers against the stone door, and with a gentle flick, a small opening appeared, crimson blood gushing forth. Quickly, Lu Yu wiped the blood on the stone door, which absorbed the liquid eagerly. With a creaking sound, the stone door slowly opened. "Sister, you may enter first," Lu Yu casually remarked, watching as Luo Miao stepped inside. He released his grip, letting Lu Yu fall heavily to the ground. "In the realm of justice, one must pay for their transgressions," Lu Yu stated coldly, gesturing lightly as Lu Yu's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. With his hands clasped behind him, Lu Yu confidently entered the stone door, where he found Luo Miao waiting nearby. Noticing Lu Yu's absence, Luo Miao refrained from questioning, choosing instead to remain blissfully unaware of her brother's concealed darkness. Within the secret chamber, numerous tomes lined the shelves. Lu Yu had sought only those related to cultivation, neglecting any that detailed the outside world, leaving Lu Yu oblivious to the peculiarities of this realm. Determined to take the relevant books with him for later study, Lu Yu hurriedly gathered the texts that described this world, not wanting to miss the opportunity presented by the full moon. The two then proceeded to the cave entrance Lu Yu had mentioned. Venturing deeper into the secret chamber, they encountered a circular opening, covered by a translucent membrane. Having spent considerable time in the realm of cultivation, they recognized it as a teleportation array. "This must transport us to the trial location," Lu Yu observed, scrutinizing it closely. "Brother, shall we proceed?" Luo Miao exchanged a glance with Lu Yu, and together they stepped inside. Chapter 71, The Trials. A familiar sensation of dizziness washed over Luo Miao as she opened her eyes to find herself in a tunnel, devoid of Lu Yu's presence. This place was rich in spiritual energy, akin to the concentration found in the woolly secret realm. According to Lu Yu, this was a trial ground. All she needed to do was move forward to discover what awaited her. With the abundance of spiritual energy, Luo Miao felt less apprehensive about the trials. Cautiously, she took a step forward, only to have a stone golem materialize before her, standing guard before a door. It appeared that defeating this golem was the key to advancing. Drawing her long sword, she infused it with spiritual power and struck decisively. The flash of her blade shattered the golem into fragments. "Is it truly this simple?" Luo Miao marveled, momentarily taken aback by her own prowess. However, before she could revel in her victory, the sound of rolling stones drew her attention. The shattered golem began to reassemble itself. "Ah, so this is the challenge. The golem can shatter and reform," she realized, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Stepping forward, she swung her sword once more, then dashed towards the door. Just as she reached it, she sensed the golem reforming behind her. With a swift turn, she struck once more before rushing through the doorway. As Luo Miao stepped forward, the stone door behind her creaked shut. Standing before the stone portal, she gazed into the identical tunnel ahead, where another stone door awaited at the end. Tentatively, she advanced a step, only to have two identical stone guardians emerge from the ground. These figures, though resembling the first, exhibited swifter reflexes. Before Luo Miao could react, the two stone beings charged at her, compelling her to defend herself. She swung her sword, cleaving them in two. However, they swiftly reformed. It appeared that in this second trial, the stone guardians not only boasted enhanced reaction times, but also possessed greater durability and accelerated recovery. Luo Miao was now fully on guard, her long sword poised for action. As the two stone guardians rushed towards her, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. One guardian shattered, while the other deftly maneuvered past her, reaching the threshold. A surge of impending danger enveloped her, prompting a swift turn to parry with her sword. The clash produced a piercing sound as her blade met the guardian's fist. Utilizing its momentum, she deftly retreated, crossing through the stone door just in time. The moment she passed through, the two guardians disintegrated into fragments, and the door sealed shut once more. Behind her lay yet another identical tunnel, and according to the pattern, 3 stone guardians awaited her, each seemingly more formidable than those in the previous challenges. Luo Miao consumed a vitality pill to replenish her energy. Recognizing the increased difficulty of this trial, she needed to optimize her condition and remained unaware of how many trials lay ahead. Resolved to avoid injury and maintain her peak state, the key to overcoming this challenge was swiftness coupled with heightened defense. She produced an acceleration talisman, preparing to activate it during the forthcoming battle while channeling energy into her defensive artifacts, enveloping herself in a protective barrier. With everything in readiness, she stepped forward while simultaneously activating the acceleration talisman. A blur darted between the three stone guardians as three beams of sword light struck towards them. The guardians staggered back, sustaining a significant wound, yet the damage barely impaired their combat effectiveness. They quickly recovered, raising their fists and launching themselves at Luo Miao with alarming speed. As a massive stone fist descended upon her, Luo Miao instinctively turned to block with her sword while retreating. The colossal fist struck her, propelling her outside the stone door. The door sealed, and the three guardians disintegrated into ash. Luo Miao, unable to contain herself, coughed up blood. The guardian's punch had inflicted internal injuries. Had she not leveraged some force to retreat, the blow could have proven fatal. Hastily, she swallowed a healing pill and took a moment to survey her surroundings. Unlike the previous tunnels, she now faced a bifurcation. One path to the left labeled exit and the other to the right marked trial. A stone wall bore an inscription that Luo Miao swiftly comprehended. This was a place of trials, specifically for selecting disciples for the Luo Tian sect. The sect cast novice disciples without cultivation into this realm, imparting foundational techniques. The spiritual energy here was notably thinner than in the outside world. Reaching the foundation establishment stage through self-cultivation indicated exceptional talent. Once disciples attained this level, they could begin the trials. In total, there were 9 trials. Those completing the first 3 would be deemed outer disciples, the first 6 inner disciples, and the completion of all 9 would elevate one to core disciple status. Failure to conquer even the initial 3 trials relegated a foundation establishment cultivator to the status of a mere servant. Historical records suggested this place had once boasted richer spiritual energy, and it seemed the Luo Tian sect had long since faded into obscurity. With that thought, Luo Miao hastened toward the exit. After traversing about 10 meters, she sensed a faint glimmer of light ahead. Bolstered by newfound hope, she quickened her pace. Approximately 50 meters later, she arrived at the exit, shrouded in a formation. Upon stepping through, she beheld a vast expanse of decrepit structures, their boundaries obscured. Vines clung to the towering edifices, while weeds grew as tall as a person, and some buildings even harbored trees. Slumbering atop the heights were wild beasts. Exuding an aura of yawning stage power, Luo Miao instinctively retreated into the tunnel, concealing herself. The spiritual energy here was palpably richer, likely emanating from the ancient Luo Tian sect. The immediate priority was to locate her senior brother. Summoning her magical senses, Luo Miao detected Lu Yu nearby, approximately 200 meters away. Though the distance was not great, the current circumstances compelled her to remain hidden. Time had elapsed, and it was likely that more formidable beasts now roamed this area. Meanwhile, within a stone cavern roughly 200 meters distant, Lu Yu suddenly sensed Luo Miao's presence. A slight smile gracing his lips. Having navigated through 3 trials, he had waited at the cave's entrance for nearly half an hour without sensing her. To avoid alarming the beasts outside, he had remained concealed. Now, with Luo Miao's location evident, he could no longer afford to remain idle. Lu Yu activated an invisibility spell, swiftly exiting the cave and advancing along the stone wall in search of Luo Miao. Suddenly, the connection between them intensified. Realizing Lu Yu was approaching, Luo Miao quickly applied an invisibility talisman and an acceleration talisman before cautiously emerging from the cave. With the protective formation no longer obscuring them, the link between them grew more pronounced. Luo Miao glanced at a nearby beast, which remained oblivious to her presence, lazily resting. Seizing the opportunity, she quickened her pace. Untamed flora flourished in this area, providing ample cover as she crouched low, blending into the foliage. However, the very underbrush that shielded her also concealed various beasts, compelling her to concentrate, extending her awareness to a half-meter radius around herself. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her foot. A small rodent was biting her with its sharp teeth. Startled, Luo Miao leaped into the air, swiftly casting a spell against the creature. To her astonishment, the rodent clung tenaciously to her foot, even as she struck it, inflicting several wounds. At that moment, Lu Yu spotted Luo Miao airborne, and, disregarding his concealment, dashed towards her, brandishing his sword. The lower half of the rodent fell away. "Sister, don't move," he called out as he rushed to pry open its jaws. Noticing the red spots staining her white shoes, Luo Miao inquired anxiously, "Brother, do you think this rodent is poisonous?" Without hesitation, Lu Yu scooped her up, preparing to retrace their steps back to the cave. In that instant of contact, he felt a brief stiffness, realizing that the person in his arms had matured into a young woman. It felt somewhat inappropriate, yet noticing Luo Miao's lack of reaction, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. At this moment, Luo Miao seemed to have realized what was happening. her embarrassment overshadowing any discomfort from her feet. She stood there dazed, allowing Lu Yu to embrace her, feeling grateful for the presence of her senior brother, as it seemed she had nothing to worry about. She lifted her head and stole a glance at him, his distinctly defined jawline, his flawless, fair skin, and the prominent Adam's apple. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of that Adam's apple incited a desire to poke and tug at it, though she wondered if her senior brother would mind. As Lu Yu carried Luo Miao through the entrance of a cave, the formation at the entrance concealed their presence. With an impulsive curiosity, Luo Miao reached out and gently touched his Adam's apple. Lu Yu jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at her, unaware of his reaction. Luo Miao pressed her fingers against it again. Lu Yu promptly set her down, ensuring she was seated comfortably. "Do you know what you just did?" he asked, crouching down to help her remove her shoes and socks, tending to her injuries with utmost gentleness, though he dared not meet her gaze. Luo Miao seemed to grasp that her earlier actions were too intimate, her ears flushing with heat as she offered a timid explanation. "I've never done that before, and I was just a bit curious, so I touched it a little, just once." Lu Yu raised his eyes to meet her innocent, bewildered expression and sighed. This girl had entered the Tianyuan sect at a young age, devoting herself solely to cultivation, surrounded mostly by elders, with her only close friend being the young girl Xiangtunin. What could she possibly understand, being 10 years her senior and her senior brother? He felt it was his duty to enlighten her. Taking out some medicinal powder, he applied it to her wounds while contemplating how best to convey his message. "Junior sister, you must refrain from behaving so casually with other males in the future. There are boundaries between men and women, and unnecessary contact should be avoided," he said, his expression serious. As he sprinkled the powder on her wounds, she flinched at the sting, her delicate foot shifting in his hands, causing Lu Yu's body to tense up as he put her shoes back on. Seeing Lu Yu's grave demeanor, Luo Miao replied, "I understand. I'll keep my distance from other men from now on." Observing her irritated expression, Lu Yu realized she was entirely oblivious to the underlying issue. He reached out to ruffle her hair, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately falling silent. "Don't be upset. I'm not scolding you. It's just that you're growing up now, and you must be mindful of the differences between genders." Luo Miao glared at his hand, indignantly exclaiming, "But wasn't he my senior brother just a man? Why can he touch me freely?" Lu Yu's hand stiffened momentarily before he awkwardly withdrew it. Noticing the defiance in her round, glimmering eyes and her slightly pouted, rosy lips that made him yearn to kiss them. Realizing she had overreacted, Luo Miao gently tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, steering the conversation elsewhere. "Brother, it seems we are at the ruins of the Luo Tian sect. How do we get out?" Lu Yu retrieved the books he had brought from the secret chamber, piling them before them. "Let us see if there are any clues within these texts." The Luo Tian sect should exist as a self-contained entity within the woolly secret realm, and the spiritual energy here is far more abundant than in the woolly secret realm. The two became engrossed in their research, the cave filled only with the sound of pages turning. After a day of diligent study, they pieced together that the Luo Tian sect resided in a small secret realm, an offshoot of the woolly secret realm. Many years ago, the woolly secret realm had reached the end of its lifespan, resulting in a depletion of spiritual energy that also affected the Luo Tian sect's domain. Consequently, the entire sect had to relocate, though some unwilling members chose to remain within the woolly secret realm. The area designated as the land of no spiritual energy was originally intended for the selection of disciples, but to prevent the Luo Tian sect from vacating. All prisoners within the sect were stripped of their cultivation and confined there. From the Luo Tian sect, the exit to the woolly secret realm lay at the very center of the sect. Upon discovering the exit, their expressions grew more complex. For the center was guarded by a formidable beast in the nascent soul stage, the tallest structure looming over them. "Now that we've found a way out, let us focus on our cultivation and maintain our best condition. Don't be afraid. I will be here," Lu Yu reassured her. Both commenced their training, striving to keep their bodies in peak condition as they prepared to approach the towering structure. This time, they did not stealthily hide in the underbrush but boldly soared through the air, Lu Yu unleashing the full extent of his nascent soul pressure. Surrounding lower-ranked beasts hastily retreated, fearing for their lives. As they approached, the beast atop the tower slowly opened its eyes, a pair of disdainful tiger eyes regarding them. A rough voice emanated from the creature. "Are you two humans seeking to leave this place? It has been so long since I have seen a human that I had nearly forgotten." Noticing the tiger's apparent lack of hostility, Lu Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Miao. "My junior sister and I accidentally trespassed here and merely wished to find the exit to the outside world." The tiger's eyes glimmered with interest. "Leave this realm? Do you have a way? The exit is located within this tower beneath you." The tiger stretched its limbs, rising to its full height. "Then you may proceed. I will not hinder you." Although Lu Yu found the sudden shift in the tiger's demeanor puzzling, he seized the opportunity to escape. He grasped Luo Miao's hand, keeping his gaze fixed on the tiger as they descended toward the base of the tower. Once they reached the ground, the tiger remained motionless atop the tower. "Brother, let us go," Luo Miao suggested, though her understanding of formations was limited. She immediately recognized that there was a long-distance teleportation array in the open space before the tower's entrance, though obscured by weeds. The fluctuating spiritual energy indicated that the array was operational. "Clear the weeds," Lu Yu instructed, keeping a watchful eye on the tiger. As they neared the exit, caution was paramount. Beasts were never kind to humans. Without hesitation, Luo Miao approached and cleared the debris, inspecting the array thoroughly. It was intact, seemingly fortified with an ancient defensive formation, which had likely prevented the beasts from destroying it. However, this defensive formation was severely degraded, and Luo Miao easily dismantled it. After her examination, Luo Miao discovered that the long-distance teleportation array had 4 slots for spirit stones, requiring 4 stones in total. She was unsure if it required mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones, as low-grade stones were out of the question. A long-distance teleportation array demanded a substantial amount of spiritual energy. "Brother, the formation is intact and needs 4 spirit stones, but I'm unsure whether they should be mid-grade or high-grade." Lu Yu replied casually, "Use high-grade spirit stones. Leaving this place is the priority." Luo Miao promptly produced 4 high-grade spirit stones, which she had requested from her master before departing, leaving her with only 5 in total. Utilizing 4 of them was quite painful for her. "Brother, I've placed 3. Hurry," she called from the last slot for the spirit stones. Lu Yu glanced back to see that the formation was already 3/4 activated. He stepped into the formation without noticing that the tiger had descended from the tower. As Luo Miao placed the 4th spirit stone into position, a flash of spiritual light erupted, and a tiger leapt into the formation alongside them. Before Lu Yu could react, the formation had already commenced its transport. Time seemed to fly by yet also drag on. During the transmission, a wave of dizziness and nausea engulfed Luo Miao, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as she felt on the verge of losing her composure, that unsettling sensation vanished. Upon reopening her eyes, Luo Miao found herself lying amidst a pile of grass, with Lu Yu standing nearby. The demon tiger glanced at the 2 of them before swiftly darting away. It seemed that this tiger had intended to accompany them out. Luo Miao, belatedly realizing why the demon tiger had treated them so amiably, pondered the harsh realities of the immortal cultivation realm, where the weak were devoured by the strong, and cultivators hunted demon beasts just as the latter hunted cultivators. Even a spirit pet raised by oneself was bound by a contract to restrain its actions. "Have we returned to the woolly secret realm, senior brother?" Luo Miao inquired. Lu Yu, stowing away the communication talisman, replied, "Yes, I sent a message to the sect disciples and received a response. Recently, the demon clan has suddenly become much more restrained. The disciples who ventured out have only encountered minor adversaries." "That's good. Let's head back to the camp," Luo Miao affirmed. "Yes, back to the camp," Lu Yu echoed. Anticipating the opportunity to sign in at Chiefing, Xiang Tunin awoke early to report. Upon reaching the foot of Chiefing, he initiated the sign-in process. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, forging technique. Xiang Tunin glanced at the book that had been bestowed upon him. But without time to peruse it, he quickly approached a disciple at the foot of the mountain to explain his purpose. The disciple then led Xiang Tunin to a grand hall situated halfway up Chiefing. The entrance to the hall displayed the words Refining Hall, with an aura of spirituality emanating from the plaque, clearly a spirit tool. Indeed, Chiefing was opulent, with even the signs infused with spiritual energy. Upon entering the hall, a wave of heat enveloped him, akin to stepping into a steam room. At the back of the hall were doors to various rooms, each numbered from 1 to 20. A managing disciple approached and inquired about his purpose. Xiang Tunin presented his task token to receive the duty of stoking the fire. "Very well. Proceed to room 12 and wait there," the managing disciple instructed. After a moment of contemplation, he further asked, "Can you control the fire? Have you done this before?" Xiang Tunin shook his head, admitting, "This is my first time here, and I cannot control fire." The managing disciple's demeanor soured further, and he bellowed, "Li Xian, come here and teach this newcomer how to stoke the fire." "Is that the Li Xian?" Xiang Tunin thought, turning to see a familiar figure. "Senior brother Li. It's been a while. I never expected to see you here," he exclaimed, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him upon encountering an acquaintance. "Oh, you two have taken on the task of stoking the fire?" Li Xian asked, somewhat surprised, for in his memory, Xiang Tunin had been focused on array studies, which seemed unrelated to refining. I thought I might earn some contribution points and gain some understanding of refining. Perhaps I could forge a few spirit tools for myself in the future," Xiang Tunin quickly explained, sensing Li Xian's intent. "Oh, so it's your first time? You haven't mastered fire control yet?" Li Xian inquired with a serious expression. "Yes, I'll have to trouble you, senior brother." "All right, follow me," Li Xian said, leading Xiang Tunin to room 5. As the door swung open, the temperature surged, transforming from merely warm outside to an oppressive heat within, as if one were being roasted. "Junior sister, erect a spiritual barrier," Li Xian shouted urgently. Only then did Xiang Tunin realize, raising her barrier to ward off the heat. She began to assess the room, which was quite spacious, roughly 30 square meters. At the back stood a ground furnace, its flames flickering rhythmically, while an operation table nearby was adorned with forging tools. And the walls displayed various models of common spirit tools. Near the entrance, materials for refining were piled up. Chapter 74. Controlling fire. "Is this room in use by you?" Xiang Tunin asked, noticing a heap of defective products in the corner. Li Xian, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I originally took on the task of stoking the fire. But then I decided to try my hand at refining, so I rented a room. Unfortunately, my skills are lacking, and I have yet to produce a single finished item." Curiously, Xiang Tunin asked, "So, are you currently fulfilling your task?" Li Xian nodded, explaining, "I was just a few days shy of completing a month, and coincidentally, the elder has already refined the spirit tools, so the managing disciple allowed me to guide newcomers to fulfill my task." "Oh, then I appreciate your help, senior brother," Xiang Tunin said, settling beside Li Xian at the furnace. With a deft motion, Li Xian directed his spiritual energy, controlling the flames within the ground furnace, transforming their chaotic flickering into a steady blaze. As he demonstrated, he elucidated how different stages of refining required varying temperatures for the flames. High temperatures were needed to purify the materials, moderate temperatures for melting them into liquid, and a gradual cooling process for shaping, all requiring meticulous control. Suddenly, Xiang Tunin recalled her previous attempts at refining, where she had carelessly disregarded the flame size and merely tried to burn everything. She realized now that she had wasted materials. Oblivious to Xiang Tunin's inner thoughts, Li Xian mistook her contemplative expression for deep understanding and continued, "When we stoke the fire at chiefing, we actually used spiritual power to control the flame size to assist the masters in refining. The sect stipulates that only those capable of refining medium-grade spirit tools or above may have disciples stoke the fire. Those who can only refine low-grade spirit tools must control the flames themselves. Controlling the fire consumes spiritual energy to varying degrees. If you need high temperatures, then naturally, more energy is expended. Additionally, you must maintain a barrier against the heat, which further increases consumption. However, during the refining process, when the master says to stop, we must be prepared with some spirit stones. Once our spiritual energy runs low, we can grasp a spirit stone with one hand to absorb energy." After this explanation, Li Xian hesitated before adding, "Junior sister, you should note that when our internal spiritual energy is fully depleted, the rate at which we absorb energy accelerates. I discovered this while stoking the fire, so once your energy is exhausted, find a place to recover quickly. I have shared everything I needed to. Now it's your turn to try." Watching the flames dance in Li Xian's hands, Xiang Tunin felt intrigued and eager to give it a go. Waiting for this very prompt, she stepped forward and directed her spiritual energy towards the flames in the furnace. With a loud bang, the flames surged high. Had Xiang Tunin not instinctively tilted her head, she might have singed her eyebrows. Li Xian stifled a laugh, his amusement nearly spilling over. "Senior brother, feel free to laugh. Everyone has their first time," Xiang Tunin remarked nonchalantly. Though she appeared to be merely a girl of 13 or 14, her heart bore the wisdom of an adult. Finally, Li Xian relaxed his tightly pressed lips, a smile gracing his face as he quickly advised, "This task can be assigned to disciples in the qi refining stage," indicating that it doesn't require much energy. What I mentioned about energy consumption pertains to prolonged effort. Some refining masters can work for 3 days and nights without pause, leading to significant energy expenditure. Start by outputting less energy, stabilizing its flow, and gradually adjusting its intensity. Xiang Tunin nodded, feeling the heat on her face despite her earlier misfire. After a moment, she resumed outputting energy, but this time she began with a small, steady flow, maintaining control. The flickering flames finally began to exhibit a sense of compliance, gradually expanding and then contracting in size. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, his dark visage taking on a more serious demeanor. During the process of manipulating the flame size, you may wish to accelerate your pace. After all, some of the elders are rather impatient. When they demand a roaring fire, your little flame must transform into a great blaze without delay. "Oh, I shall practice further. Senior brother, you may attend to your own matters. No need to concern yourself with me," Xiang Tunin replied, recognizing the truth in Li Xian's words. He focused intently on the flame, engaging in a battle of wills. Though it sounded simple, increasing the speed caused the flame to leap wildly. forcing him to reduce his pace once more. After an hour of persistent effort, Xiang finally felt the flame had become much more pliable, able to swell into a large fire at will or shrink to a small flicker, with speed now deftly under his control. "Senior brother, I can now control the fire," Xiang called out exuberantly. Li Xian, who had been absorbed in sorting materials, looked up. Xiang hastily manipulated the flame to dance back and forth. Li Xian nodded approvingly. "Yes, quite good. I shall take you to find the steward. Senior brother, perhaps you could wait a moment longer? I wish to restore my spiritual energy first. I fear that if I go straight to work, I might not keep up." Xiang picked up a spirit stone to replenish his energy, and, noticing Li Xian waiting nearby, casually inquired, "Senior brother, what prompted the sudden decision to forge artifacts? I recall you were heading to the Sword Peak." At the mention of swords, a glimmer of joy appeared on Li Xian's face. "For us, sword cultivators, the sword is our right hand. Thus, one's personal sword must be forged by oneself. I initially intended to accept the task to familiarize myself with the situation and plan for the future. By a stroke of luck, I acquired some materials and decided to forge one for immediate use, also preparing for the crafting of my destined sword." In the main hall, Li Xian proclaimed, "Master Uncle, this disciple can now control fire." The stewardess disciple nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Li Xian to return to his room. He then turned to Xiang. "You should wait a moment longer. This brief interval is necessary for the artifact forger to prepare the fire." Xiang surveyed the hall, which featured several rows of seating. He didn't hesitate to find a spot and sat down, recognizing that the task was timed rather than measured, and waiting seemed agreeable. Just as he settled in, a coarse voice rang out from outside. "Is there anyone to stoke the fire? Find me a sturdy one. If I do not forge a high-grade spirit artifact this time, I shall not leave this place." The steward's disciple sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Master Wu is here." A tall, robust man with a scruffy beard appeared at the entrance, his large, bovine-like eyes scanning Xiang with a discerning gaze, then glaring at the steward. "Is this all that remains? A mere chick?" The steward's disciple rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "Master Wu, you did not give prior notice of your arrival. I had reserved something special for you, but alas, this is all that is left. However, this girl appears quite honest. Let her sit and wait without causing any trouble." "An honest person," Xiang thought incredulously. "Didn't you tell me to sit and wait? Don't assume I'm oblivious to the implication that being honest means I'm simple-minded." Wu Yong took a cursory glance. Though dissatisfied, he found no reason to complain. He had recently procured some excellent materials and was eager to commence crafting without delay. "Very well, young lady. Come with me," Wu Yong said, softening his tone slightly as he regarded the seemingly dazed girl before him. "Master Wu," the steward's disciple chimed in, "please follow me to room 16. It has just been cleaned and is immaculate, sure to meet your satisfaction." Wu Yong deemed any usable space acceptable and nodded. The steward's disciple tentatively asked, "Master Wu, is it still for a month?" Wu Yong shook his head. "No need for a month. 3 days will suffice." As he spoke, he handed over his identification token. After a series of operations, the steward's disciple returned the token to Wu Yong. Wu Yong entered first, while Xiang, now more experienced, conjured a defensive spiritual barrier before leisurely following. Upon entering, he observed Wu Yong retrieving various materials from his storage pouch. Thanks to his prior research, Xiang recognized several of the items, each a precious material, no larger than a fist, yet valued at hundreds of spirit stones. Good materials were not only costly, but also scarce, often available only at larger shops. Once the door was closed, Xiang settled cross-legged beside the furnace, withdrawing 5 low-grade spirit stones. Recalling Wu Yong's earlier fervor, he feared a single failure might necessitate further attempts, so he retrieved another 5 low-grade spirit stones, amassing a total of 10 for precaution. Wu Yong meticulously arranged the prepared materials on one side of the workbench and set the model in place. After a final inspection to ensure everything was in order, he began his work. Despite his rough exterior, Wu Yong was attentive and diligent in his craft. "Raise the flame and purify the impurities," he instructed, using his spiritual energy to guide the fist-sized material above the flames, speaking in a calm voice. "Understood, Master Uncle," Xiang replied, channeling his spiritual energy. To prevent mistakes, he allowed the flame to grow slowly until it reached the maximum capacity of the ground fire, maintaining a steady output of spiritual energy to keep the flame at a constant size. Wu Yong focused intently on the material, observing it closely as it softened, and promptly placed it on the workbench, wielding a hefty iron hammer to begin his work. After a couple of strikes, the material hardened again. He continued to control the material over the flames, flipping it until it softened, then resumed hammering. This process was repeated diligently, with Xiang Tunin ensuring the fire remained large to avoid any errors. Approximately an hour later, the fist-sized material had decreased significantly in size and was set aside. Wu Yong then selected another piece to move above the flames. Xiang Tunin glanced around, noting that there were 5 materials total, and if each took an hour, he faced a lengthy endeavor. As time passed, the hours slipped away, and after a full day, night fell. Regrettably, the room was only illuminated by the roaring flames, obscuring any view of the outside world and rendering the passage of time imperceptible. After what felt like an eternity, Xiang Tunin found his spiritual energy dwindling, leaving him with only a fraction of his reserves. Having remained in this position for so long, he felt somewhat stiff. Upon completion of the final material, Wu Yong finally suggested, "Let us take a break and replenish our spiritual energy. We must forge successfully in one go. Be wary, for if you cause any errors, I shall have your skin." Xiang Tunin suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. He began to grasp the spirit stones, replenishing his energy as a copious amount flowed into him, quenching his parched dantian and accelerating the circulation of spiritual energy throughout his body. Under the cover of night, a sinister atmosphere hung in the air. At Tianyuan Sect's library, a newly arrived servant disciple was lost in a drowsy slumber when suddenly a withered hand descended upon his head. Min Xian felt a sharp pain in his skull, struggling to open his eyes, yet they remained stubbornly shut. He writhed in his futile attempts, only to find his consciousness fading until his body stilled. Abruptly, Min Xian's rigid form stood upright, his eyes vacant as he stared at the figure cloaked in black. Beneath the dark robe, a gaunt elder emerged, revealing a sinister smile. "Excellent. The greater the disparity in cultivation, the more easily one can be controlled. What is your name? How long have you been here?" Min Xian hesitated momentarily before responding. "Master, I am Min Xian, and I have been here for 2 months." On the gaunt and sinister visage, a pair of coldly glinting eyes fixated on Min Xianxia. "Who was here 2 months ago?" "Master, it was a servant disciple named Xiang Tunin." "And where is she now?" "Master, she has since become an outer disciple." The countenance of the sinister figure darkened further, for his own disciple, Yin Rao, had perished 3 months prior, her soul token shattered. After extensive investigation, he discovered that she had been lured to Tianyuanzong by that scoundrel Lu Zhou, who was utterly oblivious to the identity of her murderer. He had intended to exact vengeance for his disciple sooner, but all blame fell upon Lu Zhou, that ungrateful scoundrel, who had conspired with other elders to usurp his position as the Grand Elder. He had narrowly escaped a deadly encounter, and had it not been for his superior skills, the outcome would have been dire. Though his life was spared and his position maintained, his control over the demon clan had diminished significantly, making it more challenging to retaliate against Lu Zhou. 3 months had passed before he delved into the truth behind Yin Rao's demise. Within the demon clan, many believed Yin Rao to be a disciple he had taken in from outside, thus adopting his surname. In reality, she was his own daughter. But the complexities of the demon clan's heart compelled him to tread carefully, ensuring no incriminating evidence remained. He could only care for her under the guise of a master-disciple relationship. Lu Zhou, whom he had nurtured since childhood, was intended to be a vessel for Yin Rao, to aid in her cultivation. Regrettably, his daughter had proven to be a disappointment, deceived by that ungrateful wretch. Now, he felt powerless against Lu Zhou and could only venture to Tianyuanzong to uncover the identity of his daughter's killer. Aware that the initial confrontation had occurred within the library pavilion, he used forbidden techniques to control this puppet, only to find that it had been 2 months since its arrival. While Yin Rao had died 3 months ago, his efforts had been in vain. Forbidden techniques should not be employed lightly. To use them again would require a 1.5 years of recuperation. Rarely did the sinister figure exhibit a hint of despondency on his countenance. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with that group, he had not yet regained his composure when he faced this blunder. With an indifferent expression, he commanded, "Inquire about Xiang Tunin's whereabouts tomorrow." Min Xian nodded. "Understood, Master. I shall investigate first thing in the morning." Chapter 76. A superior spiritual artifact. As the morning sun bathed the land in vitality, Xiang Tunin found himself with darkened eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. The spiritual energy in his hands continued to flow, and after a day and night of toil, he had finally reached the final step of shaping the refined materials. This stage necessitated a high temperature to meld the materials into form. Once fused, the temperature needed to be gradually lowered to solidify the shape, aided by the rhythmic strikes of a hammer. The prolonged and monotonous task of stoking the fire demanded constant focus, leaving him weary. With the spiritual energy barrier shielding him from the heat, he felt a warm drowsiness envelop him. Struggling to shake off the lethargy, he bit his tongue, awakening his senses. He realized that his distractions had caused Elder Wu to fail in his refinement. Not only would Elder Wu not let him off the hook, but he also could not afford to replace the rare refining materials. As Xiang Tunin diligently controlled the flames, Min Xian had already discovered that Xiang Tunin had become an outer disciple of Mingyue Peak and hurried to the peak. Upon reaching the foot of Mingyue Peak, he encountered the servant disciples, and through conversation, learned that Xiang Tunin had taken on a task and had gone to chiefing. Whenever Xiang Tunin undertook a mission, he would inform the servant disciples to prevent disruptions to his cultivation. His main body was currently engrossed in training, leaving all trivial matters to this clone. Upon receiving the news, Min Xian rushed to chiefing and spoke to the steward, learning that Xiang Tunin was currently stoking the fire in room 16. Realizing that, as a mere servant disciple, he could do little else, he hurriedly returned to report his findings to Xianxia. Chiefeng, Xianxia murmured. It seems I must make a trip there. With a casual wave, he instructed, go about your tasks, but do not draw attention. In broad daylight, Xianxia was far too cunning to recklessly charge up chiefing. The demon clan was combative, yet not foolish enough to invite confrontation. He opted to remain concealed within a small room, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. When the night descended once more, Wu Yong finally concluded his work. Holding in his hands the newly refined spiritual artifact, his face alight with excitement. He gingerly touched it, surreptitiously channeling spiritual energy to test its efficacy. A superior spiritual artifact. I truly managed to forge it, he murmured to himself in disbelief, before noticing a young girl, drained of energy, lazily clutching several spirit stones to restore her vitality. Suddenly, Wu Yong began to ramble, seemingly addressing Xiang Tunin while also speaking to himself. Little girl, I have forged a superior spiritual artifact. Do you realize that only by achieving this can one claim the title of a master craftsman? I have been at chiefing since my entry, and now, after several hundred years, I have finally succeeded. You know, the young men who entered with me have long since become master craftsmen, while I have dragged on year after year, evolving from disciple to elder. The quest to forge a superior spiritual artifact has nearly become my inner demon. While I am aware of the folly in this, I am compelled to labor tirelessly, spending countless spirit stones on rare materials. Yet today, I have truly succeeded, oddly. I feel an emptiness, uncertain of what to do next. Despite the unique environment, Xiang Tunin did not immerse himself in cultivation, finding Wu Yong's incessant chatter somewhat grating. Moreover, seeing such a burly man in this state evoked a tinge of sympathy. Cough, master, it seems you have enough materials left to forge 2 more. Perhaps you should refine another to solidify your success. Wu Yong furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling as if he appeared foolishly chatty before a young girl. How embarrassing. Instantly adopting a serious demeanor, he retorted, I do not require your guidance, you little girl. Do I need you to tell me how to use these materials? Should I save them for a cozy night's rest? He urged Xiang Tunin to swiftly restore his energy, dismissing any further idle chatter. Sighing, Xiang Tunin acknowledged his own excessive verbosity. Had fatigue dulled his wits, prompting such remarks? Nevertheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor, assuring Wu Yong that he would promptly recover his spiritual energy to contribute, albeit modestly, to the elder's craft. In the stillness of the night, with all sound muted within the confines of the room, Xianxia, cloaked in black, remained concealed in the shadows at the foot of chiefing. According to Min Xian, Xiang Tunin was somewhere on this mountain, and with the formidable disciples around, he dared not act recklessly. Through Min Xian's inquiries, he learned that even though Xiang Tunin had become an outer disciple of Mingyue Peak, he lacked a master, thus remaining unmonitored. He contemplated capturing her for interrogation, eliminating any suspicious parties, and fleeing under the cover of night to resolve this matter. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xianxia's expression grew increasingly forlorn. Despite knowing the demon clan's members were all ruthless, he had not anticipated being betrayed by a disciple he had painstakingly raised. In the past, he would have stormed Tianyuanzong and unleashed a bloodbath. Now, however, the demon clan had fallen from grace, leaving him isolated by the other elders. Reflecting on this, he, a grand elder of the demon clan, found himself needing to sully his hands with murder and then hide away afterward. As he pondered, he realized that perhaps revenge need not be so pressing. His own wounds had yet to heal properly. Ultimately, he recognized a selfishness within himself. As I make my way there, I reflect on the parental bond one shared with Yin Rao. Upon my return, I shall engage in a fierce battle with that group once more. Having arrived at this juncture, I am not to be regarded as a mere pushover. Under the cloak of night, Xianxia has already reached the entrance of the artifact refining hall. With his formidable cultivation, this insignificant door poses no obstruction. He quietly opens it and steps inside, his gaze sweeping across the interior until it lands on the number 16. A brief scan of his spiritual consciousness reveals an impenetrable barrier within, suggesting that the refining process is indeed sophisticated. Such a flimsy door is worthy of shielding against prying minds. However, lacking the means to investigate further is of little consequence. This night, my intent is to eliminate a few individuals. Whoever crosses my path shall be unfortunate. I shall strike swiftly and decisively, as long as I remain agile and quick. The number of victims is of no matter. Although cultivators do not require sleep during their training, they are still accustomed to resting at home during the night. The doors of the artifact refining hall stand resolutely closed, with some rooms occupied by those resting, while others are engaged in urgent refining tasks. Xiang Tunin has fully recovered and glances up to see Wu Yong, who is still clutching a recently crafted high-grade spiritual weapon, inspecting it with keen interest. Master Uncle, I am restored. Shall we commence? Chapter 77, Qingchuan. Wu Yong reluctantly sets the weapon down, when suddenly an overwhelming sense of danger washes over him, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He seizes the nearby spiritual weapon and strikes out. Just then, the stone door explodes, and a shadow accompanied by a flash rushes towards him. Xiang Tunin remains seated by the furnace. A thunderous explosion ensues, sending shockwaves that knock Xiang Tunin against the wall, causing him excruciating pain in his chest and a throbbing headache. He forcefully swallows a pill, shutting his eyes in a feigned lifelessness. The aftermath of this battle is so intense that he contemplates what more he could possibly do. Quietly, he places his hand behind him, ready to retrieve a message talisman. If all else fails, he must seek aid from Master Zhang, a demon from the Tribulation Crossing stage. Are you truly prepared to go back on your word and engage us in open conflict? Wu Yong steps back, his chest heaving with pent-up energy, a fierce expression etched on his face as he speaks, while his hand hastily sends out the message talisman. Xianxia snorts derisively. To speak of trust with demon kin is utterly laughable. Without waiting for Wu Yong's response, he strikes again, forcing Wu Yong to retreat step by step, desperately wielding his spiritual weapon in defense. In the face of overwhelming strength, even a high-grade spiritual weapon proves inadequate. As Wu Yong swings his hand to break through the stone wall behind him, he realizes the wall is sturdier than expected. The artifact refining hall, known for its cacophony and high temperatures, is reinforced to prevent disturbances during refinement, akin to the heavenly prison of the Tianyuan sect. His strike against the wall yields no effect, and just as another blow descends upon him, he hastily conjures a defensive barrier of spiritual energy, as fragile as a soap bubble. With a sickening crack, his ribs shatter, and he is violently thrown against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth uncontrollably. Wu Yong's eyelids grow heavy, and he collapses to the ground, feeling as though he is turned to mush. Xiang Tunin realizes that seeking help may be too late. The villain speaks little, yet strikes with ferocity. Clinging to a thread of consciousness, he hurriedly sends a distress signal to Zhang Tianqing. Lamenting his misfortune, he merely intended to tend to the fire, but has landed in trouble. Unbeknownst to him, the assailant is targeting him directly. Before he can finish, a surge of spiritual energy yanks Xiang Tunin before Xianxia, who extends a hand over his head, preparing to search his soul. Yet, as his palm makes contact, he senses something amiss. Lowering his gaze, Xianxia's face flushes with rage as he realizes, "You are merely a clone. Remarkably crafted, I must say. Now, tell me where your true body lies. Or do not. I shall find you eventually." Xiang Tunin internally contemplates a curse, unsure whether to voice it. "I do not know you. You barged in and assaulted me, and now you demand to know where my true self is? Are you deranged?" Unfortunately, he cannot utter a word, as his head is gripped painfully in Xianxia's hand, feeling as though it could be crushed at any moment. "Xianxia, it has been a while." A voice suddenly rings out from behind. Xianxia discards Xiang Tunin as though he were refuse, sending him skidding across the ground, stopped only by a gentle wave of spiritual energy. Xiang Tunin, aching all over, struggles to rise, his face raw from contact with the ground. Trembling, he forces a healing pill into his mouth and begins to refine it. "Qingchuan, you old fool, I thought you were long dead." Xianxia remarks coldly upon seeing the newcomer, his brow furrowed. Another gentle voice responds, "Xianxia, it has been many years. Your temper remains as volatile as ever. Did you come to the Tianyuan sect alone, thinking so little of me?" Tilting his head, Xiang Tunin finally sees Qingchuan, a youth of around 15 or 16, clad in blue, speaking with a slight smirk that adds an air of mischief to his otherwise serene countenance. Xianxia, regaining his composure, realizes that matters today cannot be resolved amicably. "I do not regard your Tianyuan sect at all. What can you do about it? Of course, back when I made a name for myself, you were still a mere child. Now, you think." His words are abruptly cut off as a flash of light erupts, followed by a resounding explosion that hurls Xiang Tunin from the battlefield. "How shameless. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived?" Qingchuan remarks, raising an eyebrow as he takes to the air, flicking his finger to send a wave of light surging towards Xianxia. Even if you see through my intentions, what of it? I shall depart, and you cannot detain me. Your sect has slain my disciple, and I shall exact my vengeance in due time. With that, a cloud of black smoke envelopes him, and while Qingchuan does not pursue, he acknowledges the truth in Xianxia's words. The two are not far apart in strength. And if Xianxia is determined to flee, he cannot be stopped. Moreover, demon kin are notoriously ruthless. Their escape spells often cost them their own blood, making them swift. Casting a cursory glance at Wu Yong in the corner, Qingchuan channels his spiritual energy, noticing that the latter is regaining consciousness. You've awakened. How did you offend Xianxia? His words suggest you have slain his disciple, Qingchuan states with indifference. Wu Yong, bewildered, responds, for years, I've devoted myself to cultivation, merely seeking to forge high-grade spiritual weapons. Did I perhaps slay someone in the woolly secret realm? There are many demons slain, but I cannot discern whom he refers to, Wu Yong adds. Qingchuan's inquiry is casual. Even without this incident, the demons and the Tianyuan sect are naturally adversaries. Focus on healing. It would be wise to refrain from wandering about for the time being. As Qingchuan approaches the door, he glances back at Xiang Tunin, who has collapsed on the ground, bloodied and still refining his healing pills. At least you are alive. It would be too embarrassing to have a demon kill you in my presence. Moments later, Xiang Tunin senses the gaze upon him vanish and hurriedly retraces his steps. His clone must not be discovered. If it is, he would be forced to reveal his identity. A quick glance reveals Wu Yong is also gravely injured. He offers a few words of comfort before departing. In the pitch-black night, it is as though the earlier confrontation never occurred. The other rooms remain occupied with the sounds of artifact refinement. Were it not for the shattered door and their injuries, Xiang Tunin might have deemed this a mere illusion. He races back to Mingyue Peak, properly setting up the formation, and watches as his clone becomes fully engrossed in the healing process. The essence lies in the examination and study of the tome entitled Forging Techniques, which meticulously chronicles various methodologies pertaining to the art of crafting artifacts. It encompasses insights on effectively eliminating impurities from the raw materials, enhancing the aesthetic forms of spiritual devices, and the intricate processes involved in creating complex designs. Chapter 78. Healing. As the sun graces the earth with its warm embrace, a new day dawns. After an entire night of rest, Xiang Tunin has finally staunched the internal wounds he suffered. He no longer spews blood with every movement, though his injuries still require considerable recuperation. Uncertain of how to address his current predicament, he reflects that this might indeed qualify as an occupational hazard. Vivid memories of the complex expressions during the failed soul-searching encounter with Xianxia resurface. Was he targeting me? He recalls that the individual from yesterday was a practitioner at the out-of-body stage, and his disciple must possess formidable skills. Perhaps it was Yin Rao. Shaking his head. Despite having some conjectures, he cannot definitively ascertain the reasons behind these events. However, the urgency to elevate his cultivation level is palpable. Dragging his wounded body, Xiang Tunin hastens towards the artifact refining hall. Early in the morning, the disciple in charge is busy managing the rooms as the time for rentals has arrived. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Xiang Tunin suddenly remembers that the door to room 16 was shattered last night. How is it that no one has noticed? Upon closer inspection, he observes that the door to room 16 has been restored to its original state, appearing newly installed. After waiting for approximately half an hour, the disciple in charge finally concludes his tasks. Xiang Tunin hesitates for a moment before tentatively inquiring, Uncle Master, how should we handle such matters from last night? I still bear injuries. He wonders about Elder Wu's condition as well. The disciple glances at Xiang Tunin with a stern demeanor, stating, Our Tianyuan sect has always been a sanctuary of peace, a sacred place for cultivation. Nothing untoward transpired last night. Your mission has been completed. Now hand over your task token. He extends his hand expectantly. Xiang Tunin presents his task token, acknowledging, You are correct, I must have been muddled in my sleep. What could possibly happen within the sect? Holding his identity token, Xiang Tunin prepares to depart. He resolves to treat last night's events as if they had never occurred. Otherwise, if the demon clan had infiltrated the sect and left unscathed, how would the disciples perceive their own safety? Thus, nothing must be acknowledged. As long as the task is completed, he reaches the foot of Qi Peak, signs in, and receives a piece of refining material. Drawing from past experiences, he expects future sign-ins at Qi Peak to yield more refining materials. The more he accrues, the better equipped he will be for crafting. Sister, you've returned. What is it that you wish to acquire this time? As Xiang Tunin examines the refining materials he has collected, he looks up to see a familiar face. Greetings, brother. I merely came to browse. It seems there hasn't been a market lately. Huang Jie replies with a slight smile. Indeed. There are only markets during the grand competition or at the beginning of each month at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, they are scarce. Sister, I have recently refined some excellent items. Would you care to take a look? Since the last competition, when Xiang Tunin purchased a spiritual device from Huang Jie, only 1 or 2 have been sold. Huang Jie believes that those buyers lack discernment, unlike this sister, who can perceive the essence beneath the surface. Recalling Huang Jie's aesthetically unpleasing and unadorned spiritual devices, Xiang Tunin finds him obstinate. How can one sell items without considering market appeal or customer desires? The items may be of good quality, but their appearance is so unappealing that one would feel embarrassed to use them. He even beautified the spiritual device he purchased last time before using it. Brother, your items are indeed of good quality, yet I am truly impoverished and cannot afford them. Moreover, given my low cultivation level, the spiritual device I bought previously is more than sufficient. Upon receiving this candid response, Huang Jie's smile falters. Look at this person. Not only are his creations simplistic and crude, but his innermost thoughts are also laid bare for all to see. Huang Jie's expression dims as he responds. Very well then. Seeing his demeanor, Xiang Tunin sighs. Brother, most who can afford spiritual devices are generally unversed in forging. Do not expect them to discern quality from mere appearances. You ought to enhance the aesthetics. Huang Jie shakes his head defiantly. Good items require no embellishment. It must be my skills that are lacking. Once I craft superior spiritual devices, they will not dare to complain. Xiang Tunin purses his lips, suddenly feeling the pain from his injuries. Brother, you make a valid point. I must take my leave now. Best of luck to you. Without waiting for Huang Jie's response, he departs. In interactions between individuals, it is best to converse freely when the opportunity arises. If the dialogue is not reciprocated, there is no need for excessive persuasion. He merely offered this suggestion based on his perception of the other's simplicity, and if the other is unwilling, there is no need to insist. Huang Jie realizes that his demeanor may not endear him to others. His master has also remarked that the designs of his spiritual devices are unconventional and require refinement. Yet, he remains indifferent to such superficialities, believing that once he crafts superior spiritual devices, he will see who is still willing to buy them. Upon returning to his courtyard, his clone immerses itself in the healing process. The main body, wary of indulging in cultivation, instead retrieves forging techniques for meticulous study. The main body and clone can share memories, thus the knowledge gained by the main body will undoubtedly be accessible to the clone, enabling direct application and practice later. The main body muses that since he cannot devote himself to cultivation, it would be prudent to allow Long Mooching and Shu Sun some freedom to stretch their limbs, as the spiritual vegetables in the courtyard have also ripened and require harvesting, while Xiang Tunin finds temporary solace in healing. The ambience in other parts of Tianyuan sect is far from tranquil. At the summit of Qi Peak resides Elder Qi. Wu Yong reclines against the edge of his bed, facing Luo Mingyu. Master, please do not look at me like that. I truly do not know when I incurred his wrath. It is likely that his disciple was slain by one of our sect's members, and he has come seeking vengeance, but he has the wrong person. Wu Yong states, uncertainty etched on his face. Luo Mingyu scrutinizes Wu Yong's expression, sensing no deceit in his demeanor. Yin Sha has 2 disciples, Yin Rao and Lu Zhou. Last time, they suddenly intruded upon our sect. Lu Zhou's clone was captured, while Yin Rao's fate remains uncertain. I had always assumed she had escaped. But could it be that she perished within our sect? Wu Yong glares at him. I am aware of that incident. Look at me, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, only a step away from the divided spirit realm. I am merely a forger with average combat prowess. Do you truly believe I could have slain her? With a sigh, Luo Mingyu contemplates the ongoing struggle between the demon clan and the righteous path, uncertain of when it will reach resolution. Both sides possess comparable strength, yet the conflict over cultivation resources remains an insurmountable issue. Even in a battle to the death, a resolution seems elusive unless an unparalleled master emerges to decisively overpower the opposition. As he ponders, Luo Mingyu realizes he is indulging in fanciful thoughts. Since the inception of this world and the commencement of cultivation, no individual has appeared capable of altering the prevailing circumstances. Let us leave this matter here for now. Be cautious and refrain from wandering while your injuries persist. Chapter 79, Patrol. After concluding his statement, Luo Mingyu prepares to depart. As he raises his foot, an idea strikes him, and he turns back to add, "You're fortunate. Uncle Qingxuan happened to pass by. Otherwise, you would have had to go find him recently. And you know how he is." Wu Yong nods vigorously in agreement. Uncle Qingxuan is a supreme elder, often traversing the world, known for his capricious nature and free-spirited disposition. Although he holds the title of Supreme Elder, he is largely disengaged from sect affairs, often elusive. Encountering Qingxuan is indeed a stroke of luck, and if gratitude is to be expressed, it must be done promptly, lest he depart the sect once more. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Wu Yong, and I estimate that by then, I should be able to take a few steps. Today, however, is quite impossible. I can only lie down and converse. Feeling a profound ache throughout my body, Luo Mingyu nodded and departed, as the responsibilities of the sect leader are indeed numerous. Time passed steadily in the dual pursuits of recuperation and reporting to the weapon peak, and before I knew it, half a month had slipped by. My avatar, Xiangtunin, has transformed into a lively and enthusiastic practitioner of cultivation. Through this experience, regardless of its direct relevance to myself, I have come to realize the paramount importance of elevating one's cultivation. I have postponed my original plans for refining artifacts and decided to undertake patrolling tasks instead. Accumulating enough contribution points will enable my main body to enter the trial tower for training, enhancing my combat prowess. Engaging in combat may deepen my understanding of cultivation and potentially lead to breakthroughs in my abilities. Additionally, during patrols, I could sign in at various locations, possibly uncovering valuable rewards. Thus, diligently cultivating at a slower pace seems less appealing. Clarifying my thoughts, I resolved to first visit the task hall to accept my assignments, specifically to hand over the task of igniting the fires at the weapon peak, which would yield 15 contribution points. With my current total at 40 contribution points, I intended to accept a patrolling task that would also grant another 15 contribution points upon completion. After accepting the task, I proceeded directly to the law enforcement hall to report. This place is typically avoided by those without business, and as a person of modest demeanor, I certainly would not loiter there without purpose. How splendid it is to unlock a new check-in location. Upon arriving at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, I silently recited, "System, check-in." The notification of successful check-in brought a reward of 5 years of cultivation. My heart stirred with excitement. Another reward for cultivation. This I truly cherish. Suppressing a smile, I adopted a businesslike demeanor as I entered the hall. The law enforcement hall's architecture differs markedly from others. While most structures are predominantly wooden and adorned with flowers and trees, the entrance of the law enforcement hall is stark and devoid of embellishments, dominated by a cold, grayish-black palette. Even the signboard is crafted from black iron, imparting an air of solemnity and austerity. Once inside, I sought out a disciple to hand over my task, and was assigned to Team 12, which operates on a night shift today. Thus, I was instructed to arrive at 6 in the evening for the task handover. After a brief inquiry, I learned that patrolling disciples must bring their own spiritual weapons, prompting my return. Upon reaching Mingyue Peak, my main body was engaged in refining cultivation, and I couldn't help but marvel at how considerate this system is, providing exactly what one lacks. After a brief tidying up, I prepared to rest, having just regained my strength. In the afternoon, I resolved to arrive early for my first patrol, setting off half an hour in advance. Upon arrival, I noticed several individuals already gathered in the open space before the law enforcement hall, including a familiar face. I quickly checked in, receiving another 5 years of cultivation, which significantly boosted my spirits. I approached and greeted, "Brother Wu, you are also here for patrol." Wu Long, displaying a hint of fatigue, replied, "Isn't it a coincidence? I had taken on several external tasks before, and was just a bit short on contribution points. This task came at the perfect time." I refrained from inquiring about his purpose for the contribution points, instead asking which team he belonged to. "I'm in Team 12 as well," he grinned. "I just joined yesterday. I knew we were short one person, and I didn't expect you to fill that spot." I nodded in agreement. It was indeed serendipity. Wu Long is fundamentally a straightforward person, making interactions quite relaxed. We stood in the square, engaging in light conversation, during which I learned that disciples who temporarily accept tasks are primarily assigned to patrol the periphery of the sect, in less critical areas, alleviating the pressure on their minds. Each patrol team comprises 10 members, with one team leader, whose cultivation level varies from foundation establishment to core formation. These leaders are disciples from the law enforcement hall, and the team members simply need to follow their commands. The leader of Team 12, Ludi, is a foundation establishment cultivator, known for his serious demeanor. Yet he is fair and just, making him relatively easy to work with. As more people gathered in the square, calls began to echo. "Team 11, hurry over here. Hey, Team 8, get ready to move." A stern voice rang in my ears, urging Team 12 to assemble. Wulong said, "Sister, let us go." I glanced at the leader, Ludi, whose serious expression set him apart from the previously aloof male cultivators, giving him an imposing presence. As we approached, most of the team members had already arrived. Ludi scanned the crowd, fixing his gaze on me, prompting me to step forward. "You must be Xiangtunin, who reported to Team 12 this morning. Today, as your first patrol, stand in front of Wu Yong." After nodding, I took my place ahead of Wu Yong, who was flanked by another foundation establishment cultivator. It seems Ludi truly practices fairness, as the more seasoned cultivators occupy positions at the front and back, while those with lower cultivation levels are positioned in the middle, with Ludi himself at the forefront. After exchanging pleasantries with the leaders of other teams, Ludi let us out. We headed directly towards the sect entrance, proceeding around the defensive formation, which marks the outermost perimeter of the sect. During our journey, the team members remained quite subdued, with no one speaking, while I took the opportunity to scan the surroundings for any unique locations where I might sign in. Unlike the diverse architecture and bustling activity within the sect, the periphery consisted solely of roads and trees, with no notable buildings aside from the entrance, rendering the area rather unremarkable. Just as I began to lose hope, I spotted a small courtyard nestled within the monotonous woods. Despite being concealed, the roof and walls were still visible from the path. Suddenly, I felt that this courtyard might serve as an excellent check-in location, though it appeared unremarkable. The fact that a courtyard could be built in such a secluded area suggested it was anything but ordinary. I took note of my surroundings and resolved to revisit this place the following day, provided I was not on patrol. At worst, I would simply forfeit one check-in opportunity. The night patrol continued until 6 the next morning. Although being a cultivator, the fatigue from walking all night was minimal, the habitual nighttime rest still left me somewhat weary, especially as only 2 members of our team were at the foundation establishment level, while the remaining 8 were at the chi refining stage. Once everyone dispersed, I hurriedly checked in, resulting in a mere year of cultivation. Although I was aware of this possible outcome, a twinge of disappointment lingered. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, I commenced my attempts at artifact refinement. Setting up the fire array, I followed the impurity removal techniques outlined in the Forging Art Manual to purify the refining materials. Unlike the traditional method employed by Wu Yong for impurity removal, the technique mentioned in Forging Art involves first incinerating the materials used for crafting, subsequently dividing them into several small portions, typically 3 or 4, depending on the quantity of materials. Once divided, these portions are subjected to hammering and heating to eliminate impurities embedded within. After a day's labor, Xiang Tunin had processed half of the refining materials. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to report to the law enforcement hall. That evening, he found himself patrolling the same area as before. After inquiring with Wu Long, he learned that the patrol team had encountered no unusual circumstances. Their schedule operated on a monthly rotation, merely changing locations, which meant he would be on the night shift for this month, consistently monitoring the same region. This area was not small, yet it lay on the outskirts of the Tianyuan sect, rather remote, with little else to see but roads and trees. Days passed in a blend of refining and reporting for patrol duties, and after half a month, Xiang Tunin had successfully crafted 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts, which he found quite satisfying. However, he had exhausted his refining materials and needed to find time to sell the 2 artifacts and procure new crafting supplies. After half a month's reporting, he had not encountered anything of value at the law enforcement hall, having only signed for 2 5-year cultivation levels, 5 1-year levels, and 10 1-month levels, with the remainder being merely 1-day levels. Thus, Xiang Tunin resolved to save his signing opportunity for today, intending to visit the vicinity of that special courtyard. To do so, he departed an hour early, planning to take a detour to sign in at the courtyard before joining the team at the law enforcement hall. Following the memory of the location, Xiang Tunin soon arrived near the courtyard and observed closely. A path, albeit obscured by fallen leaves, connected the main road to the small courtyard. As he walked along this path, the scenery shifted. Towering trees gave way to smaller ones, around 2 meters high, and before him lay a sea of flowers, enveloping the courtyard. The myriad colors of the floral expanse, though diverse, harmonized in a way that suggested considerable effort had been invested in their arrangement. The area of this floral sea was substantial, and the courtyard appeared even more exquisite and charming up close. Was it an illusion array? If so, where were the traces of the formation? As Xiang Tunin surveyed his surroundings, he finally discerned that these flowers constituted a natural illusion array, a truly enlightening display of formation techniques, leaving him entranced by the environment. Suddenly, with a creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a figure clad in azure. As his gaze lifted, he recognized her. Was this not Xianxiaaudiobooks from that day? Although he had encountered the elder, Xiang Tunin was unsure of her identity, pondering that with such profound cultivation, she must surely be an elder, and thus, he thought it best to address her as such. Xianxiaaudiobooks had sensed someone approaching and stepped out to take a glance. The young girl stood amidst the floral sea, her delicate features radiating respect as the wind rustled the flowers around her. Her exquisite features seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. Little girl, have we met? Xianxiaaudiobooks leaned against the doorframe, adopting a casual demeanor. Xiang Tunin opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Should he remember that day's events or forget them? After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that perhaps his bloodied visage had obscured his identity from Elder Xianxiaaudiobooks. Yet there was a hint of familiarity. Greetings, Elder. We shared a brief encounter that night at Chi Peak. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Xiang Tunin bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, realizing she was dealing with a fortunate girl. You've cleaned up nicely. You look much more comfortable now, she teased further. Did you come specifically to thank me? Yet, your hands are empty. Feeling cornered, Xiang Tunin was unsure how to answer, finally admitting, Elder, I was merely passing through and felt curious about this courtyard, so I came to take a look. I never expected to run into you. Qingchuan found the girl's honesty somewhat lacking in amusement. Enough, I have no interest in your trifles. Off you go. Xiang Tunin hurriedly departed, remembering to sign in. System. Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward. A portion of enlightenment tea. Indeed, it was a splendid place, worth the risk he had taken. He dashed to the law enforcement hall, barely making it on time. During the night patrol, he contemplated whether he should present Elder Qingchuan with a token of gratitude. He had not known her whereabouts before, and now that fate had brought them together, it seemed inappropriate to feign ignorance. But what could he offer that she might value? Even if he had something, he could not readily part with it. After some thought, Xiang Tunin concluded that as a qi refining stage cultivator, any gift he could offer should be light yet heartfelt. Perhaps he would prepare a meal for her to savor. After all, his culinary skills were commendable within this realm of cultivation. Having made up his mind, he concluded his patrol at 6 in the morning and hurried back to Minghua Peak. To express his sincerity, he harvested all the spiritual vegetables from the courtyard and purchased 2 large pieces of tender spiritual beast meat from Wulong, one for stir-frying and the other for soup. He then prepared various vegetable dishes, whether stir-fried or cold, and even created a sweet delicacy. He truly poured his heart into this meal. Chapter 81. After everything was arranged, it was already around 10 in the morning. Xiang Tunin surveyed the 10 or so dishes he had prepared, all of which were a feast for the senses, and he felt immensely satisfied. He raced back to the small courtyard, seizing the opportunity to sign in while no one was around. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a flower seed. Receiving the flower seed, Xiang Tunin placed it in the system space and inspected the information. It was merely an ordinary seed, yet it appeared to belong to the same variety as those in the sea of flowers before the courtyard. Upon returning, he planned to select some seeds to plant outside the courtyard, hoping that while it may not rival the grandeur of that floral sea, at least clusters of blooms would blossom. Having found that no valuable items remained to sign for, Xiang Tunin approached the closed courtyard door and knocked. There was no response, and just as he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of a blue figure flash by. Qingchuan stood before him. After respectfully completing his greeting, he said, Elder, this is my token of gratitude. As a disciple with limited cultivation, I truly have nothing of value to offer, but I prepared a few simple dishes for you to taste. Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, dishes you made? What if I don't like them? Elder. If you find them unpalatable, I can take them back, Xiang Tunin stammered, momentarily taken aback, and prepared to slip away. Qingchuan observed the girl's suddenly animated expression and couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mischief. You little girl, your gratitude lacks sincerity. At least show me what you've brought. Who knows, I might just be blind and find something appealing. Xiang Tunin first retrieved a small table from his storage bag, then displayed the prepared dishes one by one, the aroma of the meal wafting through the air. Finally, he presented a steaming bowl of spiritual rice and a pair of chopsticks. Qingchuan twitched her nose, nodding with feigned seriousness as she remarked, This does smell delightful. I will accept your token of gratitude. Elder, please enjoy at your leisure. I shall take my leave, Xiang Tunin said. Qingchuan waved him off nonchalantly, and he quickly departed. For many years now, since I entered the tribulation stage, I have encountered numerous individuals eager to ingratiate themselves with me. However, this is the first time someone has brought me a meal. This girl appears innocent, though I am uncertain whether her simplicity is genuine or if she harbors ulterior motives. Shoving aside my wandering thoughts, I leisurely savor the dishes before me, which are indeed quite delectable. After departing from this place, I, Xiang Tunin, have resolved to change my daily sign-in location to Qi Peak, where I can at least procure materials for refining tools or perhaps discover new realms. Meanwhile, my main body has been diligently cultivating, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the nascent soul stage, tantalizingly close to the 9th layer. I intend to remain in seclusion until I achieve the 9th layer before emerging. As the days swiftly pass, the remaining half-month has nearly slipped away. Since that fateful day, I have not sought out Qingchuan, who has long since left the sect to wander. Outside the Tianyuan sect, Inshur has been nursing his wounds after his confrontation with Qingchuan, noticing a worsening of his injuries. Reluctant to return to the demon clan in such a state, he harbors a foreboding sense that the girl from Qi Peak bears significance. She appears to be an avatar, indicating that her true self has at least reached the spirit-severing stage. Could she be the one responsible for Yin Rao's demise? This feeling is nebulous and inexplicable, Yet Ainshur is convinced that her death is entwined with that girl. In a spirit of patient vigilance, Ainshur has been hiding on a mountain outside the Tianyuan sect for the past month, spending his days healing and searching for any trace of that girl. Yet instead of her, he senses Qingchuan's presence. Has my concealment been discovered? With no time to ponder further, he instinctively retreats in a random direction. The familiar aura belongs to that old wretch, Qingchuan, who suddenly perceives something and, with a single stride, finds the familiar essence has dissipated 10 miles away. Quite nimble, Qingchuan mutters to himself. After sending a message to Luo Mingyu, he departs, reassured that there are others managing affairs within the vast sect, freeing him to embark on his journey of exploration. Once Xiang Tunin concludes his patrol duties, he receives 15 contribution points, bringing his total to 55. When his main body emerges from seclusion, he can directly proceed to the trial tower for cultivation. With a sudden abundance of free time, Xiang Tunin decides to visit the market to dispose of some of his crafted items and procure materials for refining. Upon arriving at the market, he heads straight to Tianbao Pavilion. Drawing upon his previous experiences, he trusts the pavilion and proceeds to sell 2 low-grade spiritual weapons, along with a substantial portion of the pills, formation plates, and talismans he has crafted during his leisure. The spirit stones he acquires will enable him to purchase refining materials, as well as replenish his supply of spiritual herbs, vegetable seeds, beast blood, talisman paper, and other consumables. Exiting Tianbao Pavilion, he glances around the street stalls and suddenly recalls the treasure-seeking mouse he possesses. Finding an inconspicuous corner, he releases the mouse from his spatial pocket, allowing it to hide within his sleeve. This is its first venture into the outside world, and fearing it might attract unwanted attention, Xiang Tunin repeatedly cautions it. If you encounter any treasures, simply convey your thoughts to me. Do not emerge or make any noise, lest you be captured by nefarious individuals. I am but a genuine practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Master, I understand. I will certainly not cause trouble. The mouse responds obediently, its beady eyes darting about eagerly, fearful of missing out on any treasures. With the mouse tucked safely in his sleeve, Xiang Tunin strolls leisurely along the street, adopting a mindset of opportunism, pausing at each vendor to peruse their wares. After inspecting over a dozen stalls without incident from the mouse, he concedes that one cannot be too greedy. Such fortuitous finds are a rarity. As the cultivator's market yields no promising discoveries, he decides to venture into the mundane market, hoping to procure some food for the mouse, and perhaps a treat for long mooching as well. The atmosphere of the mundane market is vibrant and bustling, with the enticing aroma of various dishes wafting through the air amidst a chorus of vendors' calls. As Xiang Tunin observes the array of street food, he mentally consults with the mouse. Would you like some stir-fried chestnuts? The scent is quite sweet. Yes, yes. We rodents adore nuts. The mouse replies eagerly. What about candied hawthorn? Look at the variety available over there, with both hawthorn and orange. Master, proceed to the right. The mouse's tone suddenly shifts to one of seriousness, laced with excitement. Chapter 82. The Pure World Lotus Seed. Following the mouse's guidance, Xiang Tunin navigates down a somewhat secluded alleyway to the right of the main street. This alley is lined with worn artifacts, resembling a marketplace for second-hand goods, boasting around 7 or 8 shops. Each store displays a haphazard assortment of items. Upon a cursory glance, he notes the presence of old books, antiquities, second-hand weapons, and various knickknacks. This place indeed possesses the potential for unexpected finds. Master, stop. This is the shop. The mouse exclaims suddenly. Xiang Tunin glances up at the storefront, which appears no different from the others, exuding a dilapidated aura that suggests neglect. Upon entering, he finds only a young boy of 8 or 9 years old playing within. Seeing a visitor, the boy cheerfully states, Sister, take a look at what catches your eye. I will fetch my father. With that, he dashes out through the back door, calling out, Father, Father. Someone wishes to purchase something. To your left, Master, there are good items. The mouse urges excitedly, nearly bursting forth from his sleeve. To Xiang Tunin's left lies a jumble of trinkets, combs, daggers, bracelets, and a collection of copper coins and small cups, all in disarray. Which one are you referring to? Xiang Tunin inquires, having sensed nothing particularly noteworthy. The bracelet, Master. I sense something valuable within it, the mouse asserts confidently. Gingerly, Xiang Tunin picks up the bracelet for a closer examination. It resembles a string of glass beads, consisting of 7 distinct colors, visually appealing enough to charm a young girl. Yet he finds no hidden mysteries within. Just then, a middle-aged man follows the boy out from the back. This bracelet is quite suitable for a lady. When worn on the wrist, it enhances the complexion, he remarks. Xiang Tunin weighs it in his hand, feigning indifference. It seems decent enough. However, the craftsmanship. It appears to be made of stone. How much do you ask? Fear not, for our prices are quite reasonable. This bracelet shall cost you just one low-grade spirit stone. The middle-aged man replies with a grin. Considering the offer, Xiang Tunin decides it is fair enough, tossing a spirit stone to the man and taking the bracelet as he departs. With the bracelet in hand, curiosity peaks within him. Suppressing his intrigue, Xiang Tunin heads straight towards Mingyue Peak. Upon returning to his courtyard, he activates the formation and releases the mouse. Mouse, I examined the bracelet and found nothing particularly special, he states, presenting it before the creature. The mouse extends its nose to sniff at the bracelet, diligently examining each bead with utmost seriousness. Subsequently, he halted before a cerulean orb, the master of which was nestled within. It was likely encased around a lotus seed, though it was enveloped by some enigmatic substance, devoid of any discernible spiritual fluctuations. A lotus seed? Mouse-son, could you be mistaken? Just an ordinary lotus seed? Xiang Tunin gazed incredulously at Mouse-son, who had stealthily returned with this item, only to reveal it was merely a seed. Such a monumental expectation, only to be met with profound disappointment. However, before Xiang Tunin could fully succumb to disappointment, Mouse-son interjected, Master, this is no ordinary lotus seed. It is the seed of the pure world's sacred lotus. A single seed possesses the power to dispel inner demons and can be utilized during the tribulation of the heart. Xiang Tunin then recalled that in this world, advancing in cultivation necessitated facing tribulations. The transition from the nascent soul stage to the divine transformation stage required overcoming the heart demon tribulation, while ascending from divine transformation to the tribulation stage entailed enduring 3 thunder tribulations. Ultimately, to reach the ascension stage, one must weather 9 thunder tribulations. His own cultivation was nearing the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, making preparations for the tribulation inevitable. Xiang Tunin picked up the bracelet, gently tugging until the cord snapped, causing the orb to scatter across the table. He grasped the cerulean orb, pondering how to unravel it. Would brute force risk damaging the lotus seed inside? Mouse-son, after a careful sniff, remarked nonchalantly, the exterior material is a substance that insulates spiritual fluctuations. Brute force should suffice. Just be cautious, master, and proceed slowly. Xiang Tunin concurred that he could meticulously refine the outer layer. Suspending the orb in midair, he manipulated his spiritual energy into tiny blades, gradually scraping away the outermost layer as fragments fell to the surface. As time progressed, the encasing became increasingly thin, and the orb radiated a growing luminosity, akin to dust being wiped from a lamp. In the final stages, Xiang Tunin exercised utmost caution, pausing to retrieve a specially designated box for storing spiritual herbs from his system space, placing it on the table before resuming his delicate task. Suddenly, a section was breached, releasing a fragrant essence that permeated the air, clarifying his mind. Fearing to waste the medicinal properties, Xiang Tunin hastily removed the remaining outer layer and stored it in the box, sealing it. As the refreshing aroma dissipated, he exhaled in relief. Judging by the scent and efficacy, it was indeed the seed of the pure world's sacred lotus, alleviating any concerns regarding the upcoming heart demon tribulation. Though the relic he possessed also bore certain advantages, the lotus seed would yield superior results. Having acquired what he sought, Xiang Tunin's spirits lifted, and he recalled the various snacks he had purchased at the market. He summoned Long Mooching, observing the 2 small beasts relishing their meal. Remembering it had been a while since he last contacted Luo Miao, he sent a message. How have you been? Are you adjusting well to the woolly secret realm? Have you sustained any injuries? No, recently the demonic forces have been strangely diminished. Some say they are experiencing internal strife. That's a relief. Be cautious over there. It might be a ploy by the demons. When do you plan to return? Luo Miao pondered if she needed to return to the sect for the annual gathering. She glanced at her companion, Lu Yu. Since their last return to the stronghold, the number of demon kin had abruptly decreased, leading to a sense of idleness among everyone. Currently, the two were merely wandering the market. Senior brother, Tunin messaged me, inquiring when I would return. Are you going back this year? Lu Yu's eyelashes fluttered. I must lead the team. I estimate I will remain for 3 years. Why? Do you wish to return? Luo Miao sensed a hint of grievance in his tone, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Not particularly. Tunin just asked about me, so I inquired. Perhaps I should stay here and accompany you. I've noticed my cultivation speed has accelerated since arriving in the woolly secret realm. Look, I've already reached the 3rd layer of foundation building. Could it be because of? Listening to Luo Miao's chatter, Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking how easily the young girl could be convinced. Chapter 83. Entering the Trial Tower. Upon receiving Luo Miao's message, Xiang Tunin frowned slightly, contemplating whether he too should venture into the woolly secret realm. In Tianyuan's sect, acquiring valuable resources had become increasingly challenging, especially as he approached the later stages of cultivation, where breakthroughs grew ever more elusive. There remained 5 or 6 months until the next opportunity to enter the woolly secret realm, ample time to prepare. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tunan's avatar immersed himself in cultivation, preparing for the journey to the woolly secret realm, engaging also in artifact forging, alchemy, and talisman crafting. After half a month, his main body finally ascended to the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. After 3 days spent stabilizing his cultivation, he proceeded to the trial tower. The trial tower was situated at the very heart of Tianyuan sect, yet Xiang Tunan had never set foot there, as he had previously been a miscellaneous disciple without the qualification to enter. Upon becoming an outer sect disciple, he had lacked sufficient contribution points. As its name implies, the trial tower is a towering structure, with disciples stationed at the base to register entries and exits. Nearby stood a stone tablet chronicling the challenge records of those who dared to enter, though the top 10 names were obscured, allowing Xiang Tunan to feel a measure of reassurance as he approached, for his principle was to remain inconspicuous. Casting a glance at the stone tablet's contents, he noted 4 rankings: Chi Refinement, Foundation Building, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul, suggesting that the trial tower's highest applicable cultivation level was that of the Nascent Soul stage. Or perhaps the Divine Transformation and Tribulation stages were concealed, as those stages signify the combat prowess of a sect. Beneath the rankings, a lengthy list of names appeared, with the top 10 obscured. For instance, the first in the Chi Refinement stage was Chen Certain, who had completed the 11th challenge, while the first in Foundation Building was Li Certain, who had completed the 10th challenge. At the bottom of the stone tablet, a line of fine print explained the rankings. There are a total of 12 challenges in each cultivation stage. Having gleaned the information he sought, he proceeded to sign in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 opportunity to modify the trial tower. This reward momentarily stunned Xiang Tunan as he scrutinized the details. The original trial tower was, in fact, a semi-artifact, likely having developed a spirit, albeit a rather weak one, that merely recorded the personal information of each challenger and selected the top 100 for publication. The system's provision of a modification opportunity meant he could obscure the trial tower's sensing ability. Once inside, he would have the freedom to choose how to cultivate within it. This was truly a miraculous tool for cultivation. Fearing any time constraints imposed by the trial tower, he delighted in the prospect of cultivating for as long as he wished. He retrieved his identity token and presented it. The attending disciple waved a hand, granting him entry. Xiang Tunan glanced at the token, which now bore a meager 5 contribution points. He approached the grand entrance, stepping inside, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. The familiar sensation of a teleportation array engulfed him. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an octagonal space, with a staircase on the far right side, beside which the wall bore the inscription "First Floor" in bold characters. The shape of this space closely resembled that of the tower, yet its area far exceeded the tower's ground coverage. Upon closer inspection, he sensed fluctuations of formation. This area likely combined spatial, illusion, and defensive formations. The complexity of the formations surpassed Xiang Tunan's knowledge, prompting him to focus on advancing through the challenges. Stepping forward, he encountered a diminutive green figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, clad entirely in green, with a cultivation level matching his own at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. A diminutive figure, cloaked in green, raised its finger and delicately gestured in the air. From behind, 2 emerald vines shot forth, aimed directly at Xiang Tunan. The sword, Jinghong, emitted a soft command as it surged forward, its radiant white light slicing through the air, severing the 2 verdant tendrils with precision. Xiang Tunan wielded his finger like a blade, guiding Jinghong to strike at the little green entity, which responded by summoning more vines to counter the luminous onslaught. Although these tendrils possessed minimal offensive power and lacked resilience, their rapid regeneration resulted in an overwhelming number. Is it of the wood element? Xiang Tunan mused softly. The assault emanating from the foe was predominantly wood-based, known for its healing properties, yet hampered by its feeble attack strength. It seemed prudent to employ fire magic against this adversary. As he maneuvered Jinghong to relentlessly target the vines, he freed his right hand, unleashing a barrage of fire spells upon the green figure. The flames did not ignite the little creature, but succeeded in restricting its movements, compelling it to recoil and cower, wrapping itself in vines to shield against the searing heat. Observing the little green figure falter, Xiang Tunan intensified his swordplay, white light flashing in rapid succession. Whenever a gap appeared in the onslaught, fiery spells would follow, painting the area in a dazzling display of red and white. As time progressed, the green figure's responses grew increasingly sluggish, until it ultimately dissipated into the ether. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Xiang Tunan discovered an identical layout to the first, save for a change in the inscriptions adorning the walls. Advancing forward, he encountered a brown figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Also at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. This must be a being of the earth element. As expected, the brown figure brandished a colossal hammer in one hand, while the other clutched a shield nearly as tall as itself, a striking contrast to its frail form. The earth element proved more troublesome than wood. It boasted formidable defense and strength, yet was hindered by sluggishness, both in attack speed and evasion. To overcome this slow-moving adversary, one need only act with sufficient swiftness. Xianxiaaudiobooks employed the footwork from the chaotic decision, his toes barely brushing the ground as he glided through space like a wraith, each movement accompanied by a flash of sword light. The cumbersome brown figure, struck by the sword's brilliance, bore deep gouges upon its form, raising its shield to defend. Yet it was too slow. The sword light consistently evaded its guard, targeting the figure directly. In this one-sided slaughter, Xianxiaaudiobooks triumphed in the second challenge. Following the staircase upward, he reached the 3rd floor. Chapter 84. The Yin and Yang Attributes. A blue figure materialized before him, representing the water element. Water is weak against earth, thus, he would need to employ earth spells for this challenge. Fortunately, the chaotic decision provided access to spells of each element. Though he seldom practiced earth magic, he possessed enough knowledge to navigate this layer without significant difficulty. The 4th layer introduced a fire element figure, necessitating the use of water spells due to the water-fire dynamic. The 5th layer presented an opponent adorned in shimmering gold, capable of sprouting golden spikes from any part of its body. Fire counters gold, and as Xianxiaaudiobooks was proficient in fire magic, he found this challenge relatively easier with his choice of ranged attacks. The 6th layer reverted to the wood element, but this time, there were 2 identical wooden figures, resembling twins, who exhibited remarkable synergy. If one was repelled, the other would immediately retaliate, and with the rapid regeneration of the wood element, this encounter became a battle of attrition. Had it not been for his ample spiritual energy, Xianxiaaudiobooks' suspected victory would have eluded him. Continuing this pattern, from the 6th to the 10th layers, the challenges escalated with pairs of wood, earth, water, fire, and gold elements. Upon reaching the 10th challenge, after vanquishing the 2 golden figures, Xianxiaaudiobooks was left battered, his body riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely. Among the 5 elemental entities, the golden figures exhibited the most formidable combat prowess, their attacks sharp and defenses commendable, complemented by their swift movements. Their coordinated assaults left Xianxiaaudiobooks vulnerable, pierced by their deadly weapons. Glancing at his injuries, Xianxiaaudiobooks resolved to heal before proceeding further. He consumed healing elixirs and applied ointment to his wounds, resting in place. Meanwhile, his doppelganger at Mingyue Peak found respite, having recently ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although time seemed fleeting, the reality was that his true self had been in the trial tower for half a month. Without the connection, he might have feared for his body's safety within the tower's confines. With idle time at hand, Xianxiaaudiobooks decided to plant the flower seeds he had previously acquired from the courtyard, scattering them around the perimeter and watering them, envisioning a vibrant bloom encircling the courtyard. He also tended to the spiritual vegetables within. After harvesting and processing the aged spiritual herbs from his mustard seed space, he stored them away. However, due to the limitations of his doppelganger's cultivation, he could no longer refine potent elixirs for his true self, nor could he draw formation arrays. Nevertheless, he could still create talismans and refine artifacts, preparing for future endeavors in the woolly secret realm, while surplus items could be sold to acquire what he lacked. A day later, Xianxiaaudiobooks' wounds had healed, and after changing his blood-stained garments, he appeared none the worse for wear. The injuries, though gruesome in appearance, were merely superficial. With his health restored, he made his way to the 11th floor. As he set foot on the final step, an immense transformation unfolded before him. The previously hexagonal area vanished, replaced by an endless expanse imbued with a sense of ethereality. Turning back, he noticed the staircase had disappeared, shrouded in darkness. Even with his divine sense, he could only vaguely perceive the emptiness surrounding him, as if he were suspended between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his arm drew his attention. Crimson blood signified an ambush. Using his divine sense, he discerned a hazy black figure resembling a humanoid form. Is this the dark element? Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered aloud. To overcome this challenge, he would require the use of a relic. Before employing the relic, he wished to alter the trial tower's attributes to prevent any potential observers from causing unwarranted complications. System, modify the trial tower attributes. A panel materialized before him, detailing his current personal information. Xianxiaaudiobooks, possessing 5 elemental roots at the 9th layer of nascent soul, presently stalled at the 11th challenge. With an option to review battle footage, Xianxiaaudiobooks altered his information to read, Xianxiaaudiobooks, 5 elemental roots at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. having failed at the 7th layer, erasing the battle footage section and replacing it with an image from the Qi refinement stage. Once his information was concealed, Xianxiaaudiobooks retrieved the relic. In the pitch-black environment, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated a small area, revealing the general position of the dark figure, heightening the concern of being struck. With a hint of joy in his voice, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed a fire-based spell, the sizzling sound forcing the ebony figure to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks launched one fire spell after another, casting a crimson glow that brightened the dark surroundings, casting a fiery hue upon his fair visage. Simultaneously, he intensified the spiritual energy input into the relic, which emitted a dazzling yellow light. In an instant, the interplay of red and gold illuminated the once opaque space, causing the dark figure to cower in fear and gradually retreat into the abyss of darkness. The chase continued for approximately half an hour until the ebony figure was cornered by the relic radiating golden light, with a torrent of red spells crashing down upon it from behind. Like ice melting under the sun, the dark figure disintegrated beneath the onslaught of fire. Concurrently, as if heralding dawn, the inky night quickly receded, revealing an octagonal space, now empty, with the words 11th floor emblazoned on the wall, and a staircase leading upward materialized. Step by step, he ascended to the 12th floor. Suddenly, the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a blinding white, so dazzling that Xianxiaaudiobooks struggled to keep his eyes open. He was compelled to shut them, yet even behind his eyelids, he perceived an overwhelming whiteness, as if he had become one with this luminous expanse, obscuring all sense of his surroundings. A whisper from the sun attribute within him resonated, acknowledging the conflict of yin and yang, yet he possessed no spells or means related to the yin attribute. This trial could only be faced with unwavering determination, pushing the limits of his abilities. Before Xianxiaaudiobooks could fully comprehend the situation, an instinctual sense of crisis surged within him, prompting him to retreat cautiously. With a resounding command, the Jinghong's sword shot forth, colliding with an unknown entity. The clash echoed sharply, sending the sword flying back. Yet Xianxiaaudiobooks deftly summoned it back with his spiritual energy. Unable to see anything, he relied on his instinct to evade, though he sustained numerous wounds. Despite the visibility of his injuries being obscured, the pain was palpably acute, and the sticky warmth of blood was all too evident. Perhaps it was the sting of blood or the realization of his precarious position, but he understood that the worst outcome would merely be defeat in this trial. His mind was remarkably clear. The world was divided into yin and yang. They countered each other, and within the 5 elements, the yin aspect encompassed water and wood attributes. Without hesitation, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed a barrage of water and wood-based attacks, particularly the water spells, which had a broader area of effect, allowing better detection of the elusive white figure. The wood spells, in turn, could conjure multiple vines, effectively ensnaring the opponent. Thus, even in blindness, he could sense the adversary's location, and the concentrated assault would inevitably inflict damage. Though minor attacks might seem trivial, their cumulative effect could yield significant harm. The primary drawback of this strategy was the rapid consumption of spiritual energy and mental focus required to wield multiple spells simultaneously. Yet it was evident that this battle demanded endurance. The one who could persist longer would emerge victorious. An hour passed, and a sticky sensation enveloped Xianxiaaudiobooks' body. It was clear he had become a veritable bloodied figure. Meanwhile, the opponent's aggression and speed had noticeably diminished. After swallowing a restorative pill, Xianxiaaudiobooks launched a desperate flurry of spells at the white figure. Gradually, the injuries he had sustained lessened, and the adversary's strikes grew increasingly sluggish, until he could bind it firmly with vines. Jinghong's sword go. With a piercing sound, the sword sliced through the white expanse above, and the surroundings finally returned to normal. Chapter 85, Spirit of the Artifact. With a resounding thud, Xianxiaaudiobooks found himself utterly exhausted, resembling a wilting blade of grass, his head drooping. The white realm dissipated, restoring normalcy, and he scrutinized his condition. His white disciple's robe was thoroughly soaked in blood. He had yet to be teleported away, and upon glancing around, he noted the words 12th floor inscribed on the wall. But what was this? Why was there still a staircase leading upward? Could the trial tower be deceiving him? Confounded, he resolved to tend to his wounds. Maintaining a good state was paramount. Hastily, he ingested several healing pills, but the sheer number of external wounds made it painful to remove his clothing, each tug reminding him of his injuries. He applied salve to the more severe lacerations, while the smaller ones would have to heal naturally. Fortunately, cultivators possessed accelerated recovery abilities, and he settled into meditation. An hour later, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt rejuvenated. His body restored to its former state, save for a few fading scars, which would eventually vanish with time, a benefit of being a cultivator. as most possessed fair skin that did not retain marks from injuries. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, he ascended to the 12th floor. Upon setting foot on the 13th level, he found himself in an octagonal space, but the area that once indicated the floor was now blank. The surroundings were eerily empty, prompting Xiang to call out, "Is anyone there?" Silence enveloped him. The spirit of the artifact, hiding nearby, mused that it was not human and thus should not be addressed. It pondered whether Xiang had discovered its presence. Xiang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the area until he vaguely sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. With a smirk, he addressed the indistinct aura, "Come out, I see you." Before him appeared a chubby little figure, resembling a 2-year-old child, a delightful baby girl with fair skin and strikingly large eyes, who gazed at Xiang and exclaimed in a babyish voice, "Who are you, and why can't I display your information on the stele? Did you do something to me?" Though prepared for a confrontation, he was still taken aback that the artifact spirit noticed his interference. The system had never aired before. "You are the spirit of the trial tower?" he inquired. The little figure clapped her chubby hands to her chest, nodding seriously. "I am indeed the spirit of the trial tower. Though I am injured, and my intellect is that of a 4 or 5-year-old. I am still aware of the tricks you played on me. You're quite clever. How did you figure that out?" Xiang coaxed gently. The little round figure pointed to the small bed that had mysteriously appeared in the distance, saying, "I just woke up, ready to go downstairs to play. When I saw you fighting with Xiaobai, I wanted to see your name, but the first one on the stone tablet doesn't match your information." Xiaobai was likely the little person from the earlier discussion regarding the yang attribute. "Initially, I thought it was a system malfunction, only to realize it was my own luck that had failed me, allowing them to catch me off guard." "Ah, I see. So you deliberately left a path for me to find you?" Facing this little round figure, Xiang found himself speaking in a rather affected manner. "Well, as the spirit of the trial tower, I must now rectify your information," the little round figure suddenly declared with an earnest expression. However, with a cherubic face adorned with baby fat, the seriousness appeared exceptionally endearing. Xiang glanced up at the ethereal ceiling and replied with utmost gravity, "But I do not wish for my true information to appear on that stone tablet. May we discuss this? I have many delightful treats and entertaining diversions to offer you." The little round figure, who had been so solemn moments ago, now gazed at Xiang with sparkling eyes, yet remained silent. As Xiang began to produce various spirit fruits from the mustard seed space, he coaxed, "Just help me out a bit. I simply prefer to remain low-key. It does not affect anyone else. Consider the potential benefits of this arrangement. If you assist me, this fruit will be yours. Look at this red fruit. It tastes exquisite. Would you care to try?" The little round figure extended its chubby hand to accept the spirit fruit, remarking, "You are correct. There is indeed no harm in this matter." With that, it promptly devoured the fruit in 2 delightful bites, then fixed its bright eyes on Xiang once more. Chapter 86. Xiang promptly produced a veritable bounty of spirit fruits, roughly estimating over 100 in total. The little round figure appeared slightly embarrassed, realizing it had not truly assisted Xiang yet had received such an abundance of fruits. "Do you require further assistance?" Xiang nodded. "Indeed. I have some questions I would like to consult you about. As a spirit, you must have existed for a considerable time and possess extensive knowledge." Upon hearing this, the little round figure's heart soared with joy, eagerly nodding its head, as if to say, "Ask away, I will tell you everything." Through this consultative approach, Xiang gleaned the information he sought. It was said that the trial tower of Tianyuan sect was originally a divine artifact, but it had suffered damage and become a semi-divine artifact. As for the origin of the trial tower, the spirit recounted having lost part of its memories due to an injury, recalling only that someone had brought it back from the land of divine falls, healed it, and allowed it to remain in the Tianyuan sect as a treasured protector. The individual who rescued it ultimately ascended to the higher realms, and for countless millennia, the trial tower has stood guard at Tianyuan sect, serving as a trial ground for its disciples. When the trial tower was intact, it could accommodate disciples at the divine separation and tribulation stages for training. However, due to its current damage, it could no longer provide such trials. Yet, should Xiang cultivation break through in the future, the spirit assured her that it could allow her to experience a trial at the divine separation stage as a token of gratitude for the spirit fruits she had provided. Many within Tianyuan sect were aware of the spirit's existence, yet only the past sect masters had truly witnessed it. However, these individuals were not the masters of the trial tower, nor were they the spirit's true master. The spirit informed Xiang that it could sense its previous master had perished. Now, it remains without a master and harbors no desire to seek one. It finds great contentment in quietly residing within Tianyuan sect, free from constraints, battles, and fears, deriving amusement from observing the disciples engage in playful combat with various little beings. Occasionally, when boredom strikes, the spirit even transforms into the form of one of those little beings to join the disciples in their games. As for the information on the stone tablet, if Xiang preferred not to alter it, the spirit would respect that wish. Ultimately, after much coaxing from Xiang, the spirit promised not to divulge her affairs to anyone, including the sect master. Having achieved the desired outcome, Xiang made a pact with the little round figure to visit it whenever time permitted. The little round figure imparted a set of hand gestures to Xiang, which would facilitate their future meetings, allowing her access without the need for contribution points. Upon exiting the trial tower, Xiang found her cultivation had advanced to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Glancing at the stone tablet, she noted, "All right, I haven't made it onto the rankings." After all, the challenges at the qi refinement stage are relatively easier, with the 100th place clearing up to the 9th layer. This is quite satisfactory. I shall develop in a low-key manner. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, her clone was busy preparing a meal, while Long Muqing and Shu Sun were frolicking in the courtyard, engaging in a playful chase without the use of spiritual power, relying solely on their physical strength for their spirited race. Despite knowing it was her clone, Xiang still found it peculiar to see someone who looked exactly like her. Having spent 20 consecutive days within the trial tower, both her body and spirit were utterly exhausted. The main body intended to rest for 2 days, then enter seclusion to strive for the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage before emerging. However, considering the clone would soon venture into the woolly secret realm, the main body resolved to first concoct some high-grade healing elixirs and spirit recovery potions. Then prepare a variety of array discs, defensive arrays, trapping arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, confinement arrays, and spirit gathering arrays. With the main body, a practitioner at the nascent soul stage, as her backing, the clone should face minimal danger in the woolly secret realm. With plans set, the main body reclined on the bed to rest. After prolonged combat and the release of pent-up tension, she soon slipped into a deep slumber. The clone divided the prepared meal into 4 portions, 2 for the small beasts, 1 stored in the system space for the spirit to savor the flavors of the mortal realm upon her next visit to the trial tower, and the final portion intended for Master Zhang, along with inquiries regarding preparations for the woolly secret realm and details about registration. As it was imperative to report to Zhang Tianqing before any journey, considering Xiang was, strictly speaking, a disciple of Mingyue Peak. In the library, the usual disarray was present, yet it seemed a different disciple had taken on the cleaning duties. Xiang couldn't help but marvel at how Min Xian had managed to switch out so quickly. It hadn't been long since the last change. As for Min Xian, that unfortunate fellow, after the last incident with the xianxia, had been overwhelmed by demonic energy and was promptly dispatched by Zhang Tianqing. The old man at the library's entrance still appeared to be dozing, his head bobbing. Sometimes, Xiang wondered why Zhang Tianqing seemed much older than his peers. After all, he was technically her senior brother, yet bore a resemblance more akin to a nephew. It was quite perplexing that he spent entire days without cultivating, resembling a mere mortal lost in slumber. Could it be that such sleep could lead to enlightenment? "Master Uncle, I've come to see you," Xiang announced, deftly arranging the meal. Zhang Tianqing regarded the spread, his nostrils flaring in delight, a look of rapture on his face. "Ah, little girl, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. Just the aroma is enough to whet the appetite." As he spoke, Zhang Tianqing picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, indifferent to the curious glances from passing disciples. Xiang stood by the table, allowing space for him, and they engaged in casual conversation. "Master Uncle, I plan to seize this final opportunity to venture into the woolly secret realm." Zhang Tianqing cast a glance at Xiang. "That sounds splendid. Young people should indeed venture forth, explore the world. By the way, it has been 8 months since Luo Miaoyan departed, and it has been 1 year and 8 months since my senior brother left. Have you visited the trial tower?" "I have." Zhang Tianqing wiped the corner of his mouth and advised, "Make several trips to the trial tower. The woolly secret realm is no trifling matter. This journey is quite far, so prepare adequately." "I understand, Master Uncle. There are still 4 months left. I will certainly prepare well." "You know how timid I can be," he replied. "Don't forget to inform me before you leave." "Of course." Chapter 87. 2-year deadline. Breakthrough to the spirit division. Time flies. In the realm of cultivation, years pass unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. This day marks the 2nd anniversary of Xiang arrival at the Tianyuan sect. The 2-year period allows for a significant reward upon check-in. To demonstrate the importance he placed on this check-in, Xiang rose early, bathed, and donned fresh garments. Making his way to the square, the very spot where he first arrived at the Tianyuan sect. System check-in. Check-in successful. Having accumulated 2 years. he received a reward of 20 years of cultivation. The path of cultivation is arduous. May the host remain diligent and ascend the great path swiftly. Soon, a series of fireworks exploded in his mind, reminiscent of the annual check-in routine. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's meticulousness. With this 20 years of cultivation, a breakthrough to the spirit division was now imminent. The main body absorbed this newfound energy, and reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the nascent soul would surely pave the way for his advancement. Fortunately, when the main body had previously crafted the arrayed discs for his doppelganger, he had anticipated this day, reforming a high-level spirit gathering array, a high-level defensive array, and a high-level concealment array for his courtyard. With these 3 formations in place, a breakthrough on Mingyue Peak would be foolproof, especially with the doppelganger surveying the situation outside. Ensuring greater safety, the main body emerged, waving a hand as the 3 arrayed discs soared into the air. After a surge of spiritual energy, they became concealed, and the surrounding spiritual energy thickened significantly. To avoid attracting external fluctuations of spiritual energy, this advanced spirit gathering array employed mid-grade spirit stones. To conserve spiritual energy, the main body directly immersed himself in cultivation. The doppelganger hung a sign at the courtyard entrance indicating a closed-door retreat, then activated the advanced defensive array and the advanced concealment array. To the outside observer, the courtyard appeared to remain an unremarkable little abode. In truth, the courtyard's spiritual energy had condensed into a mist. The doppelganger, feeling overwhelmed by the density of the energy due to his low cultivation level, gritted his teeth and hurriedly refined the spiritual energy. However, the speed of refinement lagged far behind the rate of absorption. Even breathing allowed spiritual energy to surge into his nostrils. Just as the doppelganger approached his limit, the concentration of spiritual energy around him began to slowly diminish, gradually confining the energy to the master bedroom, while the rest of the areas became considerably more diluted. At this moment, the main body had completed half of the refinement of the 20 years of cultivation, achieving the peak of the 9th layer of the nascent soul, and was now ready to break through to the spirit division. With the remaining 10 years of cultivation and the advanced spirit gathering array, the breakthrough to the spirit division seemed assured. However, following the breakthrough, he would have to confront his inner demons. Enduring the painful sensation of his meridians being stretched by the influx of spiritual energy, the main body retrieved a jade box from the system space. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of lotus filled the air, instantly clearing his mind and alleviating some of the pain. Whispering breakthrough, all the spiritual energy surged toward the small figure within his dantian. Under the impact of the energy, the figure swiftly enlarged, surpassing the confines of the dantian. Having reached its limit, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly activated the techniques of the spirit division, and the figure within the dantian, resembling him perfectly, broke free from his body, soaring into the void. In an instant, the pressure of the heavens descended. The small figure gritted his teeth and surged forward, breaking through the void and reaching the expanse of the cosmos, successfully achieving the spirit division. The figure found it challenging to proceed. Its already transparent form grew increasingly insubstantial. Suddenly, a relic from the system's space flew forth, a glimmer of golden light transforming into a meteor that propelled the figure forward as if given a gentle push from behind. The little figure effortlessly broke into the void. Looking up, he beheld a sky ablaze with stars, trails of light streaming across. He raised a hand to grasp a beam of light, only to see it vanish through his palm. Sensing a presence, numerous lights began to approach the figure, yet they all passed through him. Suddenly, a feeling of familiarity washed over him. The little figure lifted his hand, and a beam of white light shot directly into Xianxiaaudiobooks' sea of consciousness. Carefree Tao. The principles of my path. The little figure seemed to resonate as the surrounding white lights faded away. The white light within the sea of consciousness merged with him, unnoticed by anyone, save for a slender thread of gold intertwined within. As the little figure appeared utterly exhausted, it succumbed to sleep and began to drift downward, eventually returning to the body. Is this what it means to achieve the spirit division? Xianxiaaudiobooks mused, feeling that the nascent soul within his dantian, now perhaps referred to as the primordial spirit, could freely separate from the main body. Before he could revel in the moment, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a void. Xianxiaaudiobooks stretched lazily, sitting up in bed, pulling aside the curtains to reveal bright sunlight outside. The sounds of cars and chatter from pedestrians drifted in through the window. For reasons unknown, the sight of this familiar scene left Xianxiaaudiobooks with an unsettling feeling. Nan, get up, come down for breakfast. We still need to visit your grandfather's house for the new year. His mother's voice called from downstairs. New year, he thought, glancing at his phone to realize it was the first day of the new year. Yet, why did the concept of visiting for the new year seem so distant? Xianxiaaudiobooks felt that upon waking today, something was inexplicably amiss. though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Shaking his head, he quickly washed up and headed downstairs. On the first floor, his grandparents, parents, and siblings were gathered around the dining table, waiting. The sumptuous dishes spread before them held little allure. As he gazed at his family, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. Wiping his eyes in realization, Xiang felt something was profoundly strange about himself today. He couldn't fathom why he detected a fragrance of lotus, even though there were none on the table. However, on this joyous first day of the new year, he resolved not to speak out of turn to avoid upsetting his parents. "What's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Did you stay up late on your phone again?" His mother inquired, coming over to examine his eyes, which were slightly red, indicating a lack of sleep. "Today is the first day of the new year. Hurry and eat. The better we eat today, the better our family will fare this year." His father quickly interjected, anxious to prevent his wife from uttering any ill-fated words. "Yes, yes. Let's eat," his grandfather chimed in, placing a serving of food into Xiang bowl while winking at him. Suppressing a smile, Xiang served each family member a portion. His grandparents beamed, praising him for his kindness. After the meal, his parents took him to his grandparents' house, where each grandparent handed him a generous red envelope. Gazing at the vibrant red envelopes in his hands, tears brimmed once more in Xiang eyes as he observed the gray hair atop his grandparents' heads. Holding back his tears, he choked out, "You know me. I have always been delicate, timid, and value my life above all. Wherever I go, my safety will always be my priority. Given the circumstances, I will take good care of myself, so please rest assured." As he spoke, the tears could no longer be restrained, rolling down his cheeks and blurring his vision. Chapter 88, Registration. Upon reopening my eyes, a profound emptiness enveloped my heart. As I meticulously attuned myself to the changes surrounding me, I realized that I had reached the spirit separation stage in my cultivation. The visions I had encountered within the heart demon, memories buried deep within the recesses of my mind, now laid bare before me. In that moment, my emotions became exceedingly complex. As if the joy of transcending the spirit separation stage had dulled somewhat, I recalled my own words. I must not be disheartened, nor should I succumb to despair. One day, we shall meet again. Lowering my gaze, I closed the box containing the pure world lotus seeds and returned it to the system space. With eyes shut, I began to consolidate my cultivation, directed towards Tunin. My doppelganger, also named Tunin, opened his eyes, surprised that it had taken a full month to break through to the spirit separation stage. During this time, a batch of disciples had returned from the woolly secret realm for recuperation, indicating that another group would soon be sent to battle. Currently, it was the enrollment period for disciples, and it had been confirmed that departure would occur in 5 days. Upon receiving this news, Tunin hastily went to the task hall to register. At that moment, the entrance of the task hall was teeming with people. Excitement filled the air as everyone buzzed about the impending battle. "Brother Wu, are you also preparing to go?" Tunin called out to a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Compared to before, Wu Long now bore a hint of ferocity, suggesting that he had recently undertaken some missions. "Yes, not just me, but Li Xian is going too. However, that sloth has yet to arrive even after half a day. Are you going as well, junior sister?" Wu Long inquired. "Indeed. I seek the opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This is the final year of the 3-year time frame. If I do not act now, I would have to wait several more years," Tunin explained, having achieved the 9th layer of qi refinement after months of diligent training. Wu Long, sensing Tunin's cultivation level, expressed his astonishment. In Wu Long's eyes, Tunin, though clever and adept in formations, had always lacked talent in cultivation. He had not anticipated that Tunin would surpass both him and Li Xian in strength. Observing Wu Long's surprised expression, and noting his own cultivation level of only the 8th layer of qi refinement, Tunin wondered if his words had struck a nerve. He quickly diverted the conversation. "Brother, what is the registration process?" As the discussion turned serious, Wu Long generously shared all that he knew about the enrollment. Firstly, participation was voluntary, and all items obtained within the secret realm belonged to the individual. Secondly, those returning after 1 year would receive a reward of 100 contribution points, with double points for special contributions. While the crowd in the square chattered incessantly, a disciple from the task hall emerged, calling for everyone to line up according to their cultivation levels. Following a brief period of chaos, Tunin and Wu Long managed to secure a position near the middle of the qi refinement queue. There were 3 lines: qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. As for the nascent soul line, it was reserved for sect elders. They need only notify the task hall to participate in the battle. Tunin observed the 3 lines and noted that the number of participants in the foundation establishment and qi refinement stages was roughly equal, while those in the golden core stage were slightly fewer. The qi refinement line was primarily composed of individuals at the 7th layer or above. Those with lower cultivation levels had not come, as the mortality rate in the woolly secret realm, though not high, was predominantly borne by Qi refinement disciples, making them more cautious. In contrast, the cultivators in the Foundation establishment line displayed a wide range of levels, from the 1st to the 9th layer. Despite the lengthy queue, the efficiency of the cultivators ensured swift registration. With a mere scan of their identification tokens, the line progressed steadily. After Tunin and Wu Long completed their registrations and began to exit, they spotted Li Xian hurrying toward them, his disheveled appearance suggesting he had just rushed over. With damp hair and evident fatigue in his eyes, Li Xian, why are you only just arriving? Wu Long boomed. Li Xian, with his lean, dark face tinged with regret, replied, I lost track of time while refining artifacts. Enough. Hurry and register. Stop dawdling, Wu Long urged. After exchanging brief greetings with the two, Li Xian promptly joined the line, fortunate that the queue had significantly shortened in the interim. Once registered, Tunin greeted Zhang Tianxing before departing, not out of a desire to save time, but rather due to an aversion to the atmosphere of farewells, especially as he was the one leaving. Upon returning to Mingyue Peak, Tunin began to inventory his possessions. His system space was already filled with various array discs and elixirs crafted by his main body. Among them were recently drawn talismans and refined spiritual weapons. After this period of artifact refinement, Tunin had reached a level of proficiency sufficient to craft low-grade spiritual weapons, though he had yet to encounter any mid-grade ones. Deciding to keep 2 of the low-grade spiritual weapons and sell the rest, along with a portion of the corresponding talismans, Tunin planned to use the proceeds to purchase 2 mid-grade spiritual weapons, one for defense and another for enhancement. With the items to be sold in tow, Tunin headed straight for the market, where he completed the transactions for the spiritual weapons and talismans at Tianbao Pavilion, subsequently acquiring 2 mid-grade spiritual items. One was a hairpin-like mid-grade defensive weapon, while the other was a mid-grade robe imbued with both defensive and acceleration capabilities. After this flurry of activity, Tunin found himself with over 100 spirit stones in hand, as he exited the Cultivator-S market and passed through the mundane market. Thoughts of the little dumpling in the trial tower surfaced, along with his 2 gluttonous spirit beasts. Knowing he would be away for a year, he resolved to visit the little dumpling before his departure, aiming to stockpile snacks in his mustard seed space for his 2 spirit pets to manage, while also sending some treats to the little dumpling. Remembering that his 2 spirit beasts were not picky eaters, having relished the spirit fruit during their last encounter, Tunin generously purchased 6 portions from the various vendors he passed, along with a considerable assortment of nuts and dried fruits. Soon, a bold child approached him, inquiring if he wanted to buy some of their goods. With a wave of his hand, Tunin made the purchase. In no time, he found himself encircled by vendors, some of whom had already sold him items. Hoping to entice him into making additional purchases, estimating that he had bought enough, Tunin swiftly maneuvered away, leaving behind a dissipating crowd. With his newly acquired snacks in hand, Tunin made his way to the rear of the trial tower. After ensuring that no one was around, he promptly performed the hand seals taught to him by the little dumpling. Chapter 89, Journey to the Woolly Secret Realm. In an instant, he found himself within the trial tower, where the little dumpling was idly playing with its fingers. Upon seeing Tunin, its eyes sparkled with delight as it bounded over. The feeling of being awaited softened Tunin's heart, and he smiled warmly, saying, It's only been a few months, and you've become even cuter. Look, I've brought you some delicious treats. Tunin laid out the snacks before the little dumpling, who sniffed eagerly and seemed thoroughly pleased. All of these are for me. Of course, these are hardly worth many spirit stones. They are all for you. However, I must confess that I cooked some of these dishes myself, Tunin said, pointing to the plates he had prepared. The little dumpling, ever gracious, sampled Tunin's dishes and proceeded to shower him with compliments. Time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly, and before long, the 5 days had elapsed. During this time, Tunin had meticulously prepared and categorized his belongings, storing the important items within the system space while relegating the less significant ones to his storage bag. With everything in order, it was time to embark on his journey. As he departed from Mingyue Peak, Tunin took a moment to bid farewell to the disciples of the miscellaneous sect and activated the formations within the courtyard. While immersing himself in his cultivation, he made his way to the square, which was already teeming with people, far surpassing the number who had registered on that earlier day. Farewell speeches were abundant, each corner of the square playing host to poignant scenes of parting. Within the Tianyuanzong, Tunin had only a handful of acquaintances, and naturally, no one was present to see him off. Therefore, he boarded the flying vessel early, as the journey from Tianyuanzong to the Woolly Secret Realm would take 2 days. Each individual was provided with a resting space on the vessel. The resting area for those in the Qi refinement stage was located within the cabin, while the deck, offering scenic views, was reserved for those in the foundation establishment or nascent soul stages. After messaging Wu Long and Li Xian and receiving their replies, Xiang Tunin requested 3 adjacent room numbers from the managing disciple and completed the registration. He then stood on the deck, feeling the breeze, awaiting the arrival of his 2 companions. A horn sounded, and the crowd surged onto the flying ship. After a brief wait, the vessel gradually took off. Wu Long gestured to Xiang Tunin, suggesting they retire to the lounge for a while. The trio returned to the lounge, heading directly to Wu Long's designated area. Wu Long produced a jade slip, stating, "I acquired this intelligence from a returning disciple. Everyone take a look. It is said that upon entering, we will be divided into several teams for our missions, and I'm not sure if we will be together. You two should familiarize yourselves with this. It might prove beneficial." Xiang Tunin and Li Xian exchanged glances, with Li Xian cheerfully suggesting, "There's still time. Let the junior sister take a look first." Xiang Tunin smiled faintly in gratitude, and without further hesitation, took the jade slip, pressing it to his forehead. The slip contained fundamental information about the woolly secret realm, such as the location of the base camp, the perilous zones within the realm, and effective strategies for confronting the demonic clan. Xiang Tunin committed the information to memory before passing the jade slip to Li Xian. In truth, Xiang Tunin had already researched the woolly secret realm prior to this, having consulted relevant materials in the library and informed Luo Miao about it. Luo Miao had assured him that she would meet him at the woolly secret realm to help him acclimatize. As for the jade slip provided by Wu Long, it held little significance for Xiang Tunin. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of appreciation, as he had not thought to record the information when he was initially studying. It was only on the day of registration that he learned his 2 companions would also be attending. Li Xian returned the jade slip to Wu Long, remarking, "The woolly secret realm is more complex than I imagined. I thought it simply involved confronting the demonic clan, but there are many dangers within the realm itself. Thank you, senior brother, for the jade slip. It allows me to prepare in advance." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 3 retreated to their respective rooms to rest and prepare. Based on his discussions with Luo Miao, new disciples were generally not sent directly to the battlefield and were granted about half a month to acclimate. Therefore, Xiang Tunin did not rush to rest, but instead organized the information regarding the woolly secret realm, marking several locations that might yield valuable discoveries. Legend has it that the woolly secret realm is home to 5 major perilous zones: the land of no spirit, the land of divine fall, the moving forest, the misty canyon, and the rebirth swamp. These locations were sufficiently unique, likely to contain special opportunities, as it was said they were once abundant in spiritual energy before transforming into their current states. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 days, the flying vessel finally came to a halt. The disciples gathered on the deck, gazing down at a vast square, where the concentration of spiritual energy exhibited subtle variations, markedly denser than that of the outside world, yet still somewhat less than that within Tianyuanzong. "This is the base of our Tianyuanzong. Let us disembark," said the managing elder. The disciples gracefully floated down from the flying ship, and Xiang Tunin immediately spotted Luo Miao and Lu Yu standing at the forefront. "Senior brother, senior sister. It has been too long. I have missed you dearly," Xiang Tunin exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Luo Miao. Her round, sparkling eyes crinkled with joy as she replied, "It's wonderful to see you. I must tell you, the woolly secret realm has many fascinating places, far more intriguing than those at Tianyuanzong." Emerging from Luo Miao's embrace, Xiang Tunin grasped her hand and playfully shook it, saying, "Is that so? You must take me to see them when you have the chance. Where do the new disciples report?" Luo Miao exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yu. "The arrangements for new disciples are handled by senior brother. However, do not worry. He has promised me that you will be assigned to our team." Is that compliant with protocol? Won't it cause any issues?" Xiang Tunin hesitated, feeling like an ordinary disciple and not wanting to complicate matters for Lu Yu, whom he regarded as an upright senior brother. "What are you thinking? Do you believe I am treating you as special? This is entirely within the regulations, to facilitate the integration of new disciples into the team. Each squad is typically assigned a few new members," Luo Miao stated earnestly. "So what should I do now?" Xiang Tunin stole a glance at Lu Yu, who appeared oddly indifferent, with a hint of displeasure evident on his face. "You should go line up over there," Lu Yu suddenly instructed. Although Luo Miao was quite talkative, Xiang Tunin had never found her bothersome. However, he felt an unusual noise level in her presence. Watching Xiang Tunin obediently cue, Lu Yu finally relaxed, his ears feeling liberated. Chapter 90, Transition. Upon arriving at a new location, it was essential to sign in first. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 year of cultivation. Although this reward was slightly less than previous ones, the timely arrival of a year's worth of cultivation was fortuitous, as his main body had already been in seclusion for half a month. With this year's cultivation, he could solidify his spirit separation and emerge from seclusion sooner. Observing the registration personnel ahead, each disciple was directed to their respective leaders after signing in. There appeared to be about 10 individuals waiting nearby, indicating that Tianyuanzong likely had several teams. When it was Xiang Tunan's turn, the registering disciple inquired about his name and cultivation level. Xiang Tunan, Qi Refinement 9th Layer. The registering disciple then looked up at Xiang Tunan and said, "You have been assigned to senior brother Lu's team. See the most handsome one over there?" Xiang Tunan glanced at the group of handsome men and women standing nearby, thinking, "Are you joking?" At first glance, who isn't handsome? "Oh, thank you, senior brother," Xiang Tunan said, moving straight toward Luyu. As other new disciples would also be assigned to Luyu's team, the trio remained in place for a while. Before long, Luyu's team was joined by 23 new disciples, representing various stages of cultivation including Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. Overall, the distribution appeared quite fair. Unfortunately, Xiang Tunan was not placed with Li Xian, and Wulong noticing that the individuals ahead were being assigned, while Luyu showed no signs of moving. Xiang Tunan tugged at Luo Miao's sleeve and cast a glance toward Luyu. Understanding his silent plea, Luo Miao whispered in his ear, "We are waiting for senior brother Jiyuan. He dislikes taking new disciples, so I suspect he is waiting for him." Just as Xiang Tunan was about to inquire who Jiyuan was, he saw the registering disciple approaching. Unexpectedly, this Jiyuan managed to flatter Luyu in front of Xiang Tunan. Despite being unfamiliar with the others, such a clever individual surely deserved a leadership position. The group returned to the Tianyuan sect's residence, where the newly arrived disciples stood outside, awaiting their assignments. "Greetings, fellow disciples. I am Jiyuan, and you may call me senior brother Jiyuan. I also serve as the vice captain of our team. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me." With a beaming smile, Jiyuan spoke in a manner that exuded approachability, quickly winning the affection of the new disciples, who soon surrounded him with questions. "Senior brother, how will our rooms be allocated?" "For accommodations, male disciples will reside in the front courtyard, while female disciples will be placed in the rear courtyard. There are plenty of vacant rooms, providing ample choices for everyone." "Senior brother, how will we manage meals during the Qi refinement stage?" "There are provisions available at the market outside for those wishing to dine out. Alternatively, you may purchase spirit replenishing pills for convenience during your excursions." "Senior brother, when can we expect to embark on our first training expedition?" "Typically, new disciples are granted a fortnight for acclimatization. It would be prudent to familiarize yourselves with the woolly secret realm before we notify you regarding the training." Regardless of the queries posed, Jiyuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, patiently providing answers, which endeared him to the multitude of disciples who readily heeded his words. Meanwhile, Xiang Tunan observed quietly, noting that the questions were trivial, and whenever more crucial information was sought, Jiyuan seemed adept at sidestepping the core issues. Feeling unsatisfied with the lack of substantial information, Xiang Tunan made his way to the rear courtyard, where Luo Miao had already prepared a room for him, reportedly adjacent to hers. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiang Tunan spotted Luo Miao emerging from one of the rooms. She took his hand and pointed to a nearby room, saying, "Junior sister, this will be your quarters. I have arranged everything inside for you." Pushing the door open, he found a suite consisting of a living room and a bedroom. The living room was furnished with a table and chairs, while the bedroom contained a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Though cultivators typically regard such material possessions with indifference, as they often store their belongings in spatial bags, Xiang Tunan felt a surge of happiness at this thoughtful gesture from Luo Miao. "Senior sister, you are truly kind," he expressed sincerely. Luo Miao shook her head, replying, "No, it is you who has shown me kindness. The healing elixirs you provided were remarkably effective. I know you have limited supplies, yet you generously left some for me. I have a few bottles of healing pills for you as well. Although they may not be as potent as those you gifted me, they are still quite effective." Though he was not in need of the elixirs, Xiang Tunan accepted them graciously, valuing her sentiment over mere formality. Afterward, he retrieved several spiritual fruits from his spatial bag and presented them to Luo Miao. "These are for you. Please, do try them and let me know if they please your palate." Taking a bite, she relished the sweet flavor and the subtle spiritual essence that enveloped her, bringing a sense of comfort. "These spiritual fruits are truly delightful," she remarked, not hesitating to gather all the fruits on the table into her own spatial bag. As the two enjoyed the fruits, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, recounting their experiences since parting. Luo Miao was both surprised and delighted to learn that Xiang Tunan had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, given his 5-element root talent, which made breakthroughs to foundation establishment exceedingly challenging. It was encouraging to see such hope on the horizon. Before departing, Luo Miao bestowed upon Xiang Tunan a map detailing the woolly secret realm and various outposts of the Tianyuan sect. ensuring he would know how to navigate in case of unforeseen circumstances during training. For the next fortnight, Xianxiaaudiobooks secluded himself in his room, diligently practicing in hopes of swiftly advancing to foundation establishment, thereby enhancing his prospects during the upcoming expedition. He also sought information regarding the woolly secret realm and made it a point to sign in daily. Apart from the day of his arrival, when he signed in for a year's worth of cultivation, subsequent sign-ins yielded only a month of cultivation or less desirable items like spirit herb seeds. Having refined the year of cultivation, he successfully solidified his foundation and reached the spirit separation stage. Next, he aimed to familiarize himself with the corresponding techniques, spells, and the medicinal pills and formations that could be crafted at this new level. At long last, one fateful morning, the newly arrived disciples were poised to embark on their first outdoor training expedition. Rune, while counting heads, urged them with a more serious tone than usual. As this is our first outing for training, it is imperative to stay with the group. Additionally, ensure your own safety. Do not hesitate to employ any means necessary to protect your life, for survival is paramount. Understood, senior brother. We will follow your lead obediently, they replied cheerfully. Having grown familiar with Rune over the past days, blissfully unaware that they were about to enter a life-or-death confrontation. Only Xianxiaaudiobooks stood apart, his expression one of disdain. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent as Liu approached with the original team, standing at the entrance and casting a cold gaze over the new disciples. In a chilling tone, he stated, "This is no child's play, lives are at stake. Take care of your own safety." With that, he led the way, while Rune called for the others to follow suit. At this moment, Liu stepped back slightly to stand beside Xianxiaaudiobooks. Liu, noticing this, furrowed his brow momentarily before reverting to his usual icy demeanor. It was then that Xianxiaaudiobooks surveyed the team. Among the 23 new arrivals, the number mirrored that of the original team, indicating that half the group comprised novices. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant during confrontations, as reliance on teammates for protection would be less effective with so many in the mix. Hope lay only in the hands of a few. Adjusting his mindset, Xianxiaaudiobooks boarded the teleportation array alongside the others, while Liu explained, "This array will transport us directly to the front line. Should anyone become separated from the group, they must locate another teleportation array and activate it with a medium-grade spirit stone to return." After a brief sensation of dizziness, they found themselves in an open area, beside which stood rudimentary dwellings that appeared to be the quarters for disciples guarding the teleportation array. During this expedition, we are expected to remain outside for approximately half a month. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, I will refrain from intervening, Liu stated, unusually patient in his lengthy address. With that, he guided the group toward the barren expanse ahead. The contrast between the bustling markets and this desolate wilderness was stark. The uneven terrain, towering trees, and a plethora of nameless weeds and wildflowers surrounded them, while even the untamed beasts, sensing their presence, instinctively avoided the group. Progress was slow, with the team stopping frequently to gather any discovered spirit herbs. If they encountered lower-level beasts, the new disciples were encouraged to take the lead in engaging them. Thus, the day passed with only 2 hills crossed. While this pace may have been swift for mortals, it felt akin to a leisurely outing for cultivators. The following day, the pace quickened significantly. Those wishing to stray from the group to gather herbs had to employ speed-enhancing talismans to catch up. As for confronting beasts, they would only attack if approached directly. By the 3rd day, the speed increased further, requiring the group to focus entirely on their journey. Liu informed Xianxiaaudiobooks that this was now the normal speed. The previous 2 days had been slowed for the benefit of the newcomers. Once the pace escalated, those wishing to earn additional rewards would need skill. Speed and the ability to assess and navigate their surroundings were essential to avoid perilous situations. In the initial days, the new disciples had collected a fair amount of resources, but it became evident that the seasoned members of the team were now reaping greater rewards. Xianxiaaudiobooks originally yearned to join the group for herb gathering. Yet the only elixirs he could seize were of such low grade that they were on the verge of becoming mere weeds in his mustard seed space. The few that piqued his interest were swiftly claimed by Foundation and Golden Core cultivators, leaving him with a sense of disparity between his lofty aspirations and his meager capabilities. Under the cover of night, while the others were resting, Xianxiaaudiobooks quietly released Xianxiaaudiobooks, placing him discreetly in his sleeve. After a brief exchange between man and mouse, Xianxiaaudiobooks indicated that he could sense treasures, albeit from a distance, suggesting that if they ventured a bit further, they would be able to detect them. The following day, throughout their journey, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained tense, anxious not to miss the treasures Xianxiaaudiobooks had alluded to, for anything deemed a treasure by Xianxiaaudiobooks would undoubtedly possess great value. "Tunin, what are you pondering? Have you not heard me speak?" Liu inquired, her gaze filled with concern as she studied Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit anxious due to my lack of harvest. I've been preoccupied with searching for rare herbs, Xiang replied casually. For Shushuan had already hinted that the treasure was nearby. Everyone halt. Lu Yu suddenly called out, then soared toward a dense forest ahead. Xiang focused intently on the forest, mentally querying Shushuan. Is the treasure you mentioned within that forest? Indeed, the treasure lies within, yet I sense great danger lurking inside. Shushuan replied. Furrowing his brow, Xiang observed Lu Yu's return, his expression laden with uncertainty. It appeared that the area indeed harbored some anomaly. Discreetly, he returned Shushuan to the mustard seed space. Brother, is there something amiss? Jiuan remarked with a cheerful smile, his eyes radiating innocence and warmth. A reflection of his usual demeanor. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Lu Yu examined the surroundings. Aside from the mist, everything seemed relatively normal. Let us advance and investigate, he suggested in a hushed tone, confident that as a nascent soul cultivator, he would not misinterpret the situation. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they were taken aback as the previously radiant sunlit sky had inexplicably turned overcast. Lu Yu's brows knitted tighter. I sensed something unusual about this forest ahead. Perhaps we should take a detour. However, contemplating a detour seemed futile. Suddenly, a group of cloaked figures emerged, obstructing their retreat, clearly intending to force them into the eerie forest. Lu Yu summoned his spiritual energy, sending his sword soaring into the air, slicing through the silence with a piercing whistle. If you wish to keep us here, let us see if you possess the ability to do so. The cloaked figures retreated hastily. The leader clad in a dark robe that obscured his form, his voice dripping with malevolence. It is not us who seeks to hold you, but rather this forest. Without further ado, the dark-robed figure initiated the assault, while the other cloaked figures unleashed their spells. Yet curiously, they did not advance a single step. In contrast, Lu Yu and his companions remained oblivious to the abnormality and could only erect defensive barriers against the onslaught. As a wave of attack subsided, they readied to retaliate. Suddenly, the dark-robed figure soared into the air, darting forward with remarkable speed, and his cohorts followed suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye, covering a distance of 2 miles in mere moments. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, the cloaked figures had vanished. An unsettling anxiety gripped their hearts as Lu Yu gazed upward. The once gloomy sky had transformed into a vibrant green canopy, and when he turned back, they realized they had already stepped into the forest's domain. The previously open space was now replaced by towering trees. We are within the forest. It seemed everyone had recognized the anomaly and began to murmur among themselves. How strange. We were 10 meters away from that forest just moments ago. How did we suddenly find ourselves inside? Could it be that the forest moved? Indeed, it seems this forest has grown legs and can run with the wind. From a distance, the dark-robed figure observed the unfolding scene, remarking, "The moving forest is a splendid gift I have prepared for you. Selecting this gift required considerable effort on my part. You are fortunate. We had just discovered the moving forest when you stumbled upon it. Last time, in the realm of the formless, I let you escape. This time, it shall be far more challenging. Brother, this must be the moving forest." Jiyuan's once lively face now bore a serious expression. Lu Yu nodded, gathering everyone together. This moving forest is indeed peculiar. Chapter 92, The Tree Demon. Jiyuan collected the disciples and counted them. Lu Yu scanned the crowd, explaining, "If my deductions are correct, we now find ourselves within the moving forest." As soon as Lu Yu's words fell, the crowd erupted in chatter. "See, I told you the forest would move," a previously rebuffed disciple declared with newfound conviction. "This moving forest resembles one of the 5 great perilous lands. Your ominous predictions have come true. Is the moving forest truly dangerous? Word has it that 9 out of 10 who enter do not return. Would you call that dangerous?" Coughing to regain their attention, Lu Yu's deep voice resonated, not only reaching everyone's ears, but also reverberating within their minds, accompanied by an imposing pressure that enveloped them. The crowd fell silent, their expressions obedient as they fixated on Lu Yu, appearing like well-behaved children. "Jiyuan, please elucidate the nature of the moving forest," Lu Yu said, slightly impatient. With a serious demeanor, Jiyuan began to explain the pertinent details regarding the moving forest. The moving forest is one of the 5 great perilous lands within the woolly secret realm. It is unique in that its territory is unpredictable, as the moving forest shifts on its own. Over the years, no one has been able to decipher the patterns of its movement. Both the direction and speed are random, making encounters with the moving forest a matter of chance. The danger level of the moving forest is quite high. Those who have emerged from it recount 2 significant threats. First, the presence of high-level plant-based demonic beasts that will attack anyone who trespasses into their territory. Second, the existence of man-made traps within the forest, which can lead to death if one falls victim to them. The origins of these traps are a matter of debate. Some say they were crafted by the previous master of the moving forest, while others believe they are naturally occurring hazards. As for escaping the moving forest, it relies entirely on luck. Some who have exited were released by the forest itself, while others found themselves outside simply by remaining within. Overall, the dangers here exceed your imagination, so it is best to stay together and not fall behind. The only hope of escape lies in surviving long enough. Seeing the gravity of the situation reflected in the faces of the crowd, Lu Yu calmly remarked, "You are now aware of the means of escape, which makes encountering traps both a risk and an opportunity. I will not deter those who wish to challenge themselves, but before that, it is imperative that we remain close together." As he spoke, he noticed everyone inching closer, and he gently nudged Luo Miao behind him, taking the lead with Luo Miao and Jiyuan following closely behind. Meanwhile, Xiang Tunin cast a reassuring glance at Luo Miao before moving to the rear of the group. The moving forest, is this not a new checkpoint for me? System, check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, a piece of eternal life wood. The name eternal life wood sounded impressive. Yet, given the current precarious environment, Xiang Tunin refrained from examining its details and instead stored it within the system space, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted. Xiang Tunin cautiously released Shushuan once more, for just moments ago, Shushuan had hinted that treasures awaited within. Upon emerging from the mustard seed space, Mao Sun nestled within Xiang Tunin's sleeve, its nose twitching incessantly. "Master, the scent in this place is rather peculiar, distinctly different from the outside. Indeed, it is unlike any other. This is the moving forest, a realm reputed to be exceedingly perilous. Have you sensed the direction of the treasure?" Xiang Tunin perceived the danger of the locale and yearned to return Mao Sun to the mustard seed space promptly. Mao Sun nodded and then shook its head, replying, "Master, I can sense the presence of the treasure, but it is in motion, rendering me unable to pinpoint its exact location. Perhaps you could describe the treasure's appearance, and I shall devise a method to locate it myself." "No, Master," Mao Sun countered, "the treasure is a seed of a flower. Were it not for my innate ability to sense it, you might never have discovered its existence." Xiang Tunin surveyed the densely packed forest, where a thick layer of fallen leaves blanketed the ground. "Very well, a flower seed is indeed beyond my capabilities to find." With no other option, Xiang Tunin reiterated to Mao Sun the importance of remaining concealed. At that moment, none noticed the branches above, subtly shifting within the dense canopy. "Senior brother, have you observed that we have yet to see a single living creature? At least when we first entered, there were the sounds of birds," Jiyuan suddenly remarked. Lu Yu feigned ignorance, trudging forward with his head down, a flicker of sharpness gleaming in his eyes. Noticing Lu Yu's lack of response, Jiyuan opened his mouth to speak again, but suddenly, the sword in Lu Yu's hand surged from its sheath, the white blade gleaming like a flash of lightning, illuminating the forest. With a resounding crack, the long sword severed 2 branches the thickness of an adult's arm, which then crashed heavily to the ground. This strike shattered the concealment of the tree spirits. In an instant, branches of brown surged toward the group from all directions. The once dominant canopy of the forest became inundated with a tide of brown branches, rustling against the ground, sending shivers down their spines. "Watch your feet. It's best if we form a back-to-back formation to avoid being ambushed," Jiyuan urged hastily, drawing forth his long knife. Just as Xiang Tunin prepared to strike, he felt his ankle ensnared. He swung his sword, freeing his foot. However, before he could catch his breath, branches ensnared his waist, and he hurled a fireball with his left hand while slashing with his sword in his right. A clang resounded as a branch was severed. "Junior sister, stand behind me," Luo Miao called out, simultaneously fending off the branches while rushing to Xiang Tunin's side. The branches' attacks were relatively weak, but their numbers were overwhelming and seemingly endless. Xiang Tunin and Luo Miao stood back to back, while the others, having settled from their initial panic, began to form small groups, realizing the branches were not as formidable as they had imagined. Amidst all this, only Jiyuan and Lu Yu fought alone. Xiang Tunin then observed that Jiyuan wielded his knife with remarkable skill, delivering broad, sweeping strikes. It seemed the tree spirits had realized that such tactics could not harm Lu Yu and his companions. Suddenly, the trees of the forest began to shift with alarming speed. Branches that had previously reached toward them now altered their trajectory before their swords could strike. A sickening sound echoed as branches pierced flesh. One after another, cries of agony filled the air, indicating that several had sustained injuries, and panic ensued among all, regardless of their wounds. Chapter 93, The Ensnaring Formation. The scene descended into chaos. Xiang Tunin, recognizing the dire situation, quickly unleashed a defensive array, securing both himself and Luo Miao within its protective confines. They retaliated with fireballs, creating a clear space around them. Observing this, some disciples followed suit, producing their own array plates, while those without them reluctantly resorted to talismans for attack. In an instant, the area, once shrouded by the towering trees, transformed into a brilliantly lit battleground, illuminated by a myriad of spells. Lu Yu scrutinized the surrounding trees, discerning one that had yet to engage in combat. "Junior brother, stay back and protect them," he commanded, darting toward that particular tree. Sensing his approach, the surrounding trees quickly shifted to encircle the tree spirit. The sword gleamed as it cut through the air, eliciting a muffled cry of pain from the tree demon. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu had merely inflicted a deep gash on the obstructing tree spirit, leaving it on the verge of breaking in two. However, the tree spirit's regenerative abilities were astonishing, visibly mending with remarkable speed. Despite their formidable resilience, even a nascent soul cultivator's strike could not sever a tree's trunk. If there were only one or two, Lu Yu might have devised a solution, but with so many present, cleaving one merely allowed another to take its place. While the injuries of those previously struck healed almost instantly, casting his gaze across the battlefield, he caught sight of Xiang Tunan's formation. Astonished that even a mere chi refining stage array could impede these branches, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Although the tree's attacking power was minimal, especially the branches, whose sheer numbers paled in comparison to those of the Foundation establishment stage, their healing capabilities were formidable. Rather than attempting to eliminate every tree spirit, it would suffice to ensnare them and target the commanding tree. Does anyone possess an excess of ensnaring formations capable of restraining this horde of tree spirits? Lu Yu inquired, feigning a fierce struggle against the tree spirits while discreetly reaching out to the disciples present. Upon hearing his voice, the disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Those without ensnaring formations continued to fend off the tree spirits, while those who possessed them hesitated, torn between their own needs and the reluctance to part with such valuable array plates. Xiang Tunan, however, harbored no such concerns, recognizing that for Lu Yu, a nascent soul cultivator, only an array plate crafted by his own hand would suffice. Yet, he pondered how to explain his possession of such a sophisticated array plate as a chi refining stage cultivator without a notable background. As he manipulated the defensive array in hand, Xiang Tunan rummaged through his system space, eventually uncovering a mid-level ensnaring array he had drawn during his early training. "Senior brother, I have a mid-level ensnaring array, though our distance is somewhat considerable," he communicated to Lu Yu. Given the current situation, Lu Yu faced the most tree spirits, making it inconvenient for him to approach, while Xiang Tunan was tasked with safeguarding both himself and Luo Miao, making it unwise to send himself into danger. Lu Yu turned back, locking eyes with Xiang Tunan. He quickly assessed the distance between them, one at the forefront of the battlefield and the other at the rear. The combat was escalating in intensity, and they could not afford any further delay. If they did, they would surely fall to the disadvantage. "Junior sister, set the array plate to your left. I will lure the tree spirits toward you," Lu Yu decided, unable to think of a better strategy but to drive the tree spirits forth. Xiang Tunan waved his hand, placing the ensnaring array to the left front and overlaying it with a concealment array. However, to the naked eye, nothing appeared different, unless one observed closely. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were imperceptible in the current chaos, who had the capacity to focus on anything else. Noticing that Xiang Tunan was momentarily entranced, Luo Miao, with tree spirits advancing from the opposite side, quickly threw a talisman, pulling Xiang Tunan back a step. The massive explosion reduced the branches to mere splinters. Yet fresh branches surged forth almost immediately. Luo Miao recognized the issue. They were engaged in a battle of attrition, employing every talisman available. Yet the tree spirits showed no signs of fatigue. "Junior sister, do not lose focus. The branches of these tree demons are too numerous." Luo Miao's tone inevitably grew more assertive. "Senior brother, it's all right now. They are just ahead on the left. Quickly come." As soon as Su Tunan finished his arrangement, he immediately transmitted his voice and launched an attack toward the tree demons attempting to approach the formation. Yet, he still bore a faint smile as he said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I will be cautious." With that, the fireball technique unleashed itself with reckless abandon, crashing forward with explosive force. The flames licked the branches, causing them to recoil, but the branches did not retreat. As soon as the fireball extinguished, they surged forward once more. Simultaneously, Lu Yu intensified his assault. However, this time, his attack did not come from the front, but rather from the left flank. The group of tree demons, encircling the central tree demon, moved to the right, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Lu Yu was not one to hesitate. He retrieved a high-grade talisman from his storage bag, pinched it between his fingers, and infused it with spiritual energy. A colossal fireball hurtled toward the tree demons, enveloping the area in a blaze that momentarily obscured Lu Yu's figure. A chilling wail, akin to a ghostly lament, echoed. sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. The tree demons, in a state of panic, retreated to the right, frantically swatting at the flames consuming them. Even in such dire circumstances, those tree demons remained fiercely protective of the peculiar tree demon at their center. Lu Yu wielded his sword to herd the tree demons in a specific direction. The inherently dim-witted tree demons seemed oblivious to any irregularity, while the slightly more intelligent tree demon, accustomed to its tyrannical position, remained unresponsive in the face of such chaos. The fleeing tree demons moved with remarkable speed. Lu Yu watched as the tree demons breached the formation and, with no time to transmit a message, bellowed, "Junior sister, activate the formation." Su Tunin had been vigilant, observing Lu Yu's movements. The moment Lu Yu's words fell, Su Tunin deftly gestured, casting a series of incantations. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual light illuminated the area, revealing a gigantic formation. Su Tunin felt a significant drain of spiritual energy and casually produced 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag to place on the formation plate. Within the massive array, 7 or 8 tree demons, along with the special tree demon, found themselves ensnared, even in this predicament. The unique tree demon remained trapped at the center. Lu Yu lightly touched down beside Luo Miao, casting a glance at the formation. Is this an intermediate formation plate? Su Tunin, observing the rampaging tree demons within the array, calmly retracted the concealment formation, casually commenting, "Senior brother, this intermediate formation plate requires quite a number of spirit stones." "Senior brother, this." Lu Yu tossed a storage bag to Su Tunin, who hastily caught it. It wasn't out of greed for the spirit stones, but rather to diminish his presence. The ability to produce an intermediate formation plate was already unexpected. Spending spirit stones without a second thought would surely draw attention. It was hoped that Lu Yu could act swiftly to eliminate the group outside the confinement array. Alas, Su Tunin's hopes would soon be dashed. For the peculiar tree demon, upon realizing its confinement, emitted a piercing scream. Unlike the other tree demons, this one bore a human face that contorted in rage, shouting furiously. Chapter 94. The lowly disciples quickly covered their ears. The other engaged tree demons began to converge on this direction, moving recklessly, disregarding their own safety, even allowing the humans' attacks to strike them. Lu Yu, alongside Luo Miao and Su Tunin, retreated. A dozen tree demons formed a tight circle around the confinement array, relentlessly assaulting it. The disciples stood dumbfounded, observing this scene. "Should we flee?" Lu Yu spoke in a hushed tone. "Attack the tree demons' bodies quickly. They have become deranged and will not resist. Be careful not to strike the array." "Junior sister, reinforce the formation," Lu Yu instructed, glancing at Su Tunin. With that, he surged forward, unleashing 2 swift sword strikes toward a tree demon. A mournful cry echoed as the tree was cleaved in two, losing its vitality. With Lu Yu's demonstration, the disciples began to form small groups, coordinating their attacks on the tree demons. Even the most resilient of tree demons fell one after another. Su Tunin carelessly tossed spirit stones into the formation as if they were worthless. Unknown to anyone, during the initial attack, Su Tunin had quietly layered a high-grade confinement array and a defensive array within, for without such measures, the confinement array would have surely collapsed under the disciples' somewhat lacking precision in magic attacks. Luo Miao finally realized that this formation had been set by Su Tunin. With no time to inquire about when he had deployed the formation, she remained on guard, fearful that the tree demons might suddenly turn their aggression toward them. As the tree demons outside the confinement array fell one by one, their mournful cries filled the air. The tree demon with the human face transitioned from fury to sorrow, ultimately succumbing to resignation. "Stop! You must leave." A stuttering voice emerged from that face, clearly reaching each person's ears. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yu commanded everyone to cease their actions. The tree demons surrounding the array parted, allowing the face-bearing tree demon to observe the situation outside. Lu Yu stepped forward and, addressing the matter directly, asked, "How does one leave the moving forest?" "I do not know," came a voice tinged with dissatisfaction. The crowd exchanged glances, each bearing an expression of unspoken disappointment. "Since you do not know, what use are you to us?" Lu Yu unsheathed his sword, which hovered in the air, spinning with a whistling sound, as if poised to strike at any moment. The face glanced apprehensively at Lu Yu, hesitating before replying. The exit of the moving forest is said to be at its center. After a few more exchanges, it finally managed to articulate its thoughts, word by word. "Do you mean to say that the exit of the moving forest lies at its center?" Ji Yuan stepped forward to inquire. "Yes." The tree demon with the face confirmed obediently. "Will you lead us?" Lu Yu seemed to recall something. After all, there was no map of the moving forest. Who knew where its center lay? Upon hearing this, the face reflected sheer terror, more fearful than when the group had intended to slay it. "If I do not leave, I will die," the tree demon stammered in urgent explanation. Lu Yu scrutinized the tree demon's face, sensing sincerity in its words. Was it bound by the limitations of the tree spirits? Let us proceed. Lu Yu gestured for Ji Yuan to lead the way. Remaining in place as he observed the disciples' departure, Su Tunin felt a sense of cunning. During the negotiation between one person and one tree, he had silently retracted his defensive array and high-grade confinement array. In the blink of an eye, only Su Tunin, Luo Miao, Lu Yu, and the ensnared tree demon remained. You all go ahead, Lu Yu added. I will retrieve the array for you shortly. Senior brother Luo Miao, please be cautious, he urged before joining Su Tunin to follow the group. The two had hardly taken a few steps when a voice from Mao Sun suddenly called out. Pull out that weed beneath your feet quickly, but do not harm its roots. Su Tunin glanced down at a green blade of grass concealed beneath the withered leaves on the ground, appearing somewhat out of place. However, his hands moved faster than his eyes. Spiritual energy transformed into a blade, and he swiftly uprooted both the grass and the soil, sending it into the system space, along with Mao Sun back into the mustard seed space. Luo Miao continued to focus ahead, unaware of what had transpired, while Su Tunin seamlessly caught up, seemingly oblivious. Behind them, that tree demon paused, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the change. It suddenly felt a sense of lightness throughout its body. Even its demeanor toward Lu Yu softened. Lu Yu reclaimed the formation plate and departed, leaving the tree demon to root itself obediently in the ground, motionless. Within the confines of the system space, a verdant spiritual herb, upon entry, exerted an irresistible force that drew the eternal wood towards it, embedding its roots within the wood. However, the fluctuations within the system space went unnoticed by Xiang Tunin, who was preoccupied with the leadership of Ji Yuan as they hurried along. Suddenly, the dense and shadowy forest gave way, revealing a brighter landscape. Although trees still surrounded them, the intervals between them widened, allowing beams of sunlight to penetrate the forest floor, which was no longer carpeted with layers of dry leaves. Instead, it was adorned with an array of shrubs and blossoms, while the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds infused the air with a sense of vibrant life. A few observant disciples had already begun to scour the ground for spiritual herbs. However, wary of the tree demon they had encountered upon entry, they dared not venture too far and remained in close proximity. Upon Lu Yu's arrival, he observed some disciples diligently searching for herbs, others tending to their injuries, while a few idly conversed in small groups. Junior sister, why do you think senior brother released the tree demon? Luo Miao questioned, her round eyes filled with perplexity. Xiang Tunin, lounging lazily on the ground, remarked, it is quite rare for plants to awaken spiritual intelligence. Even if they do, such intelligence is often limited. Only through the passage of countless years can they evolve into true demons. The Tao is profound, leaving them a sliver of hope. Raising his head, he grinned. Moreover, we have sustained minimal casualties. Just as Luo Miao was about to nod in agreement, her eyes lit up, exclaiming, Senior brother, you're here. Her enthusiastic shout startled the previously relaxed disciples, prompting them to gather around. Lu Yu glanced at the sky, noting it was around 6 or 7 in the evening, and announced, let us rest here for the night. Do not wander too far, and those with injuries should prioritize their healing. Ji Yuan then directed the disciples to scout the area and ensure their safety, leaving a few to stand guard as the rest engaged in various activities. Luo Miao produced a toy-like small house, infusing it with spiritual energy, transforming it into a proper dwelling. Let us retreat inside to rest, she suggested. A quick survey revealed that many disciples possessed similar spiritual devices, most notably utilized by the female disciples. As night descended, those with accommodations returned to their abodes, while others seated themselves on the ground to meditate. Inside the room, Xiang Tunin feigned meditation while his consciousness delved into the system for examination. Upon entering the system space, he sensed a newfound vitality emanating from the green plant, intriguingly capable of embedding its roots into the eternal wood. Despite his scrutiny, he could not discern much information about this green entity, but its ability to dominate the eternal wood suggested it was a being of superior caliber. Turning his attention to the information regarding the eternal wood, he discovered it was derived from the eternal tree, one of the two most renowned trees from the dawn of creation. One was the tree of life, which nurtures all beings, and the other, the eternal tree, which symbolizes the cycle of life and death. The presence of decay in the eternal tree foretells the world's impending demise, hence its designation. The eternal tree's primary function is to sustain its own longevity and witness the rise and fall of worlds, as well as support the existence of the eternal flower, a symbiotic organism. Legends claim that those who possess the eternal flower can attain immortality. Even in ancient times, when deities roamed the earth, the flower was exceedingly rare. Consuming the eternal flower not only extends life, but also enhances regenerative capabilities, making it nearly impossible to kill the consumer, as even a fragment of their being can regenerate. Such regenerative prowess is invaluable in battle. Gazing at the palm-sized green plant before him, Xianxiaaudiobooks mused, surely this cannot be the eternal flower. If it were a plant, he would nurture it within the mustard seed space, pondering the utility of the fist-sized eternal wood. With that thought, he transferred the green plant into the mustard seed space and had Shushuan verify its authenticity. Receiving Shushuan's affirmation, Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile broadened. With the eternal flower in hand, the subsequent tribulations would pose little challenge, as ascending from the soul separation stage to the tribulation stage entails facing 3 thunder tribulations, followed by 9 more before ascension. Many remarkable individuals have perished beneath the weight of those trials. He could only hope that the eternal flower would bloom by the time he reached the 9th layer of soul separation. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, upon emerging from his meditative state, Xianxiaaudiobooks' first action was, naturally, to sign in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, a piece of eternal wood. Observing the eternal wood within the system, Xianxiaaudiobooks grew increasingly intrigued by its wonders. It seemed there was nothing the system could not procure. Luo Miao nearby manipulated water with her spiritual energy to wash up, and upon noticing Xianxiaaudiobooks concluding his meditation, she eagerly remarked, "Junior brother, I see your spiritual energy is abundant. You've reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. When do you plan to establish your foundation?" Her inquiry was not born from disdain for Xianxiaaudiobooks' cultivation level, but rather a desire for him to break through to foundation establishment sooner for self-protection. After some contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, "I shall wait until we return to the base. This external environment is not suitable for advancement." Once they were ready and emerged, they found that the others had also prepared themselves. After a night's rest, everyone appeared revitalized. Lu Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Yuan, and they moved in harmonious sync, one leading and the other following. Fortunately, this stretch of forest presented no issues, and they traversed it without incident, emerging into a grassy expanse, at the center of which lay a serene lake. Gazing into the tranquil waters, Lu Yu's expression grew complex. After Luo Miao and Xianxiaaudiobooks had departed, he had interrogated the tree demon, recalling its words about the forest's center being a lake, with the only escape being to leap into it and navigate the undercurrents to freedom. However, the lake was notoriously corrosive. Even the beasts and spirits within the moving forest dared not approach, let alone attempt to escape through its dark waters. Yet, recalling the tree demon's terrified expression when mentioning the lake, Lu Yu felt certain that the situation was not so straightforward. As the group drew closer to the lake, they noticed a ring of barren soil devoid of vegetation surrounding its perimeter, likely due to the lake's corrosive properties. Lu Yu commanded the group to halt, summarizing the information he had gathered in hopes of brainstorming an effective solution. After sharing his insights, he seemed to test the waters by enveloping himself in a barrier of spiritual energy and leaping onto the lake's surface. However, as soon as the barrier met the water, a gaping hole corroded through it, nearly eroding his shoes. Undeterred, Lu Yu thickened his protective shield, yet it similarly dissipated upon contact with the lake. With no feasible options, they settled on the nearby open ground to establish camp. With no promising solutions at hand, the group ultimately decided to set up their encampment on a patch of grass free from any signs of corrosion, observing the somber atmosphere among them. Lu Yu then reassured them, "Do not be afraid. If we have not devised a good plan by tomorrow, we shall continue onward. We will surely find a way out." It appears that Lu Yu's words have consoled everyone, or perhaps the presence of over 40 disciples has alleviated their fears significantly. As night descended, the tree demon with a human face emitted a cackling laugh. It seems that the group has already arrived at the Lake of Death. Little do they know that the true danger lies in the lake's depths at night. You threaten me, yet you remain here. Lu Yu has an unsettling feeling about this lake, and has decided to keep vigil throughout the night. Xianxiaaudiobooks senses Lu Yu's anxiety, realizing that the situation is rather complex. Seizing the opportunity when no one is paying attention, he summons Long Mooching. After a lengthy period of accumulation, Long Mooching has now reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from separation of spirit, although advancing for demon beasts is considerably more arduous. He instructs Long Mooching to conceal herself in the shadows and report any occurrences promptly. At midnight, when the moon hangs high, the previously tranquil surface of the lake begins to bubble incessantly. Strangely, this scene is utterly silent. Sensing a change, Lu Yu hastily opens his eyes, simultaneously receiving a warning from Long Mooching. The bubbles grow larger, reaching a height of approximately 4 to 5 meters, and then suddenly burst, spraying droplets of water in all directions. When the drops land in the grass, One can see that the foliage has been corroded. Fortunately, everyone had maintained a safe distance from the lake from the outset. However, this game of bursting bubbles seems far from over, as more and larger bubbles continue to explode, instilling fear in onlookers. The Night Watch disciples, witnessing this spectacle, are at a loss, casting anxious glances at Lu Yu. Everyone, rise and leave this place. Lu Yu commands sharply, prompting several Night Watch disciples to quickly awaken the others. Consequently, they all hasten in the opposite direction of the lake. As the sun once again bathes the earth in light, the group gazes at the distant lake and sighs. This lake is far too perilous, and attempts to escape from it now seem futile. They can only continue forward in search of a new path. Unbeknownst to anyone, a green shadow slips into Xiang Tunen's sleeve. He promptly sends Long Mooching into the mustard seed space. They enter another grove, one that starkly contrasts with all the previous forests. This particular grove is singular, comprising an enormous tree whose exposed roots are as thick as an adult's waist. Although this grand tree is robust, it exhibits signs of decay, with a massive hollow forming in its trunk, which is already 10 meters in diameter. The trunk is withered, and few leaves remain on its branches, with only a handful of tender green shoots emerging at the very top. Most branches are lifeless, drooping feebly towards the ground. Beneath the canopy lies an open area devoid of any weeds. Upon noticing the hollow in the tree, Xiang Tunen wonders if this could be a means of escape. Recalling the experience from the Lake of Death, they cautiously approach the barren ground. Lu Yu takes the lead, erecting a spiritual energy barrier as he steps forward cautiously. The group holds their breath, and when Lu Yu reaches the roots of the tree, he discerns no anomalies. With a wave of his hand, the barrier shatters, and Lu Yu carefully senses his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He breathes a sigh of relief, observing the dark entrance of the hollow. He notes a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, akin to a natural teleportation array. Lu Yu remains uncertain. Come and take a look at this entrance. It seems rather peculiar. He calls out. As soon as his words fall, the others gather in small groups. Meanwhile, Xiang Tunen seizes the moment to check in. System, check in. Check-in successful. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. A ripple of excitement courses through Xiang Tunen's mind. 20 years of cultivation. This tree is indeed extraordinary. For a moment, he finds himself curious about the tree's origins. Junior sister, come quickly to see this tree hollow. Luo Miao's voice interrupts Xiang Tunen's thoughts. Ah well, he muses. There will be opportunities to learn more in due time. He stores the 20 years of cultivation in the system space, awaiting the main body to absorb it naturally. As Xiang Tunen pushes through the crowd to glimpse the hollow, he notices the dark entrance pulsating with ripples, emanating a faint spiritual energy fluctuation, resembling a teleportation array. However, Xiang Tunen is skeptical, for this teleportation array appears to draw from the life force of the great tree. Moreover, judging by the tree's appearance, it must be at least 10,000 years old, and it seems illogical that it has yet to awaken its spiritual intelligence. Furthermore, a moving forest, abundant in spiritual energy, would have long since birthed tree demons. Thus, Xiang Tunen concludes that the array on this tree is artificial and likely a long-distance teleportation array. Once everyone has finished their observations, Lu Yu consults a few disciples knowledgeable in formations. They all speculate that this is a natural teleportation array, though its destination remains uncertain. What do you think, junior sister? Lu Yu suddenly directs his gaze towards Xiang Tunen. The other disciples, though somewhat displeased, merely scoff. For it was this girl who had brought forth the intermediate formation plate during the battle with the tree demon. Senior brother, I believe this is a long-distance teleportation array. Xiang Tunen hesitantly states, opting for honesty. Senior brother, why don't we give it a try? Otherwise, we'll be trapped here, Ji Yuan interjects eagerly. Lu Yu glances at the group, deciding to proceed through this exit, though the extent of the long-distance teleportation remains a mystery, leaving him uncertain whether the Qi refinement stage disciples can endure it. To mitigate potential mishaps, Lu Yu resolves that they should pair up, with the more skilled ensuring the safety of the less experienced, as more than two individuals might not be able to traverse the opening together. He shares his thoughts with the group. Luo Miao, with a hint of regret, remarks, Junior sister, I can't bring you along. Let senior brother Ji take care of you. He is quite reliable. Among the 40-odd individuals present, 7 are at the Qi refinement stage, necessitating that they partner with Golden Core cultivators. If any are willing to team up, it would be even better. Xiang Tunen ponders that she is not well acquainted with any of the Golden Core cultivators in the group, so she could pair with anyone. Under Luo Miao's influence, Xiang Tunen is paired with Ji Yuan. With a cheerful grin, Ji Yuan says, Senior brother, I'll take the lead this time. Without waiting for Xiang Tunen to respond, he grabs her arm, and the two rush into the tree hollow. As Xiang Tunen is pulled away, a fleeting look of surprise crosses her face, and she suddenly doubts Ji Yuan's reliability. The sensation of dizziness and the feeling of being tugged along make time seem to stretch, as if years have passed. Yet it feels like mere hours. The pull intensifies. Xiang Tunin grits her teeth, struggling to regain clarity, and just as she intends to activate her defensive spiritual tool, she finds herself enveloped in a protective energy barrier, alleviating the sensation of being dragged. With a resounding thud, Xiang Tunin crashes onto the ground, the impact jolting her fully awake. Upon lifting her head, she sees Ji Yuan standing nonchalantly nearby, observing her with amusement. Brushing off the dust from her clothes, Xiang Tunin rises, rolling her eyes. Senior brother, I'm merely a chi refinement cultivator. I can't respond as swiftly as you golden core cultivators. Could you please give me a heads up next time? Ji Yuan suddenly feels a pang of guilt, recalling how every time he converses with her, she has that indifferent demeanor. Yet he replies, I simply forgot this time. I'll be more mindful in the future. Xiang Tunin, unwilling to dwell on the matter, begins to assess her surroundings. They appear to be in a cavern, the dim environment illuminated by a few luminous pearls that barely light the area. The pearls have gathered a thick layer of dust, indicating that this place has not been visited in quite some time. Beneath their feet lies a teleportation array, presumably leading to the one within the tree hollow. The cavern's walls bear inscriptions. As Xiang Tunin approached the wall, he heard two resounding thuds. Turning around, he saw that two more individuals had been transported, indicating that the teleportation array was functioning correctly. Chapter 97. Upon reading the inscriptions on the wall, Xiang Tunin understood the origins of these two teleportation arrays. According to the inscriptions, the creator was a master of formations who had inadvertently wandered into the moving forest. Possessing profound cultivation, he had engaged in numerous battles, narrowly escaping danger yet still unable to find an exit. In desperation, he set up a long-distance teleportation array. But the materials required for such an array were exceedingly complex, and he had not brought them along. Subsequently, he encountered a 10,000-year-old tree demon, known for its tyrannical nature, which rendered the surrounding area barren, turning any creature that ventured too close into fertilizer. After a fierce battle, although the tree demon was gravely injured, its plant-like vitality proved resilient, and it did not perish. To escape the moving forest, the master extinguished the demon's soul and established a one-way long-distance teleportation array on its trunk, utilizing the demon's life force to power the array. After several experiments, he ultimately succeeded, and upon being transported to this location, he laid down a teleportation array to ensure that future wanderers might have a chance of escape. The inscription concluded with the signature of an unknown author. It seems we are indeed fortunate, remarked Luo Miao, perplexed yet impressed. This individual's mastery of formations was truly remarkable, capable of artificially mimicking a natural array. Xiang Tunin realized he was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Despite having learned a great deal, he had yet to achieve true expertise in any specific area. It appeared he needed to enhance his studies. With this thought in mind, he committed the layout of the teleportation array to memory, anticipating the day he could research it further. Once he mastered it, setting up a teleportation array would be a breeze, and no one would be able to confine him. The group bowed in gratitude to the wall before exiting the cave. Upon emerging, Lu Yu produced a map, revealing numerous small red dots and a singular green dot marked upon it. Although their time spent in the wild had been brief, the high danger had kept everyone's spirits taut, and they decided to return for a respite. I checked the nearest teleportation array back to the main camp. It's roughly a 3-day journey. Since it's still early, we should set off immediately, Lu Yu declared, preparing to lead the way. Ji Yuan quickly stepped forward, saying, Brother, let me take the lead this time. Since we set out, you've borne the brunt of the responsibility. The path ahead should pose no issue. Lu Yu, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, nodded and fell to the back of the group. Following their experience in the moving forest, the newly arrived disciples began to comprehend the perils of the outside world, and as they journeyed back, they lacked the inclination to gather the less valuable spiritual herbs. Thus, making their return relatively swift, they reached the vicinity of the teleportation array in just 2.5 days. Over the past few days, their sign-ins yielded mostly inconsequential items, primarily spiritual herb seeds, which Xiang Tunin tossed into his mustard seed space for the 2 spirit beasts to cultivate. Upon returning to the main camp, Xiang Tunin resolved to rest for the night. Having spent several consecutive days outdoors without relaxation, he quickly washed up and fell into a deep slumber. At Mingyue Peak, his true self awakened after refining his cultivation. The higher 1S level, the slower the rate of advancement. After 20 years, he had only ascended 1 tier, now at the 2nd stage of spirit division. After assimilating the memories of his avatar, the true self promptly sketched the appearance of the teleportation array onto paper, preparing for a thorough study. He had always favored convenience, focusing on array discs. And while teleportation arrays were indeed a branch of formations, they were typically employed by large sects, making personal creations quite rare. Thus, he had neglected the study of teleportation arrays. In the days to come, he resolved to devote himself to researching this aspect, ensuring he could rely on teleportation for escape should he find himself in dire straits. That night was tranquil, as the true self retrieved the tome Comprehensive Guide to Formations, flipping to the section on teleportation arrays for meticulous examination. As a new day dawned, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. Rubbing them, he stretched lazily and rose. Noticing a message had arrived, he discovered it was from Lu Yu, who felt that their initial venture into the wild had been rather hasty and proposed a second expedition in 10 days. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt ambivalent. While the prospect of finding valuable items during an outing was enticing, the truth was that cultivators at the Spirit Division stage made little progress in their cultivation every century or so, and the journey only grew more arduous with time. The thought of danger kept him on edge. He fondly remembered the days spent sweeping the library, clocking in and out, with free time to spare, all while facing minimal threats. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic thoughts and prepared to focus on elevating his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage over the next few days, with plans to visit the market afterward to see if he could uncover any hidden treasures. After rummaging through his system space, he finally located 2 foundation establishment pills. Though their origins were lost to him, nevertheless, their aroma assured him they were not expired. He hung a sign on his door indicating he was in seclusion, set up defensive and concealment arrays, and consumed the pills, diligently refining the spiritual energy within. A day and night passed, and armed with the experience of his true self, this breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was nearly effortless. Just as the smile on his face began to fade, he noticed several messages on his communication talisman. One was from Luo Miao, urging him to contact her upon exiting seclusion to explore the market together. The other 2 were from Wu Long and Li Xian, expressing a sense of urgency about purchasing array discs from him. Xianxiaaudiobooks promptly replied to both, suggesting they meet at the entrance of the Tianyuan sect camp. When he arrived, Wu Long and Li Xian were already there. "Let us go, junior sister, we can enjoy some tea and chat," Li Xian suggested eagerly. Wu Long cast a surprised glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks, a fleeting look of jealousy flashing before he resumed his affable demeanor. "Congratulations, junior sister. You are now a foundation establishment cultivator. It seems we must start addressing you as senior sister." Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled but said nothing. In the world of cultivation, strength dictated respect, and now that he had reached a higher level, it was only natural for him to be called senior sister, just as he had long referred to them as senior brothers. "Oh, look at my impatience. Congratulations," Li Xian chimed in quickly. In the tea house, as Li Xian brewed tea, the trio engaged in pleasantries. Xianxiaaudiobooks learned that Wu Long and Li Xian had been assigned to the same team, set to embark on their first expedition the following day. They had heard from others that Xianxiaaudiobooks' team had only spent 8 days on their first outing, and sensing the dangers of the outside world to be greater than they had anticipated, they sought to purchase array discs from him to bolster their survival chances. "If it's inconvenient for senior sister, just pretend we didn't say anything," Wu Long remarked, though the fingers gripping his teacup had turned pale. After a brief pause, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, "We entered the outer sect together, and now we venture out for training together. It's indeed a strong bond. To be candid, I do have 2 intermediate array discs available, though the price." Noticing the hesitance on their faces, he added, "After this outing, I found the outside world to be more perilous than I had imagined. The utility of low-level array discs has diminished significantly." Xianxiaaudiobooks understood their reluctance to part with their spirit stones, yet he could not simply give them away. Had it not been for their willingness to share information about the woolly secret realm during their journey, he might have sold them the low-level array discs. Now, however, those discs felt as worthless as refuse in his possession. Chapter 98. "Very well, we know your character, senior sister, but you're aware of our circumstances. It seems we may have to take advantage of you this time," Wu Long stated. Xianxiaaudiobooks swiftly produced 2 formation plates. One was a mid-level defensive formation priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the other, a mid-level killing formation, cost 400 low-grade spirit stones. "What do you think?" Wu Long and Li Xian exchanged glances. Wu Long picked up the mid-level killing formation, while Li Xian took the mid-level defensive formation, each presenting their spirit stones in turn. Indeed, Xianxiaaudiobooks' prices were quite reasonable. For instance, a mid-level trapping formation typically sold for 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones. In special circumstances, such as in the frequently combative realms of the Wu Li secret territory, it could be worth as much as 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, senior sister," Li Xian expressed his gratitude with a nod. Wu Long followed suit, acknowledging her generosity. Having concluded their business, Wu Long and Li Xian departed, mindful that they were set to embark on their journey the following day. It would be prudent to familiarize themselves with the use of the formation plates beforehand. Noticing that the evening was still young, Xiang Tunin sipped her tea and sent a message to Luo Miao, inviting her out for a leisurely outing. At that moment, Luo Miao was at the training grounds, her sword dancing through the air with a fierce elegance. Lu Yu observed her intently, then commented, you haven't been slacking off lately. Although your cultivation has been progressing a tad slowly, you're only at the 5th level of foundation establishment. You really need to buckle down on your training. Luo Miao exhaled, sheathed her sword, and noticed the flicker of a communication talisman. Upon checking, she found Xiang Tunin's message and quickly replied, Senior brother, I'm out shopping with Xiang Tunin. Seeing Lu Yu's expression darken, she quickly assured him, just this once. I promise I will train diligently afterward. Lu Yu's demeanor softened slightly, and with a resigned wave of his hand, Luo Miao dashed off. Once she had left, Lu Yu returned to his room to cultivate. Ever since arriving here, aside from leading expeditions, he had also been tasked with supervising Luo Miao's training, leaving him little time for his own cultivation. He realized he needed to make the most of his training time. Reflecting on the events in the moving forest and the previous incident in the Wuling region, Lu Yu felt he might have drawn the attention of the demon race. After all, leading a team of over 40 individuals did not allow for stealthy excursions. Rubbing his temples, Lu Yu relaxed his expression and delved back into his cultivation. In the bustling marketplace, 2 beautiful young maidens strolled leisurely, one with a charming demeanor, the other exuding a cool elegance. Luo Miao picked up 2 exquisite hairpins from a vendor. Nan, don't you think these hairpins are lovely? They would surely suit you. Xiang Tunin glanced at them. A pear blossom hairpin and a peach blossom hairpin, both undeniably graceful, yet mere low-grade spirit artifacts that did not pique her interest. No need, senior sister. I already have hairpins, she replied, shaking her head in disapproval. Nan, have you forgotten to look in the mirror lately? You are now a blossoming young lady. Wearing the same hairpin all the time isn't ideal. A girl should take care to adorn herself. In Luo Miao's memory, Xiang Tunin had always been a little girl. But upon reuniting in the Wu Li secret territory, she now stood tall, her beauty strikingly apparent. It dawned on her that 2 years had passed, and Xiang Tunin had blossomed into a 15-year-old maiden. Yet, she always donned an oversized and unembellished disciple's robe, her beauty often overlooked by the crowd. Senior sister, I really don't need this. I find them cumbersome. Besides, I am quite comfortable as I am, Xiang Tunin remarked, indifferent to the idea of embellishment, preferring comfort over aesthetics. The thought of pinning multiple hairpins into her hair felt burdensome. Luo Miao cast a glance at the hairpin atop Xiang Tunin's head. You should occasionally change your style. With that, she purchased the pear blossom hairpin, then dragged Xiang Tunin to a clothing shop. Ignoring Xiang Tunin's protests, she bought her a lovely white dress and insisted she wear it immediately. Junior sister, you have a great figure, Luo Miao remarked, her eyes darting over Xiang Tunin's form, her cheeks flushing slightly. Xiang Tunin rolled her eyes. I am 15. This is merely normal development. Junior sister, do a twirl for me. I want to see if that layer of white tulle can flutter, Luo Miao said excitedly, more thrilled than if she had bought the dress for herself. Xiang Tunin feigned reluctance, but eventually lifted the hem and twirled, the layers of the gown billowing around her. Her slender waist and striking features framed by a gentle smile. She looked enchanting. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. I knew I had good taste. Luo Miao exclaimed as she adorned Xiang Tunin with the pear blossom hairpin, letting some of her hair cascade down. Gazing into the reflective water, Xiang Tunin felt that her new appearance resembled that of a delicate white lotus, reminiscent of her past self. Although she preferred a more vibrant and spirited appearance, this dainty look did not sit well with her. However, she had little choice in the matter. Noticing that Luo Miao had spent quite a bit of spirit stones, Xiang Tunin felt somewhat guilty and decided to buy her a pink dress in return. The 2 maidens, clad in their new attire, joyfully roamed the streets until dusk descended, reluctantly making their way back home. Upon reaching the entrance to their courtyard, they coincidentally encountered Ji Yuan stepping out. Observing the 2 maidens approaching, one in pink, the other in white, he was momentarily dazzled by their complementary beauty. Oh, this girl is quite lovely, he mused. Senior brother, out for a stroll? Luo Miao greeted him cheerfully. Xiang Tunin adopted a more formal demeanor. Greetings, senior brother. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, Ji Yuan acknowledged, glancing at Xiang Tunin, who appeared unusually solemn. Upon returning to her room, Xiang Tunin suddenly remembered that in her haste to level up and go shopping, she had neglected to check in for the day. System. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward. 1 mid-grade magical garment. Xiang Tunin gazed at the vibrant red dress in her hands, wondering if it was suited for a villainess. She pondered whether she could pull it off and decided to store it in her space for later, planning to wear it during her next expedition. She recalled having purchased a mid-grade magical garment, a blue one, before heading to the Wuli's secret territory and resolved to wear it on her next outing. With a few days still before her next venture, Xiang Tunin promptly hung a sign on her door indicating that she was in seclusion and began solidifying her cultivation. On Mingyue Peak, Xiang Tunin tossed a spirit stone onto the formation beneath her feet, and a shimmering wave of light enveloped her, transporting her to the backyard. Although the distance was short, she acknowledged the success of the teleportation array. However, the difference between short-distance and long-distance teleportation arrays was akin to the disparity between elementary mathematics and advanced calculus in terms of complexity. Xiang Tunin contemplated where to set up the next teleportation array, considering the Sword Edge, a place with fewer people, perfect for her purpose under the cover of darkness. She stealthily made her way in that direction. Chapter 99, The Conclusion. Time flew by, and 8 days had passed, signaling yet another opportunity for expedition. During this time, Xiang Tunin had solidified her cultivation and familiarized herself with the spells of the foundation establishment stage. Her main body could now utilize the formation arrays within the sect to teleport to any location. Having mastered the short-distance teleportation array and ready to embark on creating a long-distance one, to avoid unnecessary complications, she had dismantled all short-distance teleportation arrays set up within the sect. All of this transpired quietly, without anyone's notice. After all, to everyone else, Xiang Tunin had already ventured to the Wuli secret territory. Clad in a blue magical garment, Xiang Tunin gathered early at the courtyard entrance to board the teleportation array. This time, however, Lu Yu led everyone to a different teleportation array. Ji Yuan embedded spirit stones into the array. While Lu Yu assessed the expressions of the others in the hall, noting nothing unusual, he then discreetly observed the disciples he had previously gone on missions with, each maintaining a calm exterior, devoid of any hint of deception. Could it be that these two instances were mere coincidences? With a familiar sensation of dizziness, the teleportation array activated. As I watched the crowd disappear into the array, a disciple tasked with guarding the teleportation array took out a communication talisman and sent a message. In a modest courtyard within the marketplace, a figure cloaked in black observed the talisman in his hand and clicked his tongue, remarking on the diligence displayed. Who would have thought that 2 attempts to eliminate you would fail? I shall make a 3rd attempt. Beside him, a figure clad in black eagerly chimed in, asserting that the lad, Lu Yu, could never escape the grasp of the elders. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure's expression turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, the other was sent sprawling out the door, crashing against the courtyard wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With no time to wipe it away, he hastily crawled back to kneel on the ground. The figure in black mused to himself. In truth, he held no personal grudge against Lu Yu. At the onset of the great battle, the demon clan had been united against external foes. Who could have anticipated that the death of Yin Sha's disciple would incite internal strife? He had merely hidden within the Wuli's secret realm, finding amusement in teasing the righteous path. However, despite his attempts to find enjoyment, he had endured considerable frustration. The first encounter with Lu Yu had been driven by a desire for a commendable victory, compelling him to resort to forbidden techniques to corner Lu Yu into a realm devoid of spiritual essence, yet the latter had emerged unscathed. How was I to maintain my reputation? The second time, one could argue that it was merely bad luck for that rascal, just as he ventured out with his companions. A disciple reported the presence of a mobile forest, and they were hastily driven into it, only for Lu Yu to again emerge unscathed. This 3rd time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Let's see how you can elude my grasp. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself outside a dilapidated ancient city. The city emanated an aura of antiquity, its towering structures entwined with verdant foliage. The crumbling city walls bore signs of decay, with chunks missing from both the east and west, and the gates were so shattered that there was no longer a plaque to denote their presence. Passers-by traversed the ruins with ease. Upon witnessing such a multitude outside the stronghold, he felt a twinge of surprise. Individuals from various sects were present, and he could discern those adorned in the garb of other sections. Lu Yu, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt a sense of awkwardness. Having narrowly escaped danger during his last outing, he feared being monitored by the demon clan this time. Thus, he opted for the ancient, forsaken city, which, despite having been explored countless times, was still a place where new disciples of the Wuli secret realm sought their fortunes. Perhaps luck would be on their side, and they might stumble upon treasures. The nameless ancient city welcomed all to explore, with the prospect of discovering a semi-divine artifact. However, one must be mindful of time, as they would reconvene in the afternoon. With a cheerful demeanor, he led the charge forward. The crowd, especially the newly arrived disciples, surged ahead with excitement. Xiang Tunin pulled along Luo Miao into the fray, while Lu Yu lazily trailed behind. As he passed through the crumbling city walls, Xiang discovered that the structures within were even more in disrepair, many of them verging on ruins. Yet, there were still disciples eager to test their luck, channeling spiritual energy, while others dug right into the ground, further exacerbating the dilapidation, rendering the pathways uneven. Though Xiang disapproved of the destruction of the ancient edifices, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that it was not his place to do so. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Indeed, this was a splendid place. One could only wonder if he might be permitted to explore the ancient city alone. If he could traverse every corner of the woolly secret realm's ancient city, he would surely strike it rich. Junior sister, why don't we search together? Luo Miao suggested, observing the enthusiasm of the others as they rummaged about, while she and Xiang stood awkwardly by. Or perhaps, senior sister, you could search while I wander about. I've never been to an ancient city before, and I'm quite curious. Xiang proposed, preparing to step aside. Luo Miao glanced at Lu Yu, seemingly emboldened. Go ahead, junior sister, I'll just browse casually. Xiang began to wander through the city. Its expanse was considerable. Although he had noticed the size of the city from the walls, upon entering, he found throngs of people searching, yet it did not feel crowded, attesting to the vastness of the ancient city. Finding a relatively less populated area, Xiang summoned Shushuan from the mustard seed space, who swiftly nestled within his sleeve. Have you found any treasures? Xiang inquired upon noticing Shushuan's prolonged silence. Shushuan wrinkled his nose and replied, Master, there is something worthwhile ahead. Proceed forward and take a right turn. Obeying Shushuan's directions, Xiang wound his way through the city. After a quarter of an hour, impatience began to settle in. Shushuan, how much further? Sensing his master's rising irritation, Shushuan whispered, Master, it's imminent. I can sense the existence of a treasure. To the left now, hurry. Heeding Shushuan's words, fearing potential competition, Xiang quickened his pace, executing a left turn with swift precision. With a resounding crash, he collided with another person, swaying slightly before regaining his balance. He looked up to find a monk, an exceptionally handsome monk, a striking figure, and a Yuanian cultivator. Xiang steadied himself, feeling slightly embarrassed as he said, I apologize, master. Fortunately, being a nimble cultivator, he avoided a potentially melodramatic scene. Master, the treasure is on his wrist. Shushuan's voice came urgently. Do not mention it, the monk replied, performing a gesture of respect, his handsome face radiating warmth. Xiang glanced at the string of prayer beads adorning the monk's wrist. Each bead polished to a gleaming shine. It was clear that they were extraordinary artifacts. Alas, these prayer beads already had an owner. The two brushed past one another, neither dwelling on the momentary encounter. Though somewhat surprised to encounter a Buddhist cultivator, they rationalized that such encounters, while rare, were not unheard of, and thus continued on their way.